Chapter 1, The Upcoming Wuhan Awakening. Douluos Continent, southwest of Tiandu Empire, Fanos Province, Holy Soul Village. The sky was just getting bright, and the fiery red sun had not yet revealed its head in the eastern sky. In this faint morning light, not even many adults in Shengun village got up. But in a house at the end of Shengun village, a young man dressed in white, with short silver-white hair and light purple eyes, looked very handsome, had already got up and washed and was about to leave the house. The boy's name is Beg Fabero. This name may sound a little weird. It is because Beg's mother's surname is Bai and his father's surname is Fabero. Therefore, after negotiation, the parents gave Beg the name of Fabero. Although Bai Ge is only 6 years old, for some reason, he is born very precocious. Compared with most children of the same age who lay in bed, Bai Ge has to get up early to exercise every day, and it is as usual today. "Grandpa, I went to exercise." Pushing open the door, the boy turned his head and shouted loudly into the room. "Well, Grandpa knows, but Bai Ge, Grandpa has something to go to Notting City today. He may only be back at night, so I can't prepare breakfast and lunch for you. You can go to Tang San's house for dinner today. Don't forget. Bring a bag of rice." In the room, Grandpa Jack's voice came. "Go to Notting City? Grandpa, did you go to the Soul Master of Notting City Wuhan Branch Hall to perform the Wuhan Awakening ceremony for us?" Hearing what Grandpa Jack said, Bai Ge couldn't help but asked. "Well, yes, you are also 6 years old this year, and it's time for the spirit awakening." In the room, Grandpa Jack sighed. "Well, I see, Grandpa, then you are careful on the way. I will go first, Tang San is still waiting for me." Nodding in his heart, Bai Ge said with concern. "Okay, let's go, don't let Xiao San wait for a long time." In the room, Jack waved his hand. Walking out of the house, Bai Ge turned around and closed the door, and started to trot up, running towards the back mountain of the village, where Tang San was still waiting for him. Walking in the Holy Soul village and looking at the familiar scenery around, Bai Ge couldn't help but fall into memories. It's been 6 years since the journey to the present. Bai Ge felt a little emotional. That's right, Bai Ge is actually a traverser, and he also knows that his friend Tang San is also a traverser, but the two of them are not from the same world. But even though he didn't come from the same world, Bai Ge knew a lot about Tang San, and also knew a lot about the Douluos continent where he now lives. Because in Bai Ge's previous life, he lived in a world called Earth, and Tang San was the male protagonist in a novel he had read in his previous life, and the name of this work was the Douluos continent he now lives in. In the novel, Tang San seems to be the protagonist of the waste stream, but in fact he is the hidden protagonist of the genius stream. On the surface, Tang San's martial spirit is just the waste martial soul blue-silver grass that can be seen everywhere, but in fact, Tang San's blue-silver grass is the untransformed top martial spirit blue-silver emperor, not to mention that Tang San actually still has it. The second martial spirit clear sky hammer. However, Bai Ge is also a traverser. In the novel, traversers like him are obviously equipped with golden finger indicators, such as systems and extra abilities, but it has been 6 years from birth to now, but Bai Ge even has a golden finger shadow. I haven't seen it. In the Douluos continent, the awakening of martial arts is traceable. Everyone's martial arts are often inherited from their parents, one of the martial arts of their parents, or the product of the fusion and mutation of both martial arts. But the cheap parents of Bai Ge who have passed away in this life are ordinary people with awakened sickles and wooden stick martial arts, and even if you look back a few generations, all Bai Ge knows is that grandfather awakens a better hammer martial arts. But there was still no spirit power produced, which almost made Bai Ge want to vomit blood. Even if he is a traverser and has innate spirit power, what is the use of awakening a sickle spirit? Mowing? And not to mention that Bai Ge is simply not sure that he is sure that the identity of the traveler will bring innate soul power. Because in the novel, Tang San's innate full soul power comes from the mysterious power he cultivated since childhood, not from his identity as a traveler. Although Bai Ge can be said to be a miserable group in terms of hard conditions, and the hope of awakening the martial soul is slim, but the tree moves the dead, and Bai Ge is a traverser who knows some plots. Since the congenital conditions cannot be changed, then I will change the acquired conditions. Bai Ge could not interfere with Wuhan's awakening, but through a certain understanding of the plot and his own unremitting efforts, Bai Ge managed to establish a good relationship with Tang San. After becoming Tang San's only friend of the same age in Chengun village, after a long period of hard work, Bai Ge finally learned from Tang San the unique knowledge of Tang sect Xian Tian Gong. The effort involved may be a little difficult to explain, but in simple terms, Bai Ge has been playing with Tang San, and then he often expressed curiosity when Tang San was practicing. In the end, Tang San may have been entangled for a long time. Finally decided to teach Bai Ge Xian Tian Gong. Of course, it was impossible for Tang San to teach Beg Xian Tian Gong at will. Instead, before the teaching, he solemnly accepted Beg as his apprentice on behalf of Tang sect. After letting Beg vowed never to be passed on, Tang San taught Beg Ge Xian Tian Gong. In fact, Bai Ge also learned the purple demon eye and ghost shadow. Although the process of achieving the above goals was very difficult, when he finally learned Xian Tian Gong, Bai Ge was so excited that he wanted to cry. After making a good relationship with the protagonist Tang San, and learning Xian Tian Gong, this martial soul awakening is finally okay. Leaving the Holy Soul village, Bai Ge ran all the way to the back mountain, and finally came to a sea of flowers. On a small mountain bag not far from the sea of flowers, a young man was sitting cross-legged on a large rock on the mountain bag. The boy had a very ordinary face and plain clothes, but he had an extremely indifferent and elegant temperament, which was outstanding. The boy was Tang San. Seeing Tang San, Bai Ge didn't bother loudly, but quietly walked to Tang San's side, and sat cross-legged to face the Chao Yang. As the sky became brighter and brighter, the distant sky gradually revealed a touch of white belly. On the mountain bag, two teenagers slowly inhaled and exhaled in the morning sun. Vaguely you can see that from time to time, a wisp of purple gas is inhaled into the body along with the breathing of the two teenagers. When the sky was completely bright, the purple gas finally dissipated, and the hills covered the mountains. The two teenagers opened their eyes at the same time and exhaled a stale breath. But Tang San's turbid air was like a white pike, extremely obvious, but Bai Ge's turbid air could only see the condensed white air current. This is because Tang San's cultivation is much higher than that of Bai Ge. Hey! Opening his eyes, Tang San couldn't help sighing. What happened? Bai Ge couldn't help asking with some doubts. It still doesn't work. My profound sky art still cannot break through the first bottleneck. It has been 3 full months. Why is this? Tang San was a little confused. Could it be because we didn't awaken the martial spirit? Bai Ge naturally knew the reason for Tang San's inability to break through, but Bai Ge couldn't say it with certainty, because he couldn't say the reason at all, so he could only speak in a guessing tone. Awakening martial soul. Hearing this unfamiliar term, Tang San couldn't help but wonder. You know Wuhan Temple, it's the house in the middle of our village. Bai Ge explained. I heard from my grandfather that in Douluos continent, all children who are 6 years old will be awakened under the auspices of the spirit hall, and only those who have awakened their spirit and have innate spirit power can practice. To become a soul master must absorb a soul ring at each stage to enter the next stage, otherwise you will not be able to continue to practice. Could you not break through because you did not awaken the spirit and absorb the soul ring? Spirit ring, what is a spirit ring? Tang San then asked. I heard it has something to do with spirit beasts, but I don't know the details. Bai Ge naturally couldn't answer Tang San's question anymore. His explanation just now can be said to be super gang, which can barely be explained by the identity of Grandpa Jack as the head of the Holy Soul Village. But he undoubtedly had no way to answer the spiritual master's cultivation, because the Holy Soul Village hadn't had a soul master for many years. Chapter 2, The system may be late, but will never be absent. Okay. Tang San was a little disappointed without getting the answer from Bai Ji. But he also knew that it was impossible to know more as Bai Ji, so he was not angry. It's too early, I should go home. Seeing that the sun was already bright, Tang San estimated that his father at home should have already gotten up, and it was time to go back. Hey, Tang San, my grandpa went to Notting City today, so can I go to your house for dinner later? Seeing Tang San jumping off the stone and preparing to leave, Bai Ji asked quickly. Of course you can, just why wait a while? You can go to my house with me now. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Tang San was a little puzzled. I'll go back and get something, I'll come right away. Bai Ji chuckled. Well, then you hurry up. Tang San nodded helplessly. Don't worry, I will be soon. Bai Ji patted his chest, confidently assured. The two went down the mountain together and separated in front of Shengun village. Tang San strolled towards the house, while Bai Ji ran back home quickly, and after carrying a small bag of rice at home, he ran towards Tang San's house all the way. Thanks to the practice of Xian Gong, this bag of rice, which appears to be heavy on an ordinary 6-year-old boy, is nothing to Bai Ji. So soon, Bai Ji came to Tang San's house. Hey! Putting the rice on his shoulders on the ground, Bai Ji sighed and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although his physical fitness is very good, he can afford to carry the bag of rice and he can walk vigorously, but after all he is still too young and his body has not grown up, so after running so far, Bai Ji still can't help but panting. Bai Ji, you are here. Hearing the movement outside the door, Tang San wearing a cooking apron walked out of the house. Seeing the rice on the ground and the breathless white song, Tang San couldn't help but startled, his eyes started to turn red. Now, he finally knew why Bai Ji had to go home, but he went to get rice. Although Tang San's family is a blacksmith, it is reasonable to say that his family background should be good, but because his father Tang Hao is addicted to alcohol, he always uses the money he earns to buy wine and drinks, so Tang San's family is always struggling to make ends meet, often running out of food, and whenever this happens, it was Grandpa Jack who gave me relief to them. Grandpa Jack came to see him a few days ago. He should have found that his home is out of rice. He expected that his father Tang Hao would not take the initiative to buy rice. Even if he had already left, Grandpa Jack did not forget to let him bring rice. Tang San was very moved. In this world, apart from his father, the village chief's grandfather Jack is the person who cares about him the most. In fact, a large part of the reason is that he doesn't know how to repay Jack. That's why Tang San taught the biggest secret Xian Gong to him. Vague. Really, thank you very much, Bai Ji, and Grandpa Jack. Clenching his fists, Tang San lowered his head and choked. What thanks, aren't we good brothers? As for my grandfather, I will help you convey your thanks to him. Hearing Tang San's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but patted Tang San on the shoulder with some amusement. Although Bai Ji approached Tang San on purpose in the beginning, after playing together for so many years, the two had already formed a deep friendship. I have to say that as a friend, Tang San is really good. Well, I will help you. After calming down, Tang San helped Bai Ji carry the rice on the ground into the house. Tang San's house is a standard blacksmith's house, divided into two houses, an inner house and an outer house. The inner house is very small, and the inside is a bedroom for rest, while the outer house is very large, including the living room, kitchen, and blacksmith's room. Entering the house, after putting the rice in the kitchen, Tang San took Bai Ji and sat at the dining table in the living room. Hey, Uncle Tang Hao hasn't gotten up yet. Having been busy for so long before seeing Tang Hao, Bai Ji couldn't help asking. Well, Dad drank wine yesterday, and it is inevitable that he gets up very late today. I'll call him. Just as Tang San was about to get up and call, Tang Hao had already walked out of the inner room. No need to call, I'm already up. Waved his hand casually, Tang Hao yawned, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and said, "Hello Uncle Tang Hao." Seeing Tang Hao, Bai Ji said hello very politely. Although almost everyone in Chenggun village despise Tang Hao and think that Tang Hao is a lazy and useless drunkard, Bai Ji knows that this is a great god, so Bai Ji has always respected Tang Hao since childhood. Also very polite. Hearing Bai Ji's greetings, Tang Hao nodded nonchalantly, and then went outside to wash. Looking at Tang Hao's image, a torn robe, messy bird's nest-like hair, and a beard that looked like he hadn't been trimmed for a long time. Although the face is very correct, the waxy skin and unruly dress still look very decadent. It is not like the Haoshan Douluo of the Megatron Douluo mainland. Although it is not the first time I have seen it, it is white. The song is still very emotional. After eating at Tang San's house, Bai Ji left temporarily, because Bai Ji knew that Tang San would help Tang Hao for a while, and he was going to find a quiet place to practice. Although he learned Xian Tian Gong from Tang San, Bai Ji was different from Tang San after all. Bai Ji had never been exposed to martial arts before. Naturally, he could not have Tang San's talent for martial arts, so he could only make up for his weakness with diligence. Tang San has now reached the peak of the first heaven of Xian Tian Gong, and Bai Ji is only in the middle of the first heaven. Although the innate spirit power of the awakened martial soul is already there, it would be better if it could reach a higher level. One day passed quickly. After lunch at Tang San's house, Bai Ji left after informing Tang San that he was going to participate in the spirit awakening ceremony that might be held tomorrow. And at dusk, Grandpa Jack finally came back. At home, Bai Ji has already prepared dinner. Yes, Bai Ji can also cook. But apart from Grandpa Jack, no one in the entire Holy Soul village knows. Jack felt that there was no need to say so, so he didn't say. And Bai Ji used to go to Tang San's house for dinner in order to get in touch with Tang San before. So naturally I cannot say that I can cook. And Grandfather Jack also used Bai Ji's frequent visits to Tang San's home to give rice to Tang San's family. I have to say that the well-behaved and sensible Tang San is really popular in the Holy Soul village, and Tang Hao is completely opposite. Bai Ji, Luoding City Martial Spirit Branch has already said that tomorrow, someone will be sent over to our village to hold a martial spirit awakening ceremony. You have a good rest today, and you must work hard tomorrow to awaken a good martial soul and become a soul master. Of course, if you can't become a soul master, Grandpa won't blame you. After all, this is all fate, and Grandpa is not an unreasonable person. At the end, Jack couldn't help but sigh. Old Jack's long-cherished wish was that their Holy Soul village could produce another soul sage, but let alone the soul sage, for so many years, the Holy Soul village had not even had a soul master, which had to make Jack feel discouraged. Don't worry, Grandpa, I will definitely become a soul master. Just wait for my good news. Regarding Grandpa Jack's concern, Bai Ji patted his chest confidently. He is a person who has practiced profound sky art. Although he only has the middle stage of the first heaven, he definitely has innate soul power, but it is definitely not a problem to become a soul master. The problem is what spirit to awaken. Thinking of this, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Don't awaken a martial spirit like a sickle or something. Okay, Grandpa believes you, take a rest early today, don't get up so early tomorrow, and keep your spirits up. For his grandson, Jack just smiled and shook his head. After eating, lying on the bed, looking at the roof with the light of the dim candles on the bedside table, Bai Ji was a little unable to sleep. Will the spirit awakening be carried out tomorrow? This is the moment that will determine his fate. Isn't it said in the novel that all those who travel through will have gold fingers? I have been here for 6 years, but I haven't seen the shadow of Golden Finger. My uncle Goldfinger, martial soul, will be awakened tomorrow, and it will be too late if he doesn't come out again. Looking at the dappled roof, Bai Ji couldn't help clenching his fists and shouted in his heart. As if responding to Bai Ji's call, suddenly, an inexplicable voice rang in Bai Ji's mind. Dib. The system is loaded, and the lottery system for the heavens is on. Chapter 3, Lottery System and Novice Gift Packs. The Heavens Lottery System. A voice rang abruptly in his mind, and when he heard the voice, Bai Ji couldn't help jumping up from the bed suddenly. His face was full of excitement. What did he hear just now? System. Could it be that his Golden Finger, who was 6 years late, finally arrived today? Thinking of this, Bai Ji almost burst into tears with excitement. After living in this world for 6 years, Bai Ji didn't worry about it even for a day. He was afraid that he would awaken as a trash martial arts soul. In this world where martial arts souls are closely related to their blood is not good. Legendary. In a certain shadow world, if there is no strong bloodstain limit, it will basically be the bottom for the whole life, and the Douluos continent is the same. Without a powerful martial soul, it can basically only stay at the bottom for a lifetime. Of course, it's not to say that the waste of martial spirits is definitely useless. In the novel, although Tang San only used blue-silver grass martial arts in the early stage, it is also eye-catching. It is only compared with the powerful martial spirits. The weak martial spirits bless the soul master. Really cannot. Now that the system has finally arrived, Bai Ji can finally breathe a sigh of relief. System, what ability do you have? After calming down, Bai Ji asked the system in his mind. This system is a lottery system for the heavens. The system will immediately release the task to the host. After the host completes the task, the host can start the lottery. The scope of the lottery is the heavens and the realms. Thing. The system's emotionless voice replied. It has been detected that the host is about to awaken the spirit of martial arts, and the system releases the task, the spirit of martial arts awakening. Participate in the martial arts awakening ceremony of the Holy Soul Village, and the system will reward the novice with a gift package after completion. Participate in the martial spirit awakening ceremony? I will definitely participate in this, but the system, can't this newbie package be distributed in advance? Bai Ji couldn't help feeling a little anxious when he heard the system. Wait until after participating in the Wuhan awakening ceremony to give the novice gift package? Isn't the day lily all cold? I need a powerful martial spirit now, but I won't give a gift package to the novice after participating in the martial spirit awakening ceremony. What kind of operation is this? Isn't this deliberately making things difficult for me? The host can rest assured that the task does not need to be completed after participating in the martial arts awakening ceremony. As long as the host arrives at the martial arts branch hall of the Holy Soul Village, the task is considered complete and can receive rewards. As if feeling Bai Ji's entanglement, the system replied. Even so, but I won't stop participating in the martial spirit awakening. Can't I reward the novice gift pack in advance? Hearing the system's answer, Bai Ji was even more painful. This is simply taking off his pants and farting. Sorry, this is the highest rule. The system cannot violate it, but the host can rest assured that the system will not disappoint the host. For Bai Ji's question, the system replied after being silent for a while. Then no matter how Bai Ji called, the system just never answered. Forget it, just wait for the martial spirit awakening ceremony. It's just a novice gift pack. With the system, even if the sickle martial spirit is really awakened, there must be no hope. Since the reward comes from the heavens, then there is always a chance to make yourself stronger. Since the system has said so, Bai Ji can only choose to believe in the system, and the situation can't be worse anyway, so that's it. In this way, Bai Ji fell asleep on the bed. The next day, early morning. The same as before, Bai Ji woke up as soon as the sky was bright. Although the old Jack repeatedly said that he would let Bai Ji continue to sleep for a while, the soul master from Notting City Wuhan branch could not arrive so early, but on this day, how could Bai Ji still sleep? Since Bai Ji is unwilling to continue sleeping, Jack can't reluctantly, but today, Bai Ji did not continue to go out to exercise, but after breakfast at home, he followed his grandfather Jack in the village and waited for the soul sent from the Wuhan Hall. Division. When the sun had completely risen, the people sent from Luoding City Wuhan branch finally arrived. The soul master sent by the Wuhandian is a young man who looks only in his 20s. He is wearing a white outfit with a black cloak behind his back. There is a fist-sized soul character in the center of his chest. Young people with sword eyebrows and star eyes, looks very handsome. When I arrived at the head of the Holy Soul village, I saw old Jack welcoming him. The young man hurriedly helped old Jack and said with a faint smile that he didn't need to be so passionate. After introducing herself, Bai Ji finally knew the identity of the young man. As expected, the young man was Su Yun Tao. He was the deacon of the Wuhan Hall, a great spirit master with a strength of over 20. But looking at Su Yun Tao's proud expression of his 20-something and 20-level spirit power, Bai Ji really didn't know how to complain. This kind of strength is obviously terrible to death, how can you be so proud? Brought Su Yun Tao to the Wuhan Hall in the center of the Holy Soul village. Of course, with the economic strength of the Holy Soul village, the Wuhan Hall in the Holy Soul village is naturally impossible to be luxurious. It is just a slightly larger one. That's it. Taking Su Yun Tao to the Wuhan Hall in the Holy Spirit village, Jack said politely, "Let Su Yun Tao wait here." He immediately summoned the school-age children in the village for Wuhan awakening. Su Yun Tao naturally agreed. Following Grandpa Jack, Bai Ji went around the village and informed the 7 families in the village with children who had reached the age of Wuhan awakening. After informing the 7 families, old Jack finally came to Tang San's house with Bai Ji. "Little San, come and join Grandpa to participate in the Wuhan awakening ceremony." Standing in front of Tang San's house, old Jack said loudly. "Okay, Grandpa Jack, I'm coming right away." In the room, Tang San's voice came, and then with a rush of footsteps, Tang San walked out of the house. Because of Bai Ji's announcement yesterday, Tang San was already prepared, so Tang San had already cleaned up everything early in the morning, waiting for Bai Ji or Jack to call him, so he heard Jack's words. Tang San immediately ran out. "Bai Ji, and Grandpa Jack." Looking at old Jack, Tang San respectfully said. "Well, good boy, hurry up, just waiting for you." Seeing Tang San, old Jack couldn't help touching Tang San's head kindly, and said. The 3 of them walked towards the Martial Spirit Hall in the Holy Soul village, and soon they arrived in front of the Martial Spirit Hall. At this time, Su Yun Tao had entered the Hall of Spirits, and had arranged the things needed for the awakening ceremony. With Bai Ji and Tang San, Jack entered the Hall of Spirits. Dib. The Wuhan awakening mission is completed. And the novice gift pack has been distributed. As Bai Ji stepped into the Wuhan Hall, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Finally finished. Hearing the reminder that the mission was completed, Bai Ji couldn't help thinking with excitement as he followed Tang San to the end of the team for the Spirit Awakening ceremony. "Open the novice package now." Bai Ji's face was calm, but his heart was excited. The newbie gift pack is being opened. You have won a God-level martial arts draw once, do you use it? Nonsense, definitely open it right away. Bai Ji didn't mean to be honest. During the extraction of a God-level martial soul, you got. Chapter 4, Task, participate in the Wuhan Awakening ceremony, the tool person Su Yun Tao is about to. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a God-level martial spirit, Mo Yun Teng. In my mind, the system of congratulations sounded. God-level martial arts spirit, Mo Yun Teng. When he heard the system, Bai Ji couldn't help thinking, Mo Yunteng, this name is a bit familiar, and it always feels like he'd heard it somewhere. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Bai Ji's mind, and he finally remembered where he had seen the name Mo Yunteng. Isn't this devouring the starry sky, an extremely powerful galaxy-level plant life, which seems to be able to grow continuously on the planet, and eventually grow to exceed the size of the planet? In the world of devouring the starry sky, Mo Yunteng can only be regarded as ordinary, but in this Douluo continent world, Mo Yunteng is obviously a powerful and invincible spirit. Do you want to check the reward information? It seemed that Bai Ji's thoughts were also sensed, and the voice of the system reminded him in his mind. Check. Bai Ji naturally would not refuse, and following Bai Ji's answer, a virtual attribute panel suddenly appeared in Bai Ji's mind. Wuhan, Mo Yunteng. Talent ability. 1 Galaxy Life. As a galaxy-class life, the toughness of the Moyun vine is extremely amazing. It grows to the limit even the temperature of the star can resist. Even in the larvae, the hardness of the Moyun vine can reach the level of steel. And as long as the spirit power is sufficient, the size of Mo Yunteng can increase infinitely. 2 Energy absorption. Mo Yunteng can absorb all kinds of energy in the air, reduce the consumption of soul power on the host, and can evolve with the absorbed energy. Talent field, devouring field, not awakened. This talent is too abnormal, right? Looking at the attribute panel in his mind, Bai Ji couldn't help being surprised. System, what is talent? Does Wuhan still have talent? After being surprised, Bai Ji couldn't help asking the system. Powerful spirits basically have their own talents. Like the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit that the host is familiar with, its talent is the power of thunder and lightning, which can manipulate thunder and lightning, and it can also allow the spirit master to perform every 10th after level 30. Level will gain the ability to transform part of the body once. There is also the evil eye white tiger martial spirit, whose talent is the evil eye, which can be immune to many illusions, and the top martial spirit has the existence of the talent field. The system replied. That's it. Bai Ji nodded in his heart. While Bai Ji was communicating with the internal system, on the other side, after old Jack told Su Yuntao that all school-age children had arrived, Su Yuntao was about to officially start the Wuhan awakening ceremony. On the ground, Su Yuntao had arranged a hexagon with 6 black stones, and took out a faint blue crystal ball and placed it on the side table. Hello everyone, my name is Su Yuntao, a 26th level Great Spirit Master, and I am your leader. Now I will awaken you one by one. Remember, don't be afraid of whatever you see later. Old Jack had already retired and waited outside the hall, while in the hall, Su Yuntao looked solemn and authentic. After that, Su Yuntao signaled to let the child at the head of the line walk into the hexagon with 6 stones in front of him. Under Su Yuntao's signal, the first child slowly left the line and walked into the line. Inside the hexagon surrounded by 6 black stones. Don't be afraid, close your eyes and feel carefully. Looking at the first child who was a little scared standing in the hexagon, Su Yuntao said while suddenly shouting, "Lone Wolf, possess your body." Following Su Yuntao's low drink, a black wolf shadow suddenly emerged from Su Yuntao's body, and then instantly sank into Su Yuntao's body. As the wolf shadow entered the body, Su Yuntao's long black hair suddenly turned grey, and the muscles all over his body were swollen. A faint grey hair emerged from his bare hands, and his claws eased from his fingers. Slowly poking out, the whole person suddenly looked particularly hideous. After Su Yuntao turned into shape, the 2 rings of halo slowly rose from Su Yuntao's feet, and hovered above Su Yuntao's feet to the top of his head, which seemed very strange. Of course, this was in the eyes of Bai Ji and Tang San. In the eyes of the rest of the children, Su Yuntao had almost become a monster. One by one was simply too scared. The child standing in the hexagon closest to Su Yuntao almost ran out with fear, but was fortunately stopped by Su Yuntao in time. "Don't move, don't be afraid, this is my spirit, a lone wolf. If any of you can become a spirit master with a beast spirit, you can use the same ability. Looking at the scared children in front of him, Su Yuntao frowned. Although this is not the first time I have seen such a situation, Su Yuntao is still a little irritable. Children who have never seen the world are just ignorant. Okay, don't move. Seeing that the boy in the hexagon did not move anymore, Su Yuntao quickly shot with both hands, and injected 6 faint green lights into the 6 black stones on the ground. Suddenly, a layer of golden brilliance was released from the 6 stones, forming a pale golden light mask, enveloping the child before. I don't know why, the child who was still crying before became quiet immediately after being enveloped by the pale golden light, and stood a little sluggishly on the spot. On the ground, golden light spots continuously floated out of the 6 black stones and entered the boy's body. The boy's body trembled slightly and his face was a bit strange. Extend your right hand. Looking at the boy standing in the hexagon, Su Yuntao said majestically. Hearing Su Yuntao's words, the boy subconsciously stretched out his right hand, and all the light spots rushed out of his right hand, forming a sickle in the palm of his right hand. Is it a weapon spirit, a sickle? It should be used as a weapon, just barely. Looking at the sickle in the palm of the first child's hand, Su Yuntao frowned. Okay, let's test soul power next. Under Su Yuntao's guidance, the boy put his hand on the faint blue crystal ball to test his soul power, but unfortunately, the crystal ball did not glow, which means that the boy did not have soul power in his body. Without soul power, you cannot become a soul master. Looking at the boy, Su Yuntao shook his head, but when he heard Su Yuntao's words, the boy's face suddenly turned pale, and the whole person became dejected. But this is not the first time Su Yuntao has seen such a situation. So Su Yuntao's face has not changed at all for the boy's frustration. Next. The Wuhan awakening ceremony is still going on, but the same scene is still going on. I tested 5 children in a row, but they were all awakened spirits like wooden sticks, sickles, hoes, etc., and none of them had spirit power. Finally, it was Tang San's turn. Chapter 5, The Waste Martial Soul Blue Silver Grass, 2 Innate Soul Power. Su Yuntao was already a little tired because of the continuous use of spirit power, but seeing that there were 2 children left, Su Yuntao still cheered up and prepared to awaken the spirits of the 9 children at once. Come, stand in. Looking at Tang San, Su Yuntao urged. Okay. Because of the demonstration of the previous 7 children, Tang San was already familiar with the process of Wuhan awakening, so when he heard Su Yuntao's words, Tang San immediately stepped into the hexagon. Looking at Tang San standing in the hexagon, it was the same process. Under Su Yuntao's movements, golden light spots floated continuously into Tang San's body from the black stones on the ground, and then extended his right hand with Tang San. The golden light spot floated out from Tang San's right hand, and finally gathered into a faint blue grass on Tang San's right hand. It's Lan Yinko again. This kind of martial spirit is basically impossible to have spirit power. Seeing the grass on Tang San's right hand, Su Yuntao was a little disappointed, because before Tang San, a girl had awakened the blue-silver grass martial arts spirit, but unfortunately she didn't have spirit power. But despite the precedence, Su Yuntao still didn't save the steps to test his soul power, because there will be the last child next. Come on, put your hand on the crystal ball. Looking at Tang San, Su Yuntao handed the crystal ball in front of Tang San. Looking at the faint blue crystal ball in front of him, Tang San nodded lightly, then placed his hand on the crystal ball. Su Yuntao didn't pay much attention to the crystal ball at first, but the light from the corner of his eyes made Su Yuntao's eyes widened, because the crystal ball actually released an extremely dazzling light. But isn't this the blue-silver grass martial spirit? How could the waste martial spirit Lan Yinko appear as a soul master with innate soul power? Seeing the scene in front of him, Su Yuntao's heart was almost as if 10,000 grass and mud horses were running by, and he was shocked to the point. Is this innate full of soul power? Looking at the glowing crystal ball, Su Yuntao couldn't help swallowing dryly. Uncle, what, is there a problem? Seeing the expression on Su Yuntao's face, Tang San couldn't help but wonder. Congenital full of soul power? This should be amazing. Why is this uncle's face so weird? Innate full soul power, this is a talent that all soul masters dream of, but a soul master who can possess innate full soul power should have an extremely powerful soul, but your martial soul is recognized. Waste martial spirit blue silver grass, this really puzzles me. Su Yuntao smiled bitterly. Then uncle, can I become a soul master? Hearing Su Yuntao's words, Tang San asked. Tang San actually didn't care about what Wuhan was. What he cared about was whether he could become the soul master in their mouths, because it might be related to whether his profound Tiangong could continue to practice. Yes, as long as you awaken your spirit and possess spirit power, you can become a spirit master. Your innate spirit power is at full level. It stands to reason that your talent should be good, but your spirit is a waste of martial spirit blue silver grass. Even if you can become a soul master, your combat power is extremely limited. Su Yuntao shook his head regretfully and explained. It doesn't matter, as long as you can become a soul master. Listening to Su Yuntao's expression of regret, Tang San shook his head indifferently. Hey, it seems you don't know what this means. Su Yuntao's indifference to Tang San could only be attributed to Tang San's young age and still did not understand the meaning of his words. Because he regretted Tang San's talent a little, Su Yuntao said a lot to Tang San. After hearing Su Yuntao's explanation, Tang San left the hexagonal shape surrounded by 6 black stones, because it was the white turn next. Saying, "Well, it's your turn, kid, come here." Looking at Bai Ji, Su Yuntao couldn't help but look forward to it again. Although Tang San had awakened from blue-silver grass just now, his innate soul power still made Su Yuntao a little expectant. Maybe the last child could surprise himself a little? For Pixel Yuntao, the deacon of Wuhandian who is responsible for the awakening of ordinary people's spirits, if a child with extraordinary potential can be awakened and then drawn into the Hall of Spirits, then this can give him a lot of evaluation benefits, will be greatly beneficial to his future promotion. Okay. Hearing Su Yuntao's words, Bai Ji calmly stepped forward and walked into the hexagonal shape surrounded by 6 black stones. Then following Su Yuntao's movements, 6 green lights were shot into the black stones on the ground. Suddenly, countless golden light spots floated out of the black stone and poured into Bai Ji's body. Close your eyes and feel carefully. Looking at Bai Ji, Su Yuntao said solemnly. Standing in the hexagonal shape, with a steady stream of golden light pouring into his body, Bai Ji only felt that his body was extremely hot, vaguely, as if something was about to come out of his body. It seems hopeful. Outside the hexagon, watching the golden light spots surging in the hexagon, the fluctuations were obviously greater than those of other children before. Su Yuntao couldn't help muttering to himself. Extend your right hand. Feeling that the time had come, Su Yuntao faced the beg road in the hexagon. When he heard Su Yuntao's words, Bai Ji also slowly extended his right hand, and suddenly, as the golden light spots gathered, a long vine with many branching black and purple slowly emerged. Hey, what kind of spirit is this? Seeing the martial soul among the white singers, Su Yuntao couldn't help but wonder. The color is dark purple with oval green leaves. This color is a bit like ghost vines, but I remember that there should be many spikes on the ghost vines. The ghost vines release toxins to kill prey through the spikes. Wrong. Could it be a mutated vine, although the color is wrong, but it looks like a vine? Maybe it's a variegated vine? Su Yuntao's face couldn't help showing disappointment. The green vine in his mouth is a vine plant that can be seen everywhere in the forest, and its status is better than the blue-silver grass, but it is also a waste of martial arts. Because of the inherent defects of the plant-based martial arts spirit, the plant-based martial arts spirit must either be a soul beast, or must be poisonous, otherwise there is basically no power at all. No, try again. Although disappointed in his heart, Su Yun Tao still didn't want to give up, so he picked up the blue crystal and passed it to Bai Ji. Come on, test the soul power. Looking at Bai Ji, Su Yun Tao was a little unwilling. Okay. Bai Ji nodded and put his hand on the crystal ball. As Bai Ji put his hand on the crystal ball, Bai Ji suddenly only felt a suction from the crystal ball. The inner force of the Xiantian skill in the body quickly poured into the crystal ball under the pull of suction, and the crystal ball released light, and after the inner force of the Xiantian skill, a warm current also quickly gushed out of the Moyantang Wuhan and merged. Entering the inner strength of Xiantian Gong, the crystal ball burst out with shining light. Well! Congenital full of soul power. Chapter 6, It's a waste of martial spirit again. It turned out to be another innate soul power. Seeing the dazzling light blooming from the quiet blue crystal ball, Su Yun Tao couldn't help feeling a little excited. It turned out to be innately full of soul power. Come, fully stimulate your soul power, summon your martial soul, and let me see what your martial soul is. Driven by the hope that reignited in his heart, Su Yun Tao couldn't help but urged Bai Ji, regardless of whether Bai Ji would stimulate the soul power in his body. Although Bai Ji felt a little speechless for Su Yun Tao, he did not refuse, because Su Yun Tao had given him a good feeling before. Although Bai Ji had never been in contact with spirit power before, Bai Ji could guess that the warm current gushing from the Moyun vine just now should be spirit power. And because the spirit power gushing from the Moyun vine has now been combined with Bai Ji's inner strength of the Xiantian skill, Bai Ji simply directly drives the inner force of the Xiantian technique to infuse the martial spirit Moyun vine. With the infusion of Bai Ji's Xiantian skill, the illusory Moyun Teng on Bai Ji's right hand suddenly grew out of Bai Ji's right hand as if it had been solidified. Seeing the black and purple vines growing in the white singer, Su Yun Tao couldn't help taking a deep breath, and slowly put his hand on the Moyun vine and rubbed it. But I was disappointed. Although Su Yun Tao rubbed it for a long time, he still didn't feel any discomfort. In other words, there is no toxin on the Moyun Teng. Now, Moyun Teng is not a mutated ghost vine in his opinion, but a mutated ivy. Yet, it's another weird innate soul-powered and abandoned martial soul. Su Yun Tao was so disappointed in his heart that Su Yun Tao didn't speak anymore. Instead, he picked up his hand from the Moyun vine and began to clean up the black stones on the ground. It seemed that he was about to leave. But if Su Yun Tao can change the direction, he will no longer test whether the vines is poisonous, but will weigh the weight of the vines to test the toughness of the vines. Su Yun Tao would definitely find something unexpected. But it is a pity that Su Yun Tao has no ideas in this regard at all. On the Douluo continent, although Wuhan has been around for many years, most of the spirit masters on the Douluo continent still regard the Wuhan as a natural weapon, and have not studied it in depth. Explore its laws. Of course, it is precisely because of this, otherwise the name of Yu Xiaogong's spirit theory master would not be so famous in the Douluo mainland spirit master world. Dear Master of Battle Soul, are you leaving? Outside the Wuhan Hall, seeing Su Yun Tao packing his things and preparing to leave, Jack hurriedly walked into the hall and asked Su Yun Tao. Well, I'm going to leave. I am a little tired after awakening the spirits of 9 children in a row. Su Yun Tao stopped moving and sighed. Master, are there any children in our village who have the qualifications of soul masters? Old Jack asked expectantly. It's just that they are both innately full of soul power, but unfortunately they are both useless martial souls. Su Yun Tao sighed. Waste martial soul. Jack was a little confused. Seeing the puzzled old Jack, Su Yun Tao briefly explained what a waste martial spirit is. Then can they become soul masters? Old Jack hesitated for a while and asked. Soul master, you can. After being silent for a while, Su Yun Tao nodded. Hearing Su Yun Tao's words, Jack, who was originally a little disappointed, suddenly became excited. Can become a soul master? That's good. That's good. This is the proof of the spirits of the two of them. I'm leaving first. After giving the Wuhan certification to old Jack, Su Yun Tao didn't care about the excited old Jack. He walked straight out of the gate of the Martial Soul Subhall of Shengun Village, and disappeared outside the gate in the blink of an eye. Children, our Holy Soul Village finally has a Soul Master, and there are still 2 out of 1. Grandpa is really proud of you. After his excitement, old Jack walked to Tang San and Bai Ji's trembling body with tears in his eyes. Grandpa, don't worry, we will work hard to become the Soul Sage, so that the real village of the Sacred Soul Village will live up to its name. Bai Ji also knew that Grandfather Jack's long-cherished wish to have a Soul Sage in the Holy Soul Village, so looking at the excited old Jack, Bai Ji was very serious. Good boy, good boy. Leaving the Wuhan branch hall in the village, old Jack took Bai Ji and Tang San walking on the road of Shengun Village. Tang San, I didn't expect your talents to be so outstanding. It's a pity that your father didn't pass you a good martial arts spirit, otherwise you might really become the second soul sage in our Holy Soul Village. On the road, old Jack sighed very much about Tang San's innate spirit power, but it was a waste of martial spirit. Grandpa Jack, isn't Bai Ji also innately full of soul power, and Bai Ji's martial arts is even better than me? Maybe Bai Ji can become the second soul saint in our Holy Soul Village. Tang San was very humble with the feelings of old Jack. Hey, no matter what, anyway, Bai Ji I will definitely let him go to the Soul Master Academy in Luoding City for a special Soul Master study. Bai Ji's father and mother didn't pass him a good martial arts spirit, but they also left him enough gold soul coins. I definitely won't let Bai Ji's talent go to waste. As for you, Junior San, what are you going to do? Do you want to go to the Soul Master Academy with Bai Ji? Our village happens to have a work-study student this year. If you want me, I will give it to you. Looking at Tang San, old Jack said with concern. Well, I have to ask my dad about this. Regarding old Jack's concern, Tang San still shook his head even though he felt a little moved. But when Tang San mentioned Tang Hao, old Jack had a headache. Because in the entire Holy Soul Village, no one would dare not give him face to old Jack, but only Tang Hao, old Jack could do nothing. The Holy Soul Village is not too big, and it didn't take long for all of them to arrive at Tang San's house. Tang Hao, Tang Hao. Before entering Tang San's house, old Jack began to yell. He didn't care if Tang Hao was sleeping or not. In fact, he had a big opinion today that Tang Hao did not accompany Tang San to the martial arts awakening. Who is yelling? It is so noisy. In the room, Tang Hao heard an angry voice. Old Jack, what are you doing? What's the matter? When he walked to the door of his house and saw old Jack, Tang Hao couldn't help but frown. Tang Hao, today is the day when your son's martial spirit awakens. Do you know how important it is? Other people's families are accompanied by parents, but you are fine. You still sleep in the same way. Do you have a father? Look like. Jack hates that iron can't make steel tunnels. But for old Jack's words, Tang Hao didn't seem to hear him, instead he looked at his son Tang San. Little San, your martial soul has awakened? What is it? Dad, it's blue silver grass. Tang Sandao. Blue silver grass. For some reason, Tang Hao, who had originally looked indifferent, couldn't help but tremble suddenly after hearing the 3 words Lan Yinko. Tang Hao's reaction, the nagging old Jack, naturally didn't see it, but Bai Ji did. Even though Ziosan's martial arts spirit is Lan Yinko, he is inherently full of spirit power. Tang Hao, I have decided. This year, the job student in the village will be assigned to Ziosan. You send him to the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. To study, the travel expenses are covered in the village. Looking at Tang Hao, old Jack said. However, Tang Hao didn't seem to hear what old Jack said, instead he kept chanting blue silver grass, blue silver grass. Tang Hao. Seeing that Tang Hao hadn't answered his question, old Jack couldn't help being angry. Chapter 7, The Stubborn Tang Hao, Head to Nodding City. No way. Tang Hao said firmly. What are you talking about, Tang Hao? I heard it right. Old Jack's eyes widened. You should know how precious this opportunity is. Even if we once had a soul sage in our holy soul village, there is only one quota a year, and other villages are often 2 or 3 villages to share a quota, do you know? No? What does this opportunity mean? If you can get this opportunity, maybe you can become a master in the 3rd year. As a father, how can you treat your son so selfishly? For Tang Hao's answer, old Jack was so angry that he was about to commit a heart attack. What's the use of a human being? I only know that if he leaves, no one will cook for me. Besides, blue silver grass is just a waste martial spirit. What do you think blue silver grass martial spirit can cultivate? Tang Hao didn't care about old Jack's anger, just snorted coldly. Tang Hao. Stop talking, this is our housework, don't bother you. Old Jack wanted to say something, but Tang Hao interrupted old Jack directly. Being so ignored by Tang Hao, old Jack was almost fainted. Seeing this, Bai Ji hurriedly stepped forward and supported Grandpa. Grandpa, are you okay? I'm fine. Old Jack sighed helplessly. Facing Tang Hao who was unable to get in, he was really helpless. Grandpa, let's go first. I think Uncle Tang Hao should only be angry for a while. In fact, he still cares about Tang San very much. We are useless here. Let the father and son have a good talk. Seeing his grandfather's angry look, Bai Ji quickly advised. Hee, just him. Old Jack smiled contemptuously, then shook his head helplessly. Well, anyway, as he said, we are just outsiders, but we don't have the right to interfere with other people's families. Let's go. Grandpa Jack, don't be angry, I still don't want to learn the abilities of spirit masters. Dad is right. Lan Yinko is just a waste of martial arts spirit. Thank you for your kindness. Seeing Grandpa Jack was about to leave, Tang San hurriedly saw him off aside. Father and Grandpa Jack were both elders, they quarreled, and as a younger generation, Tang San couldn't interrupt, but old Jack had always cared for him so much, and he would never be less in terms of etiquette. Good boy, stand on such a father, hey! Touching Tang San's head, old Jack couldn't help sighing again. Tang Hao, your life is over anyway, but Xiao San is still young, do you want him to fight for a lifetime like you? Don't delay him, become a soul master, at least he won't be as downhearted as you in the future. If you change your mind, come to me. There are still 3 months before the registration time for Nodding Soul Master Junior College this year, I will wait for you. When he finally left, old Jack still couldn't help stopping, turning around and looking at Tang Hao, speaking very earnestly and honestly. After speaking, no matter what Tang Hao answered, old Jack turned around and left here with Bai Ji. He said what should be said and what should not be said, he has tried his best, and then he can only look at Tang Hao himself. 3 months passed quickly. During this period, Tang Hao still failed to stick to his original idea and kept Tang San by his side. Instead, he chose to find old Jack and agreed to let him take Tang San to the Soul Master Academy in Nodding City to study. Tang Hao was actually subdued, which made old Jack happy for a long time. During this time, Bai Ji was not idle, but had been diligent in repairing. Although before the awakening of the martial soul, the spirit power gushing from the Moyantang martial soul merged into the internal power of Bai Ji Xiantian Gong, directly pushing Bai Ji's Xiantian Gong cultivation base to the peak of the first heaven. But these spirit powers were not cultivated by him after all, they were given by Mo Yuntang Wuhun, and there was still a gap between Bai Ji's original inner strength of Xiantian skill. Because of these spirit powers mixed with internal power, Bai Ji's control over Xiantian Gong's internal power has been weakened a lot, and even the use of ghost shadows has been slightly affected, but after these 3 months of hard work, Bai Ji finally managed soul power was completely digested. After 3 months of cultivation, while digesting the spirit power given by Mo Yuntang, Bai Ji's cultivation has also made some progress. But because of the rules of the Douluo continent, even though Bai Ji's profound heaven skill and Tang San had already reached the point where it could break through the first heaven, because it didn't absorb the spirit ring, it still couldn't break through to the second heaven. The practice of double heaven. During this period of time, after continuous experiments, Bai Ji also had a certain understanding of the Wuhan Moyantang in his body. Because there is still only 10th level spirit power, Bai Ji can't test how big the spirit of Mo Yuntang can grow, but after experiments, Bai Ji can confirm that the hardness of Mo Yuntang will definitely be comparable to steel in the future. Of course, with hardness may be a bit inappropriate to describe plants, but the fact that Bai Ji used a knife to chop the moyun vine and even cut the moyun vine with a few knives is not wrong. This discovery had to surprise Bai Ji. This is because the tough plant martial spirit that is difficult to cut with a sword may be the first in the history of the Douluo continent. If it is passed out, it will definitely blow your attention. And if Bai Ji can add a strong poisonous spirit beast spirit ring to Mo Yuntang later, so that Mo Yuntang has strong toxicity, then Mo Yuntang will definitely become more terrifying. 3 months passed in a flash, and it was finally the day to register for the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City. On this day, the wind was sunny, it was a good day to travel, and old Jack got up very early. Early in the morning, after breakfast, Bai Ji was at home to pack the things to bring, and old Jack went to call Tang San. The way out of Shengun village is near Beg's house, and you have to pass through here to leave the village, so Beg didn't follow, but instead took care of things at home. In fact, Bai Ji didn't have many things to bring, and there was nothing to bring at home. So Bai Ji only brought a few changes of clothes. Soon, old Jack brought Tang San over. Maybe because he was going to Notting City, old Jack put on a new suit today, and Bai Ji is the same. In normal days, Bai Ji wears pure white clothes, but today, Bai Ji changed into a white dress with purple patterns, which matched Bai Ji's silver-haired and purple eyes. "Grandpa, won't Uncle Tang Hao go together?" Although he knew that Tang Hao would not be coming, Bai Ji still pretended to be puzzled. "It's him, too lazy to die, it's not bad to let Xiao San go, and I expect him to send it, it's a dream." Old Jack disdainfully said. "Okay, let's not discuss this, kids. Let's go, we have to arrive early today, and we have to register for you." Shaking his head, old Jack spoke. It is not far from the Holy Soul village to Notting City. The three of them walked for a long time, and briefly ate some dry food in the middle. In the afternoon, they could already see the distant city wall. Notting City is not a big city, but because it is very close to the border of the Heaven Do Empire, the city wall is quite thick. It may have been here before, so the old Jack seemed to be quite experienced. He brought Bai Ji and Tang San into the city line. After being checked like the pedestrians in the past, the three quickly entered Niuding Cheng. Bai Ji still has a junior, and Grandpa will go back later when he sends you to the college. You have to listen to the teacher in the college. Don't leave the college without authorization. Wait until the semester is over. Grandpa will pick you up again. Walking in the city of Luoding, old Jack was a little bit unwilling to be honest. Although I want to stay for a while and spend more time with my 2 children, I won't be able to go back to Holy Soul Village today if I'm late, and the hotel in Notting City will cost dozens of copper soul coins a night, which is no ordinary person. Affordable. Then Grandpa, be careful when you go back. Although Beg's previous life is more prosperous than Notting City, I don't know how many times I have visited the modern city, but after all, more than 6 years have passed since the crossing, and the memory of the previous life has been blurred, but in this life, Beg is still the first leaving home for the second time, leaving the familiar grandfather Jack, so he was still a little bit sad. But Bai Ge also knew that because he gave Tang San the quota of working study students, with the family background of this life, even with the pension of his parents' death, it was still very difficult to attend Luoding Junior Soul Master Academy, so old Jack was unwilling. Spending money is normal, and their family is not rich. Fortunately, Bai Ge is innately full of soul power. As long as he can be promoted to a soul master and complete the registration in the soul hall, he can receive a subsidy of 1 gold soul coin per month from the soul hall. If this is the case, the living expenses will be sufficient. It will not cause too much burden on Grandpa Jack. Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy is located in the west of Nodding City. After old Jack asked passers-by the way several times, he finally brought Bai Ge and Tang San to the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Looking at the tall arch in front of me, the arch is 20 meters wide and 10 meters high. They are all repaired from hard rock. Under the arch are 2 closed iron gates. And in the middle of the arch, 4 characters were written in a flying dragon, Nodding College. Finally reached. Looking at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy in front of him, old Jack couldn't help but breathe. Chapter 8, arrived at Nodding College, Dark Iron Rank Mission, Teach the Guard. Facing the gate of Nodding College, old Jack walked up with Bai Ge and Tang San. Who are you and what are you here for? Just as the 3 of them were approaching the gate, a young man suddenly blocked their way. It seems that the young man who dressed up should be the gatekeeper of Nodding College, who is actually the gatekeeper. This little brother, this is the case. We are from the Holy Soul Village. This year, the 2 children in our village are qualified to become soul masters. I came here to bring them to sign up. Look, what do we need to do? Formalities. Looking at the guard, old Jack smiled. Hearing the words of old Jack, the young guard couldn't help but flash a suspicion in his eyes, and then a little yin and yang said in a weird manner, "Oh, can there be a golden phoenix in the grass nest? In a small village of yours, there will still be people with the qualifications of soul masters," and 2 of them suddenly appeared. I said, "You are not here to lie, right? And, even if there is, can you country folks like us at Nodding College?" After all, a trace of contempt flashed in the eyes of the young guard. Hearing the sarcasm and disdain of the young doorman's words, old Jack couldn't help clenching his fists, his heart full of anger. But people had to bow their heads under the eaves. Now that he was asking for help, old Jack could only swallow his anger, and with a strong smile, he showed the proof that Su Yun Tao had issued before. "It's true that we are country folks, but we will never lie. This is a testimony to the Wahundian war spirit master who held the spirit awakening ceremony in our village." Old Jack handed the proof of Bai Ge and Tang San to the young guard. "Let me see." The young guard accepted the proof suspiciously. Martial Spirit Mutant Ivy, innately full of soul power, and Martial Soul Blue Silver Grass, is also innately full of soul power? I said, "Old man, even if you forge the certificate, please forge it to a level, okay? Mutant Ivy Wahun, you forge it doesn't matter if you have soul power, but what kind of ghost is innate full soul power? I have been working as a concierge for 4 years, and I haven't heard that plant martial arts have innate soul power, even if it is a mutant martial soul. And Lan Yinko, a disused martial spirit, you even forged an innate soul power, isn't this funny? This is simply a tale of the world. I think you must have forged the 2 proofs of the Spirit Hall." After reading the 2 martial arts certificates in his hand, the young guard said with jealousy without even thinking about it. "This proves that we have not forged. This is the proof issued by the Soul Master of the Wuhan Hall. Without evidence, you can't insult your innocence out of thin air." Hearing what the young guard said, the old Jack couldn't help but tremble with anger. The people in the city discriminate against the country folks. This old Jack has seen a lot. Although he feels a little unhappy, he doesn't care much. However, the guy in front of him has no evidence but insists that his martial arts proves to be a forgery. This old Jack can't bear it. It is enough for him to be charged with this charge alone, but his grandsons Bai Ji and Tang San are still young, so they can't be charged with this charge innocently, so their entire lives will be ruined. Go, old man, don't mess around anymore, I'm going to call someone like this. Regarding old Jack's words, the young guard was too lazy to pay attention, but directly threatened to rush people. You are discrimination, how can Notting College have an unqualified concierge like you? Now, the old Jack couldn't bear it anymore, and he couldn't help but yelled. Hee, I just discriminate against you. When old Jack said so, the young guard didn't bother to cover up, but just looked at old Jack with disdain. In fact, the young guard knows that the two Wuhan proofs that I have just seen are true, because there are unique marks on the Wuhan Hall, but he is a little unwilling and jealous in his heart. Even city people like him cannot becoming a soul master, how can these country folks be qualified to become a soul master? Because the content of the Wuhan certificate was too unbelievable, he simply used this as an excuse to prepare to expel old Jack and Bai Ji. You. Old Jack was angrily speechless. When the old Jack was arguing with the young doorman, Bai Ji couldn't bear it anymore, and a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Dib. The system has detected that a dragon is taunting the host, and the system now releases a task, slap. As a traverser, being so taunted by a dragon sleeve, can you still be considered a traverser if you don't fight back? Reward, 1 chance for a black iron level lottery draw. In my mind, the voice of the system came. Hey, do you have a task? On the side, seeing the guards look down on people so much, Bai Ji is also preparing to teach the guards. Although he is still young, because he has practiced Xian Tiangong and has internal strength, he can still easily teach an ordinary guard, but unexpectedly, there was a task. It seems that the system release tasks are really random. Bai Ji couldn't help thinking. But it doesn't matter. Grandpa Jack was so taunted in front of him. Even if he didn't have a task, Bai Ji was ready to step forward and taunt him back for his grandpa. Now the task is just released. Hey, I said, do you not treat students who want to enroll in this way at Notting College? Realizing that the young guard would only be stubborn, Bai Ji immediately stepped forward and said in front of the young guard. Your proof is forged. I am trying to relieve the burden of the college. The young doorman insisted. Haha, are you sure? Bai Ji smiled disdainfully at the young guard's mouth, and then looked at the young guard with faint eyes. When Bai Ji looked at it this way, the young guard suddenly couldn't help being a little confused. Since you said that our Wuhan proved to be forged, that's good, then let's go to the Wuhan branch of Notting City to verify it, how about? Bai Ji looked at the young guard with a smile. When Bai Ji said so, the young doorman couldn't help but startled in a cold sweat. Because he knows that these two martial spirit certificates are indeed true. If the martial spirit hall knows that he dares to question the majesty of the spirit hall, losing his current job would be a small one. If it is serious, he may even be put to death. This made the young doorman couldn't help but sweat all over his body. Didn't you bluff this old man just now? Why is this kid more difficult to deal with than the old man? Is this still an unseen countryman? The young doorman was almost crying. Let's talk about it, what do you want to do? Do you want to go to the spirit hall with us, or? Looking at the young doorman with a cold sweat in front of him, Bai Ji was not in a hurry, but rather unhurriedly. On the side, Tang San couldn't help casting a surprised look at Bai Ji, as if he was the first to know this friend, while Grandpa Old Jack stroked his snow-white long beard with a comfortable face, feeling relieved in his heart. Bai Ji's eyes were also full of satisfaction. Worthy of being the grandson of my old Jack, just smart. I was wrong, please don't tell Wuhan Hall. The young guard really couldn't find a solution, so he knelt down in front of Bai Ji and cried. Hee, you still know it's wrong? The dog sees people's low things, and doesn't hurry up to apologize to my grandpa. After Bai Ji snorted coldly, he scolded. Yes. The young doorman came to the old Jack with a regretful look, bowed his body, and said, Old man, I was wrong. I shouldn't look down on people, please forgive me. Hey! Be careful later. In this regard, old Jack snorted coldly. Don't look down on the country folks anymore. What happened to the country folks? Couldn't the country folks have a soul master? Our holy soul village used to be the village where the soul saint was born. Old Jack became more excited as he talked, and he couldn't stop as he talked. Bai Ji couldn't help covering his forehead with a headache. Grandpa, Grandpa, it's okay, it's okay. Seeing that Grandpa old Jack wanted to continue talking, Bai Ji quickly took Grandpa's hand and shook it for a while before he calmed old Jack. But the old Jack still looked unfinished, which really made Bai Ji a little ashamed. Chapter 9, Why Complain and Report Complaints Directly. Is this okay? Looking at Bai Ji and old Jack, the young guard said tentatively. Wasn't it so prestigious before? Why, now it's withered. Bai Ji sneered. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the young doorman couldn't help showing a crying expression, and then kept bending over to apologize. I was wrong before. It is my dog who looks down on people. Please forgive me. Think beautiful. Bai Ji let out a cold snort. But it's just a concierge at Notting College. Do you really think of yourself as the master? Even if our spirits are a little special, we are still qualified to become soul masters. It is your turn to be an ordinary person to make irresponsible remarks. Kneel down, slap myself 100 times in the face, and keep saying that I was wrong. Remember, the voice must be loud enough. The task released by the system is to slap the face, but it didn't specifically say whether the slap is true or just a symbolic slap. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Bai Ji simply prepared a routine and let the guard slap himself. In this case, how could the task be considered complete? The young doorman was a little entangled, and a little reluctant, because it was really embarrassing to kneel on the ground and slap himself in the face. This was in front of the gate of Notting College. Why, do you want to go to the Wuhan Hall to confront us with us? Seeing that the young guard hadn't moved yet, Bai Ji couldn't help being a little playful and authentic. Hey! The young guard sighed, and finally gave in. It took him a lot of money to become this doorman. He was both decent and profitable, but he couldn't just be gone. I was wrong, I was wrong, I was wrong. The young guard knelt on the ground, slapped his face with his hands, slapped and shouted. Have a lot of strength, and the voice is so small, didn't you eat? Seeing that the young guard had slapped himself several times, but his face was not red, and his voice was low and pitiful, Bai Ji couldn't help frowning. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. Hearing Bai Ji's dissatisfaction, the young guard could only increase the strength of his hands with a bitter face, and slapped his face. 2 red slap prints were printed on the originally normal face, and at the same time, the voice of the young doorman increased to the point where it could be heard from far away. Bai Ji, is this a bit too much for us? On the side, Tang San didn't express his opinion, but old Jack couldn't help but feel a little softened. Because of the long-term inconsistent life, old Jack was still too kind. Grandpa, he bullied you so much before, you can't spare him easily. In this regard, Bai Ji can only comfort old Jack. Okay. Thinking of the anger he had just received, old Jack's heart hardened a bit. Drib. The slap task has been completed, and the Black Iron rank lucky draw opportunity has been issued. While Bai Ji was comforting the old Jack, in his mind, the system prompts to complete the task also rang, but Bai Ji was not ready to use this lottery opportunity immediately, but prepared to use it in the dead of night. What's wrong? What happened? On the one hand, the young doorman still slapped his face constantly, and shouted, "I was wrong." But this sound also attracted people who might have just passed by nearby. What happened? Not far away, a somewhat hoarse voice suddenly came from behind. Hearing the sound, everyone couldn't help but looked back, only to see a man of medium build, a little thin and with a short black hair, slowly walking towards him. The man looks about 40 or 50 years old. His hair is short, almost inch-sized. He looks very ordinary but also very upright. He wears a black bachelor's uniform with white stripes on his back. His hands are behind his back. The refined temperament feels extraordinary at first glance. "Master, you are back." Seeing the man, the young doorman couldn't help but stood up from the ground with a flattering expression, nodded and bowed to the man. "Master, is it you Xiao Gang, master of martial arts theory?" Bai Ji couldn't help but move in his heart when he heard the young guard's words. "What happened just now? Why did you kneel to the ground?" The master did not pay attention to the young doorman's flattery, but asked calmly. "Just, Hearing what the master said, the young guard was hesitant to speak. What happened just now was not a good thing. "That's right, master, we came to Notting College to sign up, but because our martial arts are special, this doorman doesn't think we have spirit power, so we made a bet. As a bet, if the situation is true, this gentleman has to kneel down and apologize to us, but we won the bet." Bai Ji stepped forward and bowed to the master, smiling. "Is that so?" Hearing Bai Ji's words, the master couldn't help turning his eyes to the young guard. And hearing the words of the master, the young doorman naturally awake and hurriedly said, "That's it, that's it." After speaking, the young guard couldn't help casting a grateful look at Bai Ji, but Bai Ji curled his lips in his heart. He didn't forgive the guard, but since he was destined to enroll in Notting College, instead of offending the guard, he might not necessarily be able to drive the guard away. It's better to let the guard be grateful to him, maybe it will be useful in the future. Well, he is such a prophetist. As for the face? What it is? Okay, no more explanation, I almost know the situation, pay attention, I won't take it as an example in the future. Naturally, the master did not fully believe in the answer of the young guard. Although there is no specific situation, the master can easily guess the real situation through Beg's words and his own reasoning. But since the parties didn't say anything, the master would naturally not be a villain, so he just gave the young doorman a warning. After all, Notting College is his friend's college, and he still needs to maintain the image of the college. Regarding the master's warning, the young doorman was naturally startled in a cold sweat and quickly said yes. After warning the young doorman, the master became interested in the special martial arts of the two people just mentioned by Bai Ji. He wanted to see what kind of special martial arts it was. "Old gentleman, can you show me the spirit hall of these two children?" Turning his gaze to the two martial arts in old Jack's hands proved that the master was very polite and authentic. And through the actions of the young doorman just now, old Jack also guessed that the master's status in the academy is certainly not low, so he wanted to impress the teachers so that grandson Bai Ji and Tang San could live better in the academy. Old Jack hurriedly passed the two certificates in his hand. After receiving the proof, the master looked down carefully. Martial Spirit Mutant Ivy and Martial Spirit Lan Yinko are all innately full of spirit power. While muttering to himself in a low voice, the master glanced back and forth over Bai Ji and Tang San. Although it was not obvious, Bai Ji found that the master seemed a little excited. "Master, how is it?" When the master read the proof, old Jack asked quickly. "The proof is correct. These two children do have the qualifications to become soul masters." "Old sir, do you really want to apply for Notting College when you brought these two children? If so, leave it to me." Looking at old Jack, the master was very serious and honest. Chapter 10, Master Debut, New Task, Apprentice Master. It's true. I'm here to bring them two to sign up for Notting College. Master, these two children will be handed over to you. Old Jack naturally wanted to apply for Bai Ge and Tang San to Notting College, so he said quickly. By the way, Master, the junior is a work student. Our Holy Soul Village has just one work student at Notting College this year, and my grandson Bai Ge, this is his registration fee. After speaking, Old Jack seemed to think of something, and while talking to the master, he took out a purse from his arms and handed it to the master, containing the registration fee for Beg. Okay, Bai Ge, and Ziosan, Grandpa is leaving, remember to listen to the teacher in the college. Before leaving, Old Jack couldn't help rubbing the heads of Bai Ge and Tang San with some reluctance, and after entrusting them, he slowly left with a cane. Okay, I'll take you in. When the figure of Old Jack disappeared in front of the gate of Notting College, the master faced the somewhat ecstatic Bai Ge and Tang San. Following the master, Bai Ge and Tang San slowly entered Notting College. Walking on the road to the college, surrounded by trees and flowers, there is a vibrant scene everywhere. Master, are you a teacher in the academy? There was no sound all the way, seeing that the atmosphere was a little too quiet, Tang San couldn't help asking. I'm not. The master shook his head. Then you should be the leader of the college. Tang San thought for a while, then said again. You were wrong again. The master shook his head again. I'm just a resident here, otherwise they would not call me a master. The reason why I am called a master is because I am not actually a teacher, a master, or a teacher in this college. Two completely different words, don't confuse them unless. The master's voice changed. If you are willing to worship me as a teacher, and let me teach you to cultivate martial arts, then you can naturally call me a teacher. The master's footsteps suddenly stopped, and he turned to look at Tang San, his eyes hot. Hearing what the master said, Tang San was speechless for a while and fell silent. Seeing this, the master also twitched his mouth, just looking at Tang San with a weird smile, and the atmosphere became a bit stagnant for a while. On the side, looking at the master and Tang San, in Bai Ge's mind, the system prompt sounded again. Dib. The system has detected that the host has met Yu Xiaogang, a key figure in Douluos continent, the master of martial arts theory. Now the task is released, apprentice. As a traverser, naturally you have to be different and cannot follow the same path as the aboriginals. Please the host successfully apprentice Yu Xiaogang. Reward, silver level lucky draw chance once. In my mind, the voice of the system sounded again. It turned out to be another task. Bai Ge was a little confused. Isn't this a task just completed? I didn't expect it to be there again. Is it a random release? I didn't immediately agree, knowing to think carefully, he is really a smart boy. Seeing that Tang San didn't answer immediately, the master was very satisfied and authentic. You are so talented and so smart. It seems that I will be obsessed for a while today. After all, you are also the third twin martial arts spirit in the past 100 years. Rubbing his eyebrows, the master said helplessly. Hearing what the master said, Tang San couldn't help being shocked, and his whole body instantly tightened. How did you know? Looking at the master, Tang San's eyes were full of guard. Hehe, I also know that this kid by your side is not simple. What kind of mutant ivy spirit? How can the mutant ivy spirit appear innately full of spirit power? Regarding Tang San's alert, the master smiled calmly and turned his eyes to Bai Ge again. His tone was full of disdain for those who awakened Bai Ge and Tang San. Your name is Tang San, isn't it? Are you wondering why I know you are a twin spirit? Looking at Tang San, the master chuckled softly while taking out the two proofs given by Old Jack from his arms. Because of this proof, maybe other people can't see the flaws in it, but you should know what others call me. Master. If I can't see it, then I don't deserve the word master. The master put the front of the 2 certificates in his hand in front of Tang San and Bai Ji. I have done a lot of surveys, including Lan Yinko. I have investigated 647 people whose martial arts are Lan Yinko. Among them, 16 have spirit power. The probability is less than 100%. The third. And even among the 16 people with spirit power, none of them can exceed 1 level of spirit power, but you are inherently full of spirit power 10th level. According to one of the 10 core competencies of Wuhan that I have studied, the size of the innate soul power is proportional to the quality of the Wuhan, and blue silver grass is obviously not satisfied, so I can be sure that you should have another Wuhan. And is a very powerful Wuhan. Hearing what the master said, the guard in Tang San's eyes gradually dissipated, and he even became a little admired. It may be because Tang San was in a martial arts world in his previous life. As a person in the world, most of them naturally have an inexplicable admiration for intellectuals, and even after passing through, Tang San may still retain this characteristic. What about me? Looking at the master, Bai Ji couldn't help but asked curiously. Good question. Your martial arts certificate says that your martial arts is a mutant Sinobubane, but I have also conducted investigations on the Vine martial arts. According to my investigation, the situation of the Sinobuku is better than that of blue silver grass. It's better, but it's unreasonable to mutate martial souls. Even the native chicken martial souls may mutate into phoenixes, while Qingtang martial souls may also mutate into powerful martial souls. Soul power, according to the theory I just mentioned, your martial soul must be a powerful martial soul, but you are regarded as a waste martial soul by the martial arts hall, so the people in the martial arts hall must treat you martial spirit. There was a problem with the test. When you are performing the martial soul awakening ceremony, since your martial soul is deemed to be a mutant martial soul, and based on your innate full spirit power, the person who awakened your martial soul must have tested your martial soul. But he should have only tested whether your martial spirit possesses toxicity, because whether it possesses toxicity and whether the toxicity is strong or not is an important basis for judging the strength of the plant martial spirit recognized on the mainland. But there are exceptions to everything, especially for a new type of martial arts that no one has ever seen before. Even if it is a plant-based martial arts, the strength of a martial arts cannot be judged solely by its toxicity, because perhaps this kind of plant-based martial arts soul has other characteristics, such as being very tough, capable of healing, being able to grow very large, etc. These characteristics may enable the plant-based martial arts soul to have a very high innate soul without strong toxins. Force. Looking at Bai Ji, the master carefully analyzed and speculated. Okay, so awesome. Listening to the master's analysis, Bai Ji couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. With just a small proof of martial arts, combined with the investigations and related knowledge I have done, we can analyze the martial arts of a person who has never seen it to such a level. It can only be said to be a master of martial arts theory. On the other hand, Tang San was originally going to continue to test the master, but when he heard that the master had conducted a thorough analysis of Bai Ji's martial arts, and it seemed that it was still being analyzed, Tang San couldn't help feeling even more admired. Because he was overwhelmed by the master's level of knowledge, Tang San was not prepared to ask any more questions. With such a level of martial arts knowledge, he would definitely be able to formulate the best training plan for him. Determined in his heart, Tang San directly stepped back a few steps, then knelt down in front of the master and said respectfully, "Teacher, please accept me as a disciple." Seeing Tang San's movements, the master was a little surprised, because in Douluo continent, apprenticeships don't need to give such a big gift, but then the master laughed again because he felt Tang San's solemnity for apprenticeship. "Master, please accept me as a disciple." Seeing Tang San's actions, Bai Ji was a spirit, and immediately learned to kneel before the master, respectfully. "Two silly boys, why do you want to bow your head when apprentices? Don't you know that this is the etiquette to worship the emperor and parents only?" Apprentices only need to bow. Bend down, the master smiled while pulling Bai Ji and Tang San up. But when he heard the words of the master, Tang San solemnly explained, being a teacher for one day and a father for life. Since I have decided to worship you as a teacher, you should be bowed down by me. Yes, yes. Bai Ji also echoed. Two silly kids. The master couldn't help shook his head helplessly, but he was very satisfied in his heart. Looking at the two children in front of him, one is a twin martial arts spirit, and the other is a rare innate soul-powered mutant plant martial arts spirit, the master can't help but feel passionate in his heart. Look, I will be able to spread my name throughout the Douluos continent through my disciples, to prove myself and my theory. Looking at Bai Ji and Tang San, the master couldn't help swearing secretly in his heart. Chapter 11, Successfully Apprentice and Become a Working Student. Although the Norton Junior Soul Master Academy looks very angry from the outside, it actually occupies a small area. The college is divided into 3 areas, the main teaching building, the playground, and the dormitory building on the east side of the playground. Although Notting College is only a Junior Soul Master Academy, the requirements of Notting College for students are equally strict. Even if their home is next to the college, students must stay in the college and accept unified management. After accepting Bai Ji and Tang San as his disciples, the master took Bai Ji and Tang San all the way to the Academic Affairs Office on the first floor of the main teaching building. This is the place responsible for receiving new students. At the Academic Affairs Office, Bai Ji saw 3 teachers. One is estimated to be 50 or 60 years old, while the other 2 are only 20 or 30 years old. It seems that they should be teachers who are specially responsible for receiving new students. Director Su, these 2 children are from Shengun village, one is a work student and the other is an ordinary student. After speaking, the master took out the proof of Bai Ji and Tang San's martial arts, and put them on the table, and then put a money bag on the proof of Bai Ji. Hey, isn't this a master? Rare guest, how come you have time to come here? Sit down. Seeing the master, Director Su stood up in surprise, and enthusiastically reached out to ask. No, I specially brought these 2 children over to sign up. The master shook his head and rejected Director Su's kindness, and then said to Bai Ji and Tang San next to him, you just register here. These teachers will tell you what to do. I'll go first. I will go back. Go to you. After speaking, the master was about to turn around and leave. Goodbye, teacher. Seeing the master preparing to leave, Bai He and Tang San hurriedly set off. Hey, little guys, are you called master teacher? He is not a teacher in our college. Hearing that the master said that he would go to Bai Ji and Tang San, and that Bai Ji and Tang San were still called master teachers before the master left, Director Su couldn't help being a little strange. That's it, teacher, we know that the master is not a teacher in the academy, but Tang San and I have already worshipped the master as our teacher. Bai Ji replied. You have worshipped the master as a teacher. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Director Su couldn't help being shocked, his face became a little weird. Bai Ji naturally knows what Director Su thinks, isn't it because the master's strength is a little bit low, but Tang San on the side doesn't know. Seeing Director Su's face weird, Tang San can't help asking, is there something wrong? Teacher. No, but I didn't expect that the master would actually accept disciples, and he would also accept 2 disciples. This is really strange. Director Su was quite moved. But then he seemed to think of something again, and said to Bai Ji and Tang San, although you have worshipped the master as your teacher, you are still students of the academy. Remember to also abide by the rules and regulations of the academy, you know. Well, we know. Bai Ji and Tang San nodded. By the way, since you are a master's student, then the registration fee is fine. After thinking about it, Director Su picked up the money bag pressed on Bai Ji's certificate and handed it to Bai Ji again. Teacher, maybe this is a bit wrong, right? Bai Ji didn't take the money bag immediately, but hesitated. What's wrong, isn't our college still short of this money? Since you are from the Holy Soul Village, you must have a somewhat reluctant family background. Since you are a disciple of the Master, and the Master and our Dean are close friends, why? Maybe your tuition will be charged, so take it soon. As Director Su urged, he stuffed the purse into Bai Ji's pocket. Thank you, teacher, then. Seeing Director Su's determination, Bai Ji could only choose to accept, and bowed to Director Su gratefully. I'm not as good as you think. Although the college can waive your tuition, there will inevitably be gossip. You should enroll as a work student with Tang San. For Bai Ji's thanks, Director Su smiled and shook his head again. Even so, thank you very much, teacher. For Director Su's words, Bai Ji didn't think anything was wrong, but still thanked him very seriously. Bai Ji doesn't believe that there will be good for no reason in this world. It should be a price to pay for the benefits, and the price is nothing. Okay, Director, let's first complete the registration for these two children. Regarding Director Su's decision, the two young teachers around him had no opinion, but seeing that Director Su had been talking for a long time, one of the teachers couldn't help but urged and then took out the registration list, while the other teacher took it. The Wuhan certificates of Bai Ji and Tang San were set up, and they were ready to complete the registration of new students. Hey, it turns out that both of them are innately full of spirit power, but it is a pity that one of the martial arts is blue silver grass, the other is the mutant ivy, both are non-poisonous common plant martial arts. Well, I finally know why the Master I have accepted you two as disciples. After reading Bai Ji and Tang San Wuhan testified, the young teacher couldn't help feeling a little pity and authentic. What are you talking about? Director Su glared at the young teacher beside him. The Master who said this is like picking up the tatters. Although the Master's strength is a bit low, the achievements are still very impressive. Don't listen to him nonsense. Although the Master has a weird personality, from a certain point of view, he is invincible in the spirit of martial arts. Although your talents are good, the spirit of martial arts is really weak. It's just right to worship Master as a teacher. Looking at Tang San, who was puzzled, Director Su comforted. On the Douluo continent now, the spirit masters are still very conservative in the absorption of spirit rings. Basically they will not absorb spirit rings anymore. For plant martial arts, there is no toxin, and it is not a spirit beast, so the death penalty can basically be declared, but under the Master, there may be a chance to turn decay into magic. So what Director Su said was sincere. Okay, that's it. This is your stuff. The college distributes it for free. You live in room 7 of the dormitory. The teacher there will arrange your work as work students. Go. He picked up 2 packages from the ground beside the table and handed them to Bai Ji and Tang San. Director Su said. Thank you, then we are going. Leaving the academic affairs office, Bai Ji and Tang San walked outside the main teaching building with their packages. Walking on the corridor, you can faintly hear the noise from the academic affairs office. The Master is indeed very powerful. He is a master of theory. The theory is invincible, but his theories must be realized. But his theories, what are the 10 core competencies of Wuhan? The content inside is simply funny. Yes. That's right. It actually says that martial spirits can absorb more spirit rings, which means that plant martial spirits can absorb the spirit rings of animal spirit beasts. This is nonsense, it will only make the spirit master burst. Die. Enough. The Master is a friend of the Dean and a well-known figure in the Soul Master world. Can you evaluate it? And although no one can prove that the Master's theory is correct, no one can prove that his theory is wrong. Come on, Director, what a famous person. It should be a famous clown. Everyone just treats him as a joke. Listening to the noise coming from the academic affairs office, Bai Ji and Tang San couldn't help looking at each other, and a faint disdain and ridicule appeared at the corners of their mouths. Bai Ji understands the general plot and knows how much the master Yu Xiaogong's theories can have on the Douluo continent. Perhaps the reason why these theories are regarded as a joke by the spirit master world is because there are many powerful forces that do not want ordinary souls. The teacher knows the secrets of spirit inheritance and spirit ring absorption. But Tang San was purely because of his incomparable trust in the master. After being guessed by the master that it was a twin martial soul, he was immediately convinced by the master's inferences that combined numerous investigation results with a wealth of martial soul knowledge. Since I believe that the master's theories are true, it is natural to disdain other people who think the master's theory is wrong. As the saying goes, truth is always in the hands of a few people. This may be the same with those who think they have the truth. Chapter 12, The Dismissal from Wang Sheng, Handsome is also wrong. Because the Academic Affairs Office is located on the first floor of the main teaching building, Bai Ji and Tang San walked out of the main teaching building soon after going out, and not far from the main teaching building is the dormitory area. There was only one dormitory, so it was easy to find. It didn't take long for Bai Ji and Tang San to arrive at the dormitory from the main teaching building. The dormitory building has only 5 floors. There are 3 rooms on each floor. The rooms are large and can accommodate many people. In fact, the reason why the college has built each dormitory so large is that it can accommodate many people and facilitate management. Bai Ji and Tang San were assigned to room number 7, which is the 7th dormitory of the dormitory building. Because each dormitory has a house number, they quickly found their destination located on the 3rd floor of the dormitory building. A dormitory, here is the 7 rooms. Of course, this is the official name of the teachers, students prefer to call it Kishi. Holding the package, Bai Ji and Tang San came all the way to the front of the 7 shelter. Because Bai Ji vaguely remembered the plot here, and knew that he was going in to eat ma wei, so he deliberately fell behind Tang San a few positions. The system didn't publish tasks, and there was no benefit. Bai Ji didn't want to show off such unnecessary limelight. But Tang San didn't know Bai Ji's thoughts. Because Bai Ji had advanced a few positions, Tang San approached the gate of Kishi first. When he arrived at the gate of Kishi, Tang San didn't think much, but just opened the door and walked in. Bai Ji followed closely. They were still in front of Kishi gate, the two could hear the noise inside, and when they opened the door, the scene inside suddenly appeared in front of them. What appeared in front of Bai Ji was an extremely wide room, nearly 300 square meters in size, very large, and filled with beds. Bai Ji counted, there are more than 50 beds in the room, but only 11 beds have bedding. Inside, 7 or 8 children between the ages of 8 and 12 are frolicking. Hearing the sound of pushing the door and seeing Bai Ji and Tang San walking in, one of the 7 or 8 children, an older and strong boy, couldn't help standing up and walking towards them. Are you new work students? Looking at Bai Ji and Tang San, the boy said. Correct. Tang San nodded. In the back position beside Tang San, although Bai Ji had tried his best to weaken his sense of existence, he still saw the boy look at him most of the time. No way, compared to the ordinary-looking Tang San, Bai Ji's rare silver-haired and purple-eyed image is too eye-catching. Although this boy Bai Ji didn't know him, if he guessed right, he should be Wang Sheng. But it was never said in the novel that Wang Sheng was gay. It seemed that Tang San was the leader at a glance, but why did this guy look at him? Bai Ji's heart is very inexplicable. Is it because he looks too handsome? My name is Wang Sheng. Wuhan is a war tiger, and the future war spirit master is also the leader here. Boy, what is your name? What is Wuhan? After looking at Bai Ji, Wang Sheng took his gaze back from Bai Ji, turned to Tang San, and introduced himself. My name is Tang San, my spirit is Lan Yinko, his name is Beg Fabero, and my spirit is Mutant Ching Teng. Tang San answered, and introduced Bai Ji by the way. Why doesn't this kid speak, looks so delicate, isn't he a sissy? After listening to Tang San's introduction, Wang Sheng couldn't help but put his gaze on Bai Ji again, whispering in his heart. Mutated Qing Teng, is it a mutant martial spirit? Wang Sheng nodded. Although he doesn't know much about martial arts, he knows that it is difficult to use common sense to predict mutant martial souls. Therefore, even if it is the abandoned martial soul Ivy, its mutant martial soul has a certain probability of showing spirit power. But your martial spirit is Lan Yinko, you are not lying to me, are you? Lan Yinko can actually cultivate a disused martial spirit. Wang Sheng's voice suddenly changed, and an extremely surprised expression appeared on his face. In the dormitory, the other children also laughed, looking at Tang San like an idiot. Please let me. We still have business. Tang San was so humiliated by Wang Sheng, no matter how good his temper, his face sank at this time. Boy, I am the boss here, you will listen to me in the future, do you know? Seeing Tang San's anger, Wang Sheng's face showed a smile of conspiracy. What boss, please get out of the way, I won't play such boring games with you. Tang San was too lazy to pay attention to Wang Sheng's words. Ignoring Wang Sheng, Tang San walked straight to the empty bed at the back of the dormitory. You kid! Realizing that he was ignored by Tang San, Wang Sheng couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. But he was about to reach out and grab Tang San, but Tang San used a ghostly shadow to hide behind him. Seeing Tang San walk away, Wang Sheng couldn't help clenching his fists angrily, and then, looked at Bai Ji. Boy, blame you for coming together. While Wang Sheng said bitterly, he blocked Bai Ji's path. Damn, why is it me again? Is it wrong to be handsome? Seeing that he had been targeted again, Bai Ji's entire face went black, but Wang Sheng didn't care what Bai Ji thought. Boy, take the move. Because of anger, Wang Sheng directly used his soul power. Although Wang Sheng could not possess the spirit ring because he had not obtained the spirit ring, the beast spirit still could bring Wang Sheng a considerable increase. This is why in the eyes of most spirit masters, the beast spirit is the most powerful spirit. With the excitation of his spirit power, Wang Sheng's body suddenly emitted a faint yellow light, and the muscles of his whole body were slightly swollen. Looking at Bai Ji, Wang Sheng rushed forward. Bai Ji, be careful! Not far away, Tang San shouted. However, because of the distance and the fact that Wang Sheng was too close to Bai Ji, it was too late for him to support him, and Bai Ji had to rely on him for everything. Unlucky! Seeing Wang Sheng rushing forward, Bai Ji cried out unlucky in his heart, and started to think quickly. Wang Sheng's age was several years older than him, and his martial spirit was still a beast martial spirit, and his physique was definitely stronger than him. Although he has practiced Xian Tian Gong, if he is concerned about strength, he will not necessarily lose to Wang Sheng, but this is not necessary. It is not wise to attack the enemy with his shortcomings, even if he wins. Compared with Wang Sheng, his biggest advantage is flexibility. Moreover, his martial spirit is a plant martial spirit, and it is a Moyun vine with very strong hardness and toughness, so his best way to fight the enemy should be to move around and pull, use a flexible body to stretch the distance, and then use the characteristics of the plant-based martial arts spirit can be used for long-range attacks to subdue Wang Sheng. Thoughts surged in his heart, and in a moment, Bai Ji had already figured out a way to deal with Wang Sheng. Ghost lost. Rotating the inner strength of the Xian Tian Gong in the body, looking at Wang Sheng who was rushing forward, Bai Ji directly displayed the ghostly shadows and immediately avoided Wang Sheng's attack, and quickly pulled away to a safe distance of nearly 3 meters. Mo Yun Teng. Looking at Wang Sheng in the distance, Bai Ji's face was as calm as water, and he said silently in his heart, directly summoning Mo Yun Teng. With the movement of Bai Ji's thoughts, a black-purple vine with a thickness of 1.5 fingers instantly emerged from Bai Ji's right hand and flew out, heading straight towards Wang Sheng. Danger! Seeing the flying Mo Yun Teng, Wang Sheng hurriedly rolled to the side, but Bai Ji's speed was even faster. After casting a ghostly shadow, Bai Ji narrowed the distance again. But because of rolling and avoiding, Wang Sheng did not notice Bai Ji's approach. When he came to Wang Sheng's side, Bai Ji immediately flicked his right hand holding Mo Yun Teng. With the sound of breaking through the air, the Mo Yun Teng in Bai Ji's right hand quickly entangled Wang Sheng, and it will wrap Wang Sheng firmly in the turn. Let go of me, it. Being entangled by Mo Yun Teng, Wang Sheng still wanted to struggle, but seeing this, Bai Ji couldn't help frowning. Want to struggle? Seeing that Wang Sheng was not convinced, Bai Ji slammed the Mo Yun Teng in his hand, and immediately threw Wang Sheng into the air, and then fell to the ground severely. Although the height of Bai Ji was not high, and Wang Sheng was in a state of stimulating his spirit power, he would not be injured, but it also seemed to hurt. Seeing Wang Sheng, who was much taller and stronger than Bai Ji, was thrown away by Bai Ji, the other children in the dormitory were even more shocked. Are you okay? On the side, seeing what was happening before him, Tang San couldn't help but walk quickly to Wang Sheng's side and asked with quite concern. Although he didn't have a good impression of Wang Sheng, if they beat the roommate in the dormitory as soon as they came, it would be bad if the news was spread. It's okay. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. In the future, I will give you the identity of the boss of the 7 houses. Although he was thrown to the ground, because the height of his fall was not high, and he was in a state of stimulating his spirit power, and he had a certain degree of protection for the body, Wang Sheng didn't suffer any injuries, but his back hurts a little. However, the physical pain is small, but the psychological pain is large. The identity of the leader of Kishi for a long time was taken away today. This has to disappoint Wang Sheng, but he is also open-minded, thinking about it, he didn't care, but turned his eyes to Bai Ji. Hey, I don't want to be the boss. My third brother is much better than me. Let him be the boss of the 7 houses. Seeing Wang Sheng looking at him, Bai Ji quickly declined. He is not interested in things like the boss of the dormitory, and there is nothing to say about it. If there is nothing to do with the younger brother, if he has this time, he might as well practice. Then, why don't you do it, Tang San? Hearing Bai Ji's refusal and saying that Tang San was more powerful, Wang Sheng hesitated, but turned his attention to Tang San. But Tang San also hesitated, and he didn't want to be the boss, but this kind of thing, Bai Ji had thrown the pot to him, he couldn't refuse. Just as Tang San was hesitating, a crisp voice suddenly came from outside the dormitory door. Is this Kishi? Chapter 13, Defeat Wang Sheng, Go to Tang San. Is this Kishi? Outside the door of the dormitory, a delicate and crisp voice came. Hearing the sound, everyone couldn't help looking at the door, only to see a little girl standing there happily. The little girl is only about 6 or 7 years old. She has a slightly fat face. Although it is a melon-seeded face, it is round and pink with white tenderness. She looks very cute. Although she is not very old, the little girl has long black hair that is seriously inconsistent with her age. The long hair is combed into a scorpion braid and hung around her waist, which is very special. The little girl was standing at the door in a plain pink dress. Seeing the boys in the dormitory look dumbfounded, the little girl couldn't help but laugh. What are you looking at? I'm all dumbfounded. The little girl smiled, covering her mouth. Hey, Wang Sheng, right, can we live in mixed gender here? The little girl's laughter awakened everyone who had been stunned. Looking at the little girl, Tang San couldn't help but whispered to Wang Sheng beside him. Yes, because everyone is still a child, every dormitory in the school is gender neutral, but it is said that when you arrive at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, you will be distinguished. It's really weird. Last year there was no working student, but this year there were 3. Boss, come on, give her a good shot. Wang Sheng nodded, explaining and at the same time urging Tang San to give the little girl a show of power. Wang Sheng, you are really an orphan. It's a waste to give you a tiger martial arts soul. I should give you a husky, single dog. Aside, Bai Ji was speechless. Although this little girl Bai Ji has never seen her, if she is right, she should be Xiao Wu. But this Wang Sheng's front foot was still stunned by Xiao Wu's beauty, and the next moment he urged Tang San to teach Xiao Wu. Could he only say that he was still a child? The means to attract girls is still to impress girls by bullying them, which cannot help but remind Bai Gei of when she was a child in her previous life. Well, Boss Beg, do you want to go too? Seeing that Bai Ji was muttering something, Wang Sheng on the side could not help thinking that Bai Ji would also like to do it. After all, bullying girls, in their view, is both prestige and attracting the attention of girls. This is beautiful. Difference. Discuss with Xiao Wu. Bai Ji couldn't help thinking about what Wang Sheng said. For a traveler like him, if they travel to the Douluo continent, nearly 90% of them will choose to pursue Xiao Wu, but although Xiao Wu is beautiful, it is not Bai Ji's dish. The girl Bai Ji likes is the kind of girl who wears a classic oriental long dress with long hair and has an outstanding temperament. Of course, she is good enough. Although Xiao Wu is beautiful, she has that cute style and her body is not special. Well, Bai Ji doesn't like it very much. Moreover, Tang San is a good friend of Bai Ji. Although Bai Ji now has a lottery system for the heavens, he can draw rewards from the heavens and the world by completing tasks, so Tang San's help is not needed much. But it is undeniable that Tang San still helped Bai Ji a lot when he was a child, although Bai Ji's Xiantian skill was obtained through his unremitting efforts to overcome Tang San, and it was not Tang San's initiative to teach him. But if Tang San was cruel and chose not to teach Bai Ji Xiantian Gong, then Bai Ji would have no choice. Therefore, Tang San was still kind to Bai Ji, and besides Xiantian Gong, Tang San also taught Bai Ji's Purple Demon Eye and Ghost Shadow. Although he did not teach Bai Ji's all Tang Sec's skills, Bai Ji can also understanding. After all, Tang Sec's exercises were Tang San's secret. If Bai Ji didn't know the plot, he had been pestering Tang San to play with him since he was a child. With the assistance of old Jack, Bai Ji would not have obtained Xiantian Gong. Tang San is kind to Bai Ji, there is no doubt about it, and Bai Ji always pays attention to the grace of dripping water and repaying the spring, but now, Bai Ji has not yet begun to repay the favor. If he is ready to grab someone's future wife, to be honest, Bai Ji couldn't pass this test in his heart. Of course, many people may think that you are stupid if you don't grab the heroine after crossing over. But Bai Ji thinks that he is a human first, and then he is a traverser. Before acting as a traverser, it is better to be an individual. Although Bai Ji crossed to the Douluo continent, his destiny had already changed, and the future was no longer the future, but other people didn't know. Didn't Bai Ji still know? Bai Ji doesn't like self-deception, like it is like it, dislike it is not like it, the identity of the traverser is not his own constraints, there is no need to have to grab the heroine because of the identity of the traverser, this is not Bai Ji's original intention. Bai Ji knew that Tang San's personality was actually the same as himself, and he didn't like to show the limelight. If he was willing to stand for him, maybe Tang San would be grateful to him. After all, Tang San didn't know his original destiny. But people are watching, and people can deceive others, but they cannot deceive themselves. Bai Ji knew the fate of Tang San and Xiao Wu. So without much thinking, Bai Ji decided not to interfere with Tang San and Xiao Wu's acquaintance. Although I thought a lot in my mind, but in fact, Bai Ji chose to make only a moment. Watching Bai Ji blankly did not answer, Wang Sheng couldn't help asking. No, let Tang San go. After returning to his senses, Bai Ji's whole person was much more relaxed, shook his head with a chuckle, and Bai Ji slowly turned his eyes to Tang San. Tang San definitely didn't want to do things like bullying girls, but seeing everyone looking at him, especially Bai Ji, with the look that you made a lot of money, Tang San was speechless. Hey, what are you whispering? What am I asking you? Is this Kishi? Seeing Bai Ji, Tang San, and Wang Sheng whispering, but no one answered her question, Xiao Wu couldn't help being angry. Chapter 14, Tang San vs Xiao Wu, Big Sister Head Xiao Wu. This is Qi Shi, my name is Tang San, hello. In the end, Tang San bite the bullet and walked out, facing Xiao Wu Dao. What were you whispering about just now? Nobody paid attention to me for a long time. Hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu couldn't help pouting angrily. That's the case. We were just discussing who will come out to receive you. After all, you are the only girl in our dormitory. You have to pay enough attention to the first meeting. Tang San scratched his head and said. Oh, it turned out to be so, I blamed you all. Hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu suddenly realized it, making everyone on the side embarrassed. This is too silly, just believe it. My name is Xiao Wu, dance, hello. Looking at everyone in front of him, Xiao Wu said with a sweet smile. Xiao Wu, my name is Tang San, it's like this, I'm like this, Mr. Shi, what is your martial spirit? Looking at Xiao Wu, Tang San hesitated for a long time before saying. My martial soul is a rabbit, a very cute little white rabbit, what is your martial soul? Turning Shui Lingling's big eyes, Xiao Wu smiled. Doesn't your martial soul just defeat me? My martial soul is your martial soul's food, blue silver grass. Gradually, Tang San didn't feel nervous, and unexpectedly teased Xiao Wu through the martial arts relationship, which made Bai Ji on the side a bit entertaining. Is this the encounter of fate? Having played together for 3 or 4 years, Bai Ji knew Tang San very well. In fact, both of them have a tendency to stay home, and they don't like to communicate with strangers very much, nor do they like to show off. But although Bai Ji lived in his home, he had previous life experience, but Bai Ji knew everything, but Tang San's house was that kind of lonely home. It may be because Tang San was a person in the martial arts world in his previous life. Although Tang San was psychologically mature, apart from creating hidden weapons, Tang San didn't know much about many other things, such as communicating with girls. But now Tang San and Xiao Wu actually exchanged happily. Although it was just a very ordinary exchange, can I still only say that this is indeed the destined hero and heroine? The physiognomy is very good. Tang San, you are really interesting, but are you not going to invite me in? Although it was a pleasure to communicate with humans, after standing outside for so long, Xiao Wu felt that she should go in too, so she couldn't help but say to Tang San. That's it. We have a rule in 7 houses. The new work-study students must show their strengths. The most powerful work-study student is the boss of our 7 houses. After being poked by Wang Sheng behind for a long time, Tang San finally gritted his teeth and said his purpose. Boss, this is fun, I want to be the boss, oh no, it's the eldest sister. Tang San originally thought that Xiao Wu would definitely be upset when he said this. After all, it's a girl, it's impossible to like to fight and kill, but unexpectedly hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu suddenly became interested. You guys wait. While talking to Tang San, Xiao Wu quickly walked to an empty bed at the back, put down the package in her hand, and then walked back quickly. Okay, I'm ready, who of you is the original boss here? Come out and learn from me, I want to be the big sister. Putting down the package, Xiao Wu pinched her waist, and looked around at the people around her with interest and authenticity. It's me. Tang San raised his right hand somewhat helplessly. Wow, it turned out to be you, Tang San, we are so destined. Seeing that his opponent turned out to be Tang San, Xiao Wu couldn't help being very happy and authentic. Come on, I can't wait. Standing not far in front of Tang San, Xiao Wu put on a posture. Seeing this, the surrounding children stepped aside, leaving the wide corridor in the middle of the dormitory to Tang San and Xiao Wu. Bai Ji, is Tang San really better than you? Don't lose the chain and lose to Xiao Wu, then our boys will lose face. Looking at Tang San and Xiao Wu on the aisle who were about to start to compete, Wang Sheng quietly touched Bai Ji's side and asked in a low voice. Don't worry, Tang San will definitely not let you down, but you shouldn't underestimate Xiao Wu, maybe Xiao Wu may be better than Tang San. Bai Ji put the package on an empty bed, opening the package while casually facing Wang Shendao. How is it possible, with our current martial arts cultivation base, the power of the martial arts is not enough to reverse the innate gap between boys and girls, Xiao Wu can't beat Tang San. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Wang Sheng was sure and authentic. Ha. Hearing Wang Sheng's words, Bai Ji laughed playfully in his heart, and waited for Wang Sheng to be beaten in the face. Putting the package on the empty bed, Bai Ji opened the package. The package contained some daily necessities, such as mouthwash cups, toothbrushes and towels, and 2 sets of nodding college uniforms, which should be used by students to change and wash. Placing the daily necessities on the wooden table next to the bed, Bai Ji began to watch the match between Tang San and Xiao Wu. And when Bai Ji opened the package and packed his belongings, Tang San had already fought against Xiao Wu. Tang San's speed is very fast, but Xiao Wu's movements are not slow, and his body sensitivity is higher. Xiao Wu can always react to Tang San's attacks in time. On the contrary, Tang San didn't know how to deal with Xiao Wu's unexpected soft skills. It was definitely impossible for Tang San to use all his strength for Xiao Wu, and because of this, Xiao Wu grasped Tang San's weakness and directly approached Tang San with soft skills. Being drawn close, Tang San naturally wanted to move away, but to Tang San's surprise, Xiao Wu turned out to be weak and boneless, inexplicably moving on Tang San's body like a snake. All of a sudden, he clung to Tang San's back. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Wu wrapped her legs around Tang San's neck in an inexplicable posture, leaned her upper body back, and supported her palms on the ground. Her soft legs were like springs, and they twisted Tang in this way. 3. As long as Xiao Wu puts his hands on the ground, she might be able to penetrate her whole body, and then with the help of the strength of her waist, she directly flew Tang San away with her legs wrapped around Tang San's neck. Being thrown out by Xiao Wu in such a pose, even Tang San could only be severely thrown to the ground. Of course, with Tang San's strength, if he could force the profound heaven skill, he wouldn't necessarily be unable to break free, but this would definitely hurt Xiao Wu. Tang San didn't want to be the boss in the first place, and because his opponent was a girl, Tang San couldn't use all his strength, so naturally he was defeated by Xiao Wu. After being thrown to the ground by Xiao Wu, Tang San also directly borrowed the donkey from Po Xia, and decisively confessed, thus giving up the identity of the boss of Qi Shi to Xiao Wu. Wang Sheng naturally didn't know Tang San's hand. At this time, Wang Sheng was still immersed in the fierce fight between Tang San and Xiao Wu just now. Because both Tang San and Xiao Wu performed very well, Wang Sheng didn't doubt Tang San's release of water, but thought that Xiao Wu was too good. Although Wang Sheng was a little uncomfortable with the boss turned out to be a girl, but he was willing to bet and lose. Seeing Xiao Wu so powerful, Wang Sheng also decisively regarded Xiao Wu as the boss of the 7 houses from now on. Oh no, it was the big sister head. Tang San, if you lose, then this boss of 7 houses will be my Xiao Wu from now on. He. Seeing Tang San admit defeat, Xiao Wu couldn't help being very happy and authentic. Well, you will be the boss of our 7 houses from now on. For Tang San also pretended to sigh authentically. Haha, I will be the boss of Kishi from now on. Come on, you guys, call me Sister Xiao. Hearing that she would be the boss of Kishi from now on, Xiao Wu couldn't help turning around in the dormitory with joy, and then she seemed to think of something and said to the people, Sister Xiao Wu. Everyone obediently yelled Sister Xiao Wu, and although Bai Ji wanted to roll his eyes, it was a bit awkward to call such a little girl a sister, but because of Tang San's face, he followed. Anyway, there was a lot of meat, and even though Xiao Wu looked younger than them, she was actually a genuine 100,000-year-old soul beast, and she didn't suffer from calling her sister. Chapter 15, regarding the bedding problem, note the lone Tang San. Crunch! Just as there was noisy in the 7 shelter, the door of the dormitory that had been closed was suddenly pushed open. I saw a male teacher in his 20s or 30s with dark green hair suddenly opened the door and walked in, and the dormitory suddenly became quiet. Are new work students here? Please stand up. Looking at the children in the dormitory, the male teacher asked. Upon seeing this, Bai Ji, Tang San, and Xiao Wu immediately stepped forward and came to the male teacher. Which of you are Tang San and Bai Ji? The male teacher asked. I. Bai Ji and Tang San suddenly raised their hands. I am Mohen, you can call me Teacher Mo, Tang San and Bai Ji. This is the bedding that the master asked me to give you. Looking at Bai Ji and Tang San, Mohen handed out the bedding in his hand. Bai Ji quickly took over the bedding. He really didn't know that the school didn't even distribute the bedding, but fortunately the master sent the bedding. Tang San, Bai Ji, and Xiao Wu, you are all first-year work students. From now on, the garden on the south side of the college playground will be cleaned by you, and you will allocate the specific areas in charge. But remember, you must be cleaned every day, especially the clutter. As a reward, the college will pay you a salary of 10 copper soul coins per day, but if you are lazy, the college has the right to order you to withdraw from school. Yes, remember? Looking at the 3 people, the ink marks were very serious and authentic. Well, we got it. The 3 nodded. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony. Classes will start formally the day after tomorrow. The first grade will have classes on the first floor of the teaching building. The day after tomorrow you just remember to go to class on time. Starting from the day after tomorrow, you will continue to work normally. I will do random checks from time to time. Okay, you can rest first, Wang Sheng, here you are the biggest. Tell them all the rules. I have something to do, so I will leave. After speaking, Mohen waved his hand and left. Goodbye, teacher. In the dormitory, the children said in unison. When Mohen's footsteps faded away, the children in 7 shelter became active again. Seeing that someone gave Beg and Tang San's bedding, the other children couldn't help but approached very curiously. Hey, Bai Ji, and Tang San, someone asked Teacher Mo to give you quilts, master? Which teacher from our college? Aside, a child couldn't help asking curiously. The master is the teacher we worship, but not the teacher of the college, but our teacher is also in the college now. I heard that he is a friend of the dean. Bai Ji explained while holding the bedding to the bed. Master, is that the master? No, you actually worship the master as your teacher? His strength is not very good. In our academy, the master is just a guest-style character. It is said that he stayed in the academy because of a good relationship with the dean. To put it mildly, he is just a freebie. I heard that the master has not broken through the realm of a great soul master when he is almost 50 years old, and his martial arts is only 29th level. I am afraid it is impossible to break through again in his lifetime. On the side, Wang Sheng couldn't help looking a little weird and authentic. Wang Sheng, if you don't want to be smashed by me, you'd better stop talking about it. We know how the master is. Although the master may not be a good image in your mind, it's not a good image for me and Tang in the 3 hearts. The master is the best and strongest teacher. Hearing Wang Sheng's words, Bai Ji couldn't help looking at Wang Sheng with a look of ugliness. For the master, he knew more than these guys. Although he might not have as much admiration for the master as Tang San, Bai Ji also truly regarded the master as his teacher. On the side, Tang San's face was also a little ugly. Well, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Seeing that Bai Ji and Tang San were both unkind, Wang Sheng couldn't help being a little slanderous. I hope this is the first and last time. Tang San is very solemn and authentic. Compared with Bai Ji, Tang San, who had always respected his teacher, was even more unbearable for others to slander the master. I promise, this must be the last time. Seeing that Bai Ji and Tang San were so sensitive to their own words, Wang Sheng could only swear reluctantly. Okay, don't worry about the master, the problem now is that I found out why you all have bedding, I don't have a bedding. On the side, Xiao Wu suddenly stomped her feet, a little angrily. Big sister, we bring all the bedding from home, the college does not send bedding. Wang Sheng scratched his head. What should I do then? Xiao Wu couldn't help pouting when she heard Wang Sheng's words. Boss, you can use my mattress first. I just need to cover the quilt half and half. Hearing Xiao Wu's troubles, a clever child hurriedly said. Boss, then you can use my quilt, I just lay the mattress half and half covered. Upon seeing this, the other child agreed. Hearing the words of the two children, Xiao Wu couldn't help turning her head and sweeping on the bedding of the two children who offered to contribute the quilt and mattress, but seeing the ragged patches on the bedding, Xiao Wu couldn't agree to it. Don't call me the boss, you will call me old. You will either call me the head of the big sister or the Xiaohu's sister, you know. Seeing the expectant eyes of the two children, Xiao Wu quickly changed the subject pretentiously. Oh, let's call it big sister head from now on, big sister head is prestigious. Sister Xiao Wu, it's better to call sister Xiao Wu. After Xiao Wu changed the subject, the two children started arguing over what should be called Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That Tang San, how about we discuss it? Xiao Wu's eyes rolled around in the dormitory, and finally stayed on the bedding of Bai Ji and Tang San. Compared with other children's patchwork and tattered bedding, Xiao Wu still prefers Bai Ji and Tang San's new bedding. But Bai Ji has not spoken very much, and he is not very enthusiastic about her. As a girl, Xiao Wu is also embarrassed to talk to Bai Ji or trouble Bai Ji, so in the end he put his eyes on Tang San. Amount. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San suddenly understood that Xiao Wu probably fell in love with the bedding in his hands. He wasn't a stingy person. If it was an ordinary bedding, it would be fine to give Xiao Wu, but the problem was that he only had one bedding, and the bedding was given to him by the master, so Tang San felt a little bit sad. Don't worry, I won't grab your bedding. Seeing Tang San's reluctance, Xiao Wu couldn't help pouting. It's just that, I think your bedding is also quite big, and there shouldn't be a big problem with two covers. That's it. If we put the bed together, won't we all be useful? Xiao Wu explained. 1. Sleep together. Tang San opened his mouth somewhat surprised. Isn't it good for men and women? Tang San was a little tangled. Then do you have the heart to let me sleep on the bed board alone? Hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu couldn't help but pinch her waist angrily. I didn't mean that, let's do it, I will give you my bedding, and you can sleep alone, just squeeze with Bai Ji. Suddenly, Tang San saw Bai Ji on the side, as if he had found a savior, and then put forward new opinions regardless of whether Bai Ji agreed. But when he heard Tang San's words, Bai Ji on the side looked dazed. This Tang San put Xiao Wu well, not, and insisted on squeezing to sleep with him. What the is this? I'm afraid it's not good to trouble others like this. Xiao Wu said it was not good, but her eyes were already narrowed like crescent moon. She is not familiar with Bai Ji, so it's hard to say such things, but Tang San's suggestion is fine. No trouble. Bai Ji and I grew up together. They are very good friends. It's just a bed together, no problem. Regarding Xiao Wu's words, Tang San smiled authentically. After speaking, Tang San looked at Bai Ji expectantly, as if sleeping with Xiao Wu was a wild beast. Upon seeing this, Bai Ji could only sigh quietly. Tang-san, we have such a good relationship. It's just that we sleep together in a group. Naturally, this is fine for me. It's just that you are probably not alone. Born. Ah. Chapter 16, Canteen Conflict, Chance Encounter with Master. Is it destined to be alone for a lifetime? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Tang-san asked somewhat puzzled. Nothing, I mean that your life is destined to be very lonely. With a helpless sigh, Bai Ji shook his head. Alone. Tang-san was even more puzzled. Your name is Bai Ji, right? I'm Xiao Wu, thank you and Tang-san for giving me a bedding. Taking the bedding in Tang-san's hand, Xiao Wu quickly came to Bai Ji like an elf, chuckling. No thanks, I'm very happy to be able to help you. Seeing Xiao Wu all smiles, Bai Ji also smiled slightly. That's good. Knowing that Bai Ji didn't mind, Xiao Wu was also relieved. After all, it was because she had troubled others. Okay, let's make the beds quickly, now we should go to lunch. Looking at the sky outside the window, it was too early, Bai Ji couldn't help but remind. Yes. Yes. Aside, the other children also quickly agreed. Because they were in a hurry to have lunch, Bai Ji, Tang-san, and Xiao Wu began to make their beds. Because the bedding given by the master was very large, at least larger than the bed in the dormitory, and more than twice the size, the original bed sharing of Tang-san and Xiao Wu became that of Bai Ji and Tang-san. On the other hand, Xiao Wu folded the mattress and laid it on the bed. Because the mattress was folded, it was very soft to sleep on. However, the quilt was large and needed to be rolled up to sleep at night, but it didn't matter. After packing the beds and daily necessities, everyone is about to go to the cafeteria to eat. Well, what's delicious in the cafeteria? Leaving the dormitory and walking on the way to the cafeteria, Xiao Wu hopped and asked excitedly. What can we eat as a work student? Just buy some food in the cafeteria and make a living. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Wang Sheng smiled bitterly. Enrolled as work students, they basically all come from villages in the country. Their families are poor and they cannot afford good food at the extremely expensive Soul Master Academy. Ah! Can't we eat delicious food? Why? Xiao Wu was a little puzzled about what Wang Sheng said. It costs money to eat, we have no money. Wang Sheng explained silently. Money, do I still have to spend money to eat? Is it that soul coin? Upon hearing Wang Sheng's words, Xiao Wu seemed to understand something, and the excited expression on her face instantly solidified. Sister Xiaohu, which village did you come from? In this world, how can it be possible to eat outside without spending money? Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Wang Sheng's mouth twitched. Xiao Wu, you are the same as Tang-san. Leave the food for these 2 days to me. Although I don't have much money, it's okay to be responsible for your food for the 2 days. Bai Ji knew that Xiao Wu definitely had no money. If the white singer still only had the living expenses of a dozen Gintama coins given by the old Jack, Bai Ji might still be a bit painful. But because it happened that the tuition fee paid by old Jack was refunded by the academy, he had a gold soul coin enough to provide Tang-san and Xiao Wu for food for these 2 days, so Bai Ji was very proud. After that, the 3 of them can make money by cleaning the academy, and they won't have to post it in vain. Wow, Bai Ji, you are so kind. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Wu suddenly couldn't help smiling. Everyone went all the way, and finally came to the cafeteria after passing through most of the playground. The dining hall of Norton Junior Soul Master Academy is large enough to accommodate more than 300 people in total for 6 classes and teachers. At this time, the dining hall has already lined up at the window. Oh, isn't this a bunch of poor ghosts like Wang Sheng? Why, have you joined a newcomer? As soon as Bai Ji and others stepped into the canteen, a very arrogant voice came from not far away. Following the direction of the voice, Bai Ji raised his head and looked to the second floor. I saw that on the second floor, a group of teenagers, almost all over 10 years old, were looking at them condescendingly, and one of them was talking handsome. Poor ghosts are poor ghosts. I'm afraid they will never be able to eat on the second floor. On the one hand, another young man made a sarcasm. What are you guys, is it great to eat on the second floor? Xiao Wu has a violent temper, and on the way, Wang Sheng has already told Xiao Wu the rules of being the boss of 7 shelters, who must make a career in work and study, so Xiao Wu was ridiculed, and Xiao Wu suddenly went up. Hey, she's still a pretty little lowly, but unfortunately she's a working student. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, several teenagers on the second floor couldn't help but notice Xiao Wu suddenly, but after discovering that Xiao Wu was a work student, the teenagers became uninterested. Wang Sheng, I'm going to eat, I will let you go this time. Finally, he said to Wang Sheng, the young man headed by the second floor left. Damn it, is it so great to eat on the second floor? Seeing the figure of the young man on the second floor disappearing in the corridor on the stairs, Xiao Wu couldn't help but clenched her fists, very angrily. It's really amazing. The meals on the second floor are ordered separately, which is very expensive. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, a teenager couldn't help sighing. But compared to Xiao Wu's anger, Bai Ji and Tang San both have a plain face. Both of them are transversalists, and their mental age is almost over 30. Naturally, they will not be angry because of the insignificant ridicule of others. While Xiao Wu was still agitated, Bai Ji had been observing nearby students for a long time, and he also knew how to eat here. In fact, the dining style of the Notting College canteen is similar to that of the high school and university canteens in Beg's previous life. They all receive the meal first, then queue up at the window where there is the food they want to eat, and then find a table in the cafeteria to sit and eat. But unlike Beg's previous life, the high schools and universities in the previous life used credit cards to pay, and the queue speed was relatively fast, but Notting College did not have this condition. It was very slow to pay while queuing for food. However, there are definitely fewer people at Loading College than in the high schools and universities of Bai Ji's previous life, so the speed is about the same. Hey, Bai Ji, I saw the teacher. While Bai Ji was observing the cafeteria, Tang San suddenly patted Bai Ji on the shoulder. Following Tang San's direction, Bai Ji found a familiar figure, a master. Teacher, have you come to eat too? Pulling Bai Ji, Tang San quickly walked to the master's side. Oh, it's you too, how are you, are everything packed? Hearing Tang San's words, the master found the narrator and Tang San, so he asked. Our things are all packed, thank you teacher for the bedding. Being pulled over by Tang San, Bai Ji was also respectful and authentic. It's nothing, do you want to eat with me on the second floor? I will take you to my place to recognize the door. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the master shook his head and said. No, I'm fine. Bai Ji and Tang San immediately refused. Both of them thought the same thing. They didn't want to be a maverick in the 7 homes, or an outlier among work-study students. Maybe after Bai Ji could make money, they could go to the second floor to eat. Of course, at that time, Bai Song will definitely invite the roommates to go together. But if you go with the master now, it is undoubtedly easy for people to criticize. It's okay, you are right to do this, go, but remember to wait for me at the entrance of the cafeteria after dinner, I'll find you something. Hearing Bai Ji and Tang San's refusal, the master's expression did not change. It seemed that it was normal for the two of them to refuse. After asking them to wait for him at the entrance of the cafeteria, the master went to the second floor. Let's go, let's eat too. The figure watching the master disappeared on the second floor. Bai Ji faced Tang Sandao beside him. Chapter 17, Master's Concern, Tang San's Second Spirit. Both Bai Ji and Tang San ate their meals very fast, the two of them finished eating first, and then everyone else ate them one after another. But because Bai Ji and Tang San had to wait for the master, the others went back first. After eating, the two waited at the entrance of the cafeteria. After almost half an hour, the master finally came out. And there was a middle-aged man who was similar in age with the master. The middle-aged man wore a long robe, and looked a little more handsome than the master, with a gentle smile on his face. I don't know why, as soon as Bai Ji saw this middle-aged man, he felt that he was probably the dean of the loading college, and after a little thought, Bai Ji was more certain of this conclusion. Because basically the younger teachers at the Lording Academy have a bad attitude towards the masters. Although they can't find faults on the surface, they definitely won't have dinner with the masters. It is said that the masters and the dean are friends, so this middle-aged person is most likely the dean. Let's go, Xiao. Ziaosan, Bai Ji. Walking out of the canteen, the master couldn't help saying hello when he saw Bai Ji and Tang San at the entrance of the canteen. In fact, the master saw Bai Ji first, because Bai Ji's silver hair is really eye-catching, but in order to appear intimate, the master plans to call Bai Ji Xiaoj. But before the words came out, the master suddenly realized something was wrong in his heart, so the words quickly became called Ziaosan, and this saved the situation. In fact, the reason why Grandpa Jack has always been called Bai Ji, instead of Bai Ji like Tang San Ziaosan. Little song? Bro. On the Douluo continent, the meaning of the word little brother is similar to that of elder brother. Whoever calls Bai Ji like this will definitely be taken advantage by Bai Ji. This is the disciple you received. Aside, seeing Bai Ji and Tang San, the middle-aged man couldn't help asking. Okay. The master nodded. They all look pretty good, come on, and wish you success. Patting the master's shoulder, the middle-aged man left in the other direction. Come with me. When the middle-aged person left, the master faced Bai Ji and Tang Sandao. Following the master, after passing through most of the playground, the three finally arrived at the teacher's dormitory. The teacher's dormitory building and the student dormitory building are in the same building, on the 4th and 5th floors of the dormitory building. However, although it is in the same building, in order to distinguish status, the school deliberately placed the entrance of the teacher's dormitory in another place, behind the entrance of the students. Moreover, although the student dormitory area is on the 1st to 3rd floors, and the teacher dormitory area is on the 4th and 5th floors, it is impossible to reach the teacher dormitory area from the student dormitory area unless you fly. After entering the teacher's dormitory area, under the leadership of the master, Bai Ji and Tang San finally entered the master's residence. The master's residence is in a room on the top corner of the dormitory building. The room is not big, only about 30 square meters. The contents are also very simple. There is only a bed, a table, a few chairs, and a place that occupies 2 walls. Bookshelves full of various books. But on the table, a large silver box made Bai Ji a little strange. Okay, sit down. The master sat on the bed, and then made a gesture of please to Bai Ji and Tang San. Seeing this, Bai Ji and Tang San were not polite, each took a chair beside them and sat down. Let's eat first. It's when you are growing up. The food is too bad. Seeing Bai Ji and Tang San sitting down, the master suddenly took out 2 paper bags from his arms and handed them to Bai Ji and Tang San respectively. After opening the paper bag, there were 2 chicken legs and a steamed bun. Teacher. Looking at the chicken legs and steamed buns in the paper bag, Tang San was a little moved. Bai Ji, although he was used to eating big fish and meat in his previous life, he was born in Saint Soul village in this life. Although his grandfather Jack is the head of the village, his family background is actually not very good. Although he can eat meat, he is not in the festive season. Eating chicken is also difficult. Looking at the chicken legs in the paper bag, Bai Ji couldn't help swallowing saliva. Teacher, thank you. He moved his eyes away from the paper bag and looked at the master, Bai Ge couldn't help but feel very grateful. With the pride of the master, he would pack things from the cafeteria for them. This can already be seen as a problem. The master really cares about them. Okay, eat quickly, and do business after eating. For the touch of Bai Ge and Tang San, the master looked calm and calm. Oh, I see. Although both of them had eaten in the cafeteria, they ate coarse tea and light rice, which was not nutritious. Not only did they both grow their bodies, they also practiced Xian Gong. So when they saw chicken drumsticks and steamed buns, they were hungry again. Because the master said that they had to do business after eating, the two dared not delay, and within a few minutes, the two ate the chicken drumsticks and steamed buns in the paper bag. Tang San, you are 6 years old this year, you are born with full spirit power, twin spirits, release your other martial spirit, let me see. When the two of them finished eating, the master stood up from the bed, and after taking out a notebook and a quill pen for recording from his arms, he said to Tang San. Okay, all right. Tang San nodded, because both the master and Bai Ge already knew that he was a twin martial spirit, and he had nothing to hide, so in front of the two, Tang San stretched out his left hand and moved the second martial artist in his body. The soul was summoned. As a black light flashed, a black hammer suddenly appeared on Tang San's left hand. This is... Seeing the hammer in Tang San's left hand, the master couldn't help but suddenly startled, with an extremely excited look in his eyes. Tang San, surnamed Tang, okay, put your martial soul away, remember, don't expose it to other people easily. Without my permission, never attach a spirit ring to this martial soul in the future. You have to keep this in mind. After the master calmed down some excitement, he exhorted. Dad also said to me that you can't attach a spirit ring to this spirit, but why can't you attach a spirit ring to this spirit? Hearing the same things the master and his father said, Tang San couldn't help asking with some doubts. Who is your father and what does it do? Hearing Tang San's father actually said this, the master didn't feel surprised, but he couldn't help but be a little curious. My father's name is Tang Hao, a blacksmith in the village. Tang San replied. Tang Hao. Hearing Tang San's answer, the master couldn't help being even more shocked. What, teacher, do you know my father? Seeing the master's face, Tang San couldn't help feeling a little strange. Does the teacher know his father? Do not know. Hearing Tang San's words, the master also calmed down. He naturally knew Tang Hao, but since Tang Hao didn't tell his son his true identity, he naturally couldn't say it rashly. Okay, I'm here to ask you some questions today. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony, and the day after tomorrow will start formally. But you and Bai Ge are both inherently full of spirit power. The top priority now is to make your martial soul capable continue to practice. After accepting you as apprentices in the morning, I thought about it carefully. Today we will discuss the development direction of your martial arts. You two will leave the college with me in the morning. I will take you to find a suitable spirit ring for you. Advance to the spirit master level, so that you can also receive the subsidy from the spirit hall as soon as possible. Seeing that Tang San wanted to continue to ask, the master couldn't help but quickly change the subject. We know, teacher, but what is the direction of Wuhan's development? Hearing the words of the master, Tang San's attention was suddenly diverted. Chapter 18, The Development Direction of Wuhan, The Advantages of Lan Yinko. The direction of Wuhan's development starts from the classification of Wuhan itself. As we all know, Wuhan is divided into two categories, one is beast spirit and the other is weapon spirit. The classification basis of these two spirits is not based on their species category, but according to their manifestation and the way they act on the spirit master. Like the spirits that bless the spirit master in the form of possession, they belong to the beast spirit, and can be separated. The spirits that are used as weapons are all weapon spirits, and the plant spirits like you two belong to weapon spirits. The master explained. But you still haven't mentioned the development direction of Wuhan. Tang San couldn't help but reminded. Haha, don't worry. The master smiled and shook his head. When the beast spirit is used, it attaches the power of the beast to itself, and relies on the combination of the human body and the spirit of the beast to increase the strength of the spirit master, and launch an attack. But weapon spirits are completely different. All weapon spirits work out of the body. Therefore, weapon spirits are more auxiliary than beast spirits. To give a simple example, if your Wuhan is the common rice in our usual food, then your Wuhan can be used as food, and because it is formed by spirit power, the effect will be better than ordinary rice. Ah! Can Wuhan still eat it? Bai Ji was not surprised by the master's example, because he knew that there was also the category of food martial soul, but Tang San didn't know it, so he couldn't help being a little surprised. Yes, the spirit of martial arts is also real in nature. It's just different from the things around us. The spirit of martial arts is not substantive, but with the support of our spirit masters, the spirit of martial arts can also be transformed into a real thing. During the real period, as long as you eat a specific martial soul, that martial soul can turn into gentle soul power to nourish your body, just like food. The master explained. The development direction of Wuhan is roughly divided into 5 departments, namely, Combat Department, Food Department, Reconnaissance Department, Treatment Department, and Control Department. Both of your martial souls are plant martial souls, one is blue silver grass, the other is vine martial soul, so you can almost eliminate the food, investigation, and healing types. Now, you two should only can choose between the combat system and the control system. Looking at Bai Ji and Tang San, the master slowly said. Teacher, the combat department, I know, should be fighting, but what does the control department mean? Tang San asked. The focus of the control system is control. The meaning is obvious. It refers to the use of one's own martial arts to limit opponents and achieve the purpose of assisting or attacking. Both of you martial spirits are plant martial spirits and cannot bless your body, so naturally you can't charge and engulf, so your best choice is to control, but if necessary, you can also use your field control ability to attack in disguise. The effect of, so you can also be said to be the preparatory combat system. The master explained. Oh, do you control your opponent? Hearing the explanation from the master, Tang San nodded. Teacher, do you want to train me and Tang San to become control department spirit masters? Listening to the words of the master, Bai Ji couldn't help asking. Although he is indeed very suitable to develop into a control type spirit master, his Mo Yun Teng is not like Tang San's blue silver grass. The strength and toughness of the Mo Yun Teng can theoretically be used as a weapon, so Bai Ji theoretically one can also become a combat type soul master, but Bai Ji's physical quality is not as good as a soul master possessed by a beast spirit, which is a shortcoming. However, Bai Ji has a lottery system for the heavens. Maybe you can draw some items, skills, or martial arts that can strengthen your body in the future. At that time, Bai Ji actually wants to be a combat spirit master, mainly for frontal battles. By the way, you can use control as support, disrupt the formation of the enemy team. For the Junior 3, I mainly trained from the control system spirit master, because for the Junior 3rd blue silver grass martial arts plan, I focus on poison, and most of the poison that the plant martial spirit can produce is not severe, far inferior. Some highly poisonous beast spirits cannot be used as the main attack method, so they need to be assisted by the control of the vines, so in combination, Ziosin is undoubtedly more suitable for controlling the development direction of the spirit master. The master nodded and said. But for you, your martial soul is currently unknown. I need to test your martial soul before I can plan your development direction. But your martial soul is a vine-like plant martial soul. After all, it should still be impossible to escape from the combat system and the control system. Thinking of Bai Ji's martial soul, the corner of the master's mouth couldn't help but a faint smile appeared. It's as if the cat found the mouse, and it was quite happy. Teacher, how should I cultivate my blue-silver grass martial spirit? Aside, Tang San couldn't help asking when hearing that the teacher had already planned his blue-silver grass martial spirit. Hee, don't worry, listen to me slowly. The master chuckled and shook his head, then said. You should already know that, many people think that blue-silver grass is a waste martial arts soul, but after many years of research, blue-silver grass also has its own function. If it weren't for the weak spirit power generated by blue-silver grass when it awakens, it is not impossible to become a war spirit master. Although blue-silver grass is inherently weak, it is not without its advantages and weaknesses. This makes the use of blue-silver grass very small consumption of soul power, less than the consumption of food-type martial souls, which determines that you can fight Zhong relies on its own soul power to use it extensively. Secondly, blue-silver grass is too ordinary, it can be said to be seen everywhere, so in the wild, your martial arts spirit is much more confusing than other martial arts, especially for those ordinary spirit beasts with low wisdom. Third, blue-silver grass has rich development directions, because it is low-end and can develop in multiple directions, and the weakness of blue-silver grass itself prevents him from repelling spirit rings with any attributes. Will Wuhan still reject the spirit ring? Hearing what the master said, Tang San was a little surprised and authentic. Of course, if one's own martial spirit and spirit ring attributes are mutually exclusive, and one wants to attach a spirit ring to a spirit ring, it will repel. For example, a fire attribute spirit wants to attach a water attribute spirit beast's spirit ring. This will eventually, in all likelihood, the soul master exploded and died. The master explained. After speaking, the master extended his fourth finger and said, then there is a fourth advantage in your body, that is, you are innately full of spirit power. The reason why we have not seen a powerful blue-silver grass spirit master in Douluos continent is mainly because the blue-silver grass spirit has been awakened. The soul power that can be attached to the host is really too small, and the innate soul power is proportional to the speed of acquired cultivation. If the natural soul power is too weak, it is difficult to cultivate to a high level. In the later stage of cultivation, it is also difficult to hunt and kill the soul beast. But you are different. You are innately full of spirit power. Whether this spirit power is brought to you by blue-silver grass or another hammer spirit, it will not affect your use of it on blue-silver grass. Therefore, cultivate blue-silver grass, right? You will never suffer. You deserve to be a teacher, so awesome. Listening to the master's analysis, Tang San couldn't help admiring it. So, my training direction for your martial soul is to make your blue-silver grass poisonous and tougher by attaching a specific spirit ring. Through the poison, the blue-silver grass will be given attack power to the martial spirit, and this is achieved by increasing the toughness. Control, this is what I think. After talking about a big conversation, the master couldn't help getting a little dry. He picked up a glass of water beside the table and took a sip. The master turned his attention to Bai Ji. Bai Ji, I have already explained Tang San's question, and it's up to you next. Chapter 19, I really don't have a second martial arts soul, test Mo Yun Teng. Teacher, what should I do? Hearing the teacher said that it was his turn, Bai Ji suddenly stood up from his seat, looking at the master holding the notebook in front of him. Bai Ji couldn't help asking. Bai Ji was actually quite interested in how the master would test his martial soul. Don't worry. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the master smiled faintly. Putting the notebook and feather pen in his hand on the bed temporarily, the master turned and walked to the wooden table beside the bed. After lifting the wooden table to the center of the room, the master slowly opened the silver box placed on the wooden table. This is. Seeing the contents of the silver box, Bai Ji couldn't help being surprised. Because the box was filled with things like test tubes, beakers, tongs, tweezers, crucibles, and alcohol lamps. Of course, there is definitely a big difference between the chemical appliances in Bai Ji's previous life, but from the shape of these glass objects, Bai Ge still discovered the purpose of these things. These are the experimental tools I specially prepared for you. You can test some data of your Wuhan. According to my years of research on the plant Wuhan, there are actually only 4 factors that determine the quality of the plant Wuhan. The master slowly stretched out the first index finger. First, it is toxicity. Although the plant spirit is a weapon spirit, compared with traditional iron weapon spirits such as swords, hammers and bow locks, the plant spirits have neither the sharpness of a sword nor the sharpness of a hammer. It is thick and solid, and it lacks the long-range attack ability of bow and arrow. Compared with chain-type martial souls, plant-based martial souls are more than one thing inferior in restraint power. The only advantage of plant-based martial arts is that they can be poisonous. This is an important factor that determines the strength of the plant martial arts spirit. Second, the toughness. Although the plant spirit is far inferior to the iron weapon spirit, the plant spirit is stronger in terms of toughness due to structural reasons, but because most of the plant spirit is stronger, the toughness is still too much different from the weapon spirits of the same level such as ropes. It is difficult to restrain the spirit masters of the same level with powerful beast spirits, and for weapons with sharp spirits, such as sword soul masters, plant martial arts spirits are also easily cut off, so this is not taken seriously. Third, resistance. There are mainly 2 types of attacks that can cause damage to plant spirits, ice and fire. Different types of plant spirits have different resistance to ice and fire. So in the experiment, I will test your spirit the resistance to ice and fire, but because I have no conditions to conduct the experiment on ice, I will switch to the research on the resistance to corrosion. Fourth, the consumption of soul power. Based on my years of research, I divided the plant martial arts spirit into 3 categories, namely trees, flowers, and vines. Among them, the tree martial arts spirit has the highest root toughness. It's a pity that soul power is consumed too much. Among the flower and grass martial arts, the flower martial arts are mostly used for other purposes, and the grass martial arts soul has the lowest tenacity, but the soul power consumption is also the smallest. Only vines are used in the same level. The performance is most suitable, but the consumption of soul power by different types of vine martial arts is also different. And the test of these 4 points is the purpose of my experiment. After slowly extending the 4 fingers of his right hand, the master put down his right hand and said in a deep voice. After speaking, the master turned and looked at the many experimental instruments in the silver box on the central wooden table. Bai Ge, Xiao San, you 2 give way first. There are a lot of more dangerous medicines in these test tubes. Be careful not to get hurt. The master stretched out his hand and drove Bai Ge and Tang San aside, then slowly put on rubber gloves, and began to take out the experimental equipment from the silver box. Maybe it's because I have done many experiments like this before, and the master's technique is very proficient, so soon. The master put all the experimental equipment in the silver box on the table, so there are only some left in the silver box. The test tube of the famous medicine. Bai Ge, you summon your martial soul. After preparing for the experiment, the master turned his head to look at Bai Ge, and said solemnly. Okay, teacher. Looking at the experimental equipment on the wooden table, Bai Ge nodded, summoning the Wuhan Moyan Teng, and saw a black and purple vine slowly growing out of the white singer, swaying in the air. Don't move, I will cut a small piece of vine from your martial soul, don't be afraid, it will not affect you. While soothing Bai Ge, the master took a sharp silver knife and placed it on the front end of Bai Ge Moyun Teng, and then cut it down. However, to the master's surprise, Mo Yun Teng was not cut off at once as he thought, but made a sound like a blade rubbing. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that only the epidermis was cut, and it was vaguely visible that there were many dense golden fibrous threads in the epidermis. Seeing the scene in front of him, the master couldn't help being surprised. He had never seen such a situation before. He has seen many plant martial arts spirits, but no matter how tough the martial arts spirits are, it is impossible to withstand the full cutting of a sharp knife. Teacher, what's the matter? Aside, seeing the shocked expression of the master, Tang San couldn't help asking with some curiosity. This, I have never seen such a tough plant martial arts soul. Looking at the sharp silver short knife in his hand, the master smiled bitterly. The knife I used in my experiment is already the sharpest ordinary knife on the mainland, but cutting forcefully only cut through a layer of Bai Ji Wuhan's skin, and this is only the initial state of Bai Ji Wuhan. It is impossible to imagine how tough this Wuhan will be when Bai Ji becomes stronger in the future. Looking at the calm white song on the side, the master can only sigh, the posterity is terrifying. With such a toughness of the plant martial soul, in the plant martial soul, this can already be said to stand at the pinnacle of the plant martial soul. I am afraid that even the sword spirit soul master of the same level as not necessarily can easily cut off Bai Ji's plant system Wuhan. If the master evaluated the potential of the two in the past, they are both innately full of soul power, but because Tang San is a twin martial soul, the potential in the master's eyes is stronger than that of Bai Ji, then it seems that Bai Ji is no less inferior to Tang. 3. Such a toughness of the plant system martial arts, not only has strong field control ability, as a weapon, with such a toughness, the lethality is also great. After sighing, the master started cutting again. After cutting back and forth like a saw on the broken skin of the moyun vine with a silver short knife, the master finally cut off a small piece of moyun vine. Although the toxicity of your martial arts has been tested, for rigorous consideration, I decided to test it again. Looking at Bai Ji, the master explained as he picked up a test paper that looked like silver foil and glowed with pale silver light. This paper is a poison test paper. It is made by me using the molting skin of a poison-eating silver toad, a soul beast that likes to swallow poisons. As long as something poisonous touches this paper, the paper will turn black. But unfortunately this reaction is one way, so this paper can only be used once. While rubbing the severed moyun vine on the poison test paper repeatedly, the master was a bit pity and authentic. It didn't turn black, it seems that it is really not poisonous. After rubbing it for a while, the poison test paper was still as clean as new, and there was no sign of blackening, and the master did not regret it either. Because for the plant martial arts spirit, it is the easiest to make it possess toxins. On the contrary, it is very difficult to make the plant martial arts spirit stronger. Moyun Teng Wuhan already possesses the ultimate tenacity, and according to his weight just now, he weighs several times more than the plant Wuhan of the same size. High weight can bring high attack power, combined with extremely high tenacity. This is enough to make the Wuhan of Moyun Teng bloom in both control and attack. Now the master wants to know the power of Wuhan Moyun Teng on the soul. What is the consumption? Chapter 20, The strongest plant is Wuhan, named Moyun Teng. After completing the toxicity test, the master took off the rubber gloves, picked up the notebook and quill pen on the bed, and began to record in the notebook. Recording the toxicity test data of Bai Wanj, the master put back his notebook and quill, and said to Bai Ji, "Beg, summon another martial soul." "Okay, teacher." Slowly stretched out his right hand, Bai Ji once again summoned the Wuhan Moyun vine, and the black and purple vines spread out again, extending to the master's front. Because it was summoned again, the Moyun Teng summoned this time is no longer the last one, and the front end of the Moyun Teng has become intact again. The master gently fixed the front end of the Moyun Teng with a rubber-gloved hand, and then cut it back and forth again with a sharp silver short knife. After nearly 10 cuts in this way, the master again obtained an experimental sample. In fact, the last sample is not unusable, but in order to avoid unnecessary influence, the master decided to use a new sample. You should have seen it just now. The toughness of Bai Ji Wuhan is already the highest I have ever seen in the plant system, so there is no need to test its toughness. Next, I will test Bai Ji Wuhan's resistance to flame and corrosive resistance. As the master said, he cut the freshly cut Moyun Teng into 2 sections again. One section was temporarily placed aside, while the other section was picked up with tweezers and carefully placed on a mini grill. After the master ignited the experimental equipment similar to the alcohol lamp, the master moved the grill containing the moyun vine to the alcohol lamp. Immediately afterwards, the master picked up the beaker on the side again, and then took out a test tube containing the green medicine from the silver box. After opening the test tube, he poured the medicine inside into the beaker. After that, the master used tweezers to clamp a small piece of moyun vine that was temporarily aside, and then gently placed it in the beaker filled with green medicine. All right. After doing this, the master couldn't help but breathe out. Because the plant system Wuhan, like the vine Wuhan, the vines of the vine Wuhan will quickly dissipate in the air after being cut, so the experiment must be done quickly, otherwise it will waste time and leave the Wuhan will quickly disappear into the air. Bai Ji, Xiao-san, please come closer and watch, pay attention to the speed at which the vines on the flame and the vines in the green acid are burnt and corroded. The master stared at the moyun vine on the wooden table grill and the moyun vine in the beaker, while instructing Bai Ji and Tang San. Okay, teacher. Bai Ji and Tang San nodded. One of them looked at the moyun tang on the flame, and the other looked at the moyun tang in the acid. Although Bai Ji knows that because it is a galaxy-level plant life, if it grows to the limit, it will not be afraid of flames and harsh environments, but now his spirit is still in the larval stage, so Bai Ji does not know his current status. Various data of Moyun Tang. Therefore, Bai Ji is also very concerned about the master's experiment. Because Moyun Tang is a brand new spirit, it has never appeared in Douluos continent before, so it is estimated that only the master can plan the best spirit ring configuration and training route for Moyun Tang. According to my research, after leaving the main body, without the intervention of the soul master, the plant martial soul can maintain its existence in the outside world for 2 to 3 minutes before it begins to dissipate. So I want you to observe. When did the vines burn up, when did they dissipate, and the extent to which the vines corroded in the acid within a minute. The master glanced back and forth between the moyun vine in the flame and the moyun vine in the acid, while continuing to give orders. Yes. Bai Ji and Tang San nodded and began to observe in silence. Half a minute has passed, a minute has passed, 3.5 minutes have passed, and 5 minutes have passed, but Moyun Tang still shows no sign of dissipating. Teacher, it's been 5 minutes, why Bai Ji's martial spirit has not dissipated? Seeing the flame, the water in the moyun vine finally dried up, the epidermis began to shrink, and the moyun vine finally showed visible signs of corrosion in the beaker, but 5 minutes had passed, but the moyun vine still had nothing dissipated. Tang San couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that the teacher made a mistake? Hold on. The master was also a little dazed, but the patience he had cultivated for a long time allowed him to still remain calm. While continuing to observe the vine in the flame and acid, the master thought in his heart. Although the master was surprised by the excellent flame and acid tolerance of Moyun Tang, he was not so unbelievable. Because there are some special plants in the legend, some can even absorb flames for their own use, and some can ignore the acid. Although Moyun Tang was extremely resistant to flames and acidity, it still suffered damage after all. It was just that Moyun Tang Wuhan was more able to resist than ordinary plant martial arts. However, the plant martial arts spirit should dissipate within 2 to 3 minutes after leaving the main body, but the vine martial arts spirit in front of him is actually fine, which surprised the master. Finally, after 2 minutes, immersed in the acid, almost 1/3 of the corroded Moyun Tang began to dissipate. However, even though the folds of the vine in the flame had cracked, revealing the dry black and purple substance inside, there was still no sign of dissipating. After calculating the burning speed of the Moyun Tang in the flame, the master calculated that he wants to completely burn the Moyun Tang into slag. If the Moyun Tang does not dissipate, it will take about half an hour, but the Moyun Tang can persist. Live? Just look at it and you'll find out. The three of them looked at the Moyun Tang in the flame like this. After half an hour passed, the Moyantang was finally burnt into coke by the flame, but this shocked the master. Why can your martial soul survive so long after being separated from the subject? The master couldn't help muttering to himself. Could it be because of the flame? Thinking of Moyantang Wuhan's energy absorption talent, Bai Ji tentatively said. Flame is also a kind of energy. Like the aura of heaven and earth outside, the reason why the Moyantang in the acid can last for more than 7 minutes is more than twice that of other ordinary martial arts. This is because the Moyantang absorbs the heaven and the earth. Reiki. The Moyun vine in the flame lasted longer. It is probably because when the flame burned it, the Moyun vine also absorbed the energy of the flame to maintain its own existence, so the Moyun vine in the flame could persist until was burned to ashes. Yes, flame. Hearing Bai Ji, the master woke up like a dream. Bai Ji, you call out your martial soul again, and I will do another experiment. After calming down, the master looked at Bai Gideo. Okay, teacher. Bai Ji once again summoned the Wuhan of Moyantang. The master strenuously cut off 3 short sections, and placed 1 section in the air, 1 section in a closed container, and 1 section burned on the flame. After more than 3 minutes, the Moyantang placed in the airtight container began to dissipate. After more than 7 minutes, the Moyantang placed in the air began to dissipate, but it dissipated very slowly until it was burned into slag. The Moyun vine placed in the flame showed no sign of dissipating. Bai Ji, I finally know why your martial spirit can last so long. After finishing the experiment, the master took a deep breath, his eyes burning against Bai Gideo. Why? Bai Ji asked pretendingly curiously. Because your martial soul can maintain its own existence by absorbing energy from the outside world, so after I isolate it from the outside world, it will be the same as an ordinary plant martial soul. It will dissipate in 2 or 3 minutes, and can the period of communicating with the outside world lasted for 7 minutes. As for the one placed in the flame, because of the energy of the flame, it will not finally dissipate until it is completely burned out. The master is very authentic. Bai Ji, your martial soul not only has the strongest tenacity of the plant martial soul, but also has strong tolerance, and finally can maintain its own existence by absorbing external energy, thereby greatly reducing the impact on your soul power. Consumption, on the whole, your martial spirit can be said to be the strongest plant martial spirit on the Douluo continent. Looking at Bai Ji, the master was very satisfied. I almost have a plan for your martial arts training now in my heart, but Bai Ji, have you figured out your martial arts name? It's a bit too cliché to always call mutated Qingtang like that. Looking at Bai Ji, the master asked with a faint smile on his face. Just call it Moyuntang, I hope that one day I can use it to reach the top of the sky in the Douluo continent Soul Master realm. Bai Ji smiled slightly, as if pointing out. Chapter 21, Assigned Cleaning Area, the first night in Nodding City. After finishing the experiment, almost 2 hours have passed. Originally, Bai Ji and Tang San wanted to stay to help the master tidy up the house, but the master resolutely refused, saying that he still had more time, and there was nothing wrong with cleaning the house, but Bai Ji and Tang San were different. What Bai Ji and Tang San need to do most now is to handle their own affairs, and then get up tomorrow morning to go hunting for spirit rings with him. Seeing that the master had said this, Bai Ji and Tang San naturally had to go back obediently. Because I spent several hours with the master on the Moyantang test, after Bai Ji and Tang San left the master's dormitory, they suddenly found that the sky outside was already at dusk. After going downstairs, Bai Ji and Tang San returned to the dormitory after a certain distance. Hey, Tang San, Bai Ji, where did you two go? As soon as Bai Ji opened the door, Xiao Wu approached curiously and asked. We just went to the teacher's. Tang San replied. Teacher, is it a master? Xiao Wu thought for a while and asked. Yes, that's the master. Bai Ji nodded and walked into the dormitory. By the way, I have something to announce. Tang San and I have something to go out tomorrow. It may take several days to come back, so I say hello to you first. Bai Ji said loudly. You are going out, where are you going? Upon hearing Bai Ji's words, Wang Sheng asked curiously. Is teacher? Tang San replied. We went to the teacher today. Bai Ji and I are both innately full of spirit power, and cannot continue to practice before we obtain the spirit ring, so the teacher decided to take me and Bai Ji out tomorrow to find a suitable spirit ring. Tang San explained. Both of you are innately full of soul power. Hearing Tang San's words, Wang Sheng couldn't help looking at the two of them with the look of monsters. He had never heard that a plant-based martial arts soul could actually appear as a soul master with innate soul power, and it suddenly appeared too. You two are leaving before school starts. Is it so important for spirit rings? On the side, Xiao Wu didn't express shock at the fact that the two were naturally full of spirit power, but was very angry that the two of them even left the academy because they wanted to obtain spirit rings. Please, Sister Xiao Wu, we are soul masters. For our soul masters, nothing is more important than obtaining a soul ring. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Wang Sheng didn't know how to complain. I didn't know that Xiao Wu ran out of the Douluo continent. Not only did I not know that it would cost money to eat, but now even the spirit ring does not value it, which is simply incomprehensible. Hee, just kidding. Seeing that everyone around her looked at herself with strange eyes, Xiao Wu quickly changed the subject. Then you can go, but isn't the three of us responsible for an area together? If you two are gone, should I be responsible for the cleaning work during this period of time? As if thinking of something, Xiao Wu couldn't help but said in a bulging air. I discussed this with Tang San. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Bai Ji and Tang San couldn't help but glance at each other, and then Bai Ji came forward to explain. On the day we go to hunt for the spirit ring, you will clean it for us. When we come back, you don't have to clean it anymore. Just two of us are responsible for cleaning this area. The cleaning time of Notting College is in the morning, at sunrise. At this time, the purple energy in the sunrise between the sky and the earth is the most. It happens to be the best time for Bai Ji and Tang San to practice the purple magic pupil, so Bai Ji and after Tang San discussed it for a while, he decided that the next two people would be responsible for cleaning together. That's great, that's it. When she heard Bai Ji, Xiao Wu couldn't help showing a very happy expression. The time came soon and it was night. There are bathhouses on each floor of the dormitory building of Lording College, and because Lording's dormitory is mixed gender, the bathhouse is not a public bathhouse, but a single-room bathhouse divided in a large bathhouse. After dinner, Bai Ji took a shower in the bathhouse and went to bed after preparation. While sleeping, he used the 2 lucky draw opportunities he got today by the way. After the bath, Bai Ji walked out of the bathhouse in his pajamas. Because Kishi is the only dormitory on the 3rd floor of the dormitory building, there are not as many people in the bathhouse as the 2 floors below. And because the 2 floors below are rich students, their bathhouse is far more luxurious than the 3-story bathhouse in Kishi, so they don't bother to come to the 3rd floor, so Beg didn't encounter strangers along the way. Back to the dormitory. Hey, Bai Ji, are you going to sleep so early? Seeing Bai Ji was going to sleep, Xiao Wu suddenly leaned over. This makes Bai Ji a little speechless. Why don't you go to your Tang San? Why are you looking for me? It's getting dark, what else can I do if I don't go to bed early, and Tang San and I will get up early tomorrow to find the teacher. Bai Ji replied both salty and lightly, and then lay directly on the bed, and the angry Xiao Wu couldn't help pouting. What a look! I've heard that you are so good, so I want to discuss it with you. Xiao Wu murmured as she left Beg. Hearing Xiao Wu's mumble, Bai Ji couldn't help being silent. Who is okay and likes to discuss with you? It's no good if you win, and if you lose face, you can only do it for a fool. No, there are still fools. Bai Ji suddenly thought of Tang San. It's really boring, I'll go to Tang San. Standing up from beg, Xiao Wu looked up and looked around, and found that everyone was cultivating. She couldn't help but crept out of the dormitory with some discouragement. In fact, if it wasn't for the failure of absorbing the spirit ring to cause the Xian Gong to fall into a bottleneck, otherwise Bai Ji would take advantage of this time of night to cultivate. The Douluo continent is an ancient world. Unlike the modern world on the earth, there is a network or something, and there is a colorful nightlife. Even if there is, it is in a big city, but Notting City is far from being considered big city. For a soul master, night is the best time for cultivation, and cultivation is also the best behavior to pass the time. Tang San, good luck to you. When Xiao Wu said that he was going to find Tang San, Bai Ji couldn't help but mourn for Tang San in his heart. Chapter 22, 2 consecutive draws, Master Level Cooking, and Dragon Elephant Pruchna. The night is dark, the bright full moon has risen into the sky, and the bright stars dot the night. Notting College, 7 dormitories. Xiao Wu hadn't come back since she went out to look for Tang San. According to Xiao Wu's mutter before leaving, Bai Ji felt that Xiao Wu should have gone to Tang San to discuss it. The other children in the dormitory were all sitting cross-legged on the bed and practicing, while Bai Ji was lying on the bed, but consciousness communicated with the internal system. "System, are you there?" Bai Ji called in his heart. "Yes, host, what's the matter?" The calm voice of the system sounded in Bai Ji's mind. "Didn't I get 2 chances to draw today, a silver draw and a black iron draw? Now I will use them." Bai Ji calmly and honestly. "Okay, the host is sure to use it now." The system asks. "Determine. Beg must be authentic. Confirm the lottery, the black iron grade lottery opportunity has been used, and the system is drawing. Dib. Congratulations to the host, for getting the master level cooking skills. Do you want to check the information?" The sound of the system sounded. Grandmaster level cooking. Bai Ji was a little confused. "What use is this thing for yourself?" "My dream is to become the strongest Douluo and eventually become a god, not to become a super chef." "No, it seems to be useful." Suddenly Bai Ji seemed to have thought of something again. Although this master level cooking does not seem to directly help his strength, it seems that he can make money for himself. On the Douluo continent, there are many weird surnames, many of which have Oriental surnames, and there are also many Eastern-style buildings on the mainland, but in terms of food, Douluo continent is still more inclined to the Western style of Beg's previous life. For food processing, Douluo continent is basically fried, roasted, and stewed, but for the people of the big foodie countries, these sets of Douluo continent are almost at home. For people in the big Eastern foodies, there are far more food processing methods than these 3. In addition to the common frying, roasting, and stewing, there are also various processing methods including frying, boiling, stuffing, fumigation, steaming, etc. Food method. Moreover, on the Douluo continent, the only meat dishes that can be ordered in restaurants are basically grilled fish, grilled chicken, and so on. Bai Ji often heard of some famous Chinese delicacies in his previous life, such as Mapo tofu, Dongpo meat, Gongbeo chicken, Zhihoqiu, etc., have never heard of it in the Douluo continent. If this master-level cooking skill can make you proficient in the famous Chinese cuisines of the previous life, wouldn't you be able to earn a lot? Money? Bai Gasi does not doubt the allure of his hometown food. Thinking of those little golden things, Bai Ji's heart was so excited. In fact, Beg doesn't value money much, but being poor is really uncomfortable. You can't eat meat many times throughout the year. This is cruel to Beg, who is still growing. However, although the reward for master-level cooking has been slightly improved, the specific effect of this reward depends on the systematic explanation. View information. After calming down his excitement a little, Bai Ji said decisively. With Bai Ji's voice, a virtual attribute panel suddenly appeared in Bai Ji's mind. Skill name, Grandmaster Cooking. Skill types, life skills. Effect, the host can be proficient in the skills of all Chinese cuisine including Cantonese, Shandong and Sichuan cuisines, as well as the preparation methods of all the famous dishes of each cuisine. Evaluation, go, boy. What are you waiting for? Don't hurry up to spread the glory of my foodie country to this world. Sure enough. Seeing the effects of master-level cooking, Bai Ji couldn't help clenching his fists excitedly. Does the host immediately accept the master-level cooking skills? The voice of the system continued. Accept now. Bai Ji nodded. Well. As soon as Bai Ji's voice fell, a large amount of unfamiliar memories was suddenly squeezed into Bai Ji's mind, making Bai Ji's whole brain full of ups and downs. System, go ahead, use the silver level lottery chance. For a long time, as the body gradually adapts, the discomfort gradually disappears. Feeling the various cooking skills and various food production methods in his mind, Bai Ji cannot help but turn his goal to the second chance to draw. Is it confirmed to use the silver level lucky draw opportunity? Confirm. Confirm the lottery, the silver level lottery opportunity has been used, and the system is drawing. Dib. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the martial arts exercises Dragon Elephant Prujnagong, do you want to check the information? The system's emotionless voice rang in Bai Ji's mind. Dragon Elephant Prujnagong. Hearing the sound of the system, Bai Ji couldn't help being surprised. Is the dragon-like Prujnakong, is it the dragon-like Prujnakong practiced by the king of the Golden Wheel in the legendary Condor hero? It is said that you can cultivate to the extreme as if you can have the power of the 9 dragons and 9 elephants. Of course, Bai Ji also knows that the description of the 9 elephants is purely forcing. The dragon elephant Prujnakong is the magical power of Tibetan Tantric Buddhism, which belongs to Buddhism, and Buddhism originated in Tiansu, which is also ancient India. When it comes to India, in this weird country, the dragon and the Chinese dragon are basically two. The species, the Chinese dragon is a real dragon, and the Indian dragon is purely a giant python. And the 999 elephants are even more nonsense. The power of the dragon elephant Prujna practice is only 1,000 kattis, and it can barely have the power of an adult giant elephant. As for the 999 elephants, who believes and who is stupid? However, as a human being, it is good to be able to have the strength close to the adult giant elephant. Many spirit masters with beast spirits, even if they are possessed by spirits, may not be able to possess a huge force, unless they have something like the earth demon bear, diamond mammoth, titan great ape and other martial spirits. However, the spirit abilities on Douluos continent are strange, and many auxiliary spirit abilities are increased by a percentage of the strength of the soul master. If you can cultivate the dragon elephant Prujna to the extreme, possess the power comparable to the adult giant elephant, and then go through the auxiliary soul, the percentage increase in the division's strength should be abnormal. Thinking about it, Bai Ji couldn't help getting a little excited. View information. After the excitement, Bai Ji calmed down and thought about it carefully. Although the system said it was the Prujna power of the dragon elephant, it was not necessarily the Prujna power of the dragon elephant in his own memory, and he still had to look at the situation. After Bai Ji said that he wanted to view the information, a virtual attribute panel suddenly appeared in Bai Ji's mind. Skill name, Dragon Elephant Prujnagong. Skill type, Exercise method, Refining. Effect, the Dragon Elephant Prujnagong is divided into 13 levels, and each level of cultivation can obtain 100 kattis of huge power, and the ultimate practice can obtain 1,000 kattis of huge power. Evaluation, the top-notch body refining magic from the world of the Condor heroes. After being cultivated, you can get the dragon elephant's great power, which is more than 1,000 kattis. Boy, what are you waiting for? Sure enough, it is the dragon elephant Prujnagong in memory. But thinking about it, Bai Ji was a little disappointed. Because the prujna of the dragon elephant in the legendary heroes is not very good, it can only make people have 1,000 kattis of power, and the magical modified version of the dragon prujna in some novels, it is true that the real dragon can actually be made power. After thinking about it, Bai Ge felt that he was a little bit greedy, and Bai Ge couldn't help but shook his head. System, I want to receive the dragon elephant prujna gong. Bai Ge said in a deep excitement when he thought of the scene where he had become a dragon-like prujna and punched a small friend. As soon as Bai Ge's voice fell, a large amount of memory about the prujna gong of the dragon elephant suddenly poured into Bai Ge's mind. In an instant, Bai Ge seemed to have a memory storm in his mind. After a long time, the storm gradually subsided. Feeling the memory of dragon elephant prujna gong in his mind, Bai Ge couldn't help showing a smile. After using up the 2 chances to draw at once, Bai Ge's heart calmed down. Go to sleep. After thinking about it, Bai Ge really closed his eyes. Chapter 23, Departure and Gift Selection. The next day, early morning. Before dawn, when most of the teachers and students of Notting College were still asleep, Bai Ge and Tang San had already got up cautiously, and after cleaning up, they left the dormitory. At the bottom of the dormitory, the master has been waiting here for a long time. Teacher, I have kept you waiting. Seeing that the master seems to have been waiting here for quite a while, Bai Ge and Tang San quickly apologized. It didn't take long, I just arrived. The master shook his head. Okay, let's go. After speaking, the master turned around and walked towards the gate of the academy. Teacher, where are we going to find the soul beast? On the way, Tang San asked curiously. On the side, Bai Ge also turned his head to look at the master. Although according to the novels they have read in the previous life, they should be going to the hunting forest, but Bai Ge has forgotten where the hunting forest is. We are going to a soul hunting forest 400 miles northeast of Notting City. This is where the Empire keeps soul beasts in captivity. Although the age of captive soul beasts is generally not more than 1,000 years, there are still many types of soul beasts. Yes, according to the information I found, there should be soul beasts suitable for both of you. The master replied. So how long do we estimate to get there? Hearing what the master said, Bai Ge couldn't help but ask. It's estimated to take a day and a half. After thinking about it, the master replied. Ah, it takes so long. Before Bai Ge said anything, Tang San couldn't help being surprised. No matter in his previous life or in this life, Tang San has never gone so far. This time is not long, it's just that you two are still too young and haven't traveled far. When you grow up, you will definitely go further. Hearing Tang San's surprise, the master couldn't help showing a little nostalgia on his face, as if he was reminiscing about his past. Since you have to go so far, teacher, why don't you take the time to tell us about soul masters and soul beasts? Although Bai Ge knows a lot about the many secrets on Douluos continent, Bai Ge is only at the level of Xiao Bai for some of the most basic soul master world knowledge. So next to this opportunity, Bai Ge couldn't help but suggest. Yes, let me tell you the most basics first, and when I get to the road, I will tell you in detail. Hearing Bai Ge's words, the master nodded. Because this line of business we are going to is the soul hunting forest, where we will definitely encounter the soul beast, so I will tell you about the soul beast first. First of all, it is the strength of the soul beasts. Because the soul beasts do not cultivate like our humans, they can only rely on time to build up the cultivation base. According to the cultivation base of the soul beast, our spirit master world divides the soul beast into 10. Neon soul beast, 100-year soul beast, 1000-year soul beast, Wanyan soul beast and 100 years soul beast. Its meaning is just as the name implies. The standard is that a soul beast who has cultivated for more than 10 years is a soul beast for 10 years. After 100 years of cultivation, it is a soul beast for 100 years. The number of years only refers to the cultivation base, time is only used as a standard, and the specifics also depend on the talent and effort of the soul beast. The method of distinguishing the cultivation base of the soul beast is mainly based on the body shape and physical characteristics of the soul beast. Most of the body shape and physical characteristics of the soul beast will change according to the cultivation base, so it is easy to distinguish. The specific identification depends on the soul beast type. We will talk about it when that happens. Then there is the spirit ring. The spirit beasts of different cultivation bases have different spirit rings. Among them, the spirit ring of the 10-year spirit beast is white, the 100-year-old is yellow, the spirit ring of the 1000-year spirit beast is purple, the spirit ring of the 10,000-year spirit beast is black, and the spirit ring of the 100,000-year spirit beast is red. In the master's teaching, time gradually passed by like this. Leaving Notting College, the master did not immediately take Bai Ji and Tang San out of the city, but first entered the commercial street in Luoding City. Here, the master bought a lot of things, such as blood-clotting potions and realgar powder. You can obviously guess that they were prepared for some specific soul beasts. There are also items like dried meat, fruits, and flour cakes that are obviously for the dry food prepared for the trip, but in the end, the master also bought a full 20 caddies of white radish, which puzzled Tang San beside him. This bag naturally knew why, but he definitely couldn't say it, and even though Tang San had some doubts in his mind, the commercial street was so messy, it was not the time to ask questions, so Tang San didn't ask. After buying things, after letting Bai Ji and Tang San wait for a while beside the things they bought, the master hired a carriage in Notting City. After putting the things on the carriage one by one, the group boarded the carriage and headed towards the target soul hunting forest. Both Bai Ji and Tang San rode in a carriage for the first time, so the two of them looked strange after they got on the carriage, and looking out the window from the carriage, various shops and bustling people disappeared like running water. Outside the window, it looks different. Soon, the carriage drove out of Notting City. Bai Ji, Xiao San, come here. Just as Bai Ji and Tang San wandered around the scenery outside the window, the master's voice suddenly came from beside them, and when they heard the voice, the two quickly turned their heads. Teacher, what's the matter? Here, this is my meeting gift for you. Seeing the two of them looking back, the master slowly took out a book and a belt from the bag beside them, then handed them to them. And said lightly, meeting ceremony. Yes, the meeting ceremony, these two things, among them, the belt was accidentally obtained when I was young 30 years ago. This belt looks ordinary, but in fact it is a top-notch soul guide. Its function is to store things. One's own soul power is injected into it, and each piece of jade above can provide 1 cubic meter of storage space to store items. And this book is a combined book of all the theoretical knowledge related to Wuhan proposed by me. There are my comments on it. Although it is of little value, it is the crystallization of my knowledge and has a certain commemorative significance. Looking at the book in his hand, the master slowly said, I don't know your preferences, so you can choose between these two items. I like reading, give this to me. As soon as the master's voice fell, Bai Ji reached for the book and left his belt. Although the belt is a storage equipment, even if you look at the entire Douluos continent, it is considered very precious, but it is not of much use to the current beg. On the contrary, the master's martial arts theory is more important to the current beg. It was even more important, and Bai Ji knew that Tang San could cast hidden weapons, and the belt had a greater effect on Tang San, so Bai Ji simply left it to Tang San. White Song. Seeing Bai Ji's movements, Tang San was a little moved. He is not a fool, and naturally knows which of the two items is more precious. Although the representative meaning of books is extraordinary, in terms of value, the belt is more precious, but Bai Ji decisively left the belt to himself, which had to move Tang San. He, you too, very good. Seeing how his two disciples were friendly and humble, the master couldn't help showing a smile on his unsmiling face. Chapter 24, Arrive in the hunting forest, enter. Time passed on the road. After a whole day and night, until noon the next day, the carriage the three were in finally arrived at the destination of the trip, the hunting forest. After getting off the carriage, what appeared in front of me was not an endless forest, but a noisy bazaar, but this was also normal. Although the soul hunting forest is called the forest, it is essentially the origin of the soul ring of the soul master. On the Douluos continent, the richest type of person is the soul master. It is not so easy for a soul master to succeed in hunting a soul ring. This requires preparation and assistance, so many related professions have emerged. These professions rely on spirit masters, but there are not many spirit masters in Douluos continent, so those who choose these professions can only wait in key places, like the soul hunting forest in front of them. And some people have business opportunities, so it's normal for such a market to appear outside the hunting forest. After all, people have to live, and the market is essentially a product of convenient life. Go over. Looking at the market in front of him, the master took the lead and walked over. Walking in the market, there are many shops around. Compared with the shops in Notting City, the shops here sell more kinds of things. But the price of everything here is also higher, at least twice as high as Notting City, which makes people stunned. And not far from the bazaar, there are many people shouting to organize groups to hunt down soul beasts. These are unprofessional soul hunting groups according to the master's explanation. Because the real soul hunting group cannot be formed casually, the real soul hunting group should at least consist of 5 parts, including the power soul master, the attack soul master, the agility soul master, the food soul master and the recovery soul master. Formation, and it takes years of running in with each other to cultivate feelings and form trust. But these in the hunting soul forest are temporary teams. If you are unlucky, you will probably encounter malicious people, which is very dangerous. After passing through the fair, the real hunting forest finally appeared in front of the three. Looking at the endless forest in front of him, without seeing the end at a glance, Bai Ge was very shocked. This is still only the lowest level of the soul hunting forest. It is hard to imagine how vast the Stardew Great Forest and the Sunset Forest will be larger than the hunting forest. Looking at the soul hunting forest in front of him, the master took out a token, and then walked quickly towards the entrance with Bai Ge and Tang San. Outside the hunting forest, there is a circle of tall iron fences. The hunting forest is so vast, it is difficult to imagine how such a tall and continuous iron fence was constructed. Outside the iron fence, there are teams of well-equipped teams. The squad of severely killed soldiers are patrolling alternately, and the guards are very tight. The master took the token and walked all the way to the entrance of the hunting soul forest. After being stopped by the soldier captain guarding the entrance, the master took the token in his hand and handed it to the soldier captain. The captain of the soldier in charge of detecting the warrant picked up the master's token and carefully examined it. His eyes flashed with admiration, and then quickly returned the token to the master, and then enthusiastically asked the soldier to clear the passage and personally opened the soul hunt. The gate of the forest entrance invited the master in. Entering the soul hunting forest, Bai Ge suddenly felt as if he had entered another world. The noise of the market was completely gone, and only the quietness of birds and insects remained in his ears. Looking around, there are towering trees all around, and under the trees, there are clumps of unknown flowers and plants everywhere. In this cluster of plants, there are not many shrubs. Instead, most of them are plants that look like flowers, but are far taller than ordinary flowers. Because the tall trees everywhere in the hunting forest hide the sunlight, the light in the entire forest is very dim. In the dim light, the flowers and leaves of these unknown flower-like plants exude a faint fluorescence, which looks very its fantasy. Successfully entered the hunting forest, but the master's face did not see any emotions such as happiness, but became more solemn. Bai Ge, Xiao San, pay attention to the two of you. This hunting forest is not safe. Please follow me closely and be careful not to lose it. Carefully looking around one side, the master said solemnly to Bai Ji and Tang San. Okay, we see, teacher. Bai Ji and Tang San nodded. In such an environment, the two naturally knew what to do. Come out, Luo Sanbao. After giving instructions to Bai Ji and Tang San, the master did not immediately set out to enter the soul hunting forest, but slowly extended his right hand and whispered. Accompanied by the master's voice, as a purple streamer emerged from the master's body and fell to the ground, a weird purple creature suddenly appeared in front of Bai Ji. This is an extremely weird creature. It is about 1.5 meters long. It looks like a dog. It has lavender hair, its two small ears are drooped, and its big dark blue eyes are piercing. But in terms of size, it is extraordinarily fat, like a pig, which feels very strange. But overall, objectively speaking, this creature still feels very cute. Seeing the master, the unknown creature suddenly showed an expression of excitement, and quickly ran to the master's leg, rubbing it with a big head with a small drum bag on the master's leg. Bai Ji, Xiao San, don't be surprised. This is my spirit. You can call him Luo Sanpao, or you can call him Sanpao directly. As if found a narration song and Tang San's puzzled expression, the master explained. But, teacher, didn't you say that the manifestation of the beast spirit is possession? Hearing what the master said, Tang San couldn't help being surprised. Upon hearing this, the master suddenly smiled bitterly. The three cannons are indeed beast spirits, but they are different from Begs Moi and Teng. Although the three cannons are also mutant spirits, there are good and bad variations of Wuhan. The three cannons are undoubtedly moving in a bad direction. Mutated, when it just awakened, my spirit power was only half the level, otherwise, how could it be like this? Even if I work hard, my soul power cannot exceed 30th level in this life. In theory, to study Wuhan. Sorry, teacher, you mentioned your sadness. Seeing the master look lonely, Tang San quickly apologized. It's okay, I've long been used to it. The master tugged at the corner of his mouth, showing an ugly smile, and shook his head. Okay, don't waste any more time. I have to find soul beasts for the two of you. Let's go quickly, 3 shots, and clear the way. After regaining his mood, the master once again returned to a calm expression. He looked up into the distance, and the master said seriously to Luo Sanbao. Hello. Hearing the command of the master, Luo Sanbao, who was still rubbing the trousers of the master, suddenly became serious. Quickly ran to the master, Luo Sanbao sniffed the ground while trotting towards the depths of the soul-hunting forest with his short legs. Go, keep up. Seeing Luo Sanbao's movements, the master quickly followed after giving instructions to Beihe and Tang San. Chapter 25, Dangerous Hunting Forest, Set up camp. The hunting forest is very large, but there are not many soul beasts in the periphery. Under the guidance of Luo Sanbao's powerful sense of smell, the three of them only found a 10-year-old cat and a 10-year-old white feather in one afternoon. A bird and a lone bamboo nearly 100 years old. Gradually, the sky began to dim. The three arrived in the hunting forest at noon, and then immediately entered the forest, and until now, the three of them have not eaten, and ran such a long way, even the masters could not help but feel a little hungry. Bai Ji, Xiao San, you are tired after walking for so long. Stop for a rest. Let's eat something. Looking at the dim sunset on the horizon, the mountain was about to fall. On a clearing with a stream, the master stopped and said to the two. Little San, take out the food, we replenish our stamina, and then continue to look for it while it's still dark. If we still can't find it, then we can only wait for tomorrow to continue. Walking slowly to the side of the creek, the master held up and poured the water on his face while saying to Tang San. Is teacher? Tang San nodded and took out 3 foods from the space belt around his waist. Because there was a space belt, all the materials he brought were placed in Tang San's space belt. Hearing that the master asked to take out the food, Tang San immediately took out 3 foods from the belt and handed them to Bai Ji and the master. Teacher, it's been so long and I haven't encountered a suitable soul beast. Are you planning to let Tang San and I hunt down which soul beast? Bai Ji asked while eating the food. Well, based on my previous research, I already have a general plan for the spirit ring configuration of the 2 of you. The first is Xiao San's. Xiao San's spirit is blue silver grass. Although it consumes less spirit power, it is too fragile. So you need a spirit ring that can increase the toughness of blue silver grass. However, the initial toughness of blue silver grass is still too low. Just one strengthening of the increased toughness does not make the blue silver grass's toughness reach the lowest standard for the toughness of the martial soul control system in my mind, so it needs to be added with poison. Toxin assistance, even if it is broken away, it can weaken the enemy if it is poisonous. Tenacity is added to the poison, so my estimate for the Minor 3's first spirit ring is that of a snake spirit beast, but... The master's voice suddenly changed. The plant-based Wuhan absorbs beast spirit rings. This has hardly been done in the history of the Douluo continent. Although according to my research, one of the 10 core competencies of Wuhan, that is, Wuhan mimicry. Theory. The plant spirit does not necessarily have to absorb the spirit ring of the plant spirit beast, and the animal spirit cannot necessarily absorb the plant spirit ring. Under some special circumstances, the 2 can absorb each other. As I said before, one of the advantages of blue-silver grass is its non-exclusiveness. Because it is too weak, it will not repel any additional attributes of the spirit ring, but will only be passively integrated. So in theory, blue-silver grass Wu spirit can absorb the spirit ring of snake-like spirit beasts, but, Xiao San, would you believe me? The master couldn't help looking at Tang San seriously. Teacher, I believe you. I will definitely prove to all soul masters for you that your theory is correct, teacher. Looking at the master, Tang San was very firm and authentic. Little San, thank you. Hearing Tang San's words, the master couldn't help feeling very warm in his heart. According to the requirements I mentioned above, the most suitable spirit ring for the junior 3rd should be the spirit ring from the poisonous snake-like spirit beast, such as the purple ring silver snake, the horned dragon viper, the black spotted ring viper, and the mandala snake. And according to my research, the maximum age of the soul ring that a soul master can absorb is 423 years, so the age limit of the soul ring you absorb should be as close as possible to 423 years. The master spoke confidently. Then teacher, what about mine? What kind of spirit beast's spirit ring should best be absorbed by my Mo Yun Teng? After listening to the master talking about what kind of spirit ring Tang San's martial spirit would best absorb, Bai Ji couldn't help but interject curiously. According to our previous research, your Ma Yun Veng Wuhan is perfect in terms of tenacity, resistance, or consumption of the soul master's soul power. The good thing is that your martial spirit does not have the greatest advantage of the plant-based martial arts toxins, so your martial arts must absorb the spirit ring of the poisonous spirit beast. And because your martial arts spirit is already the top one of the plant martial arts that I know about, even if Xiao San raises his blue-silver grass tenacity to the limit, it will not necessarily be your opponent, so you only need to take one path, and that is poison. How to poison your opponent and make the poison stronger is a question you should consider. Because your martial spirit is very strong, I am not sure whether your martial spirit can absorb the spirit ring of snake-like spirit beasts, so you'd better absorb the spirit ring of plant-based spirit beasts, and the plant-based spirit is more famous. The main poisonous soul beasts include ghost vine, magic nightmare poison ivy, blood-stained blackthorn vine, carrion vine, and demon miasma vine. Because the plant spirit beast cannot act, it is theoretically easier to find than the animal spirit beast. However, the first 2 plant spirit beasts, ghost vine and phantom poison ivy, which are suitable for you, have no clear growth environment and are difficult to find. Carrion vines only grow in abandoned battlefields, while magic miasma grows in a miasma environment. Only the blood-stained black spine vines have clear goals and are easier to find, and their weaknesses are more obvious. Then my target soul beast is the blood-marked blackthorn vine. Bai Ge couldn't help asking. Yes, although blood-stained black spine vines are not as toxic as ghost vines and carrion vines, blood-stained black spine vines have the ability to blood in addition to toxins, and the environment where blood-stained black spine vines grow is easy to find, so comprehensively, the best choice for your first target soul beast is the blood-marked blackthorn vine. If you don't find it, then we will talk about it. The master answered. Okay, I have finished answering your questions. Let's finish eating. Let's continue to search for Xiaosan's spirit beast. It's getting dark now. It happens to be the snake-like spirit beast going out for food. Let's go, maybe can be found. After speaking, the master stood up. The three set out again toward the depths of the hunting forest, but from dusk to the sky was completely dark. Although they encountered some soul beasts like black-striped leopard cats, moonlight foxes, and wolves, and also encountered some poisonous snakes, but no soul beast was found. The sky is completely dark. Forget it, let's quickly find a place to camp. It's already night and the soul beasts are all starting to go out for food. It is too dangerous for us to scurry around in the forest. Seeing that the sky was completely dark, the master said after pondering for a while. I found a small open area with no trees. The surrounding area was very empty, and I could clearly see the surrounding scenes. Knowing whether there was a soul beast approaching, the master immediately decided to camp here. But even though he decided to camp, the master solemnly said that Bai Ge and Tang San should not make fire. Because in the hunting forest, although many soul beasts fear fire, there are also powerful soul beasts that will be attracted by the fire. If a powerful soul beast is rushed into a fire, it will definitely be a life of 9 deaths. You two sprinkle the powder in this around together, remember to spread it evenly. While staring at the surroundings, the master took out a high-neck patterned porcelain vase from the hand-ring magic guide on his wrist. Handed it to Bai Ge and Tang San, and exhorted. Okay. Tang San took the bottle and opened it and smelled it. Because the smell of the bottle is very strong, even if there is no white song close to it, it can be guessed in an instant that the content in it is realgar powder mainly made of realgar, which should be used to repel snakes, insects, rats and ants. Taking the bottle, the two walked to the edge of the clearing. Compared with Bai Ge, Tang San's purple magic pupil has a higher realm, so Tang San displayed the purple magic pupil to warn the surroundings, while Bai Ge carefully put the insect repellent powder mainly made of realgar in the camp. Sprinkle a circle around. Chapter 26, Mandala Snake Now, Task, First Blood. After finishing their work, the three of them sat in the open space to rest. During the day, the hunting forest is very quiet. Almost all carnivorous soul beasts rest in their nests. There are not many outside. But at night, the entire hunting forest is lively, and from time to time you can hear roars from a distance. Came. Because of the existence of Luo Sanbao, the vigilance didn't need to worry much. Taking advantage of this effort, the master began to ask Bai Ge and Tang San questions about some spirit beasts he encountered today. Every time a soul beast is mentioned, the master will also explain its characteristics and the method of identifying cultivation base to the two of them. Because there were not many spirit beasts encountered today, and the categories of each spirit beast were also very different, Bai Ge remembered the name of the spirit beast very clearly. However, regarding the characteristics of these spirit beasts and the method of identifying cultivation bases, although the master mentioned them incidentally when they encountered it, but after encountering so many spirit beasts along the way, Bai Ge still has some confusion in his memory. Bai Ge's memory suddenly deepened. After giving Bai Ge and Tang San the lesson today, the master asked Bai Ge and Tang San to hurry up and practice. At the beginning, Bai Ji still had some doubts, because in Bai Ji's memory, after each stage of the spiritual master's practice is completed, doesn't it have to absorb the spirit ring before proceeding to the next stage of practice? But the master explained that according to his 10 core competence theory of martial arts, although the soul master's cultivation reached a stage of consummation, if he did not absorb the spirit ring, he would not be able to enter the next stage no matter how much he cultivated. But in fact, if you continue to practice, you can still get spirit power, but the spirit power you get is hidden, but as long as you absorb the spirit ring, these spirit powers will show up. I don't remember this Beg. Although I have read novels in my previous life, Beg has been able to remember the general plot and characters for so many years. It is already very good. The details will inevitably be missed, and the master's 10 core competitions, there was no mention of it in Li's novels. It was just because Tang San, Bai Ji remembered that it was not a plant-type spirit beast, that it could not absorb an animal-type spirit ring. Although Luo Sanpao was on guard, Luo Sanpao was after all a martial soul, the martial soul of the master. If the master fell asleep, Luo Sanpao would also disappear, so for safety, the master chose to watch the night. Under the urging of the master, Bai Ji and Tang San sat cross-legged in the open space and began to practice their spirit power, but watching the two of them practice, the master suddenly became a little sad. The master was vigil by the side, and although Bai Ji sat cross-legged on the ground with Tang San, Bai Ji did not practice Xian Tian Gong, but the dragon elephant Prujna Gong he had obtained the night before. The environment in the soul hunting forest is not safe. What Bai Ji needs now is the strength that can be displayed immediately, but the practice of Xian Tian Gong has already entered a bottleneck in Bai Ji. Although it is impossible for Bai Ji to cultivate the dragon elephant Prujna exercise for one night to achieve any results, using the dragon elephant Prujna exercise to adjust the flow of blood and blood can undoubtedly make Bai Ji's body the state is adjusted to an extremely high level. Hello! Suddenly, Luo Sanbao's cry came from the side, which immediately awakened Bai Ji and Tang San from their cultivation state. Teacher, is there something coming? As soon as Bai Ji opened his eyes, he saw a green spot of light not far away. It's the ghost wolf. Looking at the large green spots in the distance, the master whispered. Most of the soul beasts live alone. In addition to the herbivorous soul beasts, only a few carnivorous soul beasts of the ghost wolf, shadow jackal and flame lion have the characteristics of living in groups, but the shadow jackal is hunting. There will be a whining sound, and the flame lion will only appear in the grassland, so in all likelihood we see the ghost wolf. Although because of the darkness, the master couldn't see the specific face of the soul beast in the distance, but based on a wealth of knowledge, the master easily guessed the specific identity of the approaching soul beast. Nether wolf. Hearing what the master said, Bai Ji couldn't help but think of the wolves he met during the day. The wolf is also a kind of wolf spirit beast, but it is much larger than the ordinary wolf spirit beast, and has a pair of sharp teeth like a saber-toothed tiger. This is also the origin of the name of the wolf, but the wolf lives alone. The soul beast. Thinking of this, Bai Ji couldn't help but display the purple magic pupil. In the light purple eyes, with a ray of purple intention flashing, everything in front of him suddenly became clear. With the help of the night vision ability of the purple magic pupil, Bai Ji clearly saw the approaching nether wolf pack. There are 6 ghost wolves approaching, each of which is close to 1 meter 6 in length, and the whole body is silver grey. From the image point of view, the ghost wolf is not much different from the white wolf that Bai Ji saw in the animal world in his previous life. It is not at all the prestige seen in the daytime, and it is not worthy of the very powerful name of the ghost wolf. Little San, get me some white radishes. Seeing the approaching nether wolf pack, the master didn't panic, but calmly asked Tang San for a few white radishes. At the same time, he took out a fire jazi from the ring-shaped soul guide on his wrist. Hearing what the master said, even though Tang San was a little puzzled, he still took out a few white radishes and gave them to the master. 3 shots, Go on. Taking the white radish handed by Tang San, the master threw the white radish in his hand at Luo Sanpao, and at the same time the Huachhizi in the other hand at the nether wolf pack. The Huachhizi ignited in the wind, and the master clearly saw the situation of the ghost wolves through the fire produced by the burning of the Huachhizi. It turns out that it's just a group of 10 level wolf pups, who dare to provoke me. 3 shots, let them know how great. Seeing that the nether wolves are all nether wolves with 10 years of cultivation, the master couldn't help showing a sneer. Hello. After eating the white radish, Luo Sanbao let out a low growl when he heard the master's words. Then, accompanied by a hurricane-like inhalation sound, Luo Sanbao's originally very fat belly suddenly expanded at an alarming rate, looking like a gradually enlarged ball. Fart like thunder, blast the sky and the earth 3 times. Seeing that Luo Sanbao was ready, the master suddenly yelled, raising his hand and putting a yellow spirit ring emerging from his body onto Luo Sanbao's body. After being put on the spirit ring, Luo Sanbao's bright blue eyes suddenly lit up, and as the spirit ring on his body began to spin quickly, Luo Sanbao suddenly jumped up from the ground, and his round body turned dexterously in the air. And then just listened to a thunderous boom that broke out instantly. Boom! Like an air cannon, with a loud noise, a condensed huge yellow air mass was suddenly released from Luo Sanbao's body and blasted towards the ghost wolves. Under the bombardment of the air mass, the entire group of ghost wolves were blown out, and then scattered into the distant forest. Take it, put it on quickly. The huge yellow air mass suddenly exploded after hitting the nether wolf pack, and then swept around with air waves. Because the air wave blows around, it naturally also includes the camp where the 3 of Beg are located. Upon seeing this, the master quickly took out 3 masks, 1 put on himself, and the other 2 handed them to Beg and Tang San. Because of the deep impression, Bai Ji remembered Luo Sanbao's wonderful skills, so he quickly put on the mask, and Tang San also quickly put on the mask subconsciously. Should be all right. After a whimper, as the rustling voice gradually faded from strong to weak, it is estimated that all the nether wolves had already withdrawn, so Bai Ji couldn't help saying, "Wait, don't let your guard down." The master said solemnly, "We have made such a big movement, maybe some soul beasts have been attracted over, don't let your guard down." After speaking, the master suddenly took out 2 daggers and handed them to Bai Ji and Tang San. Because the sky was very dark and coupled with the need to guard against soul beasts that might attack it, Bai Ji didn't carefully examine the dagger he had obtained, but just took it. "I was prepared to give it to you before, but I forgot because I have to test you. The soul hunting forest is very dangerous. Even I can't guarantee that I can protect you. If there is an accident, you still need to protect yourself," the master said in a deep voice while observing the surroundings. "Teacher, it seems you are right." Bai Ji's face suddenly looked a little ugly, because in Bai Ji's mind, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Dib. The system has detected that the soul beast mandala snake with a cultivation base of 398 years is approaching, and the task is now released, the first drop of blood. As a traverser, how can you grow without experiencing blood? Ask the host to kill or help kill the powerful enemy mandala snake. Reward, Silver level lucky draw chance once. Chapter 27, Last Fight, Join forces to kill the snake. Teacher, something seems to be coming. In the darkness, Tang San's eyes flashed with faint purple light. Looking at the unknown forest, Tang San was a little uneasy. Suddenly, there was a sound of sand in the distance, and then after a sound of scales rubbing against the ground, a sweet smell could not help being heard. Toxic. Smelling the fishy sweetness, Tang San suddenly couldn't help but exclaim, "Hello, hello, hello." On the ground, Luo Sanpao couldn't help but let out a hurried cry. There is a giant snake. Bai Ji opened the purple magic pupil. With the night vision ability of the purple magic pupil, Bai Ji suddenly saw that among the trees not far away, a huge triangular dark green snake head was looming, and 2 points of scarlet were even more visible. It's like a wildfire. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Tang San quickly took out a huaqizi and threw it in the direction Bai Ji pointed out. In an instant, the flames flashed, and a huge snake head suddenly appeared in front of the three of them. It's a mandala snake. Seeing the snake head under the firelight, the master couldn't help taking a breath. Teacher, is it the mandala snake you mentioned earlier? Hearing what the master said, Tang San couldn't help asking. Yes, but it is night, and we were found by the mandala snake first. If we find the mandala snake first, with my preparation, maybe we can find a way to kill it, but now this is the situation. We can't get it at all. The master couldn't help laughing wryly. I hope it is 10 years old, but as far as the size of the snake head I see, it is at least 100 years old. Taking a deep breath, the master's expression became serious again. Little San, Bai Ji, now I teach you a theory. The ring is more bones, the skill is one wave, the ring is less bones, and you run away. The ring here refers to the soul ring, and the bone refers to the soul bone. I will explain to you later. In other words, when the number of your spirit ring and spirit bones clearly exceeds that of your opponent, then you must use your spirit ability and spirit power to launch an attack with all your strength to defeat the enemy completely, and when your spirit ring and spirit bones are obvious when it is less than your opponent, then don't hesitate to run right away. Now this mandala snake has been cultivated for more than 100 years. At night, we can't be its opponent. Now, while it's still afraid of the realgar powder we spilled, we must hurry up and run, remember, and wait to leave. We separated immediately after entering the forest, maybe we could live another one. Having said this, the corner of the master's mouth suddenly couldn't help showing a bitter smile. How could he be so unlucky? Since he was a child, he hasn't gone according to his wishes, but he taught a 10-year ghost wolf, but in the end he attracted a 100-year-old mandala snake, which is simply unlucky. Teacher, we still have a chance. Looking at the mandala snake, Bai Ji's heart calmed down. It is impossible for people to run past animals. If they are separated, one person will inevitably die. Bai Ji no longer remembers how Tang San and the master in the novel saved themselves from danger, but now in this situation, they can only choose to fight their backs. The reason why the master is so pessimistic is simply because it is night and human vision is greatly restricted, but both Bai Ji and Tang San have cultivated the purple magic pupil and have night vision ability, so the darkness is in a short time. It will not have much influence on Bai Ji and Tang San. Moreover, neither Bai Ji nor Tang San were ordinary children, but martial artists who had practiced martial arts, and compared to Bai Ji, Tang San had superb hidden weapon skills. As long as Bai Ji can find the opportunity to let the mandala snake open its big mouth, and then take the opportunity to let Tang San display the hidden weapon, and shoot the hidden weapon directly into the brain of the mandala snake through the soft upper jaw through the mouth of the mandala snake, then the mandala snake can only be killed instantly, no matter how powerful it is. What can you two do? Hearing Bai Ji's words, the master was a little surprised. Teacher, please trust us. In this regard, Bai Ji can only say so, because it is too late to explain. Well, it's over to you. Now that he is in a desperate situation, the master can only sigh. Teacher, in a moment, you will let the three bombard the mandala snake, and then we will run together, and then I will sneak attack the mandala snake with Ma Yun Teng, let the mandala snake open its mouth, and finally by Tang San the dagger was shot through the mouth of the mandala snake into its brain and killed it. This is my plan. Bai Ji said calmly while staring at the mandala snake in the distance. Don't force yourself, it's too dangerous. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the master simply didn't know what to say. Although this plan sounds feasible, but in this dark and blind environment, the risk is too great, and the success rate is probably less than 1 in 1,000. Of course this is for ordinary children, but Tang San and Bai Ji are not ordinary children. Teacher, Please trust us." Hearing Bai Ji's plan, Tang San also expressed support. "Okay." The two disciples said this. The master was helpless, and the two disciples were so willing to live and die with them, even if they failed in the end. The master felt that this life was worth it. "Tang San, give you a dagger." Seeing the mandala snake approaching, Bai Ji handed the dagger in his hand to Tang San. "You only have 2 chances. Don't worry, 1 time is enough." Hearing this, Tang San was very confident. "Teacher, you can start." Seeing that everything is ready, Bai Ji said immediately. 3 cannons, fart is like thunder, thunder, and thunder, 3 cannons. Seeing that the mandala snake had crossed the circle surrounded by realgar powder, the master suddenly shouted, and then following the master's movements, Luo Sanbao quickly inhaled, then leaped high into the air and turned around. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by a roar, a group of condensed huge yellow air mass was suddenly blasted towards the mandala snake. Under the bombardment of the air mass, the mandala snake was suddenly thrown out high, and at this time, the master an order was given, "Run." The 3 of them quickly ran towards the other side of the forest, but although the mandala snake was blown away, they did not receive any injuries. Almost only a few seconds later, the mandala snake caught up. Hiss! A snake hissing sound came from behind. The speed of the mandala snake was very fast, almost like an electric light. It rushed out more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. It was originally left far behind, but with the mandala the snake started chasing, and it was almost after half a minute. Tang San. Seeing the mandala snake getting closer, Bai Ji was also anxious. Regardless of saying more, after Bai Ji reminded Tang San loudly, he immediately stopped in an emergency, and turned around quickly while braking. "Mo Yun Teng, give it to me." Turning around quickly, facing the mandala snake that was attacking quickly, Bai Ji gave a low drink, and then suddenly summoned several moyun vines. Several black and purple moyun vines quickly grew out of Bai Ji's control and entangled together. At this time, Bai Ji had opened the purple magic pupil, and everything in front of him began to slow down. In Bai Ji's eyes at this time, everything is gone, only the snake head of the mandala snake that is getting closer and closer, and the scarlet vertical pupil the size of a fist. Because the weight of the moyun vine is much heavier than the ordinary vines of the same level, several moyun vines are twisted together, with the thickness of the wrist, and the weight is almost equivalent to the same thickness of the iron rope. The weight of the moyun vine is nearly 7 or 8. Over 100 catties. Bai Ji tried his best to throw it out, his entire face flushed. "Go to me!" Bai Ji yelled, and violently threw the twisted Mo Yun Teng out with all his strength. The tightly twisted Mo Yun Teng made a violent breaking sound in the air, and then slammed into the head. Mandala came on the snake's eye. Boom! Hiss! The sudden severe pain can't help but make the mandala snake hiss up to the sky. Tang San. Seeing such an opportunity, Bai Ji's eyes were red. "Call out!" When Bai Ji's sneak attack nearly blinded the mandala snake, Tang San also opened the purple magic pupil. Holding the dagger in his hand, he quickly moved to the best position. When he heard Bai Ji's yelling, Tang San was also ready to attack, and instantly moved the dagger in his hand as the mandala snake hissed to the sky. Threw it out. The extremely sharp dagger made a stern sound in the air, penetrated the mandala snake's mouth with unparalleled precision, and then instantly penetrated its soft upper jaw and shot into the mandala snake's brain. The painful and angry long hiss of the mandala snake stopped abruptly. With the destruction of the brain, the whole body of the mandala snake suddenly stiffly fell to the ground, splashing a piece of dust. Chapter 28, Absorb Spirit Ring, Blue-Silver Grass Changes. Drib. The host task has been completed and the reward has been issued. In my mind, the reminder that the task was completed sounded, and behind him, the master who was watching but did not leave, realized that he hadn't heard the movement of the mandala snake anymore, and quickly walked over. You really killed the mandala snake. With the help of the bright moonlight passing through the leaves, the master saw the mandala snake body still twitching not far away, and his heart was full of incredible. Yes, we succeeded. Shaking his aching arms, although his body was exhausted, Bai Ji was very emotional. This time, it was the first time he took the initiative to change the story in his memory, but luckily, they managed to survive. I am really proud to receive you as disciples. Looking at the mandala snake on the ground, the master's expression is full of complicated. As a teacher, not only did he fail to protect his disciple, but he also let the disciple risk his life to save the teacher. At this moment, the master's heart is ashamed, excited, proud, and gratified, which is almost mixed. However, the master did not suspect that there was anything wrong with Bai Ji and Tang San. The master was not suspicious. In his opinion, both Bai Ji and Tang San were just kind of precocious children, smart, stable and wealthy. Wisdom. And now, we must add decisiveness, strong judgment, and luck. Yes, in the master's eyes, Bai Ji and Tang San were able to successfully kill the mandala snake this time, largely because of luck. Because the trees are scarce here, the mandala snake can be vaguely seen with the help of moonlight, so Bai Ji was lucky enough to draw the eye of the mandala snake with the vine. And because the fragile parts of the body were attacked, the datura snake could not help but opened its mouth and hissed in pain. At this moment, Tang San seized the opportunity to shoot the dagger out of the fragile mouth of the datura snake into the brain of the mandala snake. But if you change a place, Bai Ji and Tang San will not necessarily be able to kill the mandala snake. This is the master's view. Of course, although this process is very dangerous, the master did not blame the two people for their thoughts, because this time is purely a last-minute fight. If you don't fight, at least one person will die. If you are not lucky, you may die. This time you can kill mandala Luo snake. Fortunately, all kinds of thoughts flashed quickly in my heart, but everything was only a moment, calming the excitement, and the master began to observe the mandala snake on the ground seriously. It is close to 4 meters in length. It seems that this mandala snake has a cultivation base of nearly 400 years, Xiao San. This level of cultivation is just close to the limit of the soul master's conversion of the soul to absorb the first soul ring. There should be no problem with the spirit ring that is full of spirit power absorbing it. After carefully observing the mandala snake and confirming the cultivation base of the mandala snake, the master couldn't help being a little overjoyed. Little San, get ready, the spirit ring is about to come out. As the twitching of the mandala snake's body stopped, a faint yellow light spot began to condense on the mandala snake's body. Upon seeing this, the master quickly whispered, "Teacher, what should I do?" Seeing that on the mandala snake's corpse, the large number of yellow light spots that were constantly pouring out had faintly condensed into the shape of a spirit ring, Tang San couldn't help asking a little bit crampedly. He hadn't absorbed the spirit ring yet, so he didn't know how to absorb this spirit ring yet. Use your spirit power to sense it. You killed the mandala snake, then you should be able to sense the spirit ring with your spirit power, and then use your spirit power to draw the spirit ring to yourself, and then start immediately. Meditate and absorb the energy of the spirit ring. Looking at the gradually clear yellow spirit ring, the master said in a deep voice, "Okay, I get it." Hearing what the master said, Tang San took a deep breath, then nodded. Following the complete formation of the yellow spirit ring on the mandala snake corpse, Tang San summoned the blue-silver grass in his body, and saw a faint blue grass slowly emerging from Tang San's right palm. Although the colored grass was illusory, it swayed in Tang San's hand as if it were real, but it was releasing spirit power. Looking at the mandala snake spirit ring in front of him, Tang San slowly closed his eyes and began to perceive the spirit ring with the spirit power emanating from the blue-silver grass. On the side, Bai Ji was exhausted because of the excessive consumption of spirit power and strength at the same time. He was secretly operating the mysterious power to restore his spirit power and relieve fatigue, but when he heard that Tang San was about to absorb the spirit ring, Bai Ji couldn't help but open it immediately after closing his eyes. Chiang lifted his spirits and started to watch. Under Tang San's perception, the soul ring of the 100 Years Mandala snake began to sway, and finally, with the lead of Tang San's spirit power, the yellow 100 Years Mandala snake soul ring slowly flew towards Tang San. Little San, sit cross-legged, intending to guard Wuhan. Seeing the 100-year-old Mandala snake spirit ring flying towards Tang San, the master said in a deep voice. Hearing what the master said, Tang San immediately sat down cross-legged and focused his attention on the martial spirit in his right hand. The yellow centuries-old Mandala snake spirit ring flew slowly in the air, and finally stopped in Tang San's right hand, and then didn't give Tang San time to react. After shrinking directly, it immediately caught Tang San's blue-silver Cao Wu soul. Suddenly, Tang San couldn't help letting out a muffled snort. Little San, hold on and stay awake, so that you can make better use of the power of the spirit ring in the future. Seeing Tang San's pain, the master on the side quickly reminded. And hearing the words of the master, Tang San also began to fight with all his strength against the pain that emerged in his body. Gradually, the blue-silver grass in Tang San's right hand began to change. The originally slender grass blades began to grow and widen, and the originally fragile grass stems began to approach the thickness of vines. As the original pale blue color gradually became darker, the black lines began to change. The thick grass stems grew up, and the thickened grass stems flexibly stretched and split and spread under the nourishment of the spirit power, just like several mandala snakes twisting wantonly. Time gradually passed like this. After watching Tang San for a while, Beg was still a bit novel at first, but after that, Tang San basically had no change. Only the blue-silver grass in Tang San's hands had changed, and it was still very slow. So in fatigue, Bai Ji couldn't help leaning on a tree and fell asleep. Time gradually came to dawn. Bai Ji was awakened by the master's surprise sound, and slowly opened his eyes. Not far away, Tang San was showing the changes made by his blue-silver grass martial spirit attaching the first spirit ring. Seeing the scene in front of him, Bai Ji's consciousness suddenly woke up. Standing from the ground, Bai Ji quickly walked towards Tang San, who was demonstrating the changes in his martial spirit. Bai Ji, you are awake. Seeing Bai Ji, the master greeted depressedly and excitedly. Well, teacher. Has there been any change in Tang San's spirit? Bai Ji nodded and asked. Become tougher and, as I expected, it became toxic. Pointing to the blue-silver grass pouring out of Tang San's palm, the master said excitedly. In the past, the width of the stem of the blue-silver grass was less than half a finger, but the width of the stem of the blue-silver grass at this time has become 3 fingers, which has exceeded that of Beg's current undeveloped Moyun vine. And the grass leaves, the blue-silver grass is now several times thicker than before, with strange lines. When the blue-silver grass rustles spread, you can still smell a faint tea fragrance, which is inherited by the blue-silver grass. Mandala snake venom. Little San, let us see the power of your first spirit ability. Looking at the yellow spirit ring hovering under Tang San's feet and above his head, the master suppressed excitement. Is teacher. Hearing what the master said, Tang San turned around and looked at a big tree. Entangling. Tang San stretched out his hand and waved. On the palm of his right hand, several blue-silver grasses flew up, spreading quickly towards the decimal point of an arm. Almost in the blink of an eye, several sprawling blue-silver grasses were tightly wrapped around this small tree with the thickness of arms. Seeing that the blue-silver grass had been entwined with the small tree, Tang San immediately pulled it hard, but although the few blue-silver grasses were straight and stretched, they showed no signs of breaking until Tang San pulled the small tree down. Blue-silver grass is still the same. Chapter 29, Looking for Blood-Stained Blackthorn Vine. Good, very good. Seeing the characteristics of Tang San Lan Yinko, the master couldn't help clenching his fists excitedly. After absorbing the spirit ring of the 100-year-old mandala snake, Tang San's blue-silver grass changed completely in line with his expectations, not only became tougher, but also poisonous. Although it is impossible to know how toxic Tang San's blue-silver grass is, the change in light toughness is enough to satisfy the master. After Tang San showed the changed blue-silver grass, the three of them took out dry food as breakfast on the spot, and after eating quickly, the three of them continued to march towards the depths of the soul-hunting forest. Different from the snake soul beast that Tang San was looking for before, because the master was looking for the plant soul beast for Bai Ji, the animal soul beast can move, so it is difficult to find it, but the plant soul beast, as long as you understand its growth environment, if you are lucky, you can easily find it. The target of the first spirit ring chosen by the master for Bai Ji is the black thorn vine of the plant soul beast blood pattern. The blood-striped black spiny vine is a kind of soul beast that specializes in sucking the blood of its prey. Although the plant soul beast can also the flesh and blood, it is very slow, so the body of the prey often stinks before it is finished. So the environment where the blood-stained black spiny vine is often very foul. Therefore, as long as you can follow the stench all the way to the past, if you are lucky, you may find the blood-stained black spine vine soon, but because the blood-stained black spine vine likes dampness, you want to find the blood-stained black spine. To continue to go deep into the hunting forest. Along the way, because of Luo Sanbao's powerful sense of smell, as long as there is a foul smell, the three of them did not let it go, but unfortunately they did not find the blood-striped blackthorn vine. Gradually, the time came to noon, and the three of them found a place in the forest to rest for a while, then ate a little dry food, and then set off again. As the three of them continued to deepen, the surrounding trees began to grow taller, and at the same time, more soul beasts appeared. In addition to the soul beasts I saw before, Bai Ji also saw some new soul beasts, like a deer with flowers on its horns, a unicorn with a spiral unicorn on its head, and 4 ears with 4 ears. Foxes, 2 black cows the size of an elephant, etc. But it may be because the carnivorous soul beasts have all returned home, so along the way, Bai Ji saw almost all herbivorous or omnivorous soul beasts, and carnivorous soul beasts had hardly seen it. Time came to dusk again. At the edge of a small pool, Luo Sanbao suddenly yelled hello. It turned out that Luo Sanbao smelled another source of odor. Bai Ji was not too happy because he had searched for no results many times before, but Luo Sanbao, who smelled the smell this time, looked very excited. Following Luo Sanbao's footsteps, the three of them ran quickly in one direction. As they got closer to the destination, the stench became stronger. Blood-striped blackthorn vine. Suddenly, in a forest in the distance, a huge vine plant appeared in front of everyone. This is a black vine plant with spikes all over the vine, and veins like blood vessels can be clearly seen on the black vine. There are 4 main vines. This is a 400-year-old bloodline blackthorn vine. After carefully observing the blood-stained blackthorn vine in front of him, the master said excitedly, "Dib! The system has detected a 430-year-old plant soul beast blood-marked blackthorn vine, now releases the task, the first spirit ring. Cultivated in 430 years, the blood-stained blackthorn vine, this is a soul beast that perfectly meets the requirements of the host's spirit ring. Please kill the target to obtain the spirit ring. Reward, 1 chance for a gold draw." While Bai Ji saw the blood-stained black spiny vine, the system's task reminder suddenly rang in his mind. Now, after several tasks, Bai Ji has almost figured out the rules of the system publishing tasks. On the surface, the tasks of the system seem to be randomly released, but in fact, the tasks released by the system are still regular, that is, each task has a certain benefit or commemorative significance to beg, and then according to the difficulty, the system will give different levels of rewards. Teacher, how do we kill it? Looking at the blood-stained blackthorn vine not far away, Bai Ji asked calmly. Looking at the appearance of the blood-stained blackthorn vine, it seems that the combat effectiveness is quite high, and it is obviously unwise to fight against it. Whether it can make use of the inability of the plant spirit beast to do something, this is the question that Bai Ge is thinking now. Hehe, this is very simple. Hearing Bai Ge's words, the master couldn't help but smile slightly. Although the blood-striped blackthorn vine is very powerful among the plant-based soul beasts, and the blood-striped blackthorn vine in front of us is cultivated as high as 400 years, but as long as the characteristics of the plant-based soul beast cannot be moved, then find their weaknesses and attack, even no matter how powerful the plant spirit beast is, it can only be captured with nothing. There was a confident light in the master's eyes. Well, Bai Ge, you and Xiao San are going to catch a prey, whatever it is. Looking at Bai Ge, the master urged. It is good. Bai Ge seemed to have guessed something in his heart. Leaving here with Tang San, after looking around for a while, Bai Ge found a lonely deer. After a lot of effort, Bai Ge injured the leg of the deer and carried the deer over. It turned out to be alive? That's better. The master was a little surprised to see that Bai Ge had caught a live antler deer, but he was more confident in his heart. With Bai Ge strangling the deer's neck, the master took out a thick needle tube from the soul guide on his wrist, and inside it was a red potion that looked like blood. There is a blood-clotting potion that can condense blood into a solid. It is often used to hunt blood-sucking soul beasts, such as the golden vampire bat and the dark night ghost bat. Now I will inject the blood-clotting potion into the flower. The body of the horned deer is then thrown beside the blood-stained blackthorn vine. As long as the blood-patterned blackthorn vine the blood of this horned deer, then only death is waiting for it. After injecting a large needle of blood coagulation medicine from the neck of the deer into the body of the deer, the master threw the deer vigorously and threw it next to the blood-stained blackthorn vine. Well, now is the time to wait. In the distance, after being thrown out by the master, the injured flower-horned deer staggered to stand up from the ground, but because the leg had been interrupted, the flower-horned deer could not escape at all and could only watch the black vines full of spikes towards spread by yourself. Successful, teacher. Seeing the blood-stained black spine vines tightly reined the flower-horned deer with viper-like vines, you can see that the sloppy blood flows along the blood-stained black spine vines into the blood-colored lines on the black vines. White Ge suddenly couldn't help being overjoyed. Wait, you will see the movement in a while. Seeing the blood-stained blackthorn vine the blood of the horned deer into the body, the master couldn't help but smile. Wait a while. If the blood-stained black spine vine can't hold on, you immediately go up and insert your dagger into the red area under the largest main vine of the blood-stained black spine. That is the blood bag of the blood-stained black spine. The human heart is the same as the deadly key. As long as you pierce it, the blood-stained blackthorn vine will undoubtedly die. You know. Looking at Bai Ge, the master exhorted. Chapter 30, A Clever Trick to Kill Poison Ivy, Bai Ge's First Spirit Ring. After inhaling the blood of the antlers deer injected with the blood-clotting potion, the blood-stained black spine vine did not see any effect at the beginning, but as time passed, the blood-clotting potion began to work, and the blood-stained black spine vine could not stand it. Under the action of the blood-clotting agent, the blood-stained vine in the blood-stained vine body was immediately blocked. Although the blood-stained black spine is a plant, it is actually a soul beast. The blood-stained black spine has a certain meaning. Above all, it has the same physical characteristics as animals and humans. For the blood-stained black spiny vine, the blood bag in the body is the heart, and the blood streaks all over the body are the blood vessels, and as the clotting agent takes effect, not only the blood vessels of the blood-stained black spiny vine are blocked, but the blood in the blood bag that was the heart also began to clump together because of the clotting agent. This made the blood-stained blackthorn vine suddenly feel extremely painful. Because there is no mouth, the blood-stained black spine vines cannot scream, but through the trembling vines of the blood-stained black spine vines, Bai Ge can still see the pain of the blood-stained black spine vines. But Bai Ge has no mercy, because this world is a world where the weak can eat the strong. Since he wants to be the strongest and grasp his own destiny, he must climb on the bones of other creatures, blood-stained blackthorn vine. Not the first, and it won't be the last. By Ge, hurry, go and kill this blood-stained blackthorn vine. Seeing not far away, the blood-stained blackthorn vine that was trembling violently suddenly stiffened, the master said quickly. Plant soul beasts do not have the same fatal weaknesses as animal soul beasts. As long as the brain or heart is destroyed, they will die immediately. However, the blood-stained blackthorn vine, because of its special body structure, makes its blood bag similar to animal soul beasts. The weakness of the heart, although it will not die immediately after the heart is destroyed, but since the heart is destroyed, the blood-stained black spiny vine will not live long. Yes. Hearing what the master said, Bai Ge quickly took out the dagger that Tang San had returned not long ago, and then rushed in the direction of the blood-stained blackthorn vine. Although it seemed that the blood-stained blackthorn vine was dying, for safety reasons, Bai Ge still summoned the Wuhan Moyun vine, and saw several black and purple vines growing out of Bai Ge's feet instantly. Several main vines and auxiliary vines of the blood-stained blackthorn vine were bound, exposing the blood-red area under the largest main vine. That is the blood bag of the blood-stained blackthorn vine. Puff! Seeing the blood bag close at hand in front of him, Bai Ge immediately pierced the dagger in his hand. As Bag's dagger was pierced down, a large amount of semi-coagulated blood suddenly shot out from the wound, and at the same time, the whole blood-streaked black spiny vine suddenly trembled violently again. But this violent tremor only lasted less than 2 seconds, and in the blink of an eye, the blood-stained black spiny vine completely lost its life activity. Bai Ge, how's it going? Seeing that Bai Ge seemed to have succeeded, Master and Tang San also walked over not far away. Should have been killed. Pulling the dagger from the blood bag of the blood-stained black spiny vine, watching a large number of semi-coagulated blood clots rush out from the wound on the blood bag, Bai Ge was uncertain. Dead, the spirit ring is about to come out. Seeing the corpse of the blood-stained blackthorn vine, a faint yellow light spot has begun to emerge, condensing into the shape of a spirit ring. The master can't help but remind. Well, it's dead. Seeing that the spirit ring was about to come out, Bai Ge also nodded. For the plant-based soul beast, Bai Ge is the first time I have seen it at a fair price. The plant-based soul beast is not like an animal-based soul beast. If you don't have a spirit ring, you really can't tell whether it is dead or not, but since the spirit ring appears, then it must be dead. Bai Ge, this blood-stained blackthorn vine has grown into the embryonic form of the 5th main vine. It is estimated that the cultivation base will be between 440 and 430 years, which may have exceeded what I said before. The age limit of the soul ring ascended by the soul master is reached. Are you sure you still want to absorb it? While the spirit ring was being formed, the master observed the age of the blood-stained blackthorn vine, but found that the blood-stained blackthorn vine was not a 400-year cultivation base, but probably exceeded the cultivation base of 423 years. This makes the master a little worried. But finally I found a goal that is already so perfect. If I change one, I might find another suitable one, and most importantly, the dry food I brought is almost finished. Absorb. After thinking about it, Bai Ge still said firmly. In fact, compared to the master, Bai Ge knows more accurately that the cultivation base of this blood-stained blackthorn vine is actually 430 years, in fact it has exceeded the previous master's 423 years of absorption. Soul circle limit. But since the system says that this is the most suitable spirit ring for him, it is impossible for him to be unable to absorb this spirit ring, and he is not an ordinary spirit master, but a spirit master with dragon-like Prujna Kong and Xian Kong, just it's only a few years beyond the limit, and it doesn't make sense to absorb it. While talking with the master, the yellow centennial soul on the blood-striped blackthorn vine has gradually condensed and formed. Seeing this, Bai Ge immediately learned the previous Tang San's method and summoned the Wuhan Moyun vine, and then the force radiated out, feeling the spirit ring of the blood-striped blackthorn vine. Sure enough, Bai Ji sensed the yellow spirit ring floating in front of him. With the help of his spirit power, the yellow spirit ring flew towards Bai Ji. After flying to the sky above the Wuhan Moyanteng in Bai Ji's right hand, the spirit ring of the original head diameter was reduced to the thickness of the wrist in an instant, and then it was put on the Wuhan Moyanteng among the white singers. Suddenly, Bai Ji only felt a terrifying heat flow suddenly out of the martial soul in his hand, and quickly rushed to the limbs. The scorching heat like magma flowed through Bai Ji's body almost instantly. Bai Ji only felt that his whole body seemed to be in flame hell, as painful as being burned. But suddenly Bai Ji remembered what the master had said before. Can't be knocked down by pain, only by overcoming pain can the power of the spirit ring obtained be used perfectly. Of course, this is not what the master said, but what Bai Ji understood, but despite the differences, the spiritual core is the same, that is, to overcome pain. Forcibly suppressing the burning pain, under the painful stimulation, Bai Ji feels that his mental state has become clearer than ever before. In this supernormal state, Bai Ji is running both Xian Tian Gong and Dragon Elephant Prujna Gong. A large amount of heat flow is transformed into the internal power of Xian Tian Gong, but because Bai Ji has not completely absorbed the spirit ring, these heat flows cannot be integrated into the internal power of Xian Tian Gong after being transformed. Song's body absorbed, and in this way, the power of the spirit ring, the inner strength of the Xian Tian Gong and the qi and blood of the Dragon Elephant Prujna Gong unexpectedly reached a perfect transformation. As the power gushing out of the spirit ring was finally transformed into qi and blood by the Dragon Elephant Prujna Gong, Bai Ji only felt that the muscles and bones of his body had been strengthened again and again in the heat flow, and the heat flow gradually no longer caused physical pain, and it was transformed into a warm current that strengthened Bai Ji's body. As the power of the spirit ring was perfectly suppressed and used, Bai Ji's consciousness seemed to have entered a mysterious space with the operation of Xian Tian Gong, where bright yellow flames were burning everywhere, and in the middle of the flame, a plant the black and purple vines are undergoing amazing changes like nirvana. Is this the sea of consciousness? Bai Ji was a little surprised. However, Bai Ji did not worry too much. Instead, he watched the Moyanteng Wuhan transform in the blazing bright yellow energy flame, becoming stronger, and his body began to grow spikes and the original black and purple vines. Bleeding lines began to appear on the upper surface. While Bai Ji's consciousness was immersed in the space of the consciousness sea, outside of the consciousness sea, Bai Ji's body was still running Xian Tian Gong and Dragon Elephant Prujna Gong autonomously. The spirit ring condenses the lifelong cultivation base of the soul beast. Most spirit masters can only absorb a small part of the cultivation base of the spirit beast. However, relying on the profound heaven power and the dragon-like Prujna power, Bai Ji has almost absorbed the spirit ring. All of the energy is absorbed cleanly. So time passed slowly. Bai Ji felt that he had just stayed in the sea of consciousness for a while, witnessing the transformation of Mo Yunteng, but when Bai Ji opened his eyes, he found that the sky was already bright. Chapter 31, The First Soul Skill, Strangling Thorns, the perfect match between Minjiao Gong and Drag. Woke up. As soon as Bai Ji opened his eyes, a familiar and caring voice came from his ear, the master. Suddenly by the bright sunlight, Bai Ji felt a little dazzling, and used his arms to cover the direct sunlight from above his head. At this time, the master handed over a water bag filled with clear water. Here, drink some water. Thank you, teacher. Hearing what the master said, Bai Ji suddenly felt a little thirsty. After thanking him, Bai Ji took the water bag that the master handed over, and drank. How is it, did you succeed? When Bai Ji finished drinking the water, the master couldn't help but asked, suppressing his excitement. Don't worry, teacher, I made it. Bai Ji smiled and stretched out his right hand. Following the movement of Bai Ji's thoughts, a few black and purple vines on his right hand quickly grew out of Bai Ji's hands, and twisted and spread around as if they were alive, and soon fell to the ground. Poison thorns and blood patterns. Great! By Ge, your Moyun vine martial spirit has succeeded in inheriting the blood pattern blackthorn vine's poison sting and blood-sucking ability. My guess is really correct. Seeing Bai Ge's right hand, the evolved Moyun vine was indeed full of poisonous spines, and blood streaks that transport blood appeared in the vine. The master couldn't help being excited. According to his guess, when the spirit master's spirit absorbs the spirit ring, it will only inherit the advantages of the spirit beast absorbed by itself, and because the Moyun vine far exceeds the blood-striped blackthorn vine in all other aspects, so Yunteng can only inherit the blood-sucking and stinging abilities of the blood-stained blackthorn vine. Now it seems that it is true. Bai Ge, let us see what your first spirit ability is and how powerful it is. Seeing Mo Yunteng, who has become extremely ferocious on the White Singer, there is no trace of fear in the eyes of the master, but full of excitement. Teacher, my first soul skill is Thorn Strangling. The attack method is the same as that of the blood-stained blackthorn vine. I can determine the target to make the mulberry vine attack the target. The target quickly spreads over and launches a strangulation attack on the target. While entwining the prey, Mo Yunteng will inject toxins into the target through the stinger, and take the opportunity to blood. As for its power, as Bai Ge explained, he looked at a small tree with the thickness of an adult's wrist not far away. Teacher, look! Bai Ge turned and pointed his right hand at the small tree. As Bai Ge determined the target, a large number of black and purple vines covered with spikes spread quickly toward the small tree like a poisonous snake. After reaching the position of the small tree, the changed Moyun vine instantly entangled and then suddenly strangling was launched with full effort. Crack! As Mo Yunteng launched the strangulation, a clear click suddenly came from the direction of the tree. When Bai Ge recalled the Moyun vine, the tree body had become tattered and broken into two pieces. The small tree suddenly fell to the ground. At the position where the Moyun vine was entwined, one could clearly see the dense and chilly spines. Wounds, this is caused by the stings of the mowing. Hiss! Seeing the scene in front of him, the master couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath. This powerful strangulation has far surpassed the blood-marked blackthorn vine that Bai Ge absorbed. When the blood-stained blackthorn vine hunts, it just entangles the prey, and then uses its stinger to inject hallucinogenic toxins into the prey. This toxin can make the prey not only feel pain when sucked, but also feel enjoy, and it is with this toxin that the blood-stained black spiny vine can smoothly the blood of the prey. Otherwise, if there is only the ability to strangle, the prey will inevitably struggle desperately before dying, so the blood-stained blackthorn vine can't much blood. Such a powerful strangling ability can already cut the bones of ordinary people. The blood-stained blackthorn vines you have absorbed don't have this ability. Is it that the Moyun vine strengthens this strangulation ability? Looking at Mo Yunteng who had been retracted into Bai Ge's right hand, the master couldn't help asking. I don't know this, but I can indeed control Mo Yunteng to launch such a strangulation attack. Regarding the master's words, Bai Ge shook his head, saying that he was not very clear. But in fact, Bai Ge knows exactly where this level of strangulation power comes from. The power of Thorn's strangulation is composed of two aspects according to the information that Bai Ge got after absorbing the spirit ring. One is the power of the spirit itself. One is the power that Beg possesses. The sum of the two is the maximum power that the thorns can achieve. After absorbing the spirit ring of the blood-stained blackthorn vine, the Moyun vine has evolved, and its initial diameter has changed from only 1.5 fingers to nearly 3 fingers in thickness. Of course, this is the initial diameter. If you want, Bai Ge can make it thicker or thinner, but making it thicker will increase the consumption of soul power, and changing the details will not. After reaching the thickness of 3 fingers, Bai Ge can already entangle the prey with Moyun vine, and suffocate the prey by tightening it, but he still does not want to cut off the bones of the prey body like a tree just now. Possible. But fortunately, after waking up today, Bai Ji was pleasantly surprised to find that his dragon elephant Prujnagong actually broke through the first level and reached the second level. The direct manifestation of this is that Bai Ji's strength has increased by 100 kattis. With Bai Ji's original strength, the strength of Bai Ji now has surpassed that of a strong adult man. It is precisely because Bai Ji's dragon elephant Prujnagong has broken through to the second level, the power of Bai Ji's thorns strangling can easily reach the point where it can easily break the bones of ordinary people. Bai Ji also had some doubts about why he broke through to the second level of the dragon elephant Prujnagong in one night. But after careful reflection, Bai Ji found the reason. Last night, when he was absorbing the power of the spirit ring, he seemed to be operating both the profound sky art and the dragon elephant Prujna art at the same time. The power constantly gushing out of the spirit ring transformed him into the internal strength of the mysterious sky, but because he hadn't absorbed the spirit ring yet, although the internal strength of the mysterious sky was increasing, it could not be completely integrated. And these internal forces that could not be incorporated into the original Xiantian Kungfu's internal forces should have been transformed into qi and blood by the dragon elephant Prujna Kungfu, which was used to strengthen his physique. It may also be because most of the power of the spirit ring was used up by the dragon elephant Prujnagong, transformed into qi and blood to strengthen his body, so he could break through to the second level so quickly. After thinking about it carefully, Bai Ji found that there was only this reason. Thinking of this, Bai Ji couldn't help getting excited, because if that was the case, wouldn't this prove that he could absorb the power of the spirit ring more perfectly than others? With the dragon elephant Prujna skill, every time he absorbs a spirit ring, wouldn't he be able to absorb a spirit ring that has a lifetime that exceeds the maximum theoretical limit? Because others may not be able to withstand the power of the spirit ring, but as long as Bai Ji's body can withstand it, then he can completely absorb a spirit ring of any age. Thinking of this, Bai Ji seemed to have found his own unique way. It seems that I should put more energy on the dragon elephant Prujna Kungfu than the Xiantian Kungfu. Bai Ji couldn't help thinking. Xiantian Gong cultivates internal power, and internal power in this world is soul power to some extent, so there will be bottlenecks at every stage, but the dragon elephant Prujnagong cultivates the body, so there is no such concern. Moreover, practicing the dragon elephant Prujnagong can also increase the strength of the body, allowing the body to absorb a greater number of years of spirit ring, which can also improve the big dragon elephant Prujnagong practice at the same time. This is a perfect cycle. Chapter 32, Returning to the Academy, innately full of soul power. After Bai Ji finished showing his soul skills, the three of them ate some dry food on the spot, and then they were ready to leave the hunting forest. 3 days have passed since the departure of Notting College, and now that both Bai Ji and Tang San have got their favorite spirit rings, it is naturally time to go back. Because they had reached the depths of the hunting forest, even if they left the hunting forest in a straight line, it took the three of them half a day to finally reach the entrance they had entered before. Leaving from the entrance, in the market, the master still hired a carriage, and then the three returned to Notting College in the carriage. After a whole day of rushing, in the early morning of the next day, the three finally arrived at their destination Notting College. After getting off the carriage at the gate of Notting College, the master took Bai Ji and Tang San into the gate of Notting College. It was still early in the morning, and most of the teachers and students in Notting College had just gotten up, because Bai Ji and Tang San had already rested on the carriage for the night, so they didn't want to make up for sleep, but were going to be in the cafeteria with the master. After eating breakfast in the restaurant, then go back to Kishi. The reason why I went back to the 7 houses was that after the official start of school, Notting College did not allow students to wear regular clothes in the college, and they had to change into Notting College uniforms. When Bai Ji and Tang San returned to the 7 houses, the people in the 7 houses had just got up. "Hey, Tang San, Bai Ji, you are back." Seeing that Bai Ji and Tang San were back, Wang Sheng, who was getting up, couldn't help yawning while saying hello. "How about, have you got the spirit ring?" "Got." Bai Ji nodded. Wang Sheng, how about Xiao Wu? Why didn't you see Xiao Wu? After putting on the clothes, Tang San found that there was no one on Xiao Wu's bed, so he couldn't help asking curiously. Isn't Xiao Wu responsible for the garden on the south side of the playground? You originally cleaned it together, but because you want to hunt for the spirit ring, if she is the only one left to clean it, you must get up earlier if you want to finish the cleaning. Wang Sheng replied. It turned out to be so, it was really hard for her. Hearing what Wang Sheng said, Tang San couldn't help sighing. Come on, Tang San, isn't Xiao Wu going to do it for a few days? We will be responsible for cleaning afterwards. Just these few days, are you so distressed? Bai Ji was a little funny when he heard Tang San's sigh. Distressed? No. No. It's just because of feelings, don't think too much. Hearing Bai Ji's ridicule, Tang San blushed immediately and shook his head. They changed into the school uniforms of the academy. Because they had already eaten in the cafeteria before, Bai Ji and Tang San didn't go to dinner with Wang Sheng, but went to the garden south of the playground to see Xiao Wu. But when Bai Ji and Tang San arrived, Xiao Wu had already left, leaving only the cleaned garden. Now that Xiao Wu had left, the two naturally could only turn to the class on the first floor of the teaching building, which was where the first-year students were taught. When Bai Ji and Tang San arrived at the classroom where Class 1 was located, the door of the classroom was already open. Pushing the door open, Bai Ji immediately saw Xiao Wu sitting in the back row of the classroom eating. Xiao Wu. Seeing Xiao Wu, Tang San smiled and said hello. Wow, you two are finally back. Hearing the familiar voice, Xiao Wu raised her head and saw Tang San and Bai Ji, so she couldn't help being very excited. Xiao Wu, what are you eating? Walking into the classroom, smelling the faint smell of carrots in the air, Bai Ji couldn't help but ask strangely. It's a carrot bun, do you want to eat it? Picking up the bun in his hand and shaking it in front of Bai Ji and Tang San, Xiao Wu replied with a smile. No, we have already had breakfast. Tang San shook his head. Xiao Wu, we haven't been here these few days, can you tell us about the class situation these days? Looking at the neatly arranged tables and chairs in the classroom, there is not a single book on them. Isn't the Spirit Master's study purely teaching by example? Bai Ji couldn't help asking a little strangely. It's very easy to go to class these days. Every day the teacher comes to teach us how to meditate and cultivate soul power, and everything else is gone. Xiao Wu spread her hands. Okay. Bai Ji was a little speechless, and he knew that he should not have any expectations for this backward world. The teaching was too simple and rude. This is good for those who have not learned how to practice spirit power, but for him who has Xian Tiangong and a master as a teacher, it is a waste of life. By the way, there doesn't seem to be a clear seat in the classroom. As long as you come early, you can sit anywhere you want, so pick a seat you like. After thinking about it, Xiao Wu added. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San didn't care much. To him, it was the same wherever he sat, but Bai Ji became interested. Because it was still early, except for the work-study students who had to get up early to clean the academy, the ordinary students hadn't come, so Bai Ji easily chose a position by the window in the back row. Here, the warm sunlight coming through the woods outside the window can be directly illuminated, and because he is far away from the corridor, he will not be discovered by the teacher if he is in a daze. This is very satisfying for Bai Ji. Slowly sitting on his seat, Bai Ji began to wait bored. Basking in the warm sunshine, gradually, Bai Ji actually fell asleep on the table. I don't know how long, a girl's voice suddenly heard in his ear. Wake up soon, class is about to start. Bai Ji slowly opened his eyes and suddenly found that there were already many people in the classroom, and on the podium, the teacher had already arrived, and the girl who just called him was a pretty girl. Thanks for your reminder. Bai Ji politely thanked the girl, but the girl turned her head shyly, and the corners of Bai Ji's mouth twitched. This performance is the same as those girls in his village. It seems that as long as they are women, is really everywhere, regardless of their identity. Okay, class. As time went by, it was finally time for class. Just like Bai Ji's previous life, with the loud shout of the male teacher on the podium, all the children stood up together, bowed to the teacher, and shouted in unison, "Hello teacher! Today, we seem to have 2 more people in the first grade than yesterday. Did the students who had asked for leave come back? If so, please stand up and introduce yourself so that I can take a good look and get to know each other." After letting all the children sit down, the male teacher counted the children in the classroom and found that there were 2 more than yesterday, so he couldn't help smiling. "Teacher, my name is Bai Ji. I come from Shengun village and I am 6 years old this year." Hearing the words of the male teacher, Bai Ji got up first and introduced himself. "Teacher, my name is Tang San. I also come from Shengun village. I am also 6 years old today." Following Bai Ji, Tang San also stood up and introduced himself. "I read the leave form that the academy gave me. It says that you are taking leave to go to the soul hunting forest to hunt the soul hunter and the soul ring that the soul master needs to absorb. Is it successful now that you are back?" Looking at Bai Ji and Tang San, the male teacher asked curiously. "How is this possible?" The male teacher didn't know it intentionally or not, but when he heard the male teacher's words, the whole classroom was boiling. Their first-year students now have an average spirit power of only 1 or 2 levels. How could it be possible that someone has already been promoted to a spirit master? Don't be surprised, nothing is impossible. Bai Ji and Tang San are rare innate soul powers on the mainland, so they can be promoted to soul masters so quickly. Seeing that the children in the classroom looked incredible, the male teacher couldn't help but explain. Chapter 33, Demonstrate Soul Skills, Practice Plan. Innately full of soul power. Hearing what the male teacher said, the children in the classroom were even more shocked. Innately full of spirit power, this is the top talent among soul masters. Even in the entire Douluos continent, soul masters whose initial soul power can reach the innate full soul power are also rare, but they didn't expect their nodding academy to suddenly there were 2 innate soul powers, which was really surprising. Hehe, in fact, the Xiaowu students in our class are also innately full of soul power, and enrolled 3 students who are innately full of soul power at the same time. This is really an honor for our nodding college. Seeing the surprised expressions of many children, the male teacher chuckled, but made another cut. 3 innate soul power. Hearing the male teacher say that Xiaowu was also born with full spirit power, all the children couldn't help vomiting blood for 3 liters again. Xiaowu. Hearing the male teacher saying that Xiaowu was also born full of soul power, Tang San couldn't help looking at Xiaowu in surprise. "Okay, stop arguing. The reason I tell you this is to let you know that there are people outside the world, and there are days outside the world. My goal is for you to find a goal to catch up with, so that you can practice hard and catch up. It's not for you to blame yourself. No one can decide the level of your innate soul power, but you can improve your acquired soul power level through hard work." Looking at the noisy students below, the male teacher couldn't help frowning. "Okay, please let Bai Ji and Tang San show us their soul skills." "What?" Seeing the teacher suddenly turned around and looked at him, and invited him to show off the soul skills he had obtained, which made Bai Ji a little confused. Why didn't this teacher play cards according to common sense? However, Bai Ji did not refuse, but chose to agree, and walked to the stage. "Hello everyone, my name is Bai Ji, my spirit is a mutated ivy, and this time I went to the hunting forest. The spirit ring I got was from a plant soul beast called the bloodline blackthorn vine. The spirit ability I got is a kind of strangulation skill, let me show it to you." Standing by the podium, Bai Ji introduced his martial soul, and then slowly extended his right hand. As Bai Ge stretched out his right hand, several thorny black and purple vines grew out of Bai Ge's right hand, and instantly spread to the ground. Mo Yuntang pounced directly under the control of Bai Ge. The legs of a table where no one was sitting were then wrapped tightly. Seeing that the sharp thorns of the Moyantang pierced deeply into the table legs, and with the tightening of the Moyantang, there were still broken wood residues and sawdust falling from the table legs, and the children around suddenly his face moved back in horror. Yes, it is very powerful, is the blood-stained blackthorn vine? A very good choice of spirit rings. Compared with the frightened children in the classroom, the male teacher applauded. After Bai Ge finished showing his martial arts and spirit skills, Tang San also took the stage to demonstrate his evolved blue-silver grass martial arts spirit, but the response it caused was naturally not comparable to that of Bai Ge. Compared with the Moyantang Wuhan, who became extremely ferocious after Bai Ge absorbed the bloodline blackthorn vine spirit ring, the blue-silver grass after Tang San's evolution still looked too kind. After Bai Ge and Tang San finished showing their martial arts, the male teacher started normal class. But the Wuhanming ideas taught by the male teacher are too inferior compared to Xiantian Gong. Bai Ge has no interest in learning at all, so when the male teacher lectures on the podium, Bai Ge simply took out what he had previously obtained from the master. The Book of Wuhan Theories of Wang silently watched. In this way, the class time soon ended. Luoding College is very different from the modern schools that Beg had attended before. Although the management and teaching of Luoding College are very strict, the courses are unexpectedly relaxed. Every morning and evening, only 2 classes are required, each of which is almost half. Many hours. The morning is a cultural class, a martial arts knowledge-related course. In the afternoon, the students are allowed to practice independently, and the rest of the time is at the discretion of the students. After class, Bai Ge and Tang San didn't go to the cafeteria to eat like most people, but planned to leave the college and go to the Wuhan Hall in Luoding City. There were 2 main purposes for the two to go to the Wuhan Hall. One was a registered soul master. As long as you register as a soul master in Wuhan Hall, you can receive a subsidy of 1 golden soul coin every month, which Bai Ge cannot earn after sweeping the garden for a year in the academy. And the second purpose was to test the spirit power by the way, and when he returned, Bai Ge was still going to see where there are high-end restaurants in Luoding City. Bai Ge's practice of dragon elephant Pruchnikong requires regular intake of a large amount of meat. If there is not enough money to buy meat, it may be difficult for dragon elephant Pruchnikong to practice smoothly, and if he can make money, Bai Ge is still ready to watch it. See if I can rent a house outside. To be honest, Bai Ge actually feels that the Luoding Academy is not very helpful to him. If there is no master, perhaps Bai Ge still needs to learn about the soul master through the Luoding Academy, but now Bai Ge has worshipped the master as a teacher. With the master's teaching, Bai Ge didn't need to go through the Luoding Academy to learn about soul masters. Bai Ge actually thought about it carefully. From Bai Ge's point of view, the cultivation of a soul master is the same as that seen in Bai Ge's previous novels. It requires 4 conditions, namely, Dharma's wealth. Among them, the most important is the Fa, which is the method of cultivating soul power. However, because Bai Ge has Xiantian Gong and Dragon Elephant Pruchna Gong, compared to the method that almost everyone on the Douluos continent uses to cultivate soul power through meditation, Bai Ge's Xiantian Gong can be said to be far out of meditation in terms of soul power cultivation. Fa few streets, so Beg has reached the extreme in the method of practice. And partners are not Taoists, but Taoists who can practice together, help each other, and work together. This should be easy to find as long as Bai Ge does not have any accidents in the future. Then there is Cai, which is the second most important for Beg. Because the aura on the Douluos continent is abundant, before reaching the bottleneck, the Beg Xiantian Gong practice is actually very smooth, but the Dragon Elephant Pruchna Gong is different. As a body training exercise, the Dragon Elephant Pruchna Gong needs the most resources. Previously, Bai Ji happened to absorb the energy in the 430-year bloodmark Blackthorn Vine Spirit Ring, which allowed Bai Ji's Dragon Elephant Prajna power to break through to the second level, but the Spirit Ring did not want to absorb it. But it must be absorbed once every 10th level, so it is simply unrealistic to practice Dragon Elephant Prajna Gong by absorbing the Spirit Ring. In daily life, Bai Ji can only practice step by step. But this is not necessarily true, because before in the unconscious, Bai Ji had the experience of transforming the inner strength of Xian Tian Gong into qi and blood through the Dragon Elephant Prajna Gong. Since it was in the state of absorbing the Spirit Ring at that time, Bai Ji was not quite sure whether the Dragon Elephant Prajna Gong absorbed the spirit power from the Spirit Ring or really the internal force of the Xian Tian Gong, so when he returned to ride the carriage not long ago, Bai Ji renewed it. Tried it once. It was discovered that the inner strength of Xian Tian Gong could really be transformed into qi and blood. This was regarded as a method Bai Ji found to speed up the practice of Dragon Elephant Prajna Gong. And Bai Ji also found that this not only reduces the difficulty of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Gong practice, but also increases the speed of the Xian Tian Gong practice. Because after Bai Ji transformed all the internal power of Xian Tian Gong into qi and blood to strengthen the body, the total amount of internal power of Xian Tian Gong regenerated in the body afterwards turned out to be stronger than before the transformation. As for the reason for this situation, Bai Ji guessed that it might be due to the bottoming out after the exhaustion of Xian Tian Gong's internal strength. But Beg is not completely certain. To verify this conclusion, you need to wait until Beg has time to conduct several experiments. But there are some problems when consuming soul power like this. That is, you will feel hungry very quickly. In a sense, soul power is also a kind of energy reserve of the human body. After Bai Ji converts it into qi and blood, it is like converting the nutrients in the body into muscles. Without nutrients, the body will naturally feel hungry. So if you practice this way, Bai Ji will definitely become a big stomach king. If the salary of 10 copper soul coins a day from the academy alone for cleaning the garden is definitely not enough, even with the addition of the registered soul master, the monthly subsidy of the spirit hall is enough, so Beg needs new income source. If the master level culinary skills can really bring enough income to Bai Ji and enable Bai Ji to gain a foothold in Luoding City, then Bai Ji is ready to apply for graduation immediately. Luoding Academy was originally just a Junior Soul Master Academy, and the requirement for graduation from a Junior Soul Master Academy is to become a Soul Master, so Bai Ji has actually met the graduation requirements. But because Bai Ji has worshipped the Master as a teacher, the Master will definitely let Bai Ji and Tang San practice together to the 20s and apply for Shrek Academy, so before that, the Master will definitely let them stay in Luoding Academy. But if Bai Ji can find a more suitable practice plan, then the master will certainly not force it. Now that Bai Ji's practice plan has taken shape, the next step is to see if the most important money-making plan can succeed. Chapter 34, The Luxurious Wuhan Branch Hall, Goodbye Su Yun Tao. Starting from Notting College, after walking for almost half an hour, the outline of the Spirit Hall finally appeared in front of him. The Wuhan Hall in Notting City is a huge dome structure. The width of the front side alone is more than 100 meters, and the height is almost more than 20 meters. It is divided into 3 floors. The whole building is brown, and there is only a long sword on the Seoul Hall logo on the front door, which indicates that the Seoul Hall in Notting City is a low-level Seoul Hall. In front of the gate of Luoding City Wuhan Branch Hall, 2 fully armed guards were guarding here. Seeing Bai Ji and Tang San coming, the 2 guards immediately lowered the spears in their hands and crossed them together, blocking the path of Bai Ji and Tang San. Who are you? Is there anything to come to the Wuhan Hall? Looking at Bai Ji and Tang San, one of the guards asked. Hello, uncle, we are students of Luoding Junior Soul Master Academy. At the request of our teacher, we are here to evaluate our soul power level. Can we go in? Bai Ji was polite and authentic when he heard the doorman's words. It turns out that this is the case. Since you are a student of the Luoding Academy, then you can go in. The Great Spirit Master Matthunyo is in the reception hall on the first floor. When you go in, go find him, and he will help you." Hearing Bai Ji's words, the other guard nodded and said. After speaking, the two guards withdrew their spears and opened the door of the spirit hall. "Thank you, uncle." Seeing the door opened, Bai Ji and Tang San hurriedly thanked the two guards politely, and then quickly walked into the Wuhan Hall. I have to say that although they are all guards, the guards guarding the gates in front of Wuhan Hall are far better than the guards of Luoding College in terms of wintry and actions. Walking into the Wuhan Hall, Bai Ji suddenly seemed to have entered another world. The top of the head is a tall dome, the whole dome is separated by small squares, and each of the small squares is covered with murals, painted with various martial arts graphics. The background color of the dome is shiny, the bright golden color, so the sun shines through the dome into the Wuhan Hall, and it immediately adds a layer of gold to the Wuhan Hall, which looks resplendent and yet simple. The floor at the foot and the surrounding walls are paved with jade bricks similar to white jade, which is luxurious and elegant. On the white jade-like wall, huge crystal windows are installed. The sunlight shines into the hall through the transparent crystal windows, and the golden sunlight from the dome reflects each other, making the whole hall gleaming. People can't help but feel dizzy. This is where the Wuhan branch hall is. It is even more luxurious than the palace that Bai Ji saw on TV in his previous life. Walking slowly in the martial spirit hall, looking at everything around him, there were all kinds of high-end atmosphere. Bai Ji was shocked and inexplicable. This is just a small martial arts sub-temple, and now Bai Ji finally knows why the martial spirit palace is the #1 power on the Douluo continent. The heroic spirit alone can be seen with the naked eye. This is not the first one. Can be the first? But what about the reception hall? Where is the reception hall? Walking in the Wuhan Hall, because the Wuhan Hall is really big and the layout is very peculiar, it is completely different from Bai Ji's previous life. Bai Ji can't find the way at all, let alone Tang San. It seems that I can only ask for directions. Just as Bai Ji and Tang San were about to find someone to ask for directions, a woman suddenly came to meet him not far away. The woman is tall and has a good face. She is dressed in the standard costume of the spirit hall. It seems that she should be a spirit master from the spirit hall. Sister! Sister! How do you get to the reception hall of the Wuhan Hall? Seeing the woman, Bai Ji ran over and asked the woman. Hey, what a cute kid, are you students of the Lording Academy? Seeing Bai Ji, the woman's eyes could not help but suddenly light up. In line with her natural love for cute things, the woman could not help but reach out and touch Bai Ji's hair, and asked. Yes, we are all students from Luoding Academy. This time we came to the spirit hall to measure the spirit power level at the request of the teacher, but because the spirit hall is too big, we can't find a way. Sister, you can take our way there. Looking at the woman, Bai Ji showed a pitiful look, begging. Bai Ji still knows the power of his face very well. Thanks to this cute and handsome face in this life, since childhood, as long as he puts on a pitiful expression, no woman can cruelly say rejection to him. Bai Ji believes that this time is no exception. Don't worry, my sister has nothing important now, she can definitely take you there. Seeing Bai Ji's pitiful expression, the woman was very bold and honest. Thank you, sister. Seeing the woman's promise, Bai Ji's face suddenly burst into a smile. Under the leadership of the woman, the three of them walked towards the reception hall of the spirit hall. On the way, through communication, Bai Ji knew the woman's name. The woman was called Sisi, a spirit master in the spirit hall, and they the same, they were also from Luoding College, so in fact, even if Bai Ji didn't pretend to be pitiful, Sisi would take them to the reception hall as well. Following the female soul master Sisi, turning left and right through several aisles, the three of them were finally approaching the reception hall, but suddenly an acquaintance walked towards him, who turned out to be the element who helped Bai Ji and Tang San awaken the spirits. Yun Tao. Hey, Sisi, why are you here? Is there anything wrong? I can help you if necessary. Seeing Sisi, Su Yun Tao suddenly walked over with a smile on his face, which made Bai Ge immediately think of a creature licking a dog. No, it's nothing important. I just met two junior brothers from Luoding College. Because they don't know the way, I asked me to take them to determine the spirit power level. Sisi waved her hand and said. Sisi, you are so kind, so helpful, you really deserve to be a golden flower of our Luoding City Martial Spirit Branch Hall. Let's go, let me go with you. Hearing the slightest talk, without seeing Bai Ge and Tang San, Su Yun Tao showed a touched expression on his own. Do you like licking so much? Do you know that you can't lick the house? Seeing Su Yun Tao frantically licking Sisi, Bai Ge couldn't help but complain. Hello Master Su Yun Tao. Seeing Su Yun Tao and waiting for the dialogue between Su Yun Tao and Sisi to end, Tang San immediately greeted him politely. Do you know me? Hey, no, why do I feel that you two are so familiar? After Tang San called her name, Su Yun Tao removed her eyes from Sisi, looking at Tang San and Bai Ge. Su Yun Tao was a little confused. Oh! I remember, you are the two children from Shengun village. After thinking about it carefully, Su Yun Tao finally remembered. Yun Tao, do you know these two children? After hearing Su Yun Tao's words, she was a little confused and authentic. Yes, these two are what I told you. The two children in the martial arts awakening ceremony of Shengun village were all born with full spirit power, but it is a pity that one martial arts spirit is blue silver grass and the other is mutant green. Rattan. Su Yun Tao shook his head and sighed. Blue silver grass and mutant green vine. After hearing Su Yun Tao's words, Sisi suddenly remembered, and she couldn't help showing a little weirdness in her eyes. But Sisi is not a fool, even though she is a little unoptimistic about Bai Ge and Tang San's martial arts. The reason why Sisi helped Bai Ge and Tang San mainly depends on their identities as Luoding Academy students. So it's not guilty that she is ridiculing the two of them. She is not a child, and she still likes the child named Bai Ge. After all, she is so cute, and her appearance is justice. Chapter 35, Soul Power Level 15, Mathunyo and Number 039, S Surprise. Following Sisi and Su Yun Tao, after finding the stairs leading to the second floor on the first floor, the four went straight to the second floor. According to the guard, Bai Ge and Tang San were looking for the Great Spirit Master Mathunyo on the first floor, but they could not find it. This made Bai Ge and Tang San think that the reception hall was a separate room, but it was not at all. The reception hall was actually the lobby on the first floor of the Wuhan Hall. The Great Spirit Master Mathunyo was indeed on the first floor some time ago, but the Great Spirit Master Mathunyo returned to the office on the second floor not long ago. If Bai Ge and Tang San were still wandering on the first floor, it would be impossible to find someone, so Sisi and Su Yun Tao took Bai Ge and Tang San directly to the second floor to find the Great Spirit Master Mathunyo to determine their spirit power. On the second floor, under the leadership of Sisi and Su Yun Tao, the four finally stopped in front of a room. Master Matthew Noble, can I come in? Su Yun Tao knocked on the door and asked. Yun Tao? Come in, what's the matter? An old voice came from the room. Su Yun Tao opened the door, and the whole room was immediately caught in Bai Ge's eyes. This is a very ordinary office, with an old man sitting behind a large desk. The old man is dressed in a neat and tidy Spirit Hall Spirit Master costume. There are 3 long sword marks on the old man's Spirit Master costume. This shows that the old man is a Great Spirit Master level War Spirit Master. The old man is nothing but other. Mathunyo. Yun Tao, why, what can I do? Mathunyo looked up at Su Yun Tao and asked. I'm here to take these 2 children for advanced Wuhan appraisal, Master Mathunyo, is there time now? Su Yun Tao said. Yun Tao, are you kidding me? Are you sure these two children are not here for Wuhan awakening, but for advanced identification? Looking at Bai Ji and Tang San, Master Matthew Nyo was very surprised. Please, Master, would I lie to you on this kind of issue? Su Yun Tao was a little speechless and authentic. You should also know these two children. They are the two children I mentioned to you at the beginning. They are both innately full of spirit power. Unfortunately, one Wuhan is blue silver grass and the other is mutant ivy. Well, Master Matthew Nyo, these two children will be handed over to you, and I will leave first. After waving his hand, Su Yun Tao didn't say much, but after finishing speaking, he turned and left the office with a trace, and closed the door smoothly. Hey, what a young man who has been dazzled by love, SISI is not suitable for you, SIC's heart is too big, how can you pursue it? Seeing Su Yun Tao's eager look, and the desire to be alone with SISI was clearly revealed, Matthew Nyo couldn't help sighing secretly, and whispered as he watched Su Yun Tao's departure. Matthew Nyo's voice was very small, Bai Ji did not hear clearly, but looking at Matthew Nyo's expression, Bai Ji felt that Matthew Nyo should be the result of seeing Su Yun Tao and SISI. There is only one fate of licking the dog and the goddess, and that is licking the dog can't house. Master, can you give us a martial arts advanced appraisal? Seeing that Matthew Nyo was in a trance, Tang San couldn't help saying, thinking that there would be something else after a while. Of course you can, but children, you don't need to call me a master. I am not a master. You call me Grandpa Matthew Nyo. I am 81 years old this year. It should be okay to be your grandfather in terms of age. Looking at Tang San and Bai Ji, Matthew Nyo smiled. Listening to Matthew Nyo's kind voice, Bai Ji and Tang San's heart suddenly increased, so the two immediately bowed to Matthew Nyo and said, Okay, Grandpa Matthew Nyo, hello. Yes, they are all good and polite boys. Okay, let's go. I will take you to the Wuhan Advanced Appraisal. Seeing Bai Ji and Tang San's movements, Matthew Nyo nodded in satisfaction. After speaking, Matthew Nyo stood up, preparing to take Bai Ji and Tang San to the Advanced Wuhan Appraisal. Following Matthew Nyo out of the office, the three of them walked along the corridor on the second floor towards the inside of the second floor of Wuhan Hall. When they finally reached the end of the corridor, three tall arches suddenly appeared in front of them. This is the Martial Spirit Lab where the Martial Spirit Hall conducts advanced appraisal. Come in, children. Matthew Nyo opened a door on the left, then greeted Bai Ji and Tang San and walked in. Entering the door, a wide room suddenly appeared in front of Bai Ji. The room looked nothing on the surface, but as soon as he entered it, Bai Ji felt the inner strength of the Xiantian art in his body began to become active. Okay, let's start, who of you two will come first? Looking at Bai Ji and Tang San, Matthew Nyo asked. I'll do it first, Grandpa Matthew Nyo. Bai Ji stepped forward and walked to Matthew Nyo, said. What should I do? It's very simple, summon your spirit, and then release your spirit ring. Matthew Nyo smiled. I know. Bai Ji nodded, then slowly stretched out his right hand. As Bai Ji used his mind to urge the inner strength of the Xiantian Gong in his body, several black and purple vines full of spikes suddenly grew out of Bai Ji's right hand, and at the same time, a circle of yellow spirit rings also emerged from Bai Ji. Song's feet rose, and moved back and forth on top of Beg's head and feet. Hey, what martial soul are you? Looking at Mo Yunteng on the white singer, Matthew Nyo was a little confused. The vine-like martial spirit in front of me looks like the blood-stained blackthorn vine of the plant soul beast, but isn't the color of the blood-stained blackthorn vine black? The vine in front of you is obviously black and purple, and blood blackthorn vine. Aren't these two children a blue silver grass martial spirit, and the other a mutant Qingtang martial spirit? Or could it be said that this vine-like martial spirit is actually a mutant vine? This is a mutant green vine. Bai Ji replied. Mutated green vines? Where can there be mutated green vines that grow like this? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Matthew Nyo couldn't help laughing. But Yun Tao shouldn't be so careless, your martial soul shouldn't be like this originally, right? It's because of absorbing this century-old spirit ring that it became like this, right? Pointing to the yellow spirit ring at Bai Ji's feet, Matthew Nyo asked. As expected of Grandpa Matthew Nyo, this is indeed the case. Bai Ji nodded. Okay, it seems that you should have a good teacher at Loiting College, but with what I know, it should be very difficult for him to help you complete the hunting of 100-year-old soul beast. Okay, kid, I can do. You know your name. My name is Bai Ji. Bai Ji replied. Bai Ji? Okay, then Xiao Bai Ji, let's test soul power now. Matthew Nyo took a yellow crystal ball from the table and came to Bai Ji, and handed it to Bai Ji, saying, just like Wuhan Awakening, put your hand on it. Okay, Grandpa Matthew Nyo. Bai Ji put his hand on the crystal ball. Suddenly, the crystal ball lit up with a bright yellow light. Seeing the light blooming from the crystal ball, Matthew Nyo couldn't help but widen his eyes. How is it possible? Didn't you just absorb the spirit ring? The spirit power level should be 11th level, how can it reach the 16th level spirit power? Matthew Nyo was extremely shocked. Level 16. Bai Ji was also taken aback. Although he knew that his absorption of the power of the spirit ring should be much higher than that of other spirit masters, most of the power of the blood-marked blackthorn vine spirit ring he absorbed should have been transformed by the dragon elephant Prajna power into blood and strengthened him. His body is right, how could he let his spirit power level jump so many levels in a row? Could it be that the strength contained in the spirit ring you absorbed is too strong, that makes you jump so many levels? Matthew Nyo guessed. Bai Ji, can you tell me, what kind of soul beast you hunted this spirit ring from, and how long is it? After thinking about it, Matthew Nyo asked. My spirit ring was obtained by hunting blood-marked blackthorn vines. The age of the spirit ring should be between 420 and 430 years. Bai Ji replied. Hiss. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Matthew Nyo couldn't help taking a breath. The age of this spirit ring is too high. For ordinary spirit men to be promoted to spirit masters, at most they will absorb a 100-year-old spirit ring, and very few can absorb 200 to 300-year-old spirit rings, but absorbing such a spirit ring is already very dangerous. And most of the soul rings of 400 years old would only explode when absorbed, but Bai Ji actually absorbed the soul rings from 420 to 430 years. It is simply a matter of survival. Miracle. Is it because this is a miracle that Bai Ji's soul power level can jump from 11th to 16th? Matthew Nyo is not very sure, but for now, only this reason is most likely. Chapter 36, Matthew Nyo and number 039, regret, but failed to find a high-end restaurant. No, Bai Ji, your spirit ring is from a blood-striped blackthorn vine that has been cultivated for more than 400 years. Although the blood-striped blackthorn vine is a plant soul beast, it is not so easy to hunt. Which nodding college teacher took you to hunt? Suddenly, Matthew Nyo seemed to have found something wrong and couldn't help asking. Our teacher is not a teacher from Loiting College. He is just a guest officer at Loiting College. We don't know the specific name of the teacher, but others call him Master. After thinking about it, Bai Ji replied. Grandmaster. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Matthew Nyo was taken aback. Is it a master? Then I can understand. The blood-stained blackthorn vine, which has been cultivated for more than 400 years, unless it is the dean of the Loiting College, otherwise no teacher can hunt it, but since it is a master with the master's wisdom, that shouldn't be a problem. After all, the inability of plant spirit beasts to move is still too deadly. Matthew Nyo said to himself authentically. Grandpa Matthew Nyo, do you know our teacher? Hearing Matthew Nyo's words, Tang San couldn't help asking. Master, I know the master naturally. He is a well-known figure in our soul master world. He is a well-known master of martial arts theory in the entire Douluos continent. Since your teacher is a master, your martial arts can undergo such a huge change. You can understand. Matthew Nyo stroked his long beard and sighed. I originally wanted to invite you to join our Wuhan temple, but now it seems unlikely, but I didn't expect the master to be in our Luoding city. Joining the Hall of Souls? We originally came to the Hall of Souls to register as soul masters. Isn't this considered as joining the Hall of Souls? Hearing Matthew Nyo's words, Tang San couldn't help asking with some doubts. This doesn't count as joining the Spirit Hall. If you think so, then the Spirit Masters on the entire continent are probably from the Spirit Hall. Hearing Tang San's words, Matthew Nyo couldn't help but smile and shook his head. The registration of the Wuhan Hall is done by most Soul Masters, because this can get the Soul Master subsidy allocated by the state, but joining the Wuhan Hall means that you will become the exclusive Soul Master of the Wuhan Hall from now on. For the cultivation of a teacher, you must join the school run by the Wuhan Temple in the future. But you have actually joined the Luoding Academy, and you have also become the students of the Master. Even our Wuhan Temple, there is absolutely no reason to force people from other academies. Matthew Nyo sighed. But you must remember that in the future, don't easily say that you are a Master's student in front of others. The Master once joined our Wuhan Hall, but because of the release of the 10 core competence theories of Wuhan, he was removed from the Wuhan Hall. And it is also considered the shame of the Spirit Hall. Many Spirit Masters in the Spirit Hall are not very friendly to the Master. If they learn about your worship of the Master, I am afraid it will be detrimental to you. As if thinking of something, Matthew Nyo couldn't help but exhorted. Hey! The teacher used to be from the Spirit Hall. Hearing Matthew Nyo's words, Bai Ji and Tang San couldn't help being surprised. Tang San was surprised because he didn't know anything at all, while Bai Ji was surprised because he knew that the Master was a member of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, but he didn't remember that the Master had ever joined the Wuhan Hall. Okay, here comes you, boy, what's your name? After testing Bai Ji's spirit ring, he also tested his spirit power level. Now it was Tang San's turn. Looking at Tang San, Matthew Nyo asked. My name is Tang San, Grandpa Matthew Nyo. Tang San replied. Are you also a disciple of the Master? Looking at Tang San, Matthew Nyo asked. Yes, like Bai Ji, I am also a teacher's disciple. Tang San replied. Well, summon your martial soul. Let me take a look at your soul ring and see the changes in Xiao Beg's martial soul. Now I am a little looking forward to the changes in your martial soul. Thinking of the Mo Yun Teng of Bai Ji just now, Matthew Nyo was quite expectant. You won't be disappointed, Grandpa Matthew Nyo. Regarding Matthew Nyo's words, Tang San was very confident. Hey! After calming his heart through breathing, Tang San slowly stretched out his right hand. With the emergence of a burst of blue light, a blue-silver grass with dark blue color, almost vine-like stalks, and black patterns all over it suddenly emerged. Following Tang San's thoughts, the blue-silver grass grew rapidly and split up. It spread to Tang San's feet almost in the blink of an eye. How is it? Grandpa Matthew Nyo. Raising the evolved blue-silver grass on his right hand, looking at Matthew Nyo, Tang San asked with a smile. Very good, very good. It doesn't look like blue-silver grass anymore. What kind of spirit beast's spirit ring you have absorbed, has it changed so much? Looking at the blue-silver grass in Tang San's hands that had begun to take on the shape of a vine, Matthew Nyo sighed again and asked curiously. It's a mandala snake. My teacher asked me to absorb the spirit ring of a mandala snake that has been cultivated for nearly 400 years. That's why my blue-silver grass has changed so much. Tang San answered with a smile. Mandala snake? I didn't expect the plant martial arts spirit to absorb animal spirit rings. This is incredible, and I am indeed a master. Hearing Tang San's words, Matthew Nyo sighed again. Well, Xiao-san, Bai Ji, your advanced evaluation of Soul Masters has been completed. From now on, you are a glorious Soul Master in the Heaven Do Empire. You are welcome to join the ranks of Soul Masters. I will give you an exclusive badge in a while. Starting today, you can use this badge to receive subsidies in the Spirit Hall every month. The subsidy for the Soul Master is 1 gold soul coin every month. Wait for you after arriving at the Great Soul Master, the subsidy will be increased to 10 golden soul coins, so keep working hard and hope to see you again soon. Matthew Nyo smiled and encouraged. Okay, let's go, come back to the office with me, I'll get you your exclusive Soul Master badge. Following Matthew Nyo, Bai Ji and Tang San returned to their previous office again. After receiving the exclusive Soul Master badge of Wuhan Hall from Matthew Nyo, Bai Ji and Tang San left the Luoding City Wuhan branch together. After leaving Luoding City Wuhan branch hall, Bai Ji and Tang San didn't immediately return to Luoding Academy, but separated. Tang San wanted to find a blacksmith shop in Luoding City, while Bai Ji wanted to find a suitable high-end restaurant. With Beg's master-level cooking skills, as long as it can be demonstrated, it will definitely be no problem to become a chef in any restaurant, but Beg's purpose is not simply to be a cook. Beg has a master-class cooking skill and is proficient in all the cuisines of Chinese cuisines and the production methods of various famous dishes. Therefore, Beg can invest in a large restaurant through its own cooking skills and food production methods, and spread the name of Chinese cuisine through the large restaurant, so as to attract high-end customers. After attracting high-end customers, he will spread the reputation of Chinese cuisine to the entire Douluo continent through the mouths of high-level customers. After that, Bai Ji also wants big restaurants to open restaurants everywhere and branch restaurants throughout the Douluo continent. That's the right way to make money, to make big money. But if you do this, there is no doubt that the more famous high-end restaurants from the beginning are easier to make a fuss. But for Luoding City, Bai Ji is still too unfamiliar. After coming out of the Wuhan branch, Bai Ji has been wandering around Luoding City for a long time, but couldn't find a high-end restaurant that he could see. Seeing that Luoding College was about to start classes, Bai Ji could only buy a few buns in the city to make lunch, and then he prepared to eat while returning to Luoding College. Chapter 37, Xiao Wu's Notice, the Evening Match. Because after coming out of the Wuhan branch hall, Bai Ji had already looked for Notting College while looking for a high-end restaurant. So after giving up the search, Bai Ji soon returned to Luoding College. Entering Luoding College, Bai Ji walked straight to the class on the first floor of the main teaching building. Along the way, there were not many people. Because it was noon, the sun was very big, so basically no one was doing activities outside under the scorching sun, and because the class was about to start, basically all the students had already entered their respective locations. Classroom, ready to wait for class. When Bai Ji rushed to the classroom, Tang San was already in the classroom. Unlike Bai Ji is a purely aimless search, but Tang San's goal is very clear, it is an ordinary blacksmith shop, so Tang San quickly found the goal, just because time is not enough, so he can only wait apply again when school is over at night. When Bai Ji arrived in the classroom, there were almost no good seats in the classroom because he arrived late, so Bai Ji could only choose a seat in the middle of the last row. When Bai Ji walked towards the seat, passing by Tang San cast a pitiful look at Bai Ji, which made Bai Ji a little bewildered. But soon, Bai Ji knew why. When he reached the back row, Bai Ji just sat down, and immediately a large group of girls eagerly approached, one by one around Bai Ji, wanting Bai Ji to show off his martial arts again, if possible. I also hope that Bai Ji can personally guide their martial arts cultivation. In this regard, Bai Ji is simply a black line. Are the girls in Douluo mainland so precocious? It doesn't matter if you show the spirit of martial arts, and personally guide him, he is just a kid, what do you know? What can you guide? This is simply because the drunkard doesn't mean to drink, one by one is purely coveting his beauty. Unexpectedly, Bai Ji could get the same protagonist treatment as the certain Shadow Two Pillars, and Bai Ji was deeply moved. But with emotion, Bai Ji finally expressed his rejection righteously. On the one hand, Bai Ji used martial arts training as his own business, others could not help, and because he did not know much, so he could not guide as a reason, refused to guide the practice. On the other hand, Bai Ji refused to teach the practice because he was about to start class. The girls were expelled. It's a joke, if it's the best little loli or something, Bai Ji must politely agree immediately. Although he can see or not eat, he looks seductive. But all of them are just ordinary, and even crooked. Do you want him to guide them personally? Simply dreaming. Is he beg such a person? They are just some who covet his beauty. He beg will not do stupid things because of inexplicable vanity. The girls were very disappointed when they were rejected by Bai Ji, but seeing that class was about to start, the girls could only return to their seats obediently. Soon, the male teacher arrived, and the class began. The courses at Notting College are very different from the courses in some schools that Beg went to in the previous life. The schools that Beg went to in the previous life often have to learn a lot of courses, but there is not much that can be used in the future. As for the schools on Douluos continent, Bai Ji has only been to the private school of Shengun village, so it is not easy to evaluate, but if you look at Notting College alone, the principles of teaching students in Douluos continent should undoubtedly be it is practical. Like Notting College, there are only 3 main courses offered by Notting College. One is meditation practice, the other is soul and animal science, and the last is the history of the mainland. The above 3 courses are offered in the lower grades, middle grades, and upper grades. Of course, if you want to know in advance, you can also check it out in the library of Loading College. Then, Loading College also has some sub-courses. These sub-courses are mainland Chinese, which are similar to the Chinese of Beg's previous life, and then the history of Tiandu. Needless to say, this is compiled by the Tiandu Empire in order to consolidate its rule. There are sports and music appreciation. Sports naturally, needless to say, as a future soul master, a good physical fitness is necessary, and because the soul master is the highest class in the Douluos continent, as long as it is not too wasteful, you can basically become a noble in the future. As a nobleman, one must have good taste, otherwise it will be laughed at by other noblemen, so for the good future of the students, Notting College also took great pains. But although the sub-course is necessary, compared to the most important and basic meditation practice for the soul master, it still has to stand aside, especially for Bai Ji and others who have just stepped into the door of the soul master. Of course, Bai Ji and Tang San didn't need to learn the meditation practice on the Douluos road, because they have better practices, but for other students, the importance of meditation practice is undoubtedly beyond doubt. But the academy will not force it, because for the soul masters on the Douluos continent, the crude meditation practice is still second. The most important factor for the soul master's cultivation is the level of the soul master's innate soul power and the strength of the martial arts. Weak. Just like a student with first level innate soul power compared to a student with full soul power, no matter how well the student with first level innate soul power masters the meditation practice taught by the teacher, there is not much time left. Under the prerequisite of cultivation, that student with the first level of innate soul power is absolutely impossible to catch up with the student with innate soul power. Of course, the result of this comparison is a bit too obvious, but for the soul master, after all, cultivation mainly depends on talent. Bai Ji has the best talent and the best cultivation technique, and there is also a very knowledgeable good teacher who can teach him to understand the knowledge of soul masters. With these 3 conditions, if you think about it carefully, I found that Notting College is really of little use to Beg. Of course, because Bai Ji now has some things that cannot be put on the surface, and Bai Ji also needs a platform to conceal his extraordinary, so Bai Ji must continue to go to school at Loading College. But this does not affect Bai Ge doing his own thing when the teacher is in class. Anyway, the way Notting College inspects students is not based on classroom inspection discipline, but inspects the student's annual improvement. And because the graduation requirement of the Junior Soul Master Academy is to become a Soul Master, with Bai Ge's strength, Bai Ge can actually apply for graduation now, but this is not necessary. Because even if you go to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, Bai Ge is not helpful, and if you can stay at the Junior Soul Master Academy, I heard that Notting City will hold a league between the Junior Soul Master Academy every year, maybe you can get some good, so Bai Ge does not have to graduate. It's just that if you make money in the future, and if you get some things you have to live outside, if the college refuses to relax the rules and regulations for him, then Beg can only apply for graduation. After all, it's too inconvenient to live in Datongpu with so many students. There are too many secrets of Beg, although it's okay now, because the things you get from the lottery are all knowledgeable and do not take up space, but if you get some special prizes it would be too inconvenient if you still live in the college. The male teacher is still giving lectures on stage, but Bai Ge still reads books under the stage on his own as usual, or occasionally gets inspired and runs the Xian Gong and Dragon Elephant Gong in secret to do experiments. Soon, more than half an hour passed, and with the sound of jingle bells, school was finally over. After school, all the students filed out of the classroom, only Bai Ge and Tang San still sat in their seats eagerly, because they didn't plan to go to the cafeteria for dinner, but were going out again to do their own affairs. Hey, Tang San, Bai Ge, where did you go at noon today? Just as Bai Ge and Tang San were waiting for all the students to leave the classroom, Xiao Wu suddenly leaned in and asked. We went to Wuhan Hall to register as a Soul Master. Tang San explained. Registering as a Soul Master, is this useful? Xiao Wu was a little confused. I don't know if it's useful to others, but it's definitely useful to you, because after registering as a Soul Master, you can receive a Soul Master subsidy of 1 gold soul coin from the Spirit Hall every month. Looking at the puzzled Xiao Wu, Bai Ge laughed. Ah! Can you receive a golden soul coin? No, I have to register too. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Xiao Wu couldn't help being shocked. She quickly turned around and left the academy, and went to Wuhan Hall to register as a Soul Master. But as soon as she turned around, Xiao Wu's figure suddenly stopped. She turned around dexterously, Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue and said. I was almost taken into the ditch by you. I asked you questions only incidentally. I am mainly here to inform you that our working students have an appointment this evening. Chapter 38, New Mission, Norton Boss, Xiao Chinayu and Number 039, S Strategy. Join a fight. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Bai Ge and Tang San couldn't help but look dazed. That's right, you two don't know about it. When you go hunting for spirit rings, the boss of those students often bullies me. For example, like throwing a stone at me on my way to eat, it almost hit me. And he often says that he wants me to be his pet rabbit, which is terrible. If this can be tolerated, then I am not Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu squeezed her pink fist and pouted. So I initiated a battle with them on behalf of our work students. As a bet, if they win, then our work students, including me, will become his pets. If we win, then from now on, I, Xiao Wu, not only the boss of work-study students, but the boss of the entire college. Speaking of this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but her whole body was full of energy. The time was originally set in a few days, because you two have already returned, so I let them advance, just this evening. Dib. The system detects that the important character Xiao Wu has challenged Xiao Chinayu, the current student boss of Notting College, and the system now releases the task, the real boss. As a traverser, naturally you can't live like an ordinary student in the college. Ask the host to defeat Xiao Chinayu and take Xiao Chinayu as a younger brother to become the true boss of Notting College. Reward, Bronze Lucky Draw Chance once. After listening to Xiao Wu's words, the voice of the system rang again in his mind. Have a new mission? Bai Ge thought calmly. Originally, Bai Ge planned to go to Luoding City to continue looking for high-end restaurants after school, but the system unexpectedly released a task. Since there is a task, then Bai Ge naturally had to choose to complete the task first. Moreover, since the Xiao Chinayu mentioned by the task can become the boss of Notting College students, his identity is definitely not too simple. Maybe he can find a suitable high-end restaurant through this guy. After all, the ordinary students of Notting College are different from Beg. Most of them are natives of Luoding City, and they must know more about Notting City than Beg. Okay, let's go, they should all be here too. After explaining to Bai Ge and Tang San, Xiao Wu turned around to take Bai Ge and Tang San to the agreed meeting place. On the road, Xiao Wu kept complaining about how hateful the boss Xiao was to him. Tang San was so indignant that he was ready to beat up the boss Xiao violently. Following Xiao Wu, he left the main teaching building, walked through the playground, and finally came to the back door of Notting College. Because the management of the Luoding Academy is very strict, if a fight in the academy is found, it will definitely be punished. Therefore, the agreed decisive battle location is not inside the academy, but on the back mountain outside the academy. There are almost no people going there. Secluded is a place suitable for duels. Following Xiao Wu, he left the academy through the back door and went up the back mountain. In fact, the back mountain is a small mountain, not big, so no three people walked for a long time to see the two-armed crowd in the woods on the top of the mountain. Sister Xiao Wu. Seeing Xiao Wu's arrival, they didn't know if they had rehearsed in advance, and a group of work students hurriedly shouted in unison. Upon seeing this, Xiao Wu's face suddenly became serious, and immediately stopped her bouncing way of walking. The whole person seemed to have changed. With her hands on her back, she walked to all the work and study with her hands on her back. Right in front of Sheng, Bai Ge and Tang San followed. Yo, little girl, is it finally here? Seeing Xiao Wu's arrival, standing opposite to all the ordinary students, the student who seemed to be Xiao Chinayu suddenly couldn't help smiling, and then it was very playful and authentic. Standing behind Xiao Wu, Bai Ge quietly looked at the students on the opposite side. The students on the other side seemed to be senior students. They were all tall and looked much better than Bai Ge and Tang. 3 mature. Among them, the student who was suspected of Xiao Chinayu was wearing the school uniform of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. He was tall and straight, and he looked handsome. Although he was still childish, he was already a bit adult. It's just that the contempt and disdain on Xiao Wu's face when the boss Xiao watched Xiao Wu speak, somehow destroyed his overall image, making him feel like a little villain. Cut, why didn't I dare to come? I'm even more afraid that you won't come. You know, we have 2 generals here. Xiao Wu was not used to the disdain of boss Xiao, but also showed a disdainful expression, using a bad tone. It's just that this bad tone, combined with Xiao Wu's cute and pink face, is really not deterrent, but some inexplicable contrast. 2 generals? Aren't they the 2 spirit masters who appeared in the morning of the first grade in the rumor? Is the news true, A&D? They are also working students. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Xiao Chinayu suddenly couldn't help but think of the news he had heard not long ago. With the power he has cultivated in the academy for many years, there is no news from this academy that can conceal him. When school is over, someone told him that there were 2 spirit masters in the first grade. He still sneered at the time. After all, a first-year student, he was only 6 years old. How could there be a soul master? He had never heard of such a small soul master. Could it be true? If the news is true, then this will undoubtedly disrupt his original arrangement. According to Xiao Chinayu's opinion, among the work-study students, Wang Sheng and the little girl named Xiao Wu were worth noting. He intends to directly let the students and 10 of the working students participate in the duel, adopting a defensive system. Those who win stay on the field, and those who lose leave the field. In the end, whoever is left on the field will win. Because the average soul power level of the student is higher than that of the working student, if you take a defensive battle, there is no doubt that the student has the advantage. After all, only Wang Sheng and Xiao Wu are two people. No matter how strong they cannot defeat 10 people who are not much weaker than themselves. Even if these 10 people are weaker than them, it is impossible, because everyone has not reached the soul. Teacher, the gap between them is not that big yet. But now, there are actually 2 spirit masters on the opposite side, and he is the only one on their side. If they still play as the previous 10 people, they will definitely not win in the end, so they must fight in another way. Although Xiao Chenaya was not sure whether Bai Ji and Tang San were soul masters, seeing Xiao Wu's confident expression, Xiao Chenaya still made the worst plan in his heart. After thinking about it, Xiao Chenaya only found the most suitable method in the end, and that was all guarding. In fact, there is a better way, which is to stipulate that a person can only play once, and then set the number of duels as much as possible, such as 3 wins in 5 games, 5 wins in 7 games, 7 wins in 9 games and so on. In this case, because one person can only play once, and there are so many duels in total, the influence of the opposing twin spirit masters will definitely be weakened to the minimum, and because of the remaining people, there is no doubt that the average of their students the strength is stronger, so their winning side is undoubtedly greater. But in this case, the work-study students on the opposite side would definitely not agree, because their advantages were obviously eliminated. Unless they were fools, they would definitely not agree. So after thinking about it for a long time, Boss Xiao could only choose a plan that although the winning rate would be very low, but there were also, and it would not make the opposing working students reject it, that is, the whole system of defense. The students from both sides are all qualified to play, because they have a larger total number of people, so they still have a certain advantage, so that the winning rate is not 0, and in this case, there is no reason for the working student to refuse, because this what is fighting is the overall strength of both parties, which is fairly fair. After that, if he wanted to win, Xiao Chenaya had to let the younger brother consume the physical strength of the 2 guys who might be soul masters on the opposite side, and it would be better to force one off the field. In this way, their chances of winning would be even greater. Chapter 39, The duel began, the goal, one where all. Hey, I said, Boss Xiao? What are you in a daze? Wouldn't it be that you were afraid to hear that 2 generals came here? If you are afraid, then be my little brother obediently. Looking at Boss Xiao, Xiao Wu put on a haughty look, like a little swan trying to raise his neck, in a haughty tone. Hehe, what are you talking about? I'm in a daze? I'm thinking about how to make you lose better. As for the 2 generals on your side, you say that they are generals. It is estimated that it is only at the level of Wang Sheng, and your work-study students are at this level. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Boss Xiao suddenly put on an expression of disdain. But the disdain on his face turned into disdain, but in his heart was like Ming Jing. He did this to arouse Xiao Wu's rebellious psychology and see if Xiao Wu could confess any key information, but the result was let Xiao Boss disappointed. I'm too lazy to tell you. Anyway, you won't believe it anyway. Forget it, let's start directly. What do you think? Xiao Wu didn't bother to explain what Elder Xiao had said, and instead just prepared to start a duel, but in order to show her grandeur, Xiao Wu left the dueling method to Elder Xiao to decide. This made Boss Xiao couldn't help but be overjoyed. Although the result was a little unexpected, his goal was achieved. In fact, it stands to reason that what kind of duel to take should be decided by the underprivileged work student, but because Xiao Wu has a clear mind, she doesn't care much, but pretends to be generous. This made Wang Sheng a little speechless, but Bai Ji and Tang San didn't care, because neither of them paid attention to the opposite person. Well, the way of this duel is up to me. Hearing that Xiao Wu had surrendered the right to take a duel, Xiao Boss immediately agreed with the donkey. But rest assured, I will not take advantage of you. Since this duel is held on behalf of our respective groups, then for the sake of fairness, we shall all participate in this duel." A sly light flashed in the eyes of Boss Xiao, said. "What do you mean?" Xiao Wu couldn't help asking with some doubts when she heard what Xiao Boss said. That's right, with Xiao Wu's Baron and Rabbit's brain capacity not much larger, it is really difficult to understand Xiao Boss' conspiracy. On the side, Bai Ji had already guessed what Xiao Chenaya wanted to do. Maybe he had noticed that he and Tang San were too strong, so he planned to use his hands to consume their stamina, but although he knew the conspiracy, Xiao Wu, as the boss, said it's all said, and Bai Ji is not easy to object. But this is a bit troublesome, and in fact it has little effect. Neither Bai Ji nor Tang San were afraid of chariots. Their martial arts were both poisonous. With these students who were not even capable of a soul master, Bai Ji was basically a small friend with a whip. Boss Xiao's abacus is indeed fine, but unfortunately there is not enough strength to support it, and the final result can only be laughable and generous. It's very simple. We each have a duel. The winner stays on the field as the master, and then the loser continues to send people to the field. This is the offensive. In this way, the winner defends. The loser will attack until everyone on both sides has finished. Which side is the last one who stays on the field, then which side wins. Boss Xiao explained. Oh. I see, isn't this just a fight where there are more people? After listening to Boss Xiao's explanation, Xiao Wu couldn't help pouting, and said. You can't say that. We are all on the court, and the duel is one-on-one. There is nothing unfair. Are you afraid? Seeing that Xiao Wu had actually become a little smarter, Xiao Chenaya hurriedly used yin and yang to resort to radical tactics. However, Xiao Wu just ate such an obvious aggressive method. When Xiao Wu said that she was afraid, Xiao Wu suddenly denied, Nonsense, how can I be afraid, hit and hit, who is afraid of whom? After speaking, Xiao Wu looked back at a group of working study students, and said loudly, Okay, you have heard the rules clearly? Then who of you wants to go first? Hearing Xiao Wu's words, all the workers and students looked at each other, but no one dared to be the first bird. Let me do it. Seeing this, without thinking, Bai Ji stepped forward and stood up. Anyway, it is a group of weak scum, in Bai Ji's view, it is crushed in the morning and night, and Bai Ji is too lazy to care about it. Simply crush the opponent with absolute strength, and directly push past with the brilliance of the general trend, to win the victory of this duel, and by the way, to convince the Xiao boss and accept him as the younger brother. The completion of the task in this way is the second thing. In Bai Ji's view, this boss Xiao is also a personal talent, a bit of strategy, and his status in Nodding City should not be low. If he can truly surrender, he should be of great help to Bai Ji's plan. Bai Ji, you are the first one to come, is that okay? Seeing that Bai Ji wanted to be the first one, Tang San couldn't help but hesitate. In Tang San's opinion, according to the defensive duel method, he and Bai Ji should be the finale. If the opponent exhausts his energy this morning, there may be a risk of defeat. After all, compared to the opposite student, their work-study students are much worse in terms of quality and quantity. Don't worry, it's okay, watch me wear everything. Hearing Tang San's worry, Bai Ji waved his hand indifferently. What do you mean by wearing everything? Hearing this unfamiliar word, Tang San was a little confused. How did he feel that Bai Ji always likes to say some weird words? I mean, I can beat them all down by myself. Bai Ji smiled and explained. Okay, I trust you. Seeing that Bai Ji was so confident, Tang San couldn't hurt morale, he could only encourage and trust. Bai Ji, come on. Let them see how good our work-study students are. Seeing that Bai Ji turned out to be the first to play, the rest of the work students suddenly looked like chicken blood. Only Wang Sheng was calm, but thinking that they had a more powerful Tang San, Wang Sheng didn't say anything. What? They won the trump card first. On the other side, seeing Bai Ji actually planning to be the first to play, Boss Xiao was a little dazed. But then, Boss Xiao calmed down again. Although he looked arrogant and domineering, he was not stupid. He always understood a truth, that is, don't treat others as fools, because the person who always treats others as fools is often the one himself. Really fool. To be able to become a soul master, it must be a soul beast hunted in the soul hunting forest and a soul ring. But Xiao Chinayu himself had been to the soul hunting forest. Naturally, he knew that there was not a good place. It was basically impossible for a person to successfully obtain a spirit ring in such a place to be a fool, so there were only two possibilities for him to be the first to play. One is that he thinks too much, and the other party actually only gets the spirit ring with good luck, and after becoming a spirit master, he even thinks that becoming a spirit master is invincible. This is possible, but unlikely. And the other possibility is that the other party is in the chest and doesn't pay attention to them at all. Although this is not possible, it is more likely than the first. But the specific situation still depends on the strength of the opponent, and there are only two bases for judging the strength of the spirit master, that is, depending on the opponent's martial arts and spirit ring. While thinking in Xiao Chenayu's heart, Bai Ji had already walked to a clearing. You, who will go first? Chapter 40, The Shock Caused by the Centuries-Old Spirit Ring, Xiao Chenayu and number 039, S brain-filled. So confident. Xiao Chenayu was a little surprised when he saw that Bai Ji was about to start. Wang Shan, you go. After thinking about it for a while, Xiao Chenayu turned his attention to a little brother with average strength and not very noticeable. Because it is still unclear about Bai Ji's strength, if it is not a soul master, it is naturally best, but if it is a soul master, then you must figure out the opponent's spirit and spirit ring level. So if you send a stronger younger brother up from the very beginning, it would be a disadvantage, so Xiao Chenayu decided to send some useless younger brothers to try the water first. If the opponent is not a soul master, he will defeat him in a wheel fight. First find out the opponent's martial arts and spirit abilities, and then prescribe the right medicine to send a suitable younger brother. Boss, me. Suddenly selected by Xiao Chenayu, Wang Shan looked dumbfounded. Yes, it's you. We don't know the enemy's martial arts and abilities. You can't easily send a master to the field. You go to test the enemy's strength. By the way, when you come out, introduce yourself and see if the opponent is hooked. Xiao Chenayu said. Yes, boss. Although he knew he was not very good, Wang Shan was still a little depressed when he heard that he was regarded as an abandoned son by the boss. Wang Shan, Wuhan, wooden shield, a 4th level 0-ring weapon spirit soldier. Slowly came to the opposite side of Beg, Wang Shan took a deep breath and introduced himself. Haha. Hearing what Wang Shan said, Bai Ji guessed Xiao Chenayu's purpose without even thinking about it. Knowing that he might be a spirit master, he sent a 4th level spirit master who would undoubtedly lose. This obviously didn't intend to win, but to test his strength. And the purpose of this self-introduction is easier to guess, it is to test his martial spirit and spirit power level, but Bai Ji did not intend to hide it. Bai Ji, Wuhan, mutated Qing Teng, a 16th level 1st level control soul master. Looking at Wang Shan, the corner of Bai Ji's mouth raised slightly, said. After speaking, Bai Ji summoned Mo Yun Teng, and with a burst of black and purple light blooming from Bai Ji's right hand, several black and purple vines full of spikes suddenly emerged from Bai Ji's right hand. It came out, and quickly grew up, spreading to the ground, and at the same time, a circle of yellow spirit rings also rose from Bai Ji's feet and began to move between the top of Bai Ji's head and the soles of his feet. 100-year spirit ring. Seeing the yellow spirit ring rising under Bai Ji's feet, Xiao Chenayu couldn't help taking a breath of cold air, shocked and inexplicably surprised. Originally, when Bai Ji said that he was a 16th level spirit master, Xiao Chenihu still didn't believe it, thinking that Bai Ji was a smoke bomb, but when he saw the century-old spirit ring emerging from Bai Ji's feet, Xiao Chenihu but he couldn't help but believe it immediately. Who are you guys on earth? Looking at the yellow spirit ring at Bai Ji's feet, Xiao Chenihu couldn't help it anymore. The originally 6-year-old spirit master was enough to surprise him. If Xiao Chenihu had the confidence to defeat Bai Ji before, then when he discovered that the spirit ring Bai Ji had was a century-old spirit ring, Xiao Chenihu would never again. There is no idea of defeating Beg. In the Battle of Soul Masters, for soul masters of the same level, the victory or defeat of the battle often depends on only two factors. One is the strength of the two spirits, and the other is the level of the soul ring. He and Bai Ji are both spirit masters, and there is no obvious difference in martial arts. Even if they are spirit masters of the same level, he is only a 10-year spirit ring, but Bai Ji is a 100-year spirit ring, which is a level difference. Under the condition of the same level of spirit power of both parties, the role played will be decisive. What's more, according to Bai Ji, his spirit power level is 16, which is 5 levels higher than him. It is impossible to win at all. As for Bai Ji, it is impossible to lie. Xiao Chenihu thinks it is impossible. Having a century-old spirit ring is almost always a victory, there is no need to lie. Who am I? Don't worry, I'm not a big man, just an ordinary work student. Bai Ji smiled slightly. Ordinary work student? I believe you a ghost. In response to Bai Ji's answer, Xiao Chenihu cast a look at you as a fool. We concede defeat in this fight. Looking at the hideous Mo Yunteng on the white singer, Xiao Chenihu took a deep breath and said, it would be okay if Bai Ji was just an ordinary innate full spirit power. Being able to be promoted to a spirit master at the age of 6 was unbelievable, but Xiao Chenihu could still understand it. But after discovering that Bai Ji's spirit ring turned out to be a century-old spirit ring, and seeing that Bai Ji's spirit ring was an unknown spirit ring, Xiao Chenihu immediately overthrew his previous thoughts, instead thinking about the direction. Turn to another direction, that is Bai Ji's identity is not simple. First of all, from Bai Ji's words, Xiao Chenihu found many doubts. The most obvious is Bai Ji's Wuhan. Bai Ji said that his Wuhan is a mutant vine, but looking at the spiky appearance of Mo Yunteng among the white singers, it is obviously not a vine. This is impossible to hide from the Wuhan temple, but Bai Ji still said that his Wuhan is a mutant ivy. There is only one reason, and that is that the forces behind Beg bought the Wuhan temple in Luoding City to Bai Ji. Made a fake certificate. Thinking of this, Xiao Chenihu almost shuddered. This was terrible, but while trembling all over, Xiao Chenihu still had an inexplicable pleasure to uncover the mystery, which made Xiao Chenihu unable to help but continue to think. If there is an unknown powerful force behind Bai Ji, why did this force let Bai Ji come to Nodding College? Although Nodding College is famous in Nodding City, it is not even Mao in the entire Douluo continent. If I were the boss of a powerful force, I would have no reason to let my excellent disciples come to this place. By the way, unknown Wuhan. Could it be that Bai Ji's martial arts spirit is too strong, so it caused the fear of unknown enemies, so Bai Ji was sent to Nodding College in order to protect Bai Ji? Perhaps Bai Ji is not necessarily called Bai Ji, and it was just an impostor who came to Ding College instead of this person. And if this is the case, it can explain many of the previous problems. First of all, Bai Ji's martial arts spirit is not a mutant ivy, but an unknown powerful martial arts spirit, so Bai Ji can have innate soul power. And because Bai Ji is not the original Bai Ji, so it can explain why Bai Ji is 16th level spirit power. Because Bai Ji is not the original Bai Ji, the Bai Ji in front of him may not be 6 years old, but 7, 8, or 9 years old. Because of this, Bai Ji is the 16th level of spirit power, because it wasn't the first spirit ring just obtained, but it was obtained a long time ago. And just because the spirit ring was obtained a long time ago, it is not the 11th level of spirit power, but the 16th level of spirit power. Thinking about it, Xiao Chinayu found an explanation for all Bai Ge's unreasonable things in his eyes, that is, Bai Ge is not simple. And there are great forces behind it. As for why Bai Ge appeared here, Xiao Chinayu automatically made up a story in his mind. Two top powers are hostile to each other, one of them has a genius, and the other has tried every means to assassinate. There is no way, the genius can only send away its genius, and cut off contact to avoid the enemy's strength find and kill, and Bai Ge is the genius. Xiao Chinayu's father was the city lord of Notting City, so Xiao Chinayu had watched his father's various behaviors in the officialdom since he was a child, and he was somewhat tainted with officialdom, so he first thought of Bai Ge's origin. And because Xiao Chinayu's father had exhorted him thousands of times and exhorted him, there are some big families in this world that are absolutely not to be offended, and they are even more terrifying than the imperial royal family. The royal family still cares about face issues, but those big families don't need it at all. If they anger them, it will bring disaster to the top. So when he thought that there might be a big power behind Bai Ge, Xiao Chinayu immediately decided to surrender. In his opinion, the boss of the academy was just a playhouse. Although refreshing, he didn't want to be killed unclearly. And if possible, he still wants to hug Beg's thighs, but this intention cannot be seen, otherwise if he is misunderstood by the mysterious forces, he might be killed as an enemy, then it is really a steal. There is no eclipse. Chapter 41, Battle, Xiao Chinayu surrendered. Why admit defeat? When Xiao Chinayu actually said that he wanted to admit defeat, Bai Ge was a little anxious. God knows that if Xiao Chinayu surrenders, his mission is still not completed. Bai Ge doesn't know what Xiao Chinayu's brain made up. You are a 16th level spirit master, and the spirit ring you have is still a 100-year-old spirit ring. We can't beat you. We know we can't win. What else can we do if we don't admit defeat? Xiao Chinayu asked back. No, you have to fight with me. The competition has already been booked. There is absolutely no reason to cancel. Anyway, I don't agree. Hearing Xiao Chinayu's words, Bai Ge's face suddenly became cold. Now this result is not what he wants to see. Xiao Chinayu was also a little anxious when he heard that Bai Ge was really angry at his decision. Although part of the reason why he gave up was to save his face, the other more important reason was to please Bai Ge. After all, it sounded so majestic to defeat a soldier without a fight, but I didn't expect that I was flattering on the horse's legs, which was a little bit beyond Xiao Chinayu's expectations. You can admit defeat, but you must fight with me. If you lose, then you will be my little brother. Seeing Xiao Chinayu's expression a little ugly, Bai Ge thought for a while and said his bottom line. But when he heard Bai Ge's words, Xiao Chinayu couldn't help being overjoyed. This is a situation where there are many mountains and rivers and there is no way out, and there is another village in the dark. Originally, he was thinking about how to hug Bai Ge's thighs, and how to hug Bai Ge's thighs without causing bad feelings from the forces behind Bai Ge. But I haven't figured out the way yet. I didn't expect that Bai Ge would even propose to be his little brother. This is undoubtedly an extremely perfect opportunity, and it is a kind of opportunity that cannot be missed. I agree. Upon hearing Bai Ge's words, Xiao Chinayu quickly agreed. But seeing Xiao Chinayu's promise so refreshingly, Bai Ge couldn't help but mumble. Isn't Xiao Chinayu deliberately admitting defeat because he was afraid that he would not lose face? Hey, Bai Ge, what do you mean? If you win the fight with Boss Xiao, then he is my little brother or yours. On the side, seeing that the situation suddenly became a little weird, the people on both sides were a little confused, but when Xiao Wu heard Bai Ge and wanted to make Xiao Chinayu be her little brother, she couldn't help feeling anxious. Xiao Chinayu shouldn't is it her Xiao Wu's younger brother? How can he be Bai Ge's younger brother? Don't worry, it's your little brother. I'm all your little brother. Isn't my little brother still your little brother? Bai Ji casually spoke to Xiao Wuodao. Hey, it seems right. After listening to Bai Ji's explanation, Xiao Wu suddenly realized it, and then returned to the crowd of working students, and cheered on Bai Ji, come on. Bai Ji, quickly defeat this damned boss Xiao. Bai Ji. Okay, come on. After taking a deep breath and adjusting his state, Xiao Chinayu slowly walked to the front of Bai Ji, his face solemn. Although Xiao Chinayu knew that he would not be able to defeat Bai Ji, and Xiao Chinayu wanted to hug Bai Ji's thigh very much, Xiao Chinayu knew that a qualified little brother could not just hold his thigh, he had to have enough. Xiao Chinayu's strength and value are good enough, and this competition is Xiao Chinayu's opportunity to show his strength and value. Xiao Chinayu, a 6th grade student, Wuhan, Wolf, 11th level 1st level combat spirit master. Looking at Bai Ji, Xiao Chinayu clasped his fists. Bai Ji, a first-year student, Wuhan, mutated Qing Teng, a level 16th level control soul master. Seeing Xiao Chinayu's movements, Bai Ji also clasped his fists in a decent way. Wuhan possessed. After the two of them introduced each other, they immediately stepped aside, and looking at Bai Ji, Xiao Chinayu didn't dare to take care of it at all, but went directly into the state of possessing a martial spirit. Accompanied by a faint wolf howl, a blue wolf shadow suddenly emerged from Xiao Chinayu's body, and then instantly sank into Xiao Chinayu's body. With the possession of Wolf Ying, a layer of blue light suddenly appeared from Xiao Chinayu, and as the blue light flickered, the muscles of Xiao Chinayu's whole body began to swell. His eyes gradually turned pale green, and his nails became sharp. At the same time, a circle of white spirit rings rose from under his feet and began to hover over Xiao Chinayu's head and feet. Wow! Receive, Hey 8 Claw! Entering the state of possessing a martial spirit, Xiao Chinayu let out a wolf howl, and then directly rushed towards Bai Ji, and in the air, Xiao Chinayu directly activated the first spirit ability, Wind Claw. Following the use of the soul ability and Wind Claw, a strong blue light burst out from between Xiao Chinayu's claws, and Xiao Chinayu directly swung the sharp claws in front of Bai Ji. Ha ha! Seeing the sharp claws that Xiao Chinayu waved over, Bai Ji smiled faintly. If it is someone else, he will definitely choose to avoid the edge, but Bai Ji's purpose is to make Xiao Chinayu surrender, and it is the kind that surrenders from the body to the heart, so Bai Ji will naturally not choose to avoid it, because there is no boss aura, so Bai Ji intends to be straightforward. Condensing the Xian skill in his body onto his palms, and watching the wolf claws waved by Xiao Chinayu, Bai Ji also directly greeted him with his hands without flinching. With his internal strength of the profound sky skill equivalent to the 16th level spirit power and the 2nd level dragon elephant prujna skill, it is absolutely impossible to lose to Xiao Chinayu, who has only the 11th level spirit power. No. Seeing that Bai Ji actually used his flesh palm to fight against the wolf claws that he had entered the spirit possessed and activated the spirit ability, Xiao Chinayu couldn't help being shocked. He wanted to hold his thigh, but he didn't want to hurt people, but the skills have been displayed, and even Xiao Chinayu can't get rid of it. So Xiao Chinayu could only watch his wolf claws swing at Bai Ji. But just when Xiao Chinayu thought that there would be a few deep blood marks on the white singer, and maybe even his entire hand would be cut off, he did not expect that the sharp wolf claws would stop a few centimeters from the white singer's palm. It seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. What? Seeing what was happening before him, Xiao Chinayu was a bit stunned, but when Xiao Chinayu was surprised, he discovered that his wolf claws were suddenly caught. Before Xiao Chinayu could react, a powerful force suddenly passed from the wolf claw he swung, and immediately threw the unprepared Xiao Chinayu away. Under the terrifying force, Xiao Chinayu flew straight for a distance of 4 or 5 meters, and fell to the ground severely. But despite the extremely painful body, Xiao Chinayu's heart was happy, because Bai Ji was not injured, and there was no problem with the operation of holding his thigh. End it, strangling the thorns. Looking at Xiao Chinayu, who was lying not far away, Bai Ji felt that it was almost the same, so he stretched out his right hand. Following the movement of Bai Ji's thoughts, several black and purple vines covered with spikes suddenly emerged from Xiao Chinayu's feet, and he immediately rapped Xiao Chinayu for an explanation. Under Bai Ji's control, the Moyanteng's strangulation must have been useless at all, but Xiao Chinayu, who was bound by the Moyanteng, could still feel the tingling sensation from the spikes next to the skin. I gave up, it hurts, let me go. Looking at the dense thorny Moyun vines, Xiao Chinayu was guilty of intensive phobias. With so many thorns, if it gets stuck on his body, it would definitely hurt people, and he looked at the faint blood streaks on the vines. Maybe this thorn was still poisonous, which made Xiao Chinayu terrified. Now you know what to do. Hearing Xiao Chinayu's surrender, Bai Ji slowly walked to Xiao Chinayu's face, and while talking, cancelled the summoned Moyanteng. Under Bai Ji's control, the Moyanteng that had originally entangled Xiao Chinayu's body suddenly turned into countless black and purple spots of light and dissipated in the air. Boss! Seeing that the Moyun vine on his body finally released, Xiao Chinayu also recovered his calm. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Chinayu suddenly half-kneeled in front of Bai Ji, clasping his fists. Drib! The task has been completed, and the bronze prize draw opportunity has been issued. In his mind, a familiar voice sounded, and Bai Ji could not help smiling. Chapter 42, 3 consecutive draws, a good harvest. Because of Xiao Chinayu's brain replenishment, the big chaos in which both parties were supposed to play has become a single duel between Xiao Chinayu and Bai Ji. And because the duel was finally won by Beg, this gambling battle between ordinary students and working students ended with the winning of the working students. Because of the victory of the duel, Xiao Wu succeeded in becoming the eldest sister of the entire Nodding College, and Bai Ji also completed the task as he wished, and added a younger brother, Xiao Chinayu. After the duel was over, after communicating with Xiao Chinayu, Bai Ji learned that Xiao Chinayu's identity was the young city lord of Nodding City, and during the exchange, Xiao Chinayu was also attacking Bai Ji's identity. Bai Ji naturally said that he was an ordinary work student from a village called Chengun Village, and said that if Xiao Chinayu didn't believe it, he could investigate it himself. Naturally, Xiao Chinayu quickly expressed his belief, but even though he said that he believed, Xiao Chinayu believed in his own judgment even more. Because it is well known that the inheritance of martial arts is based on blood, how can an ordinary small village have martial arts with innate soul power? And if Bai Ji is really just an ordinary working student, then how could he be able to get a 100-year spirit ring? So there is only one reason, that is, Bai Ji is not an ordinary person. It's just that for a small person like yourself, even if you know that Bai Ji is not an ordinary person, it is definitely impossible to find out the identity of Bai Ji. Because if even a small person like yourself can find out the specific identity of Bai Ji, wouldn't the big power behind Bai Ji have gone all out to hide Bai Ji in vain? So not only did Xiao Chinayu not believe the truth of Bai Ji, but instead went further and further on the road of brain supplementation. If Bai Ji knew about Xiao Chinayu's brain supplementation, he would definitely be dumbfounded. After finishing the duel with Xiao Chinayu, the time had come to dusk. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, because I knew that Xiao Chinayu was the young city lord of Nodding City, Bai Ji easily learned the name and location of Nodding City's top high-end restaurant from Xiao Chinayu. And in order to show his loyalty, Xiao Chinayu also said that he could take Beg anytime and anywhere. Of course, as a little brother, he would definitely pay for it. Because it was already late, I definitely couldn't go today. I could only go tomorrow. After Bai Ji and Xiao Chinayu agreed on the time and place to meet tomorrow, everyone also arrived at tonight's destination, the second floor of the cafeteria. The reason why so many people went to the second floor of the canteen is because Xiao Chinayu said that to celebrate that he had found the boss, he invited everyone to eat on the second floor of the canteen tonight. Because Xiao Chinayu had always been pleased with Bai Ji all the way, Xiao Chenaihu's original little brother would naturally not lose sight. Under the deliberate catering of the students, the two men and horses seemed happy until the meal was finished. And even though Xiao Chenaihu only regarded Bai Ji as the boss, Xiao Chenaihu didn't neglect Xiao Wu and Tang San, who won the agreement to become the boss. Until the end of the meal, Xiao Chenaihu behaved very well, and the conversation with Xiao Wu and Tang San also seemed very pleasant, which made Xiao Wu's view of him slightly changed. It can only be said that Xiao Chenaihu is worthy of being the young city lord of Nodding City. Although his personality is not very good, his ability is indeed lacking. It is not an exaggeration to say a long-sleeved good dance. After eating, Bai Ji and Tang San did not go back to the dormitory with the others, but went to the masters. At the master, Bai Ji and Tang San reported to the master what they had seen in the Wuhan Hall. After that, the master taught Bai Ji and Tang San for more than half an hour, and finally Bai Ji and Tang San left. Back in the dormitory, the other children had already taken a shower and began to practice in bed. After the shower, Bai Ji and Tang San also sat cross-legged on the bed and began to practice. But unlike Tang San, who was actually practicing, although Bai Ji was practicing on the surface, in fact, Bai Ji had sinking consciousness into his mind and began to connect with the system. The reason why he bathed in incense, oh no! Isn't the reason for taking a shower to be able to win some good things when waiting for the lucky draw? System, I want to use up all the lucky draw opportunities accumulated in the past few days. In his mind, Bai Ji repressed excitedly. Please determine the order of the draw. The system answers. Use the bronze level lottery chance first. After thinking about it, Bai Ji replied. He still likes bitterness before sweetness, so he decided to use the lowest level lottery chance first. Bronze lucky draw opportunity has been used, and the system is in the process of drawing. Drib. Congratulations to the host for extracting the martial arts poisonous dragon whip technique. The lottery draw is over, and the system prompt sounded. The poisonous dragon whip technique, is it a martial skill that uses a whip? Bai Ji's heart moved slightly. Do you want to check the lottery information? Yes. With Bai Ji's confirmation, a virtual attribute panel suddenly emerged from Bai Ji's mind. Skill name, Poisonous Dragon Whip Method. Skill type, Martial Arts, Whip Method. Introduction. The whip technique from a martial arts world is divided into 4 types, namely, 9 tricks of the snake, the poisonous dragon spit its teeth, the double dragon goes out to sea, and the whip of the sky. This is a very powerful martial arts whip. What are you waiting for? Whip method. Not bad. Thinking that Mo Yuntang could actually be used as a whip, Bai Ji couldn't help but nodded secretly. It seems that the system's lottery draws are quite focused on his mind. The system, let's use the silver level lottery chance. After receiving the poisonous dragon whip technique, Bai Ji hit the iron tunnel while it was hot. Silver level lottery has been used, the system is drawing. Drop. Congratulations to the host for extracting the pill gift package Biko Pill X5, Washing Marrow Pill X5, Bigu Pill X5, Jing Yuan Pill X5, Qi Invigorating Pill X5. Pills gift package? Pills, but the system, what exactly does this X5 mean? Isn't it that there are only 5 pills of each pill? Bai Ji couldn't help frowning. The host is wrong. X5 means not 5 pills, but 5 bottles. Each bottle contains the same number of pills, 24 pills. Please don't worry about the host. The system will not be so stingy. The system explained. Okay, but the system, this pill pack does not have to be taken out before it can be used? I don't have a place to put things right now. As if thinking of something, Bai Ji's face became a little ugly. Although Bai Ji knew that living in a dormitory would be very inconvenient long ago, he did not expect that this day would come so soon. The host can rest assured that as long as the items are drawn from the system, the host can put them in the system's exclusive reward space. The time in the reward space is static and will not affect the extracted items. Bai Ji's expression became a little better after hearing the system's answer. System, use the last gold level lucky draw opportunity. Golden lucky draw opportunity has been used, the system is drawing. Dib. Congratulations to the host for extracting a Pokemon Green Mian bird pet egg. It has been transformed into a soul beast that conforms to the rules of Douluos continent. Congratulations from the system sounded again, but Bai Ji couldn't help being stunned when he heard the name of the gold award. The blue bird? Isn't it the Pokemon blue bird in the Pokemon I saw when I was a kid? Pokemon, this is the name of this cartoon when Bai Ji watched it when he was a child, but when he grew up, Bai Ji knew that this animation had been renamed Pokemon. Recalling the power of the Pokemon in the Pokemon animation that I had seen as a child, Bai Ji found that it was not bad. At least it was stronger than most of the soul beasts on the Douluos continent, and Bai Ji remembered that the Qingmian bird seemed to be able to evolve into the Kixi blue bird. According to the size of the Tanabata blue bird in Bai Ji's memory, it seems that it can carry people, and this alone is enough to make Bai Ji happy. Just thinking of the lottery, it seemed that the identity of the blue bird had been transformed into a soul beast that conformed to the rules of the Douluos continent. I don't know what the evolution of the Qingmian bird will become, and what changes will happen to its elven skills. Bai Ji is curious and worried. But all in all, this draw is a bumper harvest. Chapter 43, Go to Noble Hall. The next day, early morning. The whole work-study students in Kishi did not get up early, because yesterday Xiao Wu mentioned to Xiao Chinayu that he asked him to find someone to help them do the cleaning work. Xiao Chinayu readily agreed, because this was true for him. It's not a matter. Because someone did the cleaning on their own, the work-study students in Kishi hadn't slept in the dormitory for a long time before getting up late. But Bai Ji and Tang San still got up very early, because they needed to absorb the purple energy of the sunrise to cultivate the purple magic pupil. It was still a long time as usual, practicing, eating, and attending classes. It was not until the bell rang for the end of school at noon. After the other students in the classroom had left, Bai Ji slowly walked out of the classroom and walked towards the gate of Notting College. Bai Ji and Xiao Chinayu agreed last night to meet today at the gate of Notting College. When Bai Ji arrived at the gate, Xiao Chinayu had been waiting here for a long time. Boss. Seeing Bai Ji, Xiao Chinayu said quickly. How long have you waited? It didn't take long, just a few minutes. Xiao Chinayu smiled. Let's go to the noble hall you told me last night. Looking at the sky, the sunlight was a bit big. Bai Ji narrowed his eyes, and said while covering the sunlight with his right hand. Wait, boss, I have already sent a carriage over. Seeing Bai Ji was about to set off, Xiao Chinayu quickly persuaded him. Carriage. Hearing Xiao Chinayu's words, Bai Ji silently retracted his left foot. It's good to have a younger brother, especially if he is rich and sensible. Staying in the shade of the trees beside the gate of Notting College, Bai Ji asked Xiao Chinayu about the situation of the noble hall, while waiting for the carriage of Xiao Chinayu's mouth to arrive. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes, a carriage finally arrived late and stopped in front of Notting College. Boss, please ask first. Seeing the carriage arrived, Xiao Chinayu immediately made a gesture of inviting Bai Ji flatly. Bai Ji did not humbly, walked directly towards the carriage, and finally got on the carriage. I have to say that this carriage sent by Xiao Chinayu is probably very valuable. Although Bai Ji does not know what kind of wood is used to make the wooden planks that make up the carriages under her feet and the surroundings, but looking at the bright, jade-like crimson lines on the surface of the vermilion wooden planks, it feels smooth and can be hidden. To a refreshing woody fragrance, this wood is probably absolutely top-notch. The curtains of carriage windows are not simple in Beg's view. Looking at the colors of the window curtains, they are very rich, obviously made of precious brocade, and there are many jade pieces and agate ornaments. As the carriage moved, the jade pieces on the curtains clinked, which is simply overpowering. However, I was surprised, but on the surface, Bai Ji was still calm. It seemed that he was not moved at all, and he was used to seeing him. This made Xiao Chenyu more sure of Bai Ji's identity, and he became more respectful of Bai Ji in behavior. The carriage drove fast on the avenues of Notting City, but it did not drive into the city, but to the more remote suburbs. As the highest-end restaurant in Notting City, Noble Hall is naturally not crowded in the crowded city like other restaurants. Just listen to the name and you can know that this restaurant is dedicated to the nobles, that is, the wealthy, rich and nobles. For the wealthy and nobles, money is not a problem at all. The important thing is to have a compelling pattern to show that they are different from ordinary people. The Noble Hall was aimed at the habit of the wealthy and nobles. Instead, it opened the restaurant outside the city and announced that it would only accept wealthy and powerful people. If you want to enter the hall for dining, you must verify the assets in the hall. Only through verification can you be eligible to enter the hall for dining. It is for this reason that the upper-class circles in Notting City faintly regard whether they have the qualifications to eat in the Noble Hall as a pass for the upper-class circles. In order to show that it is unique, Gairantang often specializes in purchasing soul beast corpses that have been hunted for soul rings from hunting forests across the country as high-level ingredients, and exclusively supplying them to wealthy and noble lords in Notting City, use this as a gimmick. This trick produced a miraculous effect, because Notting City is just a small city, and the nobles and rich people in it are not necessarily soul masters. And those nobles and wealthy people who are not soul masters may have never seen soul beasts in their entire lives, and now they find that there are places where they can eat soul beast meat, and they all want to try it after they have just scratched their scalp. The use of this trick immediately allowed Gairantang to easily defeat several other competitors at the time and rank among the top restaurants in Notting City, and this name is even more recognized by almost all the rich and nobles in Notting City. After listening to Xiao Chenyu's explanation of the establishment process and the history of the rise of the Noble Hall, Bai Ji really had to admire the founder of the Noble Hall, a woman named Marlene. The reason for the rise of Noble House is actually very simple, that is, it has found its own position facing the rich and nobles. After determining its position, Gairantang accurately found the itch of the rich and nobles, then scratched it, and fired its famous first shot in Notting City. After that, it was through the dining qualifications that the Noble Hall and the upper circles of Notting City were connected, so that newcomers who wanted to join the upper ranks of Lording City had to come to the Noble Hall to apply for dining qualifications, and finally the spirit beast ingredients were the main thing. It also attracted the favor of most old nobles and rich people, making the Noble Hall unique in Lording City. The process may sound simple, but it is difficult to achieve it. The first is how the Noble Hall has a firm foothold in Notting City's upper class without being coveted by others, and then how to obtain the most important soul beast meat. Soul beast meat is not so easy to obtain. The hunting forest is very dangerous. It is already very difficult to hunt the spirit ring in it. If you want to take the body of the soul beast out of the hunting forest, you have to let the army guarding the hunting forest be responsible. People agree, it's not easy. And the reason all this can be realized is because the master of the Noble Hall, Madame Malina, is a more than 40-level soul sect, and once joined a large soul hunting group, and the rumor that the soul beast meat is from Madame Malina purchased from the hunting soul group that had been there. The carriage departed from Notting College and drove all the way forward, leaving the urban area of Notting City. After passing through a forest, it finally came to a villa in the suburbs, and this villa was the purpose of Bai Ji's trip. Land Noble Hall. Master, here it is. The carriage finally arrived in front of the Noble Hall, and the coachman stopped the carriage and faced the inner carriageway. Boss, here we go, let's go down. Hearing what the coachman said, Xiao Chenyu said to Bai Ji. Okay. Bai Ji nodded, opened the door curtain of the carriage, and walked off the carriage, while Xiao Chenyu followed closely behind. Afu, you are waiting here, we will go back in more than an hour. Before going to the Noble Hall, Xiao Chinayu told the coachman Alan. Yes, master. Chapter 44, Enter the Noble Hall. After getting off the carriage, Bai Ji walked straight to the gate of the villa in front of him, and Xiao Chinayu quickly followed after he gave instructions to Alin. Has been to the gate of the villa, 2 guards are guarding here. Hello young master Xiao. Seeing Xiao Chinayu, the 2 guards quickly put down their spears and said respectfully to Xiao Chinayu. Well, it's good to know who I am. Don't let me go. Today, I brought my boss here for dinner. What are you guys doing here? Open the door and let us in. Xiao Chinayu nodded, then said with a cold face. Yes, yes. Hearing Xiao Chinayu's words, the 2 guards quickly opened the gate and invited them in. Entering the villa, there are flower beds full of flowers on both sides, and a path paved with cobblestones in the middle. Seeing Xiao Chinayu bringing people in, the waitress in the villa hurriedly dispatched a person to inform the hostess, and several pretty waitresses hurriedly greeted him. Master Xiao, what brought you here? One of the waitresses quickly smiled honestly. What wind can blow me? Xiao Chinayu couldn't help staring at the words of the waitress. This time I came here to invite my boss to eat with you. I'm not going to take us to Tianzi number 1 private room, and then bring me your best dishes. Boss. When Xiao Chinayu said that the child beside him turned out to be his eldest, the waitress beside him was a little bit mumbled. But seeing that Bai Ji looks handsome and looks indifferent, it might not be too small, so although the waitress was drumming in her heart, she did not lose her sense, but hurriedly took Bai Ji and Xiao Chinayu. The most luxurious Tianzi number 1 private room in the villa. Tianzi number 1 private room. Entering the door, looking at the aquarium placed opposite the door, a few ornamental fishes with 7 color scales are swimming in the aquarium, and on both sides behind the private room door, there are 2 basins of water with golden tears growing on the leaves. Bamboo, the whole room gives people a quiet and elegant feeling. Young Master Xiao, please sit down with this little boy too. This is the menu of our villa, please take a look at what you want to order. Bai Ji and Xiao Chinayu sat on the seats beside the table in the private room, and the waitress reached out and took the menu from the side, and put it on the table. Boss, see what you want to eat. Xiao Chinayu picked up the menu and put it in front of Bai Ji. Let me see. Bai Ji took the menu and began to scan it one by one. But I don't know. I was shocked. None of the dishes on the menu are lower than 1 silver soul coin. The most expensive one is a soup called Swejanji Suisixu silkworm and cordyceps soup, which costs 5 gold souls. Currency. Seeing this, Bai Ji swept away Xiao Chinayu from the corner of his eyes, thinking, what if the order is too expensive, this kid can't afford it. But after thinking about it, Bai Ji felt that it didn't matter anyway. Isn't the younger brother just used to pit and carry the pot, and even if he really can't settle the bill in the end, the big deal is to let Xiao Chinayu and his father clean up the mess. And the most important thing is that no matter how many dishes are ordered, whether they are delicious or not, the ultimate goal of Beg is to pick the bones in the egg, and then use this to attract the person in charge in the noble hall. It is best to come by Mrs. Marlena, and then find a way combine cooking skills with the chef here and show off the temptation of Chinese cuisine. Bai Ji didn't believe that a big business opportunity was in front of him, but Madame Malina could refuse it. According to the information that Bai Ji got from Xiao Chinayu about Madame Malina should be a very shrewd and energetic woman. It is impossible to miss this opportunity, and Bai Ji has a more decisive assassin. Beg himself. If Malina's story is true, then Bai Ji doesn't believe that when a chance to make a fortune and a soul master with unlimited potential are in front of him, Malina can say no. This, and this, all come up. Bai Ji ordered several vegetarian dishes on the menu, and then ordered several meat dishes including chicken, duck, and fish, and finally ordered the most expensive snow golden pheasant, snow silkworm, and cordyceps soup. After ordering the food, Bai Ji was a little funny looking at Xiao Chinayu's reluctant smile on his face. Okay, please wait a while, the food will be ready soon. After taking the menu handed over by Bai Ji, the waitress bowed slightly, and then slowly left the private room. Hey, boss, are you really going to cause trouble here on purpose? When the waitress left, Xiao Chenihu couldn't help asking hesitantly. What does it mean to make trouble? After a while, their dishes will come up. I don't think it tastes good after I eat them. Can't I compare with their chef theory and theory? Glancing at Xiao Chenihu, Bai Ji said lightly. Don't worry, according to the information you gave me, I already know what kind of person Madame Marlena is. This time I came here with sincerity. I believe Madame Marlena should be a discerning person, and even if I have nothing, isn't I alone worthy of Mrs. Marlena's investment? The cooking test is just to prove my ability. It shows that I am not a person who speaks the vernacular, but a person who really wants to work with her to make a fortune, and then showing my strength is just to add a bargaining chip to this deal. As for you, as long as I do what I have to give you, it's okay. There are some things that I don't want to talk about by myself, so you can only come and shout for me, you know? I know. Seeing Bai Ji's bosom, Xiao Chenihu could only say that he had no objection anymore. After all, it was a pity that the thighs were finally held up, and then put down again. Moreover, after thinking about it carefully, Xiao Chenihu felt that Bai Ji made sense. As long as Beg really has a better way of cooking and more delicious dishes can be displayed, it is impossible for Mrs. Marlena to miss this opportunity. And even if it doesn't, as long as Bai Ji shows the cultivation base of a 6-year-old 16th level spirit master, even the Madame Marlena, who is afraid of his father, will definitely throw a rat catcher. After all, such a genius is really terrifying. It is not something that ordinary forces can cultivate. He thinks this way, and Mrs. Marlena is definitely no exception. After waiting for half an hour, all the dishes finally arrived on the table. Bai Ji and Xiao Chenihu drank the juice while eating the vegetables. But they didn't eat for a long time. Just after Bai Ji had tasted all the dishes, the two of them wanted to find the difference deliberately. Dingling bell, jingling bell. Xiao Chenihu frantically pressed the dining bell and heard the sound. The waitress who had served Bai Ji and the others hurried over. Master Xiao, what happened? The waitress ran over, panting, and asked. It's nothing, I just think that you charge so much, but the food is so average. Like this lotus-flavored grilled fish, the taste of lotus leaves is roasted into the fish, and the taste has become bitter. And this roasted turkey, the skin is not crispy, the fat is not melted, and the flavor is covered by greasy. There is this. The last is this snow golden pheasant, snow silkworm, and cordyceps soup. Although the golden pheasant is a good ingredient, it is still the same. Your cooking is too greasy, the meat is not stewed, and the firewood is scattered. More importantly, the golden pheasant and the snow silkworm cordyceps are both negative ingredients. Don't you know is Taeyin easy to be cold, and how can we stew together? Bai Ji pointed to the dishes on the table and pointed out the shortcomings of each dish, completely ignoring the waitress's increasingly dark face. Chapter 45, Find Fault and Negotiate. Young Master Xiao, you can't do a little bit of your business. Please wait a while. I'll go to our receptionist and talk to you. Looking at Xiao Chenihu, although the waitress was a little angry, she still had a smile on her face and was polite. Okay, then you can find Sister Hong. Xiao Chenihu also knew that an ordinary waitress would definitely not be able to talk to them, so he was mentally prepared to change to a heavier person. Master Xiao, are you deliberately smashing the signboard of our noble hall? Not long after the waitress left, a woman who also wore a black and white self-cultivating hospitality uniform, but with an extraordinarily heroic appearance and a scar on her face, walked over and looked at Xiao Chenihu. The woman's face was unsightly. Although I knew that Xiao Chenihu was the son of the city lord of Notting City, there was not much politeness in the woman's words. Although their noble hall did not want to conflict with the city lord's mansion, they were absolutely not afraid of the city lord's mansion. After all, Notting City was just a small city, and it was also a small border town, and more importantly, Xiao Chenihu was only 12 years old. In the eyes of a woman, it doesn't even represent the city lord Xiao Kuang. After speaking, the woman looked directly at Xiao Chenihu, but she ignored Bai Ji's meaning at all. It seemed that she thought that all of this was instructed by Xiao Chenihu. Sister Hong, I can't do anything about it. My boss asked me to do this. Seeing the woman's fierce gaze, Xiao Chenihu suddenly felt a little chill. After all, he was only 12 years old. Although his physical age was older than Bai Ji, his mental age was far worse than Bai Ji. Therefore, Xiao Chenihu couldn't help being seen by a woman. She suddenly felt cowardly, so she couldn't help but shrink her neck, a little slanderous. Boss. Upon hearing Xiao Chenihu's words, her daughter Hong Ji couldn't help but turn her eyes to Bai Ji suspiciously. Sister Hong, don't you know, don't look at my elder's young age, but my boss is a first-class genius. Not only has he become a soul master at the age of 6, but he's also a first-class genius in cooking. The first little chef within 100 miles. This time my boss is not here to smash your signature, but to discuss business with you. As for the matter just now, my boss's purpose is just to let your chef come out and try his cooking skills so that you can know. My boss's ability is not to blow. Seeing that Sister Hong had noticed Bai Ji, Xiao Chenihu was agitated, and he hurriedly said the words he had prepared before, and he simply praised Bai Ji in his words. Soul Master. Listening to Xiao Chenihu's words, the other Sister Hong didn't listen carefully, but when Xiao Chenihu said that Bai Ji was a 6-year-old soul master, Sister Hong couldn't help being surprised. After all, a 6-year-old soul master, if this thing is true, it would be really shocking, but is it true? Sister Hong couldn't help frowning slightly, and cast her suspicious eyes at Bai Ji. This incident was actually just a small matter to Sister Hong. If the other party is really a 6-year-old genius soul master, then Sister Hong will immediately treat this incident as not happening and try to meet the other party's requirements. After all, the benefits of befriending a genius are far higher than stifling a genius. Bai Ji didn't mind Sister Hong's suspicion. After all, he still knew how rare innate full spirit power like himself and Tang San were. The best explanation for doubt is to directly show the facts, so that the other party would never doubt again, so Bai Ji directly summoned the Wuhan Moyan Tang. As the yellow century-old spirit ring slowly rises under Bai Ji's feet, Sister Hong can't help but feel dumbfounded. She is really a 6-year-old spirit master. How about it, Sister Hong? I didn't lie, my boss came with sincerity. A 6-year-old soul master should barely be able to be in the eyes of his wife. I hope Sister Hong, you can try to come as someone who can be the master. It's best if the wife comes in person. I believe you will be satisfied with what my boss holds. Looking at Sister Hong, Xiao Chenihu smiled. Okay, I will immediately notify Director Wang to come over, and then go to see the wife. Taking a deep breath, although she didn't want to admit it, Sister Hong was indeed frightened. After all, a 6-year-old soul master is really incredible. As long as the young man in front of him does not die, I am afraid he can easily reach the realm of their wife as an adult. Sister Hong really dare not offend such a powerful soul master. And since the other party is here to do business, he might be able to win over a soul master with unlimited potential, and his courage is also amazing. This is definitely an opportunity for Gyran Tang. So Sister Hong was about to inform Malena Malina immediately. She believed that Madame Malena would definitely be willing to meet such a genius. Thank you, sister, I will be here waiting for Mrs. Marlena to arrive. Seeing that Sister Hong was willing to invite a big person to come over and talk directly, Bai Ji smiled slightly. Okay. Seeing this Beg's calm and composed look, the smile on his face is almost the same as those of those who do business with them. Not only are they talented, but they are also so mature in temperament. Sister Hong's eyes are a bit complicated. Sister Hong left soon, and shortly after Sister Hong left, a young man in a suit hurried over. Master Xiao. Seeing Xiao Chenyu, the young man bowed slightly and said, Director Wang, it's been a long time. Seeing the young man, Xiao Chenyu also greeted carelessly. Is this little brother the genius soul master Xiao Hong mentioned earlier? After greeting Xiao Chenyu, Director Wang looked at Bai Ji. Regarding Director Wang's question, Bai Ji still summoned Mo Yunteng, and then revealed the century-old spirit ring under his feet. The doubts in Director Wang's eyes suddenly disappeared, and the whole person instantly became enthusiastic and respectful. Unexpectedly, my Wang Tian would one day see a young genius like you, a 6-year-old soul master. This is a peerless genius from the perspective of the entire Douluo continent. I don't know if the little brother condescends to come to our little brother. What is the restaurant? If we can, we will try our best to satisfy the little brother. Wang Tian had a standard smile on his face, and his words were very warm. Hee, big brother, my purpose of coming here is actually very simple, that is, I need money. Money? Little question. Our Gairantang is willing to fund all the expenses of the little brother from the Junior Soul Master Academy to the Advanced Spirit Master Academy. As long as the little brother will make a difference in the future, don't forget our Gairantang. Before Bai Geihua spoke, Wang Tian interrupted Bai Ji's words, very bold and authentic. But Bai Ji is a bit speechless. He hasn't finished speaking yet. Is he the kind of person who asks strangers for money? Big brother, you misunderstood. Although I have no money in bag, I still have the backbone. I am not here to ask you for money, but to make money with you. Bai Ji shook his head and said slowly. Make money together. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Wang Tian was a little suspicious. Although he valued Bai Ji's potential, it is estimated that children like Bai Ji have not graduated from Junior Soul Master Academy. What way can they make money? Yes, make money together. Bai Ji nodded. Chapter 46, with the arrival of Mrs. Marlena, technology shares. Although what I said with one of your waitresses just now was a bit exaggerated, it was not wrong. Although your noble hall is well known throughout Notting City, your dishes do not match your reputation. Although I am not talented, I have luckily developed several new cooking methods besides roasting, stewing, and boiling, and I have also researched countless delicious dishes, and this time I am here to use what I have learned. The culinary arts and recipes developed are traded with you and invested in your restaurant. I believe that my joining should be able to bring you more benefits and further develop your catering business in your noble hall. Of course, you may not believe me, but you can ask your chef to come and compete with me. I will use facts to prove. Looking at Wang Tian, Bai Ji spoke unhurriedly. But even though he felt that Bai Ji didn't need to lie in his heart, Wang Tian still hesitated looking at Bai Ji not much taller than the stove. After all, it is hard to imagine that such a kid who can't hold a spatula will be a chef who can research new cooking skills, but as a genius teenager who became a soul master at the age of 6, the other party is completely unnecessary. Deceive them. And as Bai Ji said, although their noble hall has become a top restaurant in Notting City, they have won the hearts of the rich and aristocrats with their perfect packaging, but Notting City is after all a small city. There are not many nobles and rich people. Although Gairantang has won the favor of the rich and aristocrats, because the number of rich and aristocrats is limited after all, the money they can make is still too small, and it may not be as good as a large restaurant of the same level for ordinary people. However, their noble halls have already become famous in the upper class, and it is impossible to reface ordinary people. Moreover, although the chefs of their noble halls have good cooking skills, there are also many chefs who are equally good at cooking. After all, they become an excellent. The difficulty of being a chef is far lower than being a soul master. Even if their Gairantang reopens a branch restaurant for ordinary people, if there is no place that can attract ordinary people, it may be difficult to achieve the same achievements as the current Gairantang, unless their Gairantang can have new competitiveness. If the new cooking methods and dishes mentioned by Bai Ge are true, it is very likely that they will change the way of management of Gairantang, which can free Gairantang from the current dilemma. Thinking of this, Wang Tian looked at Bai Ge's. His eyes were a little strange, as if he was looking at a monster. After all, a 6-year-old soul master is already surprising enough, and this genius soul master can actually develop a new cooking method. Is this time for cultivation gone? Or is this a monster? Little brother, I'm sorry, I can't call the shots on this matter. I need to wait for my wife to come. After taking a deep breath, Wang Tianping recovered his mood and apologized to Bai Ge. It's okay, I still have time. Bai Ge smiled slightly, saying that he didn't mind. But when Bai Ge was talking with Wang Tian, a sound of footsteps suddenly came over in the corridor outside the private room, and they got closer and closer. Crunch! Finally, as the door of the private room was opened, a plump, charming blonde woman in a red dress walked in with a slender waist, and behind the beautiful woman, followed by the previous reception, Sister Hong, the hostess of Bai Ge and Xiao Chenyu. Xiao Hong, is this cute little brother the 6-year-old genius soul master you mentioned? As soon as the beautiful woman walked into the private room, she looked at Bai Ge. Needless to say, this blonde beautiful woman is definitely the master of the noble hall, Mrs. Marlena. Hi, madam, my name is Bai Ge, it is an honor to see you. Seeing Mrs. Marlena, Bai Ge bowed slightly and said, Oh, he is still a very polite little brother, he looks very mature. Seeing Bai Ge's work, Madame Marlena couldn't help laughing. Madame praised. Bai Ge is very solemn about Marlena's intentional closeness. He doesn't think Marlena will get close to him because of his genius status. It is more likely to be just a disguise. If she doesn't pretend, Mrs. Marlena would have been wiped out by a group of nobles in Notting City, and she would not have established such a large foundation as the noble hall. Haha, little brother, you came to our noble hall to pick things up specifically to meet me, right? Of course, for a genius in the spirit master world like you, my noble hall will certainly not hesitate to invest, as long as the little brother you are willing to sign an agreement with us, and our noble hall is willing to fully support the little brother. Looking at Bai Ge, Marlena was seductive and authentic. Madam looked up high. Although I beg is small, I am also a person of spine, and I prefer freedom to money. This time I am not here to invest in you, but to find you to make money with you. Seeing Mrs. Marlena who looked seductive, Bai Ge shook his head and said, Get rich? Little brother, the elder sister doesn't look down on you, but you are only 6 years old this year. I guess you should only go to the Junior Soul Master Academy. Although the elder sister knows that your younger brother has a good talent, otherwise you won't be promoted to a Soul Master at the age of 6, but you can earn money. Such things are not as simple as cultivation. Looking at Bai Ge, a weirdness flashed in Marlena's eyes. Madam may be wrong. The business I am referring to may be different from what Madam thinks. As for my business, I have already talked to Director Wang. Director Wang should be able to tell his wife what my business is. Seeing the look in Marlena's eyes, Bai Ge immediately knew that Marlena probably had a wrong idea. His business was just technology investment, not a real business. Wang Tian. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Marlena turned her gaze to Wang Tian, and upon seeing this, Wang Tian immediately put her head to Marlena's ear and began to tell Marlena Bai Ge's business. After listening, the charming smile that had always been on Marlena's face gradually disappeared, and the whole person turned serious. After listening to Wang Tian's explanation, Marlena couldn't help turning her head to look at Bai Ge. Little brother, is what you said is true? You have developed a new cooking method, and you even have your own recipe. Looking at Bai Ge, Marlena's eyes are serious. If we say that the purpose of Marlena just now is to invest, so she seems enthusiastic, then Malena, who is now in the state of doing business, has become calm and ice, and this may be the real thing. Marlena. Madam, I have no reason to deceive you. This is not good for me. Although I know that because of my age, you may all have more or less doubts about me, but genius is genius. I will want you to prove it. Beg believes. Let Lao Xing come over. Seeing Bai Ji's confident expression, Malina believed it. Yes, ma'am. Hearing what Marina said, Sister Hong hurriedly left the private room and walked towards the kitchen. Lao Xing was the chef of Gairantang. Madam, are you asking me to try cooking with this little boy? It's still a question of his height, whether he can get the stove. Soon, Sister Hong called the chef Elder Xing over and looked at Bai Ji, who was only 1.5 meters tall, just over the height of a head on the stove. The tall and slightly obese Lao Xing couldn't help laughing. Lao Xing, don't underestimate others, they are spirit masters at the same level as you. Hearing what Lao Xing said, Mrs. Marlena frowned. This kid, soul master. Lao Xing's eyes widened when she heard Mrs. Malina's words. Okay, let's just start. Seeing that Lao Xing didn't believe him, Bai Ji didn't want to explain. So he started directly and saw the real chapter under his hand. Then everything would be clear. Everyone came all the way to the kitchen. The kitchen in the noble hall is neat and tidy, and the space is large, but it may be because there are not many people who come to dine, so there are only 3 stoves, but the carts on both sides of each stove are full of ingredients and condiments. It looks dazzling, and there are many types. Bai Ji observed the ingredients and condiments on the cart. Thanks to the crazy research on the types of ingredients and condiments on the Douluos mainland after obtaining the master-level cooking skills, Bai Ji basically knew the ingredients and condiments on the cart. The ingredients are temporarily placed again. The ingredients in Douluos continent are similar to those in Bai Ji's previous life, but in terms of sauce, the ingredients on Douluos continent are far less than those seen on Earth in Bai Ji's previous life. However, because Bai Ji is proficient in all kinds of Chinese dishes, whether it is sweet, bitter, spicy, or salty, Bai Ji can play well, so although some Bai Ji needs ingredients are not available on the mainland, but what you see now can already allow Bai Ji to most the Chinese food on the earth is restored. The game officially begins. After more than an hour of struggle, Bai Ji successfully produced mapo tofu, dongpo pork, zihokyu, yuxiang pork, sweet and sour pork ribs and other delicacies. Compared with the cooking skills on Douluos continent, which basically can only make single-flavored food, Beg's cuisine has almost 2 flavors, and the 2 flavors are intertwined perfectly. Therefore, Beg's cuisine is almost in the first place. After being tasted, it immediately conquered the taste buds of the taster. After all, for everyone who has only eaten a single taste food, the spicy of mapo tofu, the salty and sweetness of dongpo meat, the sour and sweetness of sweet and sour pork ribs. These unique flavors always have a taste bud that can conquer a person. After tasting the food of Beg, Marlena immediately made a decision to leave Beg. After all, for such a talented soul master who can not only take his career to the next level, but also has amazing potential, as long as he can leave absolute blood, he won't lose money. As for giving Bai Ji a certain amount of money to the noble people, that is a trivial matter. The new cooking methods used by Beg alone are worth the price, not to mention that Beg has incredible potential. If you can pull Bai Ji into your camp, you might be able to get a powerful soul master as a backer in the future. This business will definitely make blood. Chapter 47, White Songs 6 years later, 1. After reaching a deal with Mrs. Marlena, Bai Ji successfully invested in Gairantang. Of course, Douluos continent didn't say that it was a shareholder, and the term of a shareholder was just what Bai Ji thought. In fact, it was Mrs. Marlena and Bai Ji who signed a contract, willing to exchange 35% of the Gairantang's net income for Bai Ji to teach Gairantang's unique cooking skills and cooking methods. Although the 35% net income may not sound like a lot, it is actually quite sincere for Gairantang. Because not all of the net income of the noble hall went into the pocket of Mrs. Malina, but a large part of it had to be paid to the soul hunting group behind Mrs. Malina as the funds to purchase the corpse of the soul beast. And a part of it will be used to buy off the garrison army chief stationed in the hunting forest so that the hunting group can bring out the corpse of the soul beast. So in the end, the net income that Mrs. Malina can get is actually only 50% or 60%, and Malina is willing to allocate almost half of the income to buy GE, which has already proved Malina's sincerity. After reaching a deal with Gairantang, life after Beg is very simple. Basically, it is running back and forth between Notting College and Gairantang every day. Of course, Gairantang will not be stingy enough to let Bai Ge go to Gairantang by walking every day, but specially dispatched a carriage for Bai Ge. Whenever Beg's school is over at noon and in the afternoon, the carriage will come to Notting College specifically and stop at the gate of the college. If Beg wants to go, he can take the carriage directly. If you don't want to go, just don't go, wait. When time is over, the coachman driving the carriage will also drive the carriage away. In this way, Bai Ge learns to practice, while free to go to Gairantang to teach cooking or occasionally give guidance to Gairantang how to do business better. Beg came from the world where the commerce is developed. Although Beg was not a big businessman in his previous life, even some things he saw in daily life are enough to guide this world in ancient times. Not to mention anything else, the membership card system and the tiered package system alone have already made the noble hall full of food, and have seen Bai Ge's methods, which made Marlena even more of Bai Ge as a treasure. In this way, 6 years passed in a flash. In the past 6 years, not only Bai Ge's cultivation base has undergone earth-shaking changes, but it has also been promoted from a 16th level Soul Master level to a 35th level Soul Sovereign level. The skills that Bai Ge possessed have also taken place. Has changed dramatically. In the past 6 years, Bai Ge has won more than 30 chances of lottery. Among them, there are 3 gold level lottery machines. Bai Ge has drawn a space ring of 10,000 cubic meters, a nuclear bomb mushroom and 1 3-minute invincible card. Among them, although the space ring of 10,000 cubic meters is precious, it does not increase the strength of Beg much. On the contrary, the extracted nuclear bomb mushroom and the 3-minute invincibility card undoubtedly give Beg the capital to gain a foothold in this world. Even if the enemy is a top-notch title Douluos, if there is no special spirit ability, it will die if you hit Bai Ge's nuclear bomb mushroom with 3 minutes of invincible card too. The silver level lottery chance Beg won 6 times, and they were drawn to a body refining cheat book called the 13th Taebaohang Alchemy Bell, a gravity room that can be used to exercise, and a book from the JOO World Pill Master the Alchemy Handbook, a special feature from the world of Pokemon, Poisonous Ascension, and also from the world of Pokemon, the ability to transform spirit rings from the spirit, Ultimate Drain. Compared with the gold level lottery, the silver level lottery has neither allowed Beg to obtain such a powerful logistical support as the 10,000 cubic meter space ring, nor does it have the skills such as the nuclear bomb mushroom and the 3-minute invincible card, but it has greatly increased the background of Beg. Not to mention other things, just a handbook of alchemy from the master of JOO World's pill. In addition to obtaining many martial arts level pill refining methods, Bai Ge obtained from it, such as the Essence of Essence pill for replenishing physical strength, the Qi pill for replenishing internal strength, and washing after cutting the marrow of Zisui pill, the detoxification pill is outside. It is the perfect combination of the medicinal knowledge of many medicinal materials obtained from the pill manuals and the master-level cooking skills, thus creating a medicated diet, which can improve the cultivation of the soul master through the method of food tonic. After creating the medicinal meal, Bai Ge and Malina immediately listed Gairantang's dishes in a grading system, and combined the grading system with the membership card system that had been started before. Ordinary membership cards can only enjoy banquets in the noble halls. Banquets are just ordinary delicacies, and further gold membership cards can enjoy the Soul Beast banquet made of soul beast meat, which is rich in nutrients. If you eat it often it can nourish and beautify, and above the gold membership card is a diamond membership card. In addition to being rich and wealthy, you must also be a soul master to apply for a diamond membership card. Only a diamond membership card can enjoy the highest level of your hall. Medicinal diet. Medicinal diet is not ordinary stew of herbs and food, but a perfect grasp of the medicinal properties of the ingredients and medicinal materials, and the perfect combination of the two, not only can strengthen the body, nourish the skin, and if the medicinal materials and soul animal meat are high enough, it can even be used. Improve the cultivation base of the soul master, and even if it cannot improve the cultivation base of the soul master, it can also promote the cultivation base of the soul master. But because the preparation of medicated food is too difficult, after all, you have to make a chef to perfectly grasp the timing to add the appropriate medicinal materials while cooking. This is a bit too difficult, so only Beg can do medicated food. And it is precisely because of this that Bai Ge set the threshold of the diamond membership card so high. After all, if you can apply for a diamond membership card, if you want him to cook medicated meals every day, then he still needs to practice. Even if Beg has raised the difficulty of applying for a diamond membership card to the extreme, Beg has also imposed restrictions on the opportunity for diamond card owners to apply for medicated diet, that is, each diamond membership card holder only has I can apply for one opportunity to enjoy medicated diet, but despite this, Beg's business is still in short supply. In Notting City, the biggest customers of Beg medicinal food are the Dean of Notting College and the City Lord Xiao Kuang of Notting City, because the two most powerful soul masters in Notting City are these two people, and of course Malina, but because Malina is her own, every time Bai Ge makes medicated food for herself, Malina will touch it like a cat smelling a fishy smell, so half of the medicated food Bai Ge made for herself ends up in Malina's belly. And because of medicinal diet, Bai Ge and the Dean of Notting College had a great friendship. Soon after medicinal diet was launched, and only 2 years later, Bai Ge moved out of Notting College. A courtyard was built on the outskirts of Dingcheng and settled down. And because of the relationship with the Dean, even though he moved out, Bai Ge still retains the student status of Notting College. Because every time the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy exchange competition is a good time for Bai Ge to brush the lottery chance, Bai Ge I don't want to lose it like this. Chapter 48, White Song 6 years later, 2. Medicinal diet has brought great benefits to Beg. But this is just the perfect combination of a silver level prize draw and a black iron level prize draw, which allows Bai Ge to have a better understanding of the use of the rewards of the lucky draw opportunity. After taking a stake in Gairantang, Beg made a lot of money. After the introduction of Gairantang's membership card system and medicated diet, Beg's income reached a peak. It can be said that Beg is already the richest man in Notting City. After Bai Ge moved out of Notting College, Bai Ge originally planned to let Tang San and Xiao Wu also move out of Notting College. After all, in Bai Ge's view, Tang San and Xiao Wu should not live in Notting College. Convenience. But even though Bai Ge repeatedly stated that he could pay for all the money he needed to spend, Tang San still refused, and because Tang San refused, Xiao Wu also refused. Of course, Bai Ge can understand Tang San's thoughts. The two grew up together. Bai Ge knew Tang San's personality very well. Tang San seemed indifferent, but in fact he was very strong and didn't like accepting charity from others. Bai Ge was just kind, but maybe it was charity in Tang San's eyes, so Tang San decisively refused. In this regard, Bai Ge did not force it. After all, everyone has a choice for everyone, but since he refused, he has to bear the consequences. Just as friends, Bai Ge still often invites Tang San and Xiao Wu to come to his place to make medicinal meals to entertain them. Bai Ge thought that Tang San would ask himself why he made medicated diet, but Tang San didn't ask, but the doubts were only temporary. After thinking about it carefully, Bai Ji felt that this was actually normal for Tang San. For one thing, Tang San is not a gossip person, and he doesn't like to spy on other people's secrets, because Tang San himself is a person with big secrets, and he doesn't know anything about Douluo continent Tang San, so even if the dialogue can be produced, medicinal food is puzzled, but he may also think that this is just a chance for Bai Ji. The above are only the rewards of Beg's gold and silver draws. The rewards received by the gold level lottery give Beg the capital that is not afraid of anyone, while the rewards received by the silver level lottery greatly enhance the background of Beg, allowing Beg to be invincible in the same realm easily. And the powerful body tempered by practicing the Dragon Elephant Prujnagong and the 13 Taebao Hung Alchemy Bell Jar, combined with various martial arts and abilities, enables Bai Ji to remain undefeated and even when facing a powerful person at a higher level. It can be said to be terrifying. Compared with the rewards of the gold and silver draws, the rewards of the bronze and black iron draws are much inferior. In the past 6 years, the bronze lottery chance Beg has won nearly 10 times, because there are a lot of times, so I won't list them all here. However, Bai Ji remembered a piece of equipment from the League of Legends that can accelerate the recovery of soul power, the Tears of the Goddess, a famous sword from the world of Qin Shimingyu, a sword using an Pei Fa Xian iron sword technique and a special skill fighting proficient. The black iron level lucky draw opportunity Bai Ji has won a dozen times, but if the bronze level reward is still reliable, then the black iron level reward is a bit cheating. Because there are a lot of times, I will not list them one by one, but Bai Ji has a deep memory of driving proficiency, which can make Bai Ji proficient in the driving of various vehicles, but Douluo mainland's vehicles seem to be only carriages. Some cheating. There is also a mobile phone Hawaii Honor Max, you heard it right, it is the Hawaii Honor series phone, but I don't know if there is Max Beg in the Honor series, but this phone does not seem to be made by Beg's previous technology. What came out, on the contrary, was more like something made out of an unknown number of years in the future. Because the shape of Hawaii Honor Max is entirely a crystal plate, it seems that there is no trace of splicing parts, and it does not need a plug to charge, and it can be fully charged by just basking in the sun. And Beg tried it, and there are many initial stand-alone games in it, which are quite fun, and the photos are perfect. It is a pity that there is no internet, but compared to driving proficiency, this Hawaii Honor Max is already very okay. Up. And what is left are basically useless things like snack spree and condiment spree. No, the spice spree seems to be a bit useful. There are not many condiments in the spice spree, but a large part of it is not. It can be planted, so it still brings some benefits to Beg. One day, early morning. Although he had already moved out of Notting College, Beg still got up early as usual. After sitting cross-legged in the yard, facing the rising sun, Bai Ji began to puff up the purple air of the morning sun that appeared with the sunrise. It was not until the morning glow dissipated and the sun had completely risen that Bai Ji slowly stood up and faced the rising sun. Walked inside the room. Walking into the kitchen, Bai Ji found out the ingredients for cooking this morning. The main dish is a large piece of soul beast meat, but even though the soul beast meat has been prepared, Beg still prepares various other meats, such as beef, chicken, fish, etc. Of course, Beg also prepares several vegetarian dishes. I need a balanced diet. It took nearly half an hour for Bai Ji to prepare all the dishes. After putting one end of the dish on the table, before Bai Ji sat down, a red figure suddenly opened the door with a gust of fragrant wind and floated from the door, and then suddenly sat next to Bai Ji. Sister Malina, can you stop being so supernatural? Seeing the dignified blonde woman who suddenly appeared and sitting next to him, Bai Ji was speechless. Obviously he looks dignified and steady in front of outsiders. Why is it that he looks like a little witch in front of him? Bai Ji simply doesn't know how to complain. Xiao Beg, I started to hate my sister before she grew up, so she won't let her in the house when she grows up. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Marlena suddenly showed a weeping expression. A sister who has been hurting you for 6 years has made Bai Ji a pain. No, I said sister, I didn't want you to come here, but why do you come at such a good timing every time? I just came when I finished cooking. Anyway, come and beat me early, and eat directly every time. I'm tired of the dishes I cooked. Bai Ji is simply depressed. Xiao Beg, do you want your sister to add firewood to you when you cook? Don't you worry that your sister's skin will be smoked black? What a cruel little brother. Malina looked angrily and honestly. Forget it, eat, it's better if you don't come, I'm still afraid that you will burn my kitchen. Seeing the actor who was still performing next to him, Bai Ji rolled his eyes in his heart, feeling a little helpless. Hey! You have a conscience. When Bai Ji confessed, Marlena showed a satisfied expression on her face. Chapter 49, Beg 6 years later, 3. Xiao Bai, have dinner. Bai Ji got up and served Marlena a bowl of rice, and then served himself another bowl. But after walking out of the kitchen, Bai Ji did not immediately walk into the living room, but shouted to a big tree in the yard from the corridor. With Bai Ji's cry, a fist-sized bird with light blue feathers and fluffy white wings like cotton flew out of the tree, and quickly fell to Bai Ji's shoulders. This little bird is nothing else, it is the pet blue cotton bird picked out by Bai Ji 6 years ago. Of course, after 6 years, the current Qingmian bird has grown into a Tanabata blue bird. The level is the same as that of Bai Ji, with a level of 35. The strength is very good, but apart from Bai Ji, few people know what Bai Ji has on his shoulders. Such a cute creature turned out to be a soul beast whose strength is not inferior to that of Soul Venerable. It may also be due to being transformed into a spirit beast. Although the elven skills that Kixie Bluebird can learn are greatly reduced, it must be learned every 10th level to learn an elven skill, but it can be kept in the initial Bluebird form at any time. Special abilities. Here, Xiao Bai, this is your breakfast. Looking at the cute thing standing on his shoulders like a bunch of cotton, Bai Ji smiled and took out a Biko pill and fed it to Qingmian bird. Cuckoo. Regarding the owner's feeding, the green cotton bird opened its mouth naturally and swallowed the Biko pill, feeling the plant essence permeating and moisturizing the body. The green cotton bird could not help showing an expression of enjoyment. Cuckoo. Don't rub my face, it's itchy. Although Bai Ji cooked a lot of rice, and there were a lot of dishes, and mainly meat, but because Bai Ji practiced the dragon elephant Prujnakong, the appetite was amazing, so in a short while, Bai Ji would take the dishes and rice on the table. Eat it up. Although Malina had eaten some, it was not worth mentioning compared to Bai Ji. Xiao Beg, you should be graduating soon, right? After eating, she put down her chopsticks and looked at Bai Ji. Marlena was a little emotional. Well, graduation is almost 1 month left. Bai Ji paused when he cleared the table, and nodded in silence. Hey, do you remember when we first met 6 years ago, when you were just about my waist tall, but like a little adult, you wanted to do business with me, but fortunately my sister is smart and didn't miss it. Otherwise I might regret it for a lifetime. Looking at Bai Ji, Malina's face showed a gentle smile. Although the two were strangers at the beginning, because they both wanted to make good friends with each other deliberately, after 6 years of getting along, the relationship between the two can be said that although they are not relatives, they are better than relatives. If it weren't for such a good relationship with each other, Madame Marlena, who was dignified and steady in front of the people, would not be so relaxed in front of Bai Ji. And Bai Ji's third spirit ring was hunted by Marlena to help Bai Ji with the soul hunting group behind it. Of course, Bai Ji's spirit ring skills are the ultimate draw of rewards from the system, but the rewards drawn from the system require the spirit ring to be able to use it. If there is no spirit ring, even if Bai Ji has the ultimate absorption, it is impossible to transform it into his own spirit ability. Xiao Beg, do you think about where to go after graduation? Do you continue to attend the Advanced Soul Master Academy or venture into the mainland? Looking at Bai Ji, Marlena cared honestly. According to the advice given by my teacher, I should go to Soto City in the Kingdom of Barak to sign up for a Soul Master Academy called Shrek Academy. After all, the Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Competition will be held next year. I want to participate, but before that, I need a strong team. After being silent for a while, Bai Ji replied. Is it an elite contest of the Soul Master Academy of the whole continent? I wish you the championship here in advance. I still believe in the master's arrangement. After listening to Bai Ji, she heard that this was the master's arrangement, and Marlena, who had seen the master's ability, nodded in agreement. By the way, why haven't you been to your teacher recently? As if remembering something, Malena couldn't help asking. Tang-san has been promoted to level 30, and my teacher asked a friend to help him hunt for the spirit ring. Beg Road. I really admire the master, my eyesight is absolutely amazing. I found 2 geniuses as soon as I looked for it. Although Tang-san's talent is not as good as you, he can break through the 30th level at the age of 12, and he is also the top genius in the mainland. Marlena was quite authentic. Sister Malina, don't underestimate Tang-san. Although Tang-san is not my opponent in the competition, I may not be able to beat Tang-san if he fights life and death. Tang-san hides deeply. Bai Ji narrowed his eyes and said softly. Okay, let's not talk, my sister is leaving. Gyran Tang recently opened a restaurant in Solon City. Many things still need to be handled by my sister. My sister is leaving first. Xiao Beg, remember to practice hard. Rubbing Bai Ji's head pamperingly, Marlena stood up and left. Bai Ji watched Marlena walk to the yard, and finally entered through a small door in the courtyard to another adjacent courtyard, where Marlena lived. After tidying up the table, after washing all the tableware, Bai Ji washed the handles and finally entered the room. Has it been 6 years? Looking at the bright mirror in front of him, Bai Ji muttered to himself. In the mirror, what was reflected was a handsome boy with red lips and white teeth, sword eyes and star brows, long silver shawl hair and purple eyes, which added a bit of charm to the boy. Although the young man has a childish face, his figure is exceptionally tall and strong, and his height is close to 1.8 meters. It is completely unclear that he is a 12-year-old boy. This is the white song now. It's still a day as always. After eating breakfast, clearing the house, Bai Ji took out the gravity chamber from the system space, and after adjusting the gravity multiple, Bai Ji entered the gravity chamber and started a day of practice. I don't know when, Bai Ji fell in love with cultivating dragon elephant Prujnagong in the gravity chamber. In the gravity room, with the help of gravity, Bai Ji can not only perfectly exercise every inch of flesh and blood in the body, but also accelerate the practice of the 13th Taibao horizontal alchemy bell. The 13 Taibao hung alchemy bell jar is different from the dragon elephant Prujna Kung Fu. Because qi and blood are the essence of the body, and are one of the 3 treasures of the spirit, qi and spirit together with internal force, qi and blood can be supplemented not only through food but also through internal force. Moreover, compared to supplementation with food, supplementation by internal force due to a certain bottoming and rebound effect can also have an effect on internal force. The 13th Taibao horizontal alchemy bell is purely a method of strengthening the body's defenses. It emphasizes the use of special ointments and cultivation methods to train the body into copper skin and iron bones, and even the final diamond is not bad. The main increases the body defense. Chapter 50, Tang San He returns, Flanders visits. If the effect of the dragon elephant Prujnagong is to give Bai Ji the power that is not inferior to the power soul master of the same level, then the effect of the 13 Taibao hung alchemy bell is to make Bai Ji have the same level of defensive soul master defense. However, compared with the dragon elephant Prujna Kung Fu, the practice of the 13 Taibao hung alchemy bell jar is more difficult. After 3 times of absorbing the spirit ring, coupled with daily unremitting practice, Bai Ji's dragon elephant Prujnagong has been promoted to the 6th level, giving Bai Ji out of thin air an extra 500 jin of great power, but the 13 Tai Baoheng alchemy bell as White Song has only cultivated to the 3rd level. The effect of this 3rd layer only allows Bai Ji to have ordinary sharp objects, such as wooden cones, spikes and the like, but it is still unable to defend against sword damage, but with the internal strength of Xian Tian Gong, it is short within time, Bai Ji could still resist the sword with bare hands. Practicing in the gravity room until noon, under the pressure of several times of gravity, even Bai Ji, who has a huge force of more than 600 catties, is already sweating all over. After taking a bath, Bai Ji made a big meal again. The main course was still nutritious large pieces of soul beast meat, combined with ordinary meat such as chicken, duck, and fish, and some fruits and vegetables. After dinner, Bai Ji practiced Xian Tian Gong in the afternoon for a while, and then practiced martial arts for a while. In the evening, after dinner, Bai Ji began to make ointments, preparing to practice the 13 Taibao horizontal alchemy bell jar. After practicing the 13 Taibao Heng alchemy bell jar, time has entered the night, and then Bai Ji continued to practice Xian Tian Gong for a while, and finally went to sleep. The next day, early morning, Bai Ji still got up very early, ready to take advantage of the sunrise to absorb the purple energy of the morning sun to cultivate the purple magic pupil, but not long after Bai Ji first started to practice, there was a knock on the door suddenly. It should not be Sister Malina. Bai Ji thought to herself, Marlena had always come in directly through the unicom door in the yard, then who would it be? Please wait, come right away. Bai Ji stood up, shouting while walking towards the courtyard gate. Arriving in front of the courtyard, Bai Ji pushed open the courtyard door, and the master, Tang San, and a middle-aged man wearing a pair of black-framed crystal glasses that Bai Ji did not know turned out to appear in front of the courtyard. Teacher, Tang San, you are back, come in quickly. Seeing Master and Tang San, Bai Ji quickly asked. Bai Ji, I'm bothering you, let me introduce you. This is my teacher's friend, Flander, and the Dean of the Shrek Academy you are going to enter. For Bai Ji's enthusiasm, the master did not immediately respond, but introduced the middle-aged people around him to Bai Ji. Headmaster Flander, hello, my name is Bai Ji, and I am the teacher's disciple. Hearing the introduction of the master, Bai Ji quickly smiled and saluted Flander, said. You don't need to be polite, Bai Ji, right? Your teacher said that you are already a level 35 soul venerable. Can you show me? Flander waved his hand, not caring much about Bai Ji's politeness, but rather curious about Bai Ji's cultivation. When Bai Ji heard it, he immediately guessed the reason. It should be that Flanders was shocked by Tang San's cultivation level, but then he heard that the master said that he had a disciple with a higher cultivation level than Tang San, and he felt a little disbelief. Bai Ji didn't explain anything, but directly summoned the Wuhan Moyan Teng. With a yellow, 2 purple, and 3 circles of spirit rings rising from the solace of his feet, Flander almost fell out of his glasses. Xiao Gang, I thought Tang San was abnormal enough. I didn't expect you to have a more abnormal disciple. Flander put his face close to the master's ear and whispered. You didn't expect it to be. My disciple is not only talented, but also very good at making money. The Noble Hall, which he co-founded with others, is the most famous restaurant in Notting City. Notting City's 80% share of dining out, and now restaurants are open to other cities. For Flanders' words, the master said with a smile. So your disciple should be very rich. Hearing what the master said, Flander couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Don't think too much, Bai Ji is only cooperating with others. Although they can get the money, they can't get involved in the specific operation of the restaurant. Before Flander spoke, the master had already guessed what Flander wanted to say, and couldn't help saying. What? Flander was frustrated. Don't worry, although BaiGe can't fully invest in Shrek Academy, it should still be possible to sponsor tens of thousands of gold soul coins. Seeing Flanders disappointed, the master was also embarrassed. After all, Flander had come to help Tang San hunt the spirit ring not far away, so it was a bit embarrassing to make people go back empty-handed. Hey, a few thousand gold soul coins are just a drop in the bucket. Flander sighed. My disciple is not a rich family. Although he can make a lot of money when he is smarter, he still has to cultivate himself. As far as I know, my disciple eats a whole soul beast every day. There are no less than 100 gold soul coins spent every day. Master said. But making money is only an advantage of my disciple. My disciple is best at cooking. As if thinking of something, the master said with a smile. Cooking. Flander was a little puzzled. What's so great about cooking as well as cooking? It's not an ordinary cooking. My disciple didn't know where he learned superb cooking skills and knowledge of medicinal materials. By combining the medicinal properties of medicinal materials with cooking, you can make a good medicinal diet, which can not only increase soul masters to a certain extent. The cultivation base can also increase the cultivation speed of the soul master. As if he had guessed Flander's doubts, the master added. No way. Flander was a little surprised. After all, this is really incredible. Is it surprised? I was also surprised when I first learned about it, but after you tried it, you will find out. My disciple is now a celebrity in Notting City, whether it's the lord of the city of Loading or my Loading Academy. My old friends, as well as the people in the Martial Soul Palace, all hope that my disciple can cook them a few more medicated meals, but due to the source of the ingredients, my disciple's current medicinal meals can only be used for a spirit master below the 10th level is useful, but it is of little use to a spirit master above the 40th level, especially for a soul master like you. Looking at Flanders, the master smiled. But you can still appreciate something if you try it. It is enough to be useful to spirit masters below level 40. Thinking of the students in Shrek Academy, Flander looked at BaiGe as if looking at some rare treasure. Chapter 51, Showing Medicated Food, Flanders and number 039, Shock. BaiGe, this time the teacher came to ask you to make a medicated meal for Dean Flanders. After all, Dean Flander came a long way to help Ziosin hunt for the spirit ring. It would be a bit shameful to let the family go back empty-handed like this. And if possible, the teacher also hopes that you can invest some funds for Shrek Academy. Of course, it doesn't need to be too much, just a few thousand gold soul coins are enough. As he spoke, the master blushed a little and couldn't speak. After all, as a teacher, it is really shameful to have students pay for their actions. No problem, I will prepare now. As for the investment in Shrek Academy, I will arrange for Director Wang to raise funds in the afternoon, but a few thousand soul gold coins are still too few. Let's invest 30,000 soul gold coins. BaiGe didn't care about the master's embarrassment. He lacks everything now, but he doesn't lack money, just a word, trench. BaiGe, I'm so touched, Dean. In this era, there are not many children like you who have a lot of affection. Dean is waiting for you and Tang San at Shrek Academy. When BaiGe actually wanted to invest in Shrek Academy's 30,000 gold soul coins, Flander almost cried out. This is a local tyrant, and this golden thigh must be held tight. Aside, Tang San was speechless looking at Flanders, who was like a playful. The Dean Flander is polite, teacher, Tang San, and Dean Flander, you guys sit here for a while, and I will prepare the ingredients. After the master, Flanders, and Tang San were invited to the living room, BaiGe went to prepare the ingredients. After all, it is not easy to use ingredients to make a medicinal meal, whether it is the type of soul beast meat or the type of medicinal materials, there are requirements. Although because Douluos continent does not have a refrigerator or ice storage, soul beast meat and some medicinal materials cannot be stored, but because Beg has a spatial ring, the space and time in the spatial ring are static, so the Beg spatial ring has always stored a large amount of it. The soul beast meat and medicinal materials. After selecting the soul beast meat and medicinal materials from the space ring, Bai Ge began to prepare in the kitchen. Because it is to entertain guests, Bai Ge cooks a lot. From the morning until noon, Bai Ge finally finishes the medicinal meal. Bring the prepared medicated diet to the table, watching the various medicated diets on the table. Stewed deer antler with ginseng, snow silkworm and cordyceps chicken soup, and lotus seed 8 treasure soup. The ingredients inside were not from the spirit beasts or the best medicinal materials, and there weren't a few hundred golden soul coins that could not be taken. Eat and it's over. Although it looked distressed, Flender did not forget his identity. He was only responsible for tasting, but not to regret the owner. But although it looked distressed, but after eating it, Flender immediately forgot everything. Good to eat. After eating the medicated food, Flender only felt that his soul power was running a little faster. Bai Ge, you are really a genius. It is amazing to be able to use medicinal materials and soul beast meat to make this effect. Looking at Beg, Flender couldn't help sighing. On the Douluos continent, it's not that there is nothing that can enhance the spirit power of the Soul Master, but such things are basically rare treasures, like the Millennium Ginseng and the Millennium Snow Lotus. But Bai Ge was able to use ordinary soul beast meat with ordinary medicinal materials to achieve the same effect. This was absolutely impossible without certain ability. Flender even felt that Bai Ge's achievements could be called a master of generation. Dean Flander has awarded it. For Flander's praise, as a junior, Bai Ge can naturally only respond with humility. But in fact, Bai Ge is not wrong about being modest. After all, although he developed the medicated diet, the knowledge in it was not learned by Bai Ge, but from the system. Bai Ge, Tang San, I look forward to your signing up for Shrek in 3 months. You two real little monsters will surely bring surprises to those little monsters. Flender didn't stay here long in Beg, and neither did the Master and Tang San. Flender wanted to return to Shrek Academy as soon as possible. After all, as the principal of Shrek Academy, Flender still had a lot of things to deal with, and the Master, as a friend of Flender, naturally had to rush to see him off. Tang San was anxious to go back to see Xiao Wu. Because of Bai Ge's departure, Tang San and Xiao Wu's relationship improved rapidly. Although the two were still siblings, Bai Ge could feel the difference between them. Indifferent. But whether the two of them have made clear their feelings, this Beg doesn't know. When the Master, Tang San, and Flanders left, there was only Bai Ge left in the courtyard, but Bai Ge had been used to one person for a long time, so he didn't feel any special. Noob. Closing the courtyard door, Bai Ge called to the blue cotton bird resting on the tree, touched the little hairy head of the blue cotton bird, and Bai Ge gave the blue cotton bird a Biko pill. Biko pill, this is the pill in the pill gift package that Bai Ge got after drawing a silver award 6 years ago, but because he got the alchemy handbook from the JOO World Pill Master, Bai Ge learned to make alchemy. And because Biko pill sounds like an immortal in the world of Xiangxia, it actually comes from the world of JOO. After a period of research, Bai Ge successfully cracked the pill package including Biko pill. The ingredients of the pill, and can be refined out again. Otherwise, if only relying on the 5 bottles of Biko pill that he got 6 years ago, it would be impossible to let the Qingmian bird eat for so long. After all, the Qingmian bird does not like to eat meat. Bai Ge can only feed the Qingmian bird the pill. Among them, Baikao Dan has the best effect. It was still a continuous practice for several months, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. 2 months ago, Bai Ge had officially graduated from Luoding City Junior Soul Master Academy, but for Bai Ge, it didn't matter if he graduated. Although there is a legend of Beg at Notting College, Beg is no longer studying at Notting College, but every year he hangs up the Notting College sign to participate in the Luoding City Junior Soul Master Academy Exchange Tournament. Rubbing on the ground. Although Bai Ji's strength has far exceeded the standards of the Junior Soul Master Academy, because Bai Ji's age still meets the requirements, although the other Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy people are very angry, they still take Bai Ji. After all, Bai Ji not only meets the requirements of the competition, but also has excellent strength. He also has many contacts in Notting City. Not to mention, the Lord of Notting City Xiao Kuang has been secretly supporting Bai Ji. For Bai Ji, Xiao Kuang, like his son Xiao Chenyu, believed that Bai Ji came from a big power. After all, how could a person from an ordinary village do business with Mrs. Malina and develop something like medicated food? If you want to make medicinal food, if you don't have enough knowledge of medicinal materials, no matter how strong your cooking skills are, you can't do it. After all, medicinal food emphasizes the perfect combination of the medicinal properties of the medicinal materials and the characteristics of the food. Some day after 3 months. Seeing that the day of Shrek Academy registration is approaching, after arranging the grandfather Jack, Bai Ji, Tang San, and Xiao Wu are finally ready to set off from Notting City to the city of Soto, which is far away in the kingdom of Barak. The city where Shrek Academy is located is Soto City in the kingdom of Barak. Chapter 52, Arrive in Soto City, look for a hotel. The Barak Kingdom is located in the southern part of the Tiandu Empire, bordering the province of Fosno. Although it is a kingdom, its area is actually only 3/4 of the province of Fosno. It belongs to the Tiandu Empire and is the fourth of the Tiandu Empire, one of the great kingdoms. And because the southern part of the Barak Kingdom directly borders the Star Luo Empire, among the 4 kingdoms of the Heaven Do Empire, the Barak Kingdom has the most powerful military power, and it can even be said to be the gateway to the Heaven Do Empire. There are 2 most important cities in the Barak Kingdom. One is Barak, the capital of the Barak Kingdom, which is the political and economic center of the entire Barak Kingdom. The other city is the city of Soto, known as the Barak's Granary, located in the middle of the fertile Lima Plain in the Kingdom of Barak. Soto City is also the destination of the trip of the 3 people. After 3 days and 3 nights in a horse-drawn carriage, at noon on the 4th day, the 3 successfully arrived at Soto City. The weather at noon was unusually hot, and it was a scorching sun. Entering the city of Soto from the west gate of Soto City, the 3 of them were a little dizzy looking at the surrounding shops and the busy traffic on the road. In the past, they thought that Notting City was even a big city, but after arriving at Soto City, they discovered that Loading City really can only be regarded as a small county in a remote countryside. Wow, I finally arrived at Soto City. I have been in a carriage for 3 or 4 days, but I am exhausted, but Soto City is really big. In the city of Soto, 2 teenagers and a girl were walking slowly on the road. Among them, the 2 teenagers were very calm, but the girls looked all the way, wondering about the city of Soto. These 3 young girls are not others, but Bai Ji, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. After 6 years, all 3 of them have grown up. Among them, Beg changed the most. 6 years ago, Bai Ji was still a child with a height of only 1.5 meters, but after 6 years of growth, although he was still only 12 years old, because of the practice of the dragon elephant Prujnagong and the 13 Te Baohang alchemy bell, Bai Ji but it has grown into a tall young man. She is 1.8 meters tall, she wears a nice moon-white embroidered purple moire gown, wears a blue drop-shaped necklace on her neck, silver-haired shawl, and deep purple eyes. Just looking at her appearance, anyone can only say that she is graceful. Young Lang. And on Bai Ji's shoulder, the lovely Qingmian bird was steadily falling on it. Along the way, Bai Ji's rate of turning around was not lost to Xiao Wu. Tang San next to him, although he is dressed plainly, looks 12 or 3 years old, and is only about 1.7 meters tall, a head shorter than Bai Ji, but he has a very good temperament, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, giving people a feeling of being very close. Xiao Wu is still pretty and cute. Although she has grown a lot taller and has gradually plumped up because of her age, Her character has not changed. She is still as innocent and cute as before, simple and innocent, but this it's better to say, if it's not good, it's stupid. If it hadn't come to Soto City with Tang-san and Bai Ji, it would really make people worry about whether they would get lost or be abducted and sold. Hey, come to Soto City, don't you two feel anything? Seeing that only one of the three was surprised, but Bai Ji and Tang-san seemed to be very unusual, Xiao Wu couldn't help pouting angrily. How do you feel? It's just like that. A year ago, when I went to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt for the third spirit ring, I passed by the Heaven Do Imperial City. Compared with Heaven Do Imperial City, Soto City, in fact, he is a younger brother. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Bai Ji smiled lightly and replied. Yes, 3 months ago, when my teacher and Dean Flanders went to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt for the third spirit ring, we also passed by Heaven Do Imperial City. Compared with the capital of our Heaven Do Empire, Soto City is still it's a lot worse, but Xiao Wu, you've been in Notting City since you were young, and you haven't been to a big city. Compared to Notting City, Soto City is really prosperous, so don't be too shy, we won't laugh at you. Regarding Bai Ji's words, Tang-san also nodded in agreement. Isn't it just that I have been to a big city? What kind of looks one by one? Seeing Bai Ji and Tang-san look like I had been to big cities so well informed, Xiao Wu couldn't help muttering secretly. Hey, why do you think the master has to ask us to go to that Shrek Academy? Obviously there are several intermediate spirit master academies that have expressed that they want to recruit us unconditionally, but he insists that you go to the one that has no rank break the academy. Feeling the scorching sun shining above her head, it was hot, and Xiao Wu couldn't help feeling resentful when she thought that she didn't have to suffer like this. The teacher just asked me and Bai Ji to come, but didn't let you come too. It was you who wanted to come together. As for the division of Shrek Academy, you can't just look at the appearance. Although Shrek Academy is not well known, Bai Ji and I have met Dean Flander of Shrek Academy. Dean Flander is a strong soul at the Soul Saint level. This shows that Shrek Academy is far from simple. As for those intermediate spirit master colleges that said they would recruit us unconditionally, most of the deans inside were only at level 40 or 50. The weakest and Bai Ji's cultivation base were almost the same. Who would teach us in the past? So we didn't consider those intermediate spirit master academies at the beginning. Tang-san answered with a smile. Yes, I never thought about those intermediate spirit master academies at first. Some of the deans of those academies might not even be able to beat me. What use did you say to me in the past? Do you want to eat and wait for death? Staying in Lawton City, I can make a lot of money at least every month. Tang-san and I are both in level 30. We will be promoted to level 40 in the future. Without the help of a powerful teacher, it would be difficult for us to hunt down suitable spirit beasts, so we are not looking at the academy, but the academy of teachers. Bai Ji also added. Cuckoo. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the Qingmian bird also made a cooing sound on her shoulder to express agreement. Damn it, you little white, you know to help your master talk every day, and I will never play with you again. Xiao Wu, don't talk about it too early. You have been pestering Xiaobai all the time, and Xiaobai hasn't pestered you. If you say this, Xiaobai might be even happier, right, Xiaobai? Hearing Xiao Wu's cruel words, Bai Ji amusedly touched the cotton ball on his shoulder. Cuckoo. Qingmian Yao Xiaobai agreed. Humph. I won't talk to you anymore. Xiao Wu was angry and authentic. Okay, the weather is so hot, everyone can save a little effort, let's find a hotel to rest as soon as possible. Aside, Tang-san persuaded somewhat amusedly. Upon hearing Tang-san's words, both Bai Ji and Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. The weather is too hot, stay in the sun, I am afraid that people can cook it. Pay attention, everyone, and see if there are hotels around. If there are, we will go in and have a look. After we have settled today's accommodation problem, let's wander around Soto City. Chapter 53, Rose Hotel, Tang San and number 039, S Entanglement. After determining that the next task was to solve the accommodation problem as soon as possible, the three began to observe the surrounding area carefully to see if there were any hotels. Soto City is much larger than Notting City, and there are more people living in it, which determines that Soto City is more prosperous than Notting City. And the more prosperous city of Soto is destined to attract more foreign population, which is like a chain reaction, making the number of shops and hotels in Soto City more numerous than that of Notting City. Along the way, the three of Bai Ge found a lot of hotels, but because recently it happened to be the day when the various intermediate and high-level Soul Master Academies in Soto City were registered, a large number of Soul Master teenagers who wanted to sign up took their parents into Soto City, checked into the hotel in Soto. This has caused the entire Notting City hotel room to be extremely scarce during this period of time, so even if I have asked several hotels, but these hotels have no rooms available, which made the three people feel a little depressed. No way, the three of them had to find a restaurant casually, simply solved the problem of eating, and then continued to search for a hotel. After searching for a while, Xiao Wu suddenly found a very unique hotel. The hotel is 3-story high. Although it does not seem to be too large, the exterior decoration is completely rose red. The architectural style of the entire hotel is like a huge rose, which can easily make people's eyes shine. A feeling of, "Hey, this hotel looks so special, shall we go over and take a look?" Looking at the hotel not far away, Xiao Wu suddenly became interested. "Okay." Tang Shan nodded. Although he thought the hotel was a little weird, Tang San didn't think too much, but followed Xiao Wu and walked towards the hotel. Because there were no vacant rooms after looking for several hotels, Tang San didn't want to let go of even any chance. "I'm going, this should be a love hotel, right?" Behind him, Bai Ge twitched at the rose-shaped hotel that Xiao Wu was pointing at. However, even though I knew this was a love hotel, after thinking about it, Bai Ge was not prepared to tell Tang San and Xiao Wu, but some wanted to see what kind of behavior these two guys who are in love between siblings and lovers would behave. Thinking of the interesting scenes that might happen in a while, Bai Ge couldn't help but a narrow smile appeared on his mouth. Looking at Tang San and Xiao Wu who had already gone far, Bai Ge walked quickly towards the Rose Hotel. Before entering the Rose Hotel, Bai Ge smelled a tangy rose. Looking into the hotel, I saw pots of bright roses on both sides of the hotel's walls. And the scent of roses smelt from the door is exactly the pots of bright roses. "Sir, please come in." As soon as Bai Ge walked to the door of the Rose Hotel, the two waiters standing at the door bowed to Bai Ge and expressed welcome. But when he saw that Bai Ge was only one person, one of the waiters was stunned, and then quickly said, "Sir, are you alone?" I looked at Bai Ge's appearance, with long silver shawl hair, deep purple eyes, handsome face, and clothes made of fine fabrics. There is no reason why such a rich and handsome young man cannot find a female companion. The waiter was almost puzzled. "Yes, I am alone." Bai Ge nodded. "But sir, we are a love hotel here." The other waiter lowered his voice and said to Bai Ge, "I know this." Bai Ge smiled lightly. "I know you are a love hotel here, but I didn't come to stay here. Remember the man and woman who just entered? Those two are my classmates. We came here to sign up for the Soul Master Academy. It's just that the hotels in Soto City are full. We searched for a long time and didn't find a hotel. These two guys just saw your hotel. Coming. It's boring to wait for me alone, so I'll just come and have a look at you. If you have a room for them, I'll go to the hotel alone. If not, the three of us will look for the hotel together, so I'm done. Can I go in and have a look?" Looking at the waiter, Bai Ge smiled. "Of course you can. For respected soul masters like Mr. our Rose Hotel is naturally very welcome." When Bai Ji finished speaking, the two waiters suddenly bowed. For a handsome young man with money like Bai Ji, let alone a soul master, even if it is not a soul master, the Rose Hotel is extremely welcome, because Bai Ji is a good source of hidden customers in the Rose Hotel's eyes. With the permission of the waiter, Bai Ji walked into the Rose Hotel with a smile on his face. In the Rose Hotel, the decoration is extraordinarily luxurious, but different from the magnificent luxury, the decoration in the Rose Hotel tends to be elegant and ambiguous. The decoration in the entire hotel has only 3 colors, white, silver and rose red, which looks warm and unique. It is easy to give people a sense of comfort. When Bai Ji walked into the hotel and saw that Bai Ji had come in alone, the waitresses standing on both sides of the hotel could not help but whisper to each other. While they were whispering, some of the waitresses frequently watched. Xiang Beg seemed to have an idea for Beg. But Bai Ji ignored them, and walked straight towards Tang San and Xiao Wu who were in front of the counter. "Hey, how is it, is there a room?" Seeing Tang San still talking with the waiter, Bai Ji couldn't help asking. "There are rooms, but there is only one." Looking at Bai Ji, Tang San sighed, his expression slightly unnatural. "One? It's okay. The room here happens to be for 2 people. You can live in it. I can go out and look for it myself. By the way, I can have fun in Soto City." When Tang San said that there was only one room left, Bai Ji was indifferent and authentic. "This gentleman is right. The room in our Rose Hotel is just for 2 people, like this little brother and little girl." Hearing Bai Ji's words, the waiter at the counter couldn't help but nodded with a smile. While laughing, he cast an ambiguous look at Tang San, making Tang San unnatural for a while. "Why don't we change the place?" Tang San suddenly didn't want to live in this way by the waiter, but Bai Ji suddenly interrupted Tang San. "What are you talking about? It was the time when the Soul Master Academy signed up recently. The hotels in Soto City must have been almost full. It was your luck that you could find a room here. I can find it. If I can't find the room, I don't care. It's a big deal to find a place to spend the night, but do you want Xiao Wu to stay up with you?" Looking at Tang San, Bai Ji said. "This one." After listening to Bai Ji, Tang San hesitated a little. "Forget it, Tang San, don't care about other people's eyesight, just stay here, I'll go first, remember to take good care of Xiao Wu." Before leaving, Bai Ji patted Tang San on the shoulder. Before Tang San was moved, Bai Ji cast an ambiguous look at Tang San, leaving Tang San speechless for a while. "You return my touch. Stay here? Sorry, this is the room I booked. You should leave together." Under Bai Ji's advice, Tang San finally decided to stay, but when the waiter was about to help Tang San go through the formalities, a sudden voice interrupted the waiter's actions. Chapter 54, Hotel Conflict, Evil Eyes White Tiger. "Who?" Hearing the sound, Bai Ji couldn't help turning around and looking at the place where the sound came from. Not far away, a man and 2 women were slowly walking towards the counter, and the voice just now came from the man's mouth. "I said, I booked this room in advance and it should belong to me." Seeing Bai Ji's gaze, the man smiled lightly. 3 brothers, this guy is probably not a good person. Looking at the man, Xiao Wu couldn't help frowning. Because the man is holding 2 women in his arms, and the 2 girls are both 17 or 8 years old, and they are tall. What is surprising is that they look exactly the same. A pair of twins. But unlike Xiao Wu who noticed the twin sisters, Tang San and Bai Ji's eyes did not fall on the twin sisters, but on the man. The man in front of him, about 1.8 meters tall, is about the same as Bai Ji, but with wider shoulders and long blonde hair. He looks handsome with a bit of fortitude, and looks younger than Bai Ji. He and Tang San were 2 or 3 years old. Bai Ji and Tang San didn't care much about whether the man was handsome or not. The main thing that made them care about was the man's eyes, and both of the men's eyes were full of pupils. The pupils are born with double pupils, which are also wade pupils. Both the earth in Beg's previous life and the martial arts world in Tang San's previous life have extremely extraordinary symbolic significance, so it is no wonder that the two were surprised. However, compared to Tang San's simple surprise, Bai Ji recognized the man's identity while being surprised. If Bai Ji's identity of the man was correct, it should be Daimyo Bai, the evil-eyed white tiger among the Shrek 7 devils. For the Shrek 7 devils, Bai Ji did not completely remember, but only vaguely remembered some of the more special characters. Among the characters that Bai Ji remembered, the most memorable was the evil-eyed white tiger Daimyo Bai. After all, although the double pupil is very famous in the legend, there are not many written in the novel, and Daimyo Bai is a rare character with a double pupil in a novel, so Bai Ji was so impressed. Seeing Bai Ji and Tang San staring into his eyes, Daimyo Bai didn't care much, because since childhood, almost everyone would be surprised by his eyes after seeing him. But when Bai Ji and Tang San looked at Daimyo Bai noticed Xiao Wu. "You are new here, don't you know if you have to leave a room here for me?" Looking at Xiao Wu's eyes fleetingly, holding the twin beauties in her arms, Daimyo Bai quickly came to the counter and said to the waiter, "You are?" The waiter was stunned for Daimyo Bai's words, he was indeed a newcomer. "Forget it, let your manager come out." Seeing the waiter's dazed look, Daimyo Bai immediately knew that he had guessed correctly, so he couldn't help being a little impatient. "I'll go." Seeing Daimyo Bai's astonishing look, and his appearance was not ordinary, the waiter was shocked, and quickly got up and left to look for the manager. "Brother, when you just spoke, I thought you had booked the room in advance. It turned out to be just verbal, without paying a deposit." On the side, Bai Ji originally felt that he was a bit wrong, but after listening to Daimyo Bai's words, he didn't expect that he would just say casually, "What legal benefits would this have?" Looking at Daimyo Bai's cold look again, with an expression of no eyesight, even though he knew that this was a future teammate, Bai Ji was very upset in his heart, and he would vent his unhappiness, so Bai Ji taunted Daimyo Bai directly. "So what?" As for Bai Ji's mockery, Daimyo Bai did not fluctuate. "How? You didn't pay the deposit, so you just said to a hotel that you will always reserve a room for me, and then the hotel must do what you say? Who do you think you are? Do you think you are? If everyone else if you do it like this, can the hotel still do business?" Seeing Daimyo Bai's cold look, Bai Ji became very hot, and for such a pretentious guy, he was awkward. "What do you want?" Having been taunted by Bai Ji twice in a row, Daimyo Bai was also a little angry, so he couldn't help looking back at Bai Ji and said coldly, "We want you to off." Aside, Tang San hadn't spoken yet, but Xiao Wu with a fierce temper couldn't help it. "Let me get out." Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Daimyo Bai also smiled angrily. No one dared to speak to him like this before he came. "Okay, it's okay to let me go, but you also have to have that ability. I think you also have spirit power fluctuations in your body. You should also be spirit masters. Then you can play together and beat me. I will immediately go, otherwise, please perform the word roll." Looking at the three of them, Daimyo Bai sneered. "Let's go together, you value yourself too much." Bai Ji sneered at Daimyo Bai's arrogance. From Bai Ji's perception, Daimyo Bai was nothing but a soul sovereign, and he was in the same realm as him, but he was also a slap hammer. Where did it come from? So confident? "Bai Ji, should I go?" From the side, Tang San couldn't help but see that things were about to start. After all, this incident was caused by him and Xiao Wu, and had nothing to do with Bai Ji, so Tang San didn't want to trouble Bai Ji very much, but Bai Ji didn't think so, because in his mind, the system actually released the task again. Dib. It is detected that there is an important character Evil Eye White Tiger Daimyo Bai who has issued a challenge to the host, and the system now releases the task, the majesty of the strong. Daimyo Bai, who was only a 37th level soul sovereign, actually regarded the host as a weak chicken. As an invincible strong person of the same realm, the host must let him know what a real strong person is. Reward, silver level lucky draw chance once. Go, I like this kind of arrogant guy. Looking at Daimyo Bai with an angry expression, Bai Ge clenched his fists and grinned, showing his white teeth. Go ahead, how do you want to fight? If you have something to say, don't do it. Just as Bai Ge was about to start fighting with Daimyo Bai, in the corridor behind the counter, a middle-aged man in a suit ran over quickly, anxiously. Manager Wang, are you more and more able to do business now? Seeing the middle-aged man, Daimyo Bai couldn't help but sneered. Dai Xiao, don't say that. It's all bad guys. This kid only came yesterday. I don't know the rules. I'm sorry, I will arrange a room for you immediately. Hearing Daimyo Bai's words, Manager Wang quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a smile. Arrange a room for him? What room is arranged? Obviously my friend came first, and he didn't pay the deposit to book the room in advance. Why give him the room? Do you look down on us? Hearing what Manager Wang said, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Bai Ge's eyes. Ouch, my mother, another difficult lord. When I heard Bai Ge, I looked at Bai Ge's clothes. The material was very good. They should be a rich man and a soul master. When I look at Bai Ge, his eyes are cold, and his silver hair is in conflict with Daimyo Bai's blonde hair. Manager Wang suddenly couldn't help laughing secretly. Manager Wang, forget it. They look very dissatisfied. Let me talk to them before deciding where this room belongs. When Bai Ge heard Bai Ge, Daimyo Bai also sneered. Chapter 55, Bai Ge and number 039, S Temper, fighting Daimyo Bai. Sao Dai, don't. Seeing that Daimyo Bai was about to start a war in the hotel, Manager Wang couldn't help crying. Don't cry, are you afraid that we can't pay for the maintenance of your hotel? Seeing Manager Wang's crying expression, Bai Ge couldn't help frowning. Relax, all losses count for me. Daimyo Bai also said. No need. Let's add a bonus to this competition. Whoever loses in this competition is responsible for compensation. Bai Ge shook his head when he heard Daimyo Bai's words. Yes, but I hope you can afford it. Daimyo Bai sneered. Don't worry, it's not a problem to buy this hotel with my money. Bai Ge smiled disdainfully. Okay, Xiao Bai, go to Xiao Wu's place and let me have fun with this guy. Slowly standing on the wide walkway, Bai Ge faced the Qingmian bird Xiao Bai rode on his shoulders. Cuckoo. Hearing Bai Ge's words, the Qingmian bird flapped its wings and flew towards Xiao Wu, and finally landed on Xiao Wu's shoulders. Are you a soul beast? Seeing the Qingmian bird, Daimyo Bai couldn't help but flash in surprise. Why, haven't I seen it? Bai Ge looked at the turtle's expression. Don't just take advantage of your tongue. When Bai Ge took a look at the turtle, Daimyo Bai suddenly became a little angry, but he had never seen anyone who could raise a soul beast. However, looking at the little bird on Bai Ge's shoulder, although it is a bit peculiar, it is only the size of a fist, and it is not a powerful soul beast, it should be just a little wise. Please advise. After sending away the Qingmian bird, he looked at Daimyo Bai again, and a trace of seriousness flashed in Bai Ge's eyes. Although he had been dismissive of Daimyo Bai in every possible way, Bai Ge still had to admit that Daimyo Bai's strength was still quite strong, otherwise he would not be able to become the future Shrek 7 Devils. But even though he knew that Daimyo Bai was a member of the 7 Shrek monsters in the future, Bai Ge really couldn't stand Daimyo Bai's arrogant and defiant appearance. Bai Ge's handling of things is actually very simple, that is, people respect me and I respect others, but if people offend me, as long as I can provoke them, then I will never get used to it. It's not that Bai Ge is not good at counseling, but counseling must also be divided into targets. For those who can't be offended, Bai Ge will counsel and is willing to counsel, but counseling is for better revenge in the future. But it is a pity that Daimyo Bai is not the object of Bai Ge's counseling. For future comrades in arms, Bai Ge feels that it's okay to use his fist to get to know each other in advance. Humph! Daimyo Bai snorted disdainfully for Bai Ge's seriousness. Boy, take it! A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Daimyo Bai smiled coldly, then slammed on the ground and rushed towards Bai Ge in an instant. But at the moment of rushing forward, Daimyo Bai suddenly squeezed his fists and swiped towards Bai Ge's chest with all his strength. With Daimyo Bai's strength, if the target of the swipe is the head, even if he deliberately retracts the force, it is easy to have accidents, but if it is the chest, his control is enough to make the opponent lose the ability to move, and will not hurt. It's ribs. It is good. Seeing Daimyo Bai's movements, Bai Ge was also very excited. Although Bai Ge has been cultivated to the 5th level of the Dragon Elephant Prujnagong, the strength of his physical body alone has a huge power of nearly 600 Jin, and the increase in the internal strength of the Xiantian skill can reach nearly 1000 Jin, but Bai Ge has not really harmed people have fought, and now they have met Daimyo Bai. Bai Ge suddenly felt his blood burn. Seeing Daimyo Bai's fist, Bai Ge did not evade, but also greeted him with his fist. Because Daimyo Bai did not possess the spirit of martial arts, Bai Ge did not use all his power, but despite this, the power erupted by Bai Ge's powerful body comparable to the spirit beast was still amazing. Boom! The two fists collided fiercely, and suddenly there was a loud noise. But after the loud noise, Bai Ge's body remained motionless, but Daimyo Bai stepped back several steps, and his clenched fists trembled. A lot of strength, what is your martial soul? After taking a few deep breaths, Daimyo Bai shook his aching fist. Looking at Bai Ge, Daimyo Bai's eyes couldn't help showing a few solemnities. My martial spirit? My martial spirit is a mutant sign, but I prefer to call it Moyanteng. I believe its name will spread throughout the Douluo continent in the future. Looking at Daimyo Bai, Bai Ge said slowly. Plant-type martial soul? Impossible, your power is stronger than mine, how could it be a plant-type martial soul? Don't lie to me, you must be a beast martial soul, right? Hearing Bai Ge's words, Daimyo Bai couldn't help frowning. Beast spirit? No, my spirit is a plant spirit, but your knowledge is too short. Why is a spirit master with a plant spirit inferior to a spirit master with a beast spirit? A martial soul is a martial soul, and a soul master is a soul master. There is no waste of a martial soul, but only a waste of soul master. Okay, stop talking nonsense, and use your full strength. Bai Ge didn't want to explain Daimyo Bai's disbelief, but directly let Daimyo Bai show his full strength. Okay, your strength is very strong, it is worth my all-out effort, I hope you can do all out. While talking, Daimyo Bai stepped back slowly and straightened her body. White Tiger. Possession. Looking at Bai Ge, Daimyo Bai let out a low drink. And with Daimyo Bai's low drink, and with the faint tiger roar, a white tiger shadow instantly emerged from Daimyo Bai's body, and then suddenly plunged into Daimyo Bai's body. As the martial spirit white tiger entered, a strong white light suddenly burst out of Daimyo Bai's body. In the white light, the bones of Daimyo Bai's whole body made noises, and the muscles of his whole body suddenly swelled, his hands became nearly twice as big, and white hair covered the entire palm. Between the movements of the 10 fingers, the sharp claws like a dagger came out and retracted continuously from the palm of the hand. Each sharp claw was as sharp as a razor, 8 inches in length, gleaming with cold light. At the same time as his body changed, Daimyo Bai's blonde hair quickly turned into black and white. Among them, white accounted for the majority, but a few strands of black hair were particularly obvious, and 4 faint lines appeared on his forehead. 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, just formed a king character. With the possession of the martial soul, 3 shining auras slowly rose from Dai Muebai's feet. The 3 auras, 2 yellow and 1 purple, were particularly shining. As the soul circle was circulating, the pressure formed by the surging soul power increased. It is like a stormy sea sweeping away. Dai Muebai, Wuhan, Beihu, 37th level 3-ring battle soul sovereign, now it's your turn. Entering the state of possessing a martial spirit, Dai Muebai's eyes flashed with faint blue light, moving the gleaming sharp claws that stretched out between his fingers. Watching Bai Ji, Dai Muebai said in a low voice. Chapter 56, 1 yellow and 2 purple, Dai Muebai and number 039, S shock. Finally can I use my best? Seeing Dai Muebai entering the state of possessing a martial soul, a trace of fire flashed in Bai Ji's eyes. Bai Ji, Wuhan, Mo Yun Teng, the 35th level 3-ring control system soul sovereign. Looking at Dai Muebai, Bai Ji summoned Mo Yun Teng while introducing herself, and as Mo Yun Teng was called out, 3 shining spirit rings slowly rose from Bai Ji's feet. But when it was different from Dai Muebai, the color of the spirit ring rising under Bai Ji's feet was not 2 yellow and 1 purple, but 1 yellow and 2 purple, which immediately shocked Dai Muebai. How is it possible that your second spirit ring is actually a 1000-year spirit ring? Seeing the spirit ring under Bai Ji's feet, Dai Muebai's eyes widened. Nothing is impossible, no one stipulates that the second spirit ring cannot exceed 1000 years. To Dai Muebai's shock, Bai Ji just shook his head slightly. Well, I was so excited, but you are very strong. Although my spirit power is 2 levels higher than yours, I am not sure that I can defeat you. After taking a few deep breaths, Dai Muebai recovered his calmness. Looking at Bai Ji, Dai Muebai's eyes finally showed seriousness and solemnity. But what was beyond Dai Muebai's expectation was that Bai Ji suddenly withdrew his spirit, and as Bai Ji withdrew his spirit, the 3 shining spirit rings under Bai Ji's feet also disappeared. What do you mean? Seeing Bai Ji's movements, Dai Muebai couldn't help frowning, wondering what Bai Ji was doing. It's not interesting, I just summoned the spirit of martial arts to show you my strength, but I don't really want to use spirits to fight you. Although I am a spirit master of the control system, my fighting method is a spirit master of war. Okay, stop talking nonsense, I'm going to start. Withdrawing the Wuhan Moyan Teng, Bai Ji squeezed his fist and moved his body. As Bai Ji moved his body, Bai Ji's whole body suddenly made a crackling sound, like a firecracker. Bai Ji, you must teach this guy a good lesson, let him pull and despise people so much. Seeing that Bai Ji was about to use all his strength, Xiao Wu suddenly raised his fist. Bai Ji, pay attention to your strength and don't hurt anyone. Seeing Bai Ji's warm-up action, Tang San suddenly knew that Bai Ji was ready to use all his power. Tang San and Bai Ji had also tried it. Tang San knew Bai Ji's terrifying power, which was 600 to 700. Jin's huge force is simply a human-shaped soul beast, so he couldn't help but reminded quickly. Don't worry, I know it in my heart. Bai Ji answered with a smile, and concentrated Xian Gong's internal strength to his hands, and suddenly Bai Ji's hands glowed with a faint white light. Damn, you underestimated me like this, but I entered the state of possessing a spirit of martial arts. It was not just now that you, a spirit master of the control system of a plant martial spirit, wanted to fight against me for power. Hearing the dialogue between Bai Ji and Tang San, Dai Muebai Dunsi couldn't help burning with anger. Roar! Looking up to the sky with a long roar, Dai Muebai, who had entered the state of possessing a martial soul, suddenly rushed towards Bai Ji. As the saying goes, the cloud follows the dragon and the wind follows the tiger. Although Dai Muebai's white tiger spirit does not have the power to manipulate wind, after entering the state of possessing the spirit, the power that Dai Muebai exploded has brought out a stern energy. Wind! Dare to underestimate me, take it! Seeing that Bai Ji was about to approach, a cold light flashed in Dai Muebai's evil eyes, and the soul power in his body was suddenly injected into the sharp claws of both hands. In the low roar, Dai Muebai controlled the sharp tiger claws. He waved hard at Bai Ge. Boom! Looking at the tiger claws, the wind was hunting, but Bai Ge did not panic either. Instead, a purple light flashed in his eyes. After using the purple magic pupil to lock Dai Muebai's attack, Bai Ge would condense Xiantian's skill. Inner Li's right hand also greeted him with all his strength, and one claw and one punch collided, and a roar suddenly erupted. What a solid soul power! Seeing that his sharp tiger claw hit Bai Ge's right hand, but it seemed to be blocked by something, and it didn't penetrate. Is it an incomparable soul power? Dai Muebai was very surprised. You are not wrong, you are strong and your claws are sharp. He quickly stepped aside. Bai Ge looked at his right hand, and there were 5 clear white marks on his right hand. When it collided with Dai Muebai's tiger claws just now, Dai Muebai's tiger claws broke through the internal force of Bai Ge's profound sky skill, but after the breakthrough, the strength of the tiger claws was reduced by more than 90%. So the remaining strength left only a few white marks on Bai Ge's strengthened skin, but if it is an ordinary person, the remaining strength is probably enough to grab a knuckle-deep blood trough. What do you mean by this? Do you think I am proud that I can't even defeat you without summoning a martial soul? Hearing Bai Ge's words, Dai Muebai didn't feel happy at all, but felt a strong shame. If you don't summon martial spirits, don't use spirit abilities, just rely on your own spirit power and physical power to fight against me, I don't believe that you can defeat me so arrogant. Suddenly kicking the ground again, Dai Muebai instantly turned into an afterimage and flew towards Bai Ge, but this time, Dai Muebai used a spirit ability. Bei Huli Guangbo. Looking at Bai Ge right in front of him, driven by the anger in his heart, Dai Muebai directly used the second spirit ring's spirit ability. As the second yellow spirit ring under his feet burst into light, Dai Muebai's whole body's spirit power suddenly rushed to Dai Muebai's mouth. Suddenly, a fist-sized milky white light ball was suddenly spit out by Dai Muebai. Come out, sprint away to Bai Ge. Seeing the creamy white light ball flying over, Bai Ge would naturally not resist, but avoided the past. The milky white light group passed by Bai Ge, and immediately hit the wall of the Rose Hotel not far behind Bai Ge, and immediately blasted the wall out of a basin-sized pit. For a while, mud and porcelain were scattered. Splash! Seeing Bai Ge evaded his Bai Huli Guangbo, Dai Muebai was not disappointed, because this Bai Huli Guangbo was originally Dai Muebai's guise, and Dai Muebai's real attack was aimed at the Bai Hu who went to Bai Ge's chest. Hard out! Good job! Seeing the tiger claws waving from his side, Bai Ge yelled and suddenly squeezed his fists. Along with the excitement of Xiantian Gong's internal strength, Bai Ge's fists suddenly burst into bright white light, watching the waving tiger claw. Bai Ge slammed the right fist that radiated white light towards the tiger claw that Dai Muebai waved. One fist and one claw collided again, but because Dai Muebai was the first attacker, he thought it was unintentional. Although he was not as strong as Bai Ge, but he did a good job. But Bai Ge's attack did not end. At the same time that he threw his right fist, Bai Ge also slammed his left fist back, and then slammed Dai Muebai's chest with all his strength. But it was able to hit a huge force of nearly 1,000 catties, and the terrifying force struck the sky, even the air made a faint tearing sound. White Tiger protects the body barrier. Seeing such an astonishing punch against the chest, Dai Muebai quickly used his first spirit ability, Bei Hu's body barrier. I saw that the first spirit ring under Dai Muebai's feet suddenly burst out with shining white light, and then a white mask was formed on Dai Muebai's body in an instant, blocking Bai Ge's full punch. Come down! But even though Bai Ge's full punch was blocked, Dai Muebai was still slammed into the air by the strong force, flew several meters in the air, and finally fell to the ground. But as soon as it fell to the ground, Dai Muebai's Bei Hu barrier shattered. What a terrifying power! it's almost a fight with those power spirit masters, but this guy is obviously a control type spirit master. How can a spirit master possess such a powerful power without being in possession of a spirit? What? Holding his chest and getting up from the ground, Dai Mubai gritted his teeth after stopping the twin sisters who were about to come and help him. Although he was knocked down by Bai Ji, Dai Mubai was not injured in any way because of the protection of Beihu's body barrier. Just being repelled by a control system spirit master in a frontal battle, and the opponent didn't even use the spirit and spirit ability, this made Dai Mubai, who has always been a genius, a strong sense of frustration. If you are a genius, what is the other party? Evildoer? But I haven't lost yet, I still have whole cards. Thinking of the third spirit ability that he hadn't used yet, Dai Mubai's heart again rushed to fight. Chapter 57, White Tiger King Kong changes, Dai Mubai breaks out. You are very strong, but you are too arrogant. If you use spirit and spirit skills, I will definitely not be your opponent, but you want to use pure power without using spirit or spirit skills. Fight with spirit power and me. I didn't want to fight with you with all my strength. After all, even if I win, I won't be able to win, but now I have to admit that if I don't exert my strength, I am definitely not your opponent, so I will do my best next. If you still can't beat you like this, then I will give up immediately. Slowly climbing up from the ground, looking at Bai Ji, a complex light flashed in Dai Mubai's quiet eyes. After speaking, Dai Mubai couldn't help but slowly put the tiger claw of his right hand on his chest, and clenched it fiercely, as if he was crushing his once proud heart. Hey, third brother, this guy is going to do his best, do you think he will be Beg's opponent? By the counter, watching the battle in the lobby, Xiao Wu couldn't help asking Tang San beside him. Probably not. Tang San shook his head. Most of Bai Ji's strength lies in his martial arts and soul abilities, but now Bai Ji is forced to do this by relying on his physical strength and soul power. Show your own martial arts and soul skills, so you don't let yourself lose so ugly. Brother, why do you say that Bai Ji's power is so strong? It's almost like a human-shaped soul beast. It is obviously a control-type soul master, but almost all of them are physically strong and possess the same level of spirit. The power spirit masters are almost there. Xiao Wu sighed authentically. This is Bai Ji's martial arts talent. My teacher and I have studied that Bai Ji's Ma Yunteng Wuhan has energy absorption ability, and it is said that Bai Ji has deeply explored this ability and expanded Wuhan's energy absorption ability to it can strengthen the body's absorption of nutrients, and can also use the energy absorbed by Wuhan to strengthen the body. Bai Ji eats so much almost every day, it should be using Wuhan to speed up the body's absorption of nutrients to strengthen the body. If you eat more and can use all of it, it will naturally become stronger. Tang San explained. No wonder it's so edible. Xiao Wu suddenly realized. On the other side, after standing up again, Dai Mubai decided to fight with Bai Ji with all his strength. Although from the current point of view, Dai Mubai already knew that he couldn't have won Bai Ji, it would be really ugly if Bai Ji could defeat him without even using his martial arts and spirit abilities. The pride in Dai Mubai's heart did not allow him to fail so ugly, so Dai Mubai decided to activate the third spirit ability that was originally intended to be hidden, White Tiger King Kong Transformation. Even if you lose, you must force Bai Ji's spirit and spirit skills out. The White Tiger King Kong Transformation is Dai Mubai's third spirit ability. It comes from a 1,000-year-old diamond tiger spirit beast. It belongs to the 1,000-year spirit ring ability. After the White Tiger King Kong transformation is initiated, Dai Mubai will enter a state of transformation. This state is similar to frenzy without side effects. In this state, Dai Mubai's resistance to abnormal states, as well as attack power, defense power, strength, etc. will be doubled at the same time. Originally, Dai Mubai could have a maximum strength of more than 200 kilograms with a full punch in a normal state, but after entering the state of possessing a martial spirit, his spirit power would increase to nearly 800 kilograms of strength. Although not as good as Bai Ji, the spirit masters of the same level are already strong enough. But after entering the White Tiger King Kong transformation state, all the above, whether it is strength or defense, even the density of muscles and bones, will double under this spirit ability. After entering the White Tiger King Kong transformation state, Daimyo Bai's power will jump to more than 1,600 kilograms, and his body's defense power will also double due to the blessing of the spirit ability. With the increase in muscle and bone density, Daimyo the power of the White Tiger's claws will also increase again, and Daimyo Bai in this state has completely surpassed Bai Ji's physical fitness. It's just that unlike Bai Ji's ability to maintain this state as long as he doesn't exhaust himself, Daimyo Bai's White Tiger King Kong transformation can only last for half an hour. In fact, as long as it is a spirit master with a beast spirit, they will basically choose to attach a spirit ring that can increase their strength in a short time. However, although Bai Ji obtained the strength and physical quality of the Soul Master in the state of possessing the same level beast martial spirit through the practice of the Dragon Elephant Prujnagong and the 13th Taebao Hung Alchemy Bell, but because there is no explosive skill, Bai Ji is when fighting with a fighting spirit master of the same level, if the spirit and spirit skills are not used, it will inevitably fall below, just like now. White Tiger King Kong has changed. Daimyo Bai shouted loudly and instantly activated the third spirit ability, the White Tiger King Kong transformation. As the third purple spirit ring on Daimyo Bai's body burst out with a gleaming light, Daimyo Bai, who had already entered the state of possessing a martial spirit, changed again, with his body already strong enough. I saw that his body, which had become majestic because of the possession of the martial spirit White Tiger, swelled again. The muscles all over his body exaggeratedly bulged, and his upper body clothes were completely burst, revealing a terrifying muscle outline. What is even more strange is that with the activation of the White Tiger King Kong transformation, Daimyo Bai's skin unexpectedly appeared black stripes. If it weren't for the lack of hair, it would be no different from tiger skin. Entering the White Tiger Diamond transformation state, Daimyo Bai's tiger palm grew a circle again, almost the size of a fan of a cat. On his 5 fingers, all the 5 slender claws that popped out turned silvery white, shining with a cold light. Looking at Bai Ji not far away, Daimyo Bai let out a low growl in his throat, and then instantly turned into an afterimage, heading towards Bai Ji with the hunting wind. Daimyo Bai, who had entered the White Tiger King Kong transformation state, had soared physical fitness, and his speed was already hard to observe with the naked eye, so Bai Ji could only use the purple magic pupil again to capture Daimyo Bai's movements. As a purple light flashed in the light purple eyes, Bai Ji opened the purple magic pupil. Under the purple magic pupil, everything in front of him was slowed down, including Daimyo Bai. I saw it. With the purple magic pupil turned on, Bai Ji instantly caught Daimyo Bai's whereabouts with the power of the purple magic pupil. Seeing Daimyo Bai swiping the sharp tiger claws like a dagger, Bai Ji immediately mobilized the blood in his body with all his strength, inspiring the power of the 13th Taebao Hang Alchemy Bell Jar, and at the same time, the inner strength of the profound heaven art in his body was also all of them condensed towards the hands, and in an instant, Bai Ji's right hand bloomed with a luster like platinum. With both hands clenched into fists, Bai Ji will condense the inner strength of the Xiantian skill and stimulate the defense of the 13th Taebao Hung Alchemy Bell. One fist blasted towards Daimyo Bai's tiger claw, and the other blasted towards Daimyo Bai. The chest. But after entering the Baihu King Kong transformation state, Daimyo Bai's muscles seemed to be tightened to steel. In the past, Bai Ji's punch seemed to hit the wood. Although it was difficult, it was able to deal damage, but now it seems to hit like rubber. Although it feels that the power has hit the target, it is of no use at all. It's useless. Seeing Bai Ji hit his chest with a punch, but was stubbornly resisted, Daimyo Bai, whose eyes had turned red, let out a sneer. Then he swiped the right paw that had been blocked at Bai Ji again, but although Bai Ji still blocked this time, Dai Muebai's left paw clenched sharply in the next second, and then swiped his fist towards Bai Ji. With Bai Ji's left rib, the powerful force immediately knocked Bai Ji back several meters. Come again. Seeing Bai Ji being repelled by himself, Dai Muebai let out a roar, and ran towards Bai Ji again. After being hit in the rib on the left side with a punch, Bai Ji only felt the hot pain in the hit part. Although there was no bone fracture, the muscles should be bruised. However, despite the frontal force fight, he fell into a disadvantage. But Bai Ji actually felt that the whole person was excited. That's it. Feeling fistful. Come. Seeing Dai Muebai who struck again, Bai Ji also let out an angry roar, and then greeted him with passion. From the practice of Dragon Elephant Prujnagong 6 years ago until now, Bai Ji has never been able to fully release the power of his whole body like today. Because there is no suitable opponent, Bai Ji often can only practice with stones and trees, but how does it feel to hit something that won't move? Only when you fist against evenly matched opponents like today and experience the feeling of to the flesh, this is a man's romance. Chapter 58, Dai Muebai gave up and Bai Ji became his brother. Boom! 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 Two hunks with all their punches surpassing 1,000 kilograms frantically banged their fists in the hotel lobby. Each time the two fists collided, they would make a dull roar. Gradually, both of them blushed and forgot where they were. With the expansion of the battlefield, the entire hotel lobby instantly became a mess. Everyone could only hide behind the counter and watch carefully towards the battlefield in the lobby. Brother, Bai Ji used to fight so crazy. In Xiaowu's memory, Bai Ji is a very calm person. Although occasionally a little indifferent, he is also very gentle. However, Bai Ji would still have a violent side like today, so Xiaowu was shocked. People have two sides, maybe this is the other side of Beg. It was the first time that Tang San saw Bai Ji like this, so he could only say that. Looking at the battlefield in the lobby, the surrounding walls and floors almost seemed to have undergone a round of demolition. Wall tiles and ceramic tiles were broken and scattered on the ground. The two handsome guys, who were both handsome and dashing, were already in a state of madness at this time. Regardless of what they were doing, they all greeted each other's body with all their strength. As long as they could attack, it would be where they were. People's clothes quickly became beggars' clothes. But as time went by, Bai Ji couldn't help but gradually fell into a disadvantage. After all, Dai Muebai's strength and defensive power after entering the White Tiger King Kong transformation state far surpassed him. Although the appropriate fierce battle now can not only help Bai Ji to completely absorb the ointment that has not been completely absorbed when applied to the body when he practiced the 13th Taibao horizontal alchemy bell, but also can exercise the body. But if it is excessive, however, Bai Ji would be injured instead, affecting his practice for a long time. Therefore, Bai Ji decided to end this battle as soon as possible. Boom! After confronting Dai Muebai again, Bai Ji quickly stepped back aside. Shaking his aching right hand, Bai Ji directly summoned Wuhan Moyantang. It's over. As the Wuhan Moyantang was summoned, among the 3 spirit rings of 1 yellow and 2 purple that emerged from the feet of Bai Ji, the first 2 spirit rings burst into shining light instantly. The sky and the earth, the thorns strangling. Seeing Dai Muebai not far away, Bai Ji whispered in his heart, and instantly activated the second spirit ability Tian Luo Dai Wang and the first spirit ability to strangle thorns. I saw that with Dai Muebai as the center, the black-purple Moyun vine, which was covered with spikes, grew rapidly from all directions, and instantly formed a huge net in the air that covered Dai Muebai. The net tightened suddenly and immediately wrapped Dai Muebai tightly. After 3 times of strengthening of the spirit ring, the tenacity of Mo Yuntang can now be said to surpass that of steel. Just a metaphor, please beg me, and even a power spirit master of the same level cannot break free from the bondage. And even if the power spirit master is 1 level higher than Bai Ji, he must activate explosive skills to break free. But if you forcibly break free in this way, it is also easy to be scratched by the hard stinger, and if you are scratched by the stinger of the vine, you will almost certainly be poisoned, so if you are bound by the vine of Beg, it will really be very troublesome. I can't get rid of it at all. Being tightly entangled by Moyun vine, Dai Mubai originally wanted to break free while his body was still in the White Tiger King Kong transformation state, but he didn't expect that even if he tried his best, even the poisonous thorns on the vine were about to stab. After entering the body, Dai Mubai couldn't break free. You win. Realizing that he was unable to recover, Dai Mubai resolutely chose to admit defeat. From the contempt at the beginning, to the attention after the temptation, to the anger and loss of Bai Ji who did not use the spirit and soul skills after the spirit was possessed, Dai Mubai's pride has long been beaten by Bai Ji. Dust. Now even after performing the Beihu King Kong change, he still couldn't help Bai Ji. Instead, he was still easily subdued by Bai Ji, who showed his full strength. However, Dai Mubai didn't feel the humiliation of failure in his heart. On the contrary, he was very pleased that he was finally forced to persecute him. Beg's martial soul and soul skills are out. Well, since you have surrendered, you will pay the compensation here. Seeing Dai Mubai's defeat, Bai Ji calmed down, and while releasing the Moyuntang that was entwining Dai Mubai, Bai Ji said lightly, "Don't worry, I won't fall into trouble." As the vines entwining his body dissipated, Dai Mubai also lifted the White Tiger King Kong transformation and the state of possessing martial spirit. As a result, Dai Mubai's strong muscles began to contract slowly, and the red light in his eyes quietly dissipated. However, due to the fierce battle before, Dai Mubai's clothes all over his body showed varying degrees of damage. It's okay to have strong muscles just now, but now, as the muscles contract, Dai Mubai's clothes suddenly become tattered, with holes almost everywhere. The coat was completely stretched out, and the trousers were badly damaged, and because Beg was entangled with the spiked Moyun vine, the holes in wearing Mubai's clothes and trousers were torn to varying degrees. This made Dai Mubai look like a beggar from nowhere. Of course, Bai Ji was not much better. Because of the fierce battle, the two people's silky shawl and long hair were a little messed up, and there were holes in their clothes, but because Bai Ji did not have the same muscle swelling as Dai Mubai, so the clothes didn't burst, but torn apart by tiger claws to varying degrees, revealing the whiteness of the inside without losing strong muscles, but it was barely able to hide shame. Wow, Bai Ji, you're so amazing, you really taught this guy a lesson. It's too cool. Let's see how proud he is in the future. On the side, seeing that the battle in the lobby was over, Xiao Wu ran over immediately, and while talking excitedly, she kept giving Dai Mubai a few despised eyes. Although Xiao Wu kept ridiculing him, with Dai Mubai's chi training, he wouldn't be angry with a little girl like Xiao Wu. After being let go, Dai Mubai ignored Xiao Wu, but looked at Bai Ji. Your name is Beg, right? You are really strong. I used to think I was a genius, but today I saw you and I realized that I was just a frog at the bottom of the well. Thank you for waking me up. Looking at Bai Ji, Dai Mubai, who had always acted arrogantly before, bowed to Bai Ji seriously. This made Xiao Wu and Tang San's impression of Dai Mubai a little different. Are you here to bring them to sign up for Shrek Academy? After bowing, Dai Mubai asked, looking at Tang San and Xiao Wu. We are indeed here to sign up for Shrek Academy, how do you know? Before Bai Ji had spoken, Xiao Wu had already asked. With such an enchanting brother, you cannot be weak, and for true geniuses, especially those around the age of 12 or 13, your goal can only be Shrek Academy. Because Soto City is the only academy that will attract geniuses. Only Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai glanced deeply at Tang San and Xiao Wu, and said. Tomorrow is the day for Shrek to sign up. I hope you won't lose your brother's face. I will leave first. I hope I can see you at Shrek Academy tomorrow. Although the clothes were in tatters, Dai Mubai was still upright and upright. Walking to the counter quickly, Daimyo Bai dropped a purse, and then left the Rose Hotel with the twin beauties in his arms, leaving only the three of Bai Ji in a daze. Chapter 59, Play in Soto City, and accomplish the mission, the King of Food. Hey, do you understand, what does he mean? Until Daimyo Bai's figure disappeared at the door of the Rose Hotel, Xiao Wu still hadn't recovered. He meant to think that I was your brother. Bai Ji thought for a while, said. Bai Ji looks older than us, so he should think that Bai Ji is here to bring us to apply for Shrek Academy, and the relationship with us is his brother and younger siblings. Tang San added. Wow, this guy is too disgusting, how could he just give people peace without knowing anything? Hearing Tang San and Bai Ji's words, Xiao Wu couldn't help raising her fan fist angrily. It doesn't matter to me, anyway, I'm an older brother, so I won't suffer. Compared to Xiao Wu's anger, Bai Ji shrugged indifferently. Okay, let the waiter arrange the room for you, I'll change my clothes. Turning around and walking towards the counter, Bai Ji said while walking to the counter. Waiter, where is the bathroom? When he arrived at the counter, Bai Ji asked the trembling waiter. Dear Soul Master, the toilet is over there. The waiter cautiously pointed the direction to Bai Ji. Following the direction the waiter pointed, Bai Ji found the bathroom, changed his clothes in it, and tidied his appearance. Bai Ji opened the door and walked out. When they arrived at the lobby of the Rose Hotel, Tang San and Xiao Wu hadn't left yet. Bai Ji, are you leaving now? Seeing Bai Ji preparing to walk towards the door, Tang San asked. Sure, I'm going to find a hotel. If I can't find it, I'll find a restaurant or something in Soto City for a night. I'll come and find you tomorrow. Bai Ji waved his hand. Well, Xiao Bai, let's go. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the blue bird that was falling on Xiao Wu's shoulder suddenly yelled cuckoo. Then he flapped his wings and flew quickly towards Bai Ji, and quickly landed on Bai Ji's shoulder. I'm leaving first, but remember to wait for me, I will come to you tomorrow. Leaving the Rose Hotel, Bai Ji casually looked for a direction and started wandering around. Without Tang San and Xiao Wu following, Bai Ji felt more free instead. Being with the two, although the two are still young and the relationship between them has not been completely determined, so Bai Ji will not be madly fed dog food, but Bai Ji still has a way of being superfluous. Feel. Bai Ji thinks that if you describe it more accurately, it should be just lemon. You know, Bai Ji has never talked about a girlfriend from his past life to this life. Before crossing, it was because of too much pressure in life, and Bai Ji himself had a tendency to be a straight man, so he didn't plan to find a girlfriend. After crossing, it was because of the young age and the perfect conditions of this life, so Bai Ji was not willing to die. Of course, Bai Ji is not too old now, but only 12 years old, but because of the practice of the Dragon Elephant Prujnagong and the 13th Tai Bao Hung Alchemy Bell, Bai Ji's physical development far exceeds that of his peers. If you are not an acquaintance, whoever reads Bai Ji will only think that this is a 15 or 16-year-old boy with a tender face, rather than that Bai Ji is only 12 years old. So Bai Ji occasionally feels, should he also take time to have a vigorous relationship? After all, the current Beg's physical and material conditions have fully reached the standard, and it is time to add a descendant to the family. Of course, this is just thinking about it. Although Bai Ji occasionally thinks about it because of the restlessness of adolescence, Bai Ji has not yet reached the point of hunger. What Bai Ji prefers is to find a beautiful girl who perfectly meets her own requirements in appearance and personality to have a vigorous love, and then step into the palace of marriage. Of course, if he could open the harem, Bai Ji would not refuse, but Bai Ji also knew that he was fine with everything, but he didn't know how to fall in love. It would be a little difficult to step on a few boats. Soto City is worthy of being a top city that is far more prosperous than Notting City. Even if it is not as good as a top-notch city like Heaven Do Imperial City, Soto City is considered top-notch among medium-sized cities. Since leaving the Rose Hotel, I have been walking for several hours. Along the way, Bai Ge encountered 6 or 7 hotels, but none of them had rooms available. In the end, Bai Ge didn't bother to look for it anymore, so he simply planned to find a place where the door was not closed at night, like a bar for one night. After making a decision in his mind, Bai Ge no longer focused on looking for hotels, but on looking for restaurants. The reason why Bai Ge was looking for a restaurant was not because Bai Ge was hungry. Although Bai Ge is indeed a little hungry now, because of the powerful body cast by the practice of Dragon Elephant Prujnagong, Bai Ge's demand for food far exceeds ordinary people. Therefore, Beg always prepares a lot of jerky in the space ring. Even if you are hungry, you can just take out the jerky and eat it. You don't want to find a restaurant so much. In fact, the food in many restaurants is not as good as the jerky made by Beg. The reason why Beg wanted to find a restaurant was actually for another reason. That was a special mission released by the system after Bai Ge opened the Noble Hall all over Notting City a few years ago, the King of Food. Unlike other quests, the King of Food is a special achievement quest with 4 stages. After each stage is completed, you can get a gold level lucky draw opportunity, and the final reward is a god level lucky draw opportunity. So Bai Ge has been thinking about this special task, but since the achievement task can give such a high reward, the difficulty will certainly not be low, and the same is true for the King of Food task. The King of Gourmet mission is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is for Bai Ge to establish a branch of the Noble Hall in the low-level, intermediate-level, and high-level cities of the Tiandu Empire. The reward is a gold-level lottery. And the second stage is for Bai Ge to open the Noble Hall to half of the city of the Tiandu Empire, and the reward is also a golden chance to draw. As for the third stage, Bai Ge will open the Noble Hall to half of the city of the Star Luo Empire. The reward is a gold-level lottery task. But after the 3 tasks are completed, the final reward is a god-level lucky draw opportunity that makes Bai Ge's eyes enthusiastic. Although the rewards of the King of Food are very eye-catching, Bai Ge has only completed 1/3 of the first phase of the task of the King of Food, and has established a branch restaurant of Noble Hall in Notting City and surrounding small cities. And cities like Notting City are only low-level cities in the system's identification. Soto City is considered a middle-level city, and Heaven-Do Imperial City is a high-level city. What Beg wants to do now is to step on a spot in Soto City, find a suitable high-end restaurant, and then arrange for someone to purchase it, and establish a branch restaurant of Noble Hall in Soto City. Chapter 60, The Wretched Uncle is Unhappy. My name is Ning Rong Rong. Time went by little, and the sky came to dusk in a blink of an eye. The sun is dusk, the sun sets, and the weather begins to cool. In the city of Soto, the flow of people has increased. At noon, most people are still hiding in the houses due to the scorching heat, but now because the temperature is starting to cool down, many people are going out and wandering in the city of Soto. Most of these people should be outsiders, because as far as Beg has seen, most of the people playing outside are 3 people together. It seems that they should be parents and children. It is estimated that they should all come to Soto City to apply for registration. From the Soul Master Academy in the city. After nearly an afternoon, Bai Ge has already visited the entire city of Soto by almost half. In the end, Bai Ge chose a restaurant full of tulips in front of the restaurant. This restaurant is also called Tulip Restaurant as its name suggests. Sir, please come in. As soon as Bai Ge arrived at the door of the restaurant, a waitress hurried over. Bai Ge nodded and followed the waitress into the restaurant. In the restaurant, the overall decoration is warm tones, a little bit yellowish, and the tables are neatly arranged, and each table is also placed with a vase filled with tulips. The fragrance of flowers is smelling, and the roof, a luxurious crystal lamp is blooming. Although electricity does not exist in Douluos continent, there are many wonderful spirit beasts, and some crystals associated with spirit beasts can release light if they are injected with spirit power. This is widely used by people on Douluos continent to make chandeliers. But because there are fewer soul beasts that can produce this kind of companion crystal, the price of this kind of crystal lamp is naturally very expensive, and only some large restaurants, hotels, or soul master groups can afford it and use it. Silently observing the layout of the Tulip restaurant, Bai Ge could not help but nodded in secret. The decoration and layout are good. If it is acquired, it should be put into use without further decoration. His eyes quickly scanned the Tulip restaurant, but Bai Ge suddenly saw a long-haired girl in a blue-green dress looking at him in a corner. To be precise, it was the blue bird Xiaobai on Bai Ge's shoulders. Sky blue fine feathers, cotton-like wings, fist-sized body, round, white, and tender. I have to say that the blue cotton bird is really a cute thing that can charm almost all girls. And looking at the young girl not far away, a long blue-green dress, a soft brown hair, two slender braids fixed the bangs combed to the center of the head, and the bangs in the center below, there is a pale pink face with melon seeds, delicate and lovely. The girl's eyes are the color of sapphire, and the long eyelashes look watery, and the whole person reveals a fresh and elegant feeling. Looking at the girl's face, Bai Ge is very heart-shaped, and the girl's dress is also Bai Ge's favorite Oriental classical style. Bai Ge suddenly had the feeling of being shot in the heart by Cupid. No, I have to find a way to get to know this girl. It seems that I can't meet a girl who perfectly fits his own aesthetics. Bai Ge does not want to give up like this. But Bai Ge didn't know how to strike up a conversation for a while. Would it be too rude to just walk over and sit next to the girl? What should I do? Bai Ge suddenly had a headache. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Bai Ge's mind. Isn't this girl watching Xiaobai? She should be very interested in Xiaobai. She can use Xiaobai as an excuse to sit there. Because Xiaobai was obtained by Beg through a system lottery, Beg and Xiaobai have a spiritual connection, which is similar to a contract. Beg can communicate with Xiaobai through this spiritual connection. Bai Ge, Xiaobai, did you see the girl over there? You will fly to her table, I will pretend not to know, and then I will find you. Cuckoo. After receiving Bai Ge's order, Qingmian bird couldn't help being a little strange, but although she was a little confused about Bai Ge's order, as a Pokemon, Qingmian bird would not refuse her trainer. So Qingmian Yao said he would complete the task perfectly. Bai Ge began to pretend to be looking for a seat in the restaurant, while the Alpinia pretended to look around in the restaurant. After seeing the girl, the Alpinia immediately spread out its cotton-like wings as if it had found a target, and flew past. Hey, Xiaobai! Seeing the blue cotton bird suddenly flew out, Bai Ge immediately pretended to be anxious, and ran towards the girl following the blue cotton bird, and the blue cotton bird flew to the girl's table accurately as required. And in order to complete the task perfectly, the green Mian bird deliberately fell on the girl's table and flew to the girl's shoulder with flapping wings. After rubbing the girl's face with her round face, it jumped again. On the girl's head, the girl couldn't help but scream. At this time, Bai Ge was long overdue. Sorry, my pet is causing you trouble. When she came to the girl, Bai Ge quickly apologized. It's okay, your pet is cute, what's its name? Although she was startled by Qingmian bird, she was not angry when she saw Bai Ge's sincere apology, but smiled and shook her head. In fact, a large part of the reason is indeed that the Qingmian bird is so cute, and another part is that the appearance of Bai Ge is good enough. Faced with such a handsome, humble, and polite boy, few girls can get angry. And if the blue bird is not so cute, and Bai Ge is also an ugly man, then it may turn out to be a different one. It's called Xiaobai. Seeing the girl answering, Bai Ge also smiled, pretending to not care, and sat down at the girl's table. Xiaobai, this name is very suitable. Putting both hands on the hands and gently holding the Qingmian bird on the hair carefully, the little girl smiled while touching the white spots on both sides of the Qingmian bird's cheek. By the way, is Xiaobai a soul beast? I have never seen such a bird, with its sky blue fine feathers, cotton-like wings, and a round body. It looks so strange. Looking at the green cotton bird in her palm, the girl asked suspiciously. I don't know this. I picked up Xiaobai's egg in a small forest and then hatched Xiaobai, but I don't know Xiaobai's identity. Bai Ji shook his head and said. Well, if I can know what kind of soul beast Xiaobai is, I would also like my father to find me such a pet. Hearing Bai Ji's answer, the girl was a little disappointed. Ordinary people may not take it seriously when they hear the words of a girl, but when she hears the words of a girl, Bai Ji suddenly realizes that the girl's identity may not be simple, and it is very likely that it is from the Soul Master family. But Bai Ji was not afraid either. He now had nuclear bomb mushroom and 3 minutes invincible stuck in his hand. This Douluo continent had nothing he was afraid of.